The sounds of people chatting and car horns honked from time to time. However, inside a room on the second floor of a small Western-style building by the street, it remained dim and quiet. The clock on the wall pointed to 12, but the white-haired boy on the bed still showed no sign of getting up. Drowsily, he heard a rush of footsteps from the stairs, followed by a forceful knock on the door and a girl's voice asking, "Elias, are you up yet?" The girl knocked on the door twice more. Seeing there was still no response, she habitually pushed the door open and walked into the room, then yanked the curtains wide open, letting dazzling sunlight stream in. "We agreed to have a barbecue in the yard today, you can't sleep anymore, hurry up and get ready," the girl said, kneeling on the bed and starting to shake the figure under the blanket. All right, I'll get up in a bit, Hermione, you go out first." A muffled voice came from under the blanket. "No way. The moment I leave, you'll fall back asleep." The girl was clearly experienced in this matter and increased the intensity of her shaking. Okay. Elias had no choice but to sit up groggily, scratching his messy hair. Hurry, go wash up." Hermione pushed Elias out of bed and watched him go into the bathroom before she went downstairs, satisfied. In the bathroom, Elias leisurely took a hot shower while brushing his teeth. It took him another half hour to get dressed in his pajamas and come downstairs. He walked into the kitchen, 2 slices of bread in his mouth. Hermione had already washed a good amount of vegetables by now. She was holding a knife, measuring the length, and carefully slicing potatoes. Seeing that Elias had finally come down, she put down the knife, picked up her washed vegetables, and walked towards the living room. "I'll string these, you handle the rest." Elias, mouth full of bread, took a gulp of milk and just gave an okay gesture. This was how they always divided the work. He watched Hermione start working intently, then quietly closed the kitchen door and turned to face the ingredients. With a wave of his right hand, a potato jumped out of the basket and hopped towards the sink. Elias repeated the action. Potatoes, eggplants, and various other vegetables in the basket seemed to come alive, lining up to jump into the sink. At the same time, his left hand wasn't idle. He controlled a large piece of pork belly, making it wiggle like a person walking into another sink to scrub itself. When they were mostly washed, all the ingredients lined up neatly on the cutting board. 4 knives above the board simultaneously peeled, sliced, and diced, and the finished products quickly filled 2 large basins. Elias marinated all the meat, then carried the 2 large basins of ingredients to the living room and started stringing skewers with Hermione. This was, of course, to conceal the speed at which he had prepared the ingredients. Until he figured out the nature of this world, he wasn't prepared to reveal the fact that he possessed such magic. However, he had been living here for almost 11 years since transmigrating, and he still hadn't found anything special about this world. It seemed to be just an ordinary one, but that was fine too. With this bit of magic, he didn't have to worry about his future life at all. He could completely relax and take it easy. "It seems we've prepared a bit too much this time, then we can save some for tomorrow or share some with other neighbors. Hermione, have you decided where you're going to school? Maybe Eton or a girl's equivalent. My dad said he's already contacted them." "You'll go with me, right?" "Probably." As they strung the skewers, they chatted idly. Looking at the metal skewer in his hand, Elias suddenly had an idea. "Hermione, look here," he said, shaking the skewer in his hand. Hermione stopped what she was doing and watched Elias's movements intently and seriously. Clearly, this sudden interaction wasn't the first time. Elias's hand swept over the skewer twice, followed by a quick flick, and the skewer in his hand turned into a vibrant rose. "For you, my beautiful lady." Elias presented the flower like a gentleman. Hermione pretended to be reserved as she accepted it, unable to hide the smile on her face, but she still carefully examined the rose in her hand. "I still can't see where the trick is." The girl shook her head and returned the rose to Elias. She knew these were just props, not real flowers, and would disappear soon. Sure enough, Elias took it back, made a subtle gesture, and the rose turned back into a skewer. "I really want to learn this, will you teach me?" Hermione deliberately widened her eyes and acted coyly towards Elias. Usually, he fell for this routine, but magic wasn't something that could be taught, so he refused every time, and this time was no exception. "Of course not, little Hermione. Magic tricks are only amazing when you don't know how they work." Elias wagged his finger. "Humph, that old line again." Although Hermione had expected it, she was still quite annoyed. She turned her head away and continued with her task. Every time he would tempt her, then just walk away. Scum! Seeing this, Elias started teasing Hermione in various ways. It took a while before he managed to cheer the girl up again, saving himself from her complaining to her parents. Next, they quietly continued processing the ingredients. Their movements were noticeably much faster, and the ingredients in the basins were gradually arranged neatly in rows on the metal trays. Just then, a tapping sound on the window broke the quiet inside the house. They looked up and were surprised to see 2 owls standing outside the window. This was unusual, Elias thought. Seeing that the two brown-gray owls clearly wanted to come in, Elias got up to open the window. Hermione also followed behind curiously to watch. As soon as the window opened, the two owls eagerly flew into the house, heading straight for the living room table. Two letters dropped from the air, landing on both their heads respectively. Ouch! Ow! Elias quickly went to stop the two owls, making sure they didn't ruin his dinner. Hermione, meanwhile, picked up both letters curiously. They actually send letters by owl. She tore open the letter addressed to her and took a look. Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore. Dear Miss Granger, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Hermione finished reading the letter and her eyes suddenly widened. Of course, she didn't believe it at first, but then she suddenly thought of the magic tricks Elias had been doing all these years. Hermione silently clenched her little fist and handed the other letter to Elias, who was currently engaged in a skirmish with the owls. The boy made a compromise with the owls, only allowing them to eat the meat that had been picked out and put into a bowl, forbidding them from touching the meat in the basin. Only then did he take the envelope. After opening the envelope and reading it, Elias's bewildered mind finally fully woke up. It turned out he was actually in the world of Harry Potter. Harry Potter, Harry Potter. Elias's mind raced. This was the world of Harry Potter, so this Hermione? He moved the letter away and looked at Hermione, who had grown up before his eyes since childhood. Finally, she gradually began to overlap slightly with the Hermione from his past life's memory. The charcoal fire's heat brought out the rich aroma of spices, usually enough to make anyone's mouth water. But at this moment, the two families gathered together were unusually silent, with only the sizzling sound of meat on the grill. Mr. and Mrs. Granger and Mr. and Mrs. Sorensen silently read the letters several times. Normally, Hermione was a very obedient and well-behaved girl, and Elias had shown maturity far beyond his age since childhood. It was only when they gave him money that the Sorensens felt like they actually had a child. This led to both sets of parents being at a loss for how to explain or criticize such an absurd situation. Finally, it was Mrs. Sorensen who broke the silence. Darling, as much as I hate to burst your bubble, this is clearly a prank. Yes, Hermione, Mrs. Granger added. There's no such thing as magic in the world. Aren't we supposed to be going to Eton College? Mom, yes there is, yes there is. I want to learn magic. Hermione buried her fuzzy little head in Mrs. Granger's arms, acting spoiled. Oh, Hermione suddenly remembered, and excitedly said to Elias, Elias, you know magic, right? Quick, quick, show us. Didn't they say a professor would come for a home visit? Elias sighed helplessly. He was truly lazy, too lazy to explain. Anyway, wouldn't everything become clear once the professor arrived for the home visit? But since Hermione had pointed it out, it wouldn't hurt to demonstrate. This time, he placed an apple on the table, without any cover, and simply pointed his palm at the apple, carefully thinking about the appearance of a pear in his mind. Under the astonished eyes of everyone, the red apple on the table slowly turned into a green pear of roughly the same size. Look, look, Hermione excitedly shook Mrs. Granger's arm. This. Mr. Granger, not believing it, picked it up and took a bite. It still tastes like apple, he said. Elias withdrew his magic, and the pear that had turned back into an apple now had a piece missing. The facts were laid bare, leaving the adults with no choice but to believe, but the sudden shock of their worldview being altered made Mr. Sorensen selectively evade the issue. Elias is right, we'll know for sure tomorrow if a professor comes, won't we? Elias nodded and began brushing the barbecue sauce onto the meat. The adults were still questioning reality, only Hermione hummed a little tune and came over to help. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Elias's mind, and a line of text appeared before his eyes. Demon King Bloodline Awakening. Since the Demon Kings who have appeared in this world have deviated from the standards a true Demon King should fulfill, the true Demon King has chosen you as his successor. As long as the host simultaneously collects any 3 of the 7 deadly sins, the power of the Demon King within the bloodline will automatically summon the Demon King to possess you and destroy the world. Inheritor, please redouble your efforts to restore the glory of the Demon King. Demon King, Elias Sorensen Pride, 86 Wrath, 61 Sloth, 107 Greed, 67 Envy, 32 Gluttony, 45 Ecstasy, 82 Ability, Transfiguration LV.2, 226/500, hint, a sin value exceeding 120 means that sin has successfully awakened. Elias fell silent, utterly silent. Putting aside why he, a person who had lived a second life, a model youth embodying handsomeness, wisdom, and integrity, would want to destroy the world. This panel was a complete insult to him. When had he ever been both arrogant and greedy for pleasure? As for sloth, that was pure slander, yes, slander. Pride +1, wrath +1, damn it. Elias cursed under his breath, quickly calming his emotions, but still feeling a little startled. This sin value was a bit too easy to increase. He wasn't some pervert who wanted to destroy the world. While thinking, Elias vented his frustration by taking 2 large bites of a meat skewer. Gluttony +1. Elias was completely speechless. He could almost foresee that his wonderful life of eating and sleeping was probably going to be a thing of the past. The next morning at 8 o'clock, since they were neighbors, the two families gathered together at the Sorensen's house to wait for the Hogwarts professor to visit. Elias was also forced to wake up early during his holiday and lay back on the sofa, looking rather listless. Hermione sat beside him, a map of England on her lap, trying to find a place called Hogwarts on it. At 8:30, the doorbell rang promptly. Hermione hurriedly put down the map in her hand and rushed to open the door. The door opened, and a middle-aged man dressed entirely in black clothes and trousers, wearing a long black robe, stood at the entrance. His greasy black hair and gloomy face perfectly matched the image of an evil wizard from fairy tales. Everyone, including Elias, thought the same thing. Mr. and Mrs. Granger and Mr. and Mrs. Sorensen sat up straight as if facing a great enemy, while Hermione just took one look and quickly stiffened, shuffling back to Elias's side. The middle-aged man adjusted his robe and followed Hermione into the house, seemingly unaware that the atmosphere was off, or perhaps he was simply used to it. After all, in his view, muggles who were just encountering wizards should probably be like this. It was Elias who reacted first, getting up to invite the professor to sit down and pouring him a cup of black tea. After sitting down, he spoke in a low voice, "My name is Severus Snape. I am the potions master at Hogwarts. I will answer any questions you have about magic, and then I will take you to Diagon Alley to purchase the supplies on the study list." Mr. Sorensen was the first to express doubt. Is there really a magic school called Hogwarts? It doesn't sound very, well, not very likely. Of course. Snape nodded, drew his wand, and pointed it at the untouched teacup. In an instant, the teacup turned into a mouse. He thought that by demonstrating a bit of magic as usual, he could basically solve the problem, but unexpectedly, only one boy present showed surprise. The reactions of the others were minimal. In fact, this was true. They had all seen the magic of an apple turning into a pear beforehand, but those who had not formally encountered magic certainly didn't know the vast difference in difficulty between the two. Seeing that it seemed to have fallen flat, Snape performed a few more spells, making the teacups and teapot on the coffee table dance, and introduced Mr. Sorensen, who had the most flexible schedule, drove Elias and Hermione to the leaky cauldron under Snape's guidance. Passing through the narrow pub, they arrived at a wall, and a few scattered people inside the pub greeted Snape. "Here, remember this spot," Snape said, extending his wand and tapping a brick with its tip. "You just need to tap here 3 times to open the entrance to Diagon Alley." He waited for a moment, estimating that both of them had remembered, before demonstrating himself, tapping the brick wall 3 times with his wand. Suddenly, the brick he had tapped vibrated, and the center of the wall rapidly transformed from a small opening into a wide archway, revealing a bustling street paved with cobblestones before their eyes. Entering Diagon Alley, Snape walked nonstop towards the tallest building, his robe billowing high behind him, looking very much like a black bat. Elias had to keep 3 paces away from him to ensure the cloak didn't flap into his face. Holding Hermione's hand, whose eyes were darting everywhere, the group followed Snape into the opulent Gringotts. Elias took a few extra glances at the piles of glittering gold on the tables. Those were likely the Wizarding World's galleons. Greed +1 hiss. Elias inhaled sharply, not daring to think too much, and quickly looked away. He was worried he might suddenly have a burst of rage. Just then, an old goblin in a well-tailored uniform greeted them. "Are you here to withdraw or deposit money?" the old goblin asked with a slight bow. "I need to withdraw some money. These two are Muggle-born first-years, here to exchange money," Snape said simply. The old goblin nodded, called over another goblin to attend to Snape, and then led Elias and the other two to a long counter. Behind the counter sat another old goblin wearing a monocle, looking very shrewd. "How much money do you wish to exchange?" the old goblin behind the counter asked. "Are there any restrictions?" Elias asked, then turned to look at his father beside him. After agreeing with Professor Snape yesterday, he had specifically gone to the bank to withdraw money. "We do not accept excessive amounts of Muggle currency, but within the threshold, you may exchange as much as you like," the old goblin said calmly, as expected. Almost every year, Muggle-born first-years asked this question. Gringotts was the only wizarding bank in the magical world, with branches all over the globe. As long as someone wasn't causing trouble, exchanging money was exchanging money, regardless of the amount. Although pounds were useless in the wizarding world, they could buy gold in the Muggle world that was worth more than galleons, so they always profited. Upon hearing the goblin's words, Mr. Sorensen understood and immediately took out a wad of pounds from his wallet and handed it over. The money originally saved for Eton College was now conveniently being spent in the magical world. The old goblin's expression finally changed slightly, and he began to quickly count the pounds. After counting, he arranged for another goblin to retrieve the galleons. "Sir," the old goblin said with a smile, 4.97 pounds can be exchanged for 1 galleon. You have just exchanged a total of 2,500 pounds for 503 gold galleons and 8 newts. "Excuse me, would you like to open an underground vault at Gringotts? We can help you store your gold galleons." Mr. Sorensen became somewhat interested. "How is the interest calculated for storing it here?" The old goblin looked surprised, as if he had heard something incredible, and exclaimed, "There is no interest, sir. You only need to pay 200 galleons to open a basic underground vault, and then only 10 galleons will be charged annually, allowing you to store your property at Gringotts for 10 years. Gringotts is the safest place in the world to store property. We can guarantee your property will not be lost." "In that case, never mind," Mr. Sorensen said, waving his hand to decline. "Very well, sir." The old goblin maintained his smile and handed over a large bag of gold galleons. "Here are your gold galleons. Would you like to count them? We have scales here." "Of course." They spent some time counting again, and finally divided the 500 galleons equally into 2 bags, one for Hermione and one for Elias. Mr. Sorensen took 3 gold galleons and 8 copper newts, saying he wanted to try the drinks at the Leaky Cauldron. 1 gold galleon weighed about 10 g, so a bag of 250 gold galleons weighed about 5 pounds. This weight was still quite heavy for an 11-year-old child to carry, so the bag in Hermione's hand was transferred to Elias's hand. After leaving Gringotts, Snape simply said that Diagon Alley was very safe and not to go to Nocturne Alley, then left ahead of them. The rest was just shopping, and he didn't need to accompany them. Mr. Sorensen saw many children wandering alone on the street or gathered in front of shop windows watching flying broomsticks, so he felt at ease going to the Leaky Cauldron himself, leaving Elias and Hermione to shop on their own. Elias naturally didn't mind. He was already used to his parents' relaxed attitude, or rather, they really didn't need to worry about him getting lost. Hermione excitedly walked ahead with the list, wanting to go into every shop to see what they sold. Elias followed behind, using a larger woven bag to put the 2 bags of galleons together. Since the items on the list were the same, he essentially just had to wait for Hermione to pick out the items for both of them, offer a few constructive suggestions, and finally pay. They first went to Flourish and Blots to buy textbooks. Hermione bought several extra history books about the magical world, such as A History of Modern Magic. Elias picked out an additional copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Stew Them and a book titled Basic Alchemy. He was quite good at cooking, mostly Chinese cuisine, but due to his laziness, he usually ate English-style meals, which might be why his gluttony value was relatively low. He bought the book to see if the food in the British magical world tasted better. Then it was Madame Malkin's Robes for All Occasions, Potage's Cauldron Shop, Slug and Jigger's Apothecary, Wiseacre's Wizarding Equipment. First-year Hogwarts students were not allowed to bring flying broomsticks, but they could choose to bring a pet to school. Elias chose a pure white little snowy owl at the Eolips Owl Emporium to help him send letters in packages. He named it Toothless. Boxes piled high to the ceiling, stretching from the entrance of the wand shop all the way inside, and shelves neatly arranged were also packed full, the dim environment making the place seem somewhat mysterious. As Elias and Hermione stepped into the shop, a small, white-bearded old man scurried over to them. "Welcome to Ollivander's wand shop, esteemed guests." Ollivander bowed slightly, ushering the two into the shop. "May I ask which of you 2 young witches and wizards preparing for school would like to choose a wand first?" Elias lightly nudged Hermione, who turned her head to glare at him in displeasure, but Elias returned a smile. "I'll go first then," she said. "Very well, come here, child," Ollivander said softly, and a measuring tape flew out of his pocket, automatically taking Hermione's measurements. Hermione blushed, biting back the question of why buying a wand required measuring her nostrils. She never questioned things she was completely unfamiliar with, but she was already considering whether she should buy another book about choosing wands later. Ollivander selected several boxes from the shelves and brought them down, stacking them on the table. "All right," he said, then began handing wands to Hermione one by one, but after trying one after another, she still couldn't find the right one. "Oh, try this one, child." Ollivander seemed quite excited. "I haven't had such a particular customer in a long time." As soon as the girl's hand touched it, Ollivander immediately pulled it away. "No, not this one, try this one instead. As I said, the wand chooses the wizard. It seems you must be very special." Hermione seemed a little excited by what Ollivander said, and gripped the wand even tighter. "No, not this one either." "Ah, yes, this one must be right for you." Hermione gripped it again, and this time, the wand tip finally glowed with a soft white light. "That's it. A perfect match. A perfect combination, vine wood, dragon heartstring, 9 3/4 inches, very flexible." Ollivander was extremely excited, hopping up and down on the spot. Vinewood often chooses witches and wizards with great ambition and extraordinary wisdom. Dragon heartstring gives the wizard the ability to learn spells quickly. This wand, which is a perfect match for you, was also a proud creation of mine when I was young. I originally thought this wand would never be wielded by anyone and would remain sealed away forever, but I never expected. Ollivander said, shaking his head as he spoke, as if implying that she would surely become the Minister for Magic after getting this wand. Elias thought this was just a merchant's little trick, and he probably used similar lines on every young wizard, making each one who bought a wand from him feel how special they were, the protagonist of this world. But it actually worked quite well. Young wizards would likely believe this, like Hermione, who was tricked into buying an extra set of wand care tools and a deluxe box. After paying, Hermione went to sit on a bench nearby, lovingly wiping her newly acquired wand. "Come, child, it's your turn now." Ollivander eagerly motioned for Elias to come forward and began the same process again. Just as he expected, the wands in his hand were swapped one after another, but he couldn't find the one that was right for him. Ollivander's expression also changed from calm to astonished, and then to great excitement. "Unbelievable! Absolutely unbelievable," he shouted from the ladder next to the shelves. "To encounter two such special young wizards at once, marvelous! Marvelous!" This time, he searched the shelves for a long time before pulling out a box that looked somewhat old and placing it on the table. He carefully took the wand out of the box, wiping it as he did so, and adopting a reflective pose, he spoke deeply. "This wand is the work of my grandfather." Elias almost couldn't suppress the grin that was about to spread across his face, feeling even more strongly that Ollivander was just trying to sell, and pretending to be suddenly very interested in his shoes. He immediately lowered his head. Ollivander didn't notice and continued. "This wand was an experiment he conducted during his lifetime based on a wand legend, a unique creation made from the combination of thestral tail hair and yew wood. Firstly, only those who have witnessed death can see thestrals, which means most wand makers don't even have the opportunity to access this material. Secondly, it is said that wands with thestral tail hair cores can only be recognized by wizards who can master death, but there has never been a record in history of a wizard using a wand with a thestral tail hair core, so wand makers consider thestral tail hair as one of the unusable wand materials. But after witnessing a thestral, my grandfather discarded this idea. He made a bold attempt to combine it with yew wood, which also represents death, and finally created this wand. My grandfather believed that this wand represents the mastery of death and also symbolizes soul transmigration, eternal life, and immortality. A wizard who earns its recognition is destined to be very powerful in the future." Elias's hand trembled slightly as he took the wand. He was already stunned when he heard Ollivander mention soul transmigration. Could this wand choosing the wizard really be that magical? As the wand came into his hand, Elias felt a warm current flow through his entire body, and he shivered involuntarily, as if experiencing a comfortable sense of soul connection. "It's done!" Ollivander exclaimed excitedly. "Since this wand was created, you are the first person who has been able to make it react. To be honest, I thought this wand was actually a failure." "Remarkable! Remarkable! Child, your future is destined to be extraordinary." Walking out of the wand shop, Elias also carried a set of wand care tools and a deluxe box. It was only then that he realized, somewhat belatedly, that he might have also fallen for the trick. But being told about soul transmigration was truly unbelievable to him. This was something that absolutely no one else should know. For Elias, the rest of his summer break had little to do with enjoyment. Not only did he need to stay diligent every day, going to bed early and waking up early to stabilize his sloth value, but he also had to constantly restrain his desire to study magic and plan his time reasonably. When one day he studied magic for too long and triggered greed +1, he completely broke down. The good news was that through his unyielding persistence and effort, his sloth value decreased by 2 points, taking him one step further away from destroying the world, which was certainly cause for celebration. It also made him discover the disgusting characteristic of the deadly sin values: easy to rise, hard to fall. Currently, the only help this deadly sin panel provided was the constantly displayed experience points, which gave him considerable motivation to prevent the world's destruction. Demon King, Elias Sorensen. Pride, 87 Wrath, 62 Sloth, 105 Greed, 69 Envy, 32 Gluttony, 46 Bliss, 82 Abilities, Transfiguration LV.3, 626/1500, Potions LV.2, 223/500, Alchemy LV.0, 356/500, Levitation Charm LV.3, 126/500, Scouring Charm LV.3, 95/500, Lumos LV.3, 23/500, Stupefy LV.2, 299/300, Oxio LV.2, 256/300. He wasn't sure if it was because of his Demon King bloodline, but although he could only compare himself to Hermione, Elias could clearly feel that his magical talent was very high. He could cast these simple spells almost with a single glance, and their power was significantly stronger than when Hermione cast them. Moreover, after just a few practice attempts, the experience points would soar. It's important to note that the only function of this experience point panel was to display experience. It provided no substantial help to his magic studies. These levels and experience points were entirely his own understanding of the magic. Among them, his transfiguration level was the highest. Just from the experience points, it was clear that transfiguration became more difficult in the later stages. He hadn't made much progress for some time. But among these, Elias felt the most difficult was alchemy. Simply reading books wasn't enough to even break through to level 1. He would likely need someone to guide him through practical application. he had little interest in purely theoretical subjects. He read the textbooks for herbology and care of magical creatures like novels during his breaks, and he hadn't even opened the history of magic textbook. In contrast, while Hermione's spellcasting power was considerably less than his, she could learn almost any charm instantly. At the same time, she had memorized all her textbooks, as well as the history of magic book she had just bought, which was truly astonishing. Their daily study sessions together were like a clear division between the practical faction and the theoretical faction. Elias was engrossed in casting spells and practicing targeting in the backyard, while Hermione sat on the swing, immersed in memorizing books. The holiday quickly passed in this atmosphere. Early on the morning of September 1st, both families drove together to meet at King's Cross Station. After saying goodbye to their parents separately, the two pushed their luggage and walked into this place that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Platform 9 3/4. Hermione's eyebrows shot up. I really don't remember there being a place like that. We should have asked Professor Snape for clarification. It's fine, the train doesn't leave until 11, and we got here at 8. Elias yawned. We can take our time looking. What's the rush? I was just worried about something going wrong and missing it, and I couldn't sleep at all last night. Hermione mumbled, a little flushed, then thought of something, grinned, showing her large front teeth, and chuckled silently to herself. This morning, Elias had been woken up by her before the sky had even brightened. The boy's expression at the time, a mix of confusion and slight distortion, was something she felt she could laugh about for a long time. You can still laugh, Elias said exasperatedly, lightly patting Hermione's bushy head. Let's hurry and find the place so I can get on the train and catch up on sleep. Hermione covered her head, stuck out her tongue and made a face at Elias, then sped off ahead. Soon they arrived before a dividing wall between platforms 9 and 10. This is it, Elias said with certainty. You just have to run straight at this wall. Hermione stood rooted to the spot, with an expression that clearly said, Are you kidding me? All right. Elias's plan to have Hermione test it first fell through, so he glanced around, and after confirming no one was paying attention, he quickly walked towards the wall. Hermione revealed a triumphant smile and followed closely behind Elias. With a blur before their eyes, they appeared on another platform. Before them was a deep red steam engine, and a sign hung from the archway, labeling it the Hogwarts Express. Hermione gasped and looked around curiously. Elias didn't detect any magical traces on the train, so he immediately lost interest in it. He began casting the levitation charm on each piece of luggage, then lifted them all together and walked into the train to find a compartment. Hermione followed suit, but compared to Elias's relaxed and casual spellcasting, she was much more rigid, following the steps in the textbook precisely from the spell's intonation to the casting motion, which took her a bit longer. They had arrived so early that they didn't see anyone else on the platform, and the compartments were completely empty. The advantage was that they could choose any compartment they wanted. After putting away his luggage, Elias immediately leaned against the window and began to nap. This was catching up on sleep, which couldn't possibly be related to sloth. Hermione didn't want to waste a single moment, so she pulled out a copy of 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi from her luggage and began reviewing. According to her, she was already 10 years behind wizards in the magical world when it came to learning magic, so she had to work even harder. Of course, the idea was good, but accompanied by Elias's gentle breathing, the compartment became filled with sleep-inducing factors. Hermione, who hadn't slept much to begin with, nodded off while reading and soon fell asleep on Elias as well. When Elias was woken up by the train's vibrations, a small patch on his robe was already wet. He checked the time on his watch, it was already past 12:15. The train had been traveling for some time. There was no one sitting on the opposite seats, and there was no extra luggage in the compartment. Elias took out his wand from his pocket, flicked it at the book on the floor, and the book flipped over and flew onto the table. With another flick, the compartment curtains were drawn. He then cast a silencing charm, and the environment inside the compartment finally became suitable for sleeping. He carefully picked up the girl, took off her shoes, and laid her flat on the seat with her head resting on his lap. He took out a handkerchief and wiped her face. Only then did he have time to cast Scour Jiffy on the water stain on his robe, then took out a sandwich and quickly ate his lunch. The steam train slowly pulled into the station. By now, it was already dark outside. Students jostled and pushed, disembarking onto a dark, narrow platform. The weather in England turned cold quickly. Even though summer break had just ended, the night wind was already giving Elias goosebumps. Hermione pulled her neck in, her face a little pale, whether from the cold or the nervousness of starting school soon. First years over here. Harry, over here, how are you? A booming voice shouted. The owner of the voice matched his sound perfectly. A thick, bushy beard covered his face, and his enormous size, even compared to adults, made him easy to spot in the darkness. Is he a giant? Hermione exclaimed. Probably not, giants should be much taller, Elias replied, not knowing much about it, but he roughly recognized the regular characters from the books. Harry Potter, Hermione said with a hint of envy. I know all about him. Lots of books on modern magical history mention his name. Yeah, he's very famous in the wizarding world, Elias said, tightening his robe, and followed the crowd with Hermione towards Hagrid. Which house do you think you'll be sorted into? Hermione asked anxiously. I want to go to Gryffindor, Dumbledore was from there, or Ravenclaw would be good too. I really hope it's not Slytherin, I heard they aren't very friendly to muggle-born wizards like us. We'll be going to the same school and taking the same classes, so I think it's the same no matter where we go, Elias comforted her. I guess I'd prefer Ravenclaw, though. I heard the atmosphere for studying is stronger there, if I get the chance. Hermione nodded, now thinking Ravenclaw sounded better. I wonder how the sorting works. By then, the first years were stumbling in the dark, following Hagrid down a long, slippery slope and onto an even dimmer path. It had rained a couple of days ago, and the ground was still muddy and slick. There were also quite a few vine-like plants tripping people on the path, causing many young wizards to fall. Elias wondered if going to school in the dark was some kind of ancient tradition, but after being nearly pulled down twice by fellow students, he couldn't stand it anymore and pulled out his wand. Lumos. A bright light erupted from the wand tip. The level 3 Lumos spell illuminated the area within 5 meters like a light bulb, making the surroundings visible. Seeing this, Hermione also took out her wand to provide light. To their surprise, however, none of the other first years seemed to know this simple spell, they just kept crowding towards the light source. But Elias and Hermione were originally at the back of the line, which caused the group behind them to walk slower and slower, gradually becoming separated from the front group. Hagrid didn't seem to notice, busy chatting with Harry Potter. Fortunately, the path had no forks. They kept walking along it and eventually found the main group waiting by the lake. Merlin's beard. Hagrid shouted excitedly when he saw them come around the corner. Oh good, I thought I was going to have an accident on my first time picking up students. A blond boy nearby snorted disdainfully. Big oaf. Hagrid hurried over and said to Elias and Hermione, excellent Lumos spells, you two. Get in the boats quickly, no more than 4 to a boat. Once in a boat, Hermione finally had a chance to lean in and whisper to Elias, how come it seems like no one else knows even the simplest Lumos spell? Isn't that strange? Maybe kids from wizarding families need other education before coming to Hogwarts, like learning to read, Elias guessed. Hermione understood, and the heavy burden in her heart unknowingly lightened considerably. Ready to go, Hagrid bellowed, and immediately, the boats beneath them began to move on their own, gliding across the calm lake surface. Elias leaned over and looked at the bottom of the boat, seeing several squid-like creatures pulling it. He hadn't seen this type of creature in the book Fantastic Beasts in the Pot, so he figured they probably wouldn't be more delicious than squid. They're Grindylows, Hermione said, noticing Elias had been looking for a while. She also leaned out curiously, recognized the creatures at a glance, and began a brief explanation. They are classified as XX magical creatures by the Ministry of Magic, and are slightly dangerous. They live in water. It's said that the Grindylows at Hogwarts have been tamed by the merpeople, and it seems that's true now. Elias nodded, withdrew his gaze, and began to look towards Hogwarts Castle standing on the cliff face. The surrounding environment gradually became quieter as the boat moved forward. Heads down, Hagrid shouted as the boats approached the cliff. But Elias felt that even if he stood up at his current height, he probably wouldn't hit anything. They passed through a dark, narrow tunnel and arrived at a small dock. They disembarked, walked across a cobblestone area, passed through a damp patch of grass, climbed a flight of steps, and finally stopped in front of a door. Standing at the door was a tall, elderly witch wearing emerald green robes. She just stood there without saying a word, and the previously whispering first years quickly quieted down as if a switch had been flipped. The first years are here, Professor McGonagall. Hagrid, despite his size difference, seemed to be the submissive one at this moment, speaking rapidly and not daring to meet the witch's eyes. Thank you, Hagrid. I'll take them from here. Professor McGonagall pulled the door wide open and led the first years inside. The brightly lit entrance hall, the ceiling they couldn't see the top of, and the grand marble staircase all deeply captivated the first year's attention. Professor McGonagall led them to another small room next to the Great Hall, where they could faintly hear students talking inside. Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall began, and then started explaining the basic school life at Hogwarts and the sorting. Seeing that Hermione was listening very intently, Elias felt justified in letting his mind wander. He disliked listening to rules and regulations and long, uninspiring speeches the most. Professor McGonagall finished speaking quickly and left, and the small room immediately became noisy. Many young wizards were discussing what the sorting ceremony would be like. My brother said the sorting ceremony is fighting a troll, a red-haired boy said. Many young wizards who knew what trolls were immediately turned pale. He quickly added, don't worry, I think they were just pulling my leg. I never believed it. Unfortunately, his voice, which was clearly trembling slightly, wasn't very convincing, and quite a few young wizards had already started discussing whether the sorting was done through dueling. The side door opened, and Professor McGonagall led the line of young wizards into the Great Hall. The students already seated immediately focused their gaze on the newcomers, but no one spoke. The new students also began to curiously survey their surroundings in the Great Hall. Hogwarts' Great Hall was undeniably magnificent. Candles floated in clusters above the long tables, their light reflecting off the golden goblets and cutlery. The ceiling was enchanted to mirror the star-filled sky outside. Professor McGonagall led the first-year students to the front of the high table, turned her back to the teachers, placed a four-legged stool in front of her, and then set a pointed wizard's hat on top of it. The sorting hat looked rather grubby, patched in places, and appeared very old. It wriggled on the stool, as if a rabbit were about to pop out, and everyone stared at the hat. Then, a wide rip appeared in the hat, like a mouth, and it began to sing in a strange voice. Elias looked at Professor McGonagall. The seemingly stern witch indeed pressed her lips together tightly, looking rather unhappy, but then he saw her lips move slightly, and her expression immediately softened. He decided he needed to learn the trick himself before school started next year. The noise the sorting hat made was genuinely headache-inducing. It took a full 10 minutes before the sorting hat nodded instead of bowing to signal the end of its performance. The hall erupted in thunderous applause, and Elias clapped until his hands were red, celebrating his survival. Professor McGonagall stepped forward a few paces, holding a roll of parchment. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat, sit on the stool, and await your sorting," she said. Hannah Abbott. Soon it was Hermione's turn. She exchanged a glance with Elias, then scurried forward to put on the sorting hat. The sorting hat hesitated for some time before slowly speaking Gryffindor. The girl seemed a little regretful as she exchanged another glance with Elias, then hurried off to the Gryffindor table amidst the applause. Elias was called relatively late. Elias Sorensen. He walked calmly forward, picked up the sorting hat, but before the brim even touched his head, he heard the hat shout, "Slytherin." This unexpected turn of events made Elias freeze for a moment. Was he really that Slytherin? Snapping back to reality, Elias put down the sorting hat and walked calmly towards the Slytherin table amidst the applause. The sorting ceremony continued, but Elias's thoughts had already drifted into outer space. He found it hard to believe that a child from a Muggle family like himself being so decisively sorted into Slytherin by the sorting hat wasn't related to his Dark Lord bloodline. Did his Sorensen ancestors also have clout in the wizarding world? What kind of decent family could be related to a Dark Lord? He knew about the two Dark Lords who appeared in recent times, but he wondered if the Hogwarts library had any historical records or legends about ancient Dark Lords that could point him in the right direction. He wasn't someone who would just sit back and wait for fate. The 7 deadly sins values increased too easily and decreased too slowly. Could he imagine a future where he couldn't even sleep in or eat meat heartily anymore? So, from now on, his major goal was very clear. Not only did he need to control his emotions, but he also had to find a way to utilize the 7 deadly sins. He refused to believe that as a transmigrator and reborn person, his advantage was a death warrant rather than a golden finger. He needed minor goals too. This school year, he had to raise at least one powerful offensive spell and one powerful defensive spell to level 5. Transfiguration, the subject he was currently furthest in, also needed to reach level 5. He would try his best to improve the others as he could. According to his conservative estimate, a level 1 simple spell was equivalent to a first-year wizard's level. The higher the level, the more experience points were needed, so a level 5 spell should at least be comparable to a graduate's level. He had no interest in learning step by step. Advanced magic like transfiguration should definitely be at a higher level for the same skill level, but with his high talent, it shouldn't be considered aiming too high. At the same time, this year, without remembering the plot at all, he had to ensure that little Hermione, the designated heroine of the novel, wouldn't get into trouble. Of course, once the novel became reality, he couldn't view it as just a story anymore, but defeating Voldemort was out of the question. That wasn't something a first-year wizard like him should be worrying about. Soon, as the last young wizard took their seat, the sorting ceremony concluded. Headmaster Dumbledore, seated at the head of the high table, stood up, spread his arms, and said with a beaming smile, "Welcome. Welcome to Hogwarts. Before we begin our start-of-term feast, I would like to say a few words. And here they are: Nitwit, Blubber, Oddment, Tweak, thank you." Dumbledore quickly finished and sat down. Immediately, the previously empty tables were filled with abundant food. Having been on the train for so long, and with the time nearing 9 o'clock, all the students were ravenous. Almost all the young wizards immediately started piling food onto their plates and digging in. The 2 burly boys, also first years, sitting opposite Elias were the most exaggerated. Their mouths were stuffed with 3 chicken legs they hadn't even had time to chew, while their left and right hands simultaneously grabbed 2 more chicken legs to shove in. This made Elias, who was sitting upright, holding a knife in his left hand and a fork in his right, slowly cutting and elegantly putting roasted pork chop into his mouth, seem somewhat out of place. They're just kids, so rude. Don't they know that chewing slowly is the only way to appreciate the deliciousness of food? Elias silently comforted himself. Eating in a crowd like this was a bit too much for him. Envy plus 1, pride plus 1 damn it, wrath plus 1. Malfoy, sitting directly opposite, had a clear view of Elias's elegance, which suddenly reminded him of his pure-blood noble status. He swallowed the lamb chop he had stuffed into his mouth, recalling the dining etiquette his father had taught him at home, and began to eat in the same manner as Elias. But he quickly became restless because the two big idiots sitting next to him were almost finished eating. Thinking that no one was paying attention to him anyway, he let go of his restraint again. However, influenced by Elias, he was still somewhat more reserved. Of course, he wasn't the only one at the table who noticed this. Slytherin had the most wizards from pure-blood families, which made many of them feel a bit guilty looking at the chicken legs in their hands. Their appetite was affected, and they couldn't help but feel a bit of resentment towards Elias. Elias, of course, was unaware of this unexpected burden. He didn't even want to look at anyone else. This also gave him a reminder: if he didn't want to suffer through this kind of mukbang in the future, maybe he should find a different place to eat. When everyone had finished eating, Dumbledore stood up again and, with a wave of his hand, all the main courses disappeared, replaced by various desserts. Elias cautiously chose a jelly pudding to soothe his shattered soul. Soon, the desserts on the table also disappeared. Dumbledore stood up and gestured for the students to be quiet. Now that we are all fed and watered, I have a few more things to say and some points to note. First years should note that the Forbidden Forest on the grounds is out of bounds to all students, and a few of our older students would do well to remember that too. As he spoke, he glanced towards the Gryffindor table. Many people let out low chuckles, apparently knowing who he was subtly referring to. Also, Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has asked me to remind you that no magic is to be performed in the corridors. Quidditch trials will be held in the second week of term. Anyone interested in playing for their house team should contact Madam Hooch. Finally, I must tell you that anyone who does not wish to suffer a most painful death should not go down the third-floor corridor on the right. As the funeral march for the Weasley twins came to an end, the final school song segment of the evening banquet also concluded. Led by a female prefect, the Slytherin first-years weaved through the crowded hall and exited. They passed through several corridors, descended 2 marble staircases, and ventured deeper into the castle, finally standing before a damp, empty stone wall. The female prefect turned back to the first-years and said, "Our Slytherin common room is here. You need to say the password to enter. The updated password will be posted on the notice board inside the common room. You'll see it when you go in." After speaking, she turned to face the stone wall. Ambition. As her voice fell, a stone door hidden within the wall slowly opened, and the first-years, filled with excitement and curiosity, swarmed inside. The Slytherin common room was located in a spacious basement, with walls and ceilings made of marble. Through a huge floor-to-ceiling window, one could see the deep, dark lake outside. The lighting in the common room was dim, with faint green light filtering through the lake water onto the walls, giving the place an inexplicably unique sense of nobility. Almost all the young Slytherin wizards were temporarily quite satisfied with this environment. Why temporarily? Elias boldly guessed that living here for too long might lead to rheumatism at a young age. Following the prefect down another flight of stairs, the boys' and girls' dormitories branched off and continued downwards via separate staircases, eventually leading to a long corridor. Upon entering the dormitory, it was exactly as Elias expected. The Slytherin dormitories were dark and damp, though thankfully not cold. For beds were laid out right by the window. Their luggage had already been placed by the beds. At night, they only needed to turn over to have a deep gaze into the eyes of the lake monster. Several sets of wooden desks, chairs, and wardrobes were placed in different parts of the room. There were no other superfluous items. Elias's roommates were the 3 young wizards who had sat opposite him at dinner: Draco Malfoy, Vincent Crabbe, and Gregory Goyle. Crabbe and Goyle followed behind Malfoy like 2 lackeys. Seeing that his roommate was this person, Malfoy himself didn't know whether he felt empathy or was just annoyed at still being tied down by the tedious etiquette of home even after coming to school. Seeing that they didn't seem to intend to greet him, Elias quickly packed his things, took out his pajamas, and went to the washroom to bathe. It was quite comforting that there was hot water in this basement accommodation. By the time he returned to the dormitory, his 3 roommates were already fast asleep. He glanced around. Only Malfoy had neatly organized and put away his belongings. Crabbe and Goyle's trunks were casually left open to the side, with several articles of clothing having fallen out. Elias didn't delay, quickly got into bed, and fell asleep. The structure of Hogwarts Castle was extremely complex, with various secret doors and staircases. Fortunately, the basement where the Slytherin common room was located was relatively close to the Great Hall, so Elias only took 10 minutes to find the way there. He had just sat down at the Slytherin table when Hermione rushed in, full of energy. Since it was still very early, there were hardly any students in the Great Hall, so Hermione spotted Elias right away and hurried over to sit beside him. 30 minutes, she complained to Elias, slapping the book in her hand onto a nearby bench with some annoyance. "It took me a full 30 minutes to find this place. In the end, I ran into Nick, and he brought me here. Oh, by the way, Nick is our Gryffindor ghost. He's a nice ghost. My roommate said if we don't go early in the morning, we won't get a spot in the library, which really worried me. We don't have classes this morning, and I was planning to borrow some books from the library, or perhaps preview. The girl rattled off a stream of words like a machine gun. Elias handed her a glass of milk. Hermione stopped talking, habitually took the milk, and drank it in one gulp, indirectly being hard controlled by Elias for 10 seconds. Only then could he interject. Don't worry. There are hardly any people even in the Great Hall. How could the library possibly be full? Besides, do you think all young wizards are like you, rushing to the library on the first morning of school? Hermione finished her milk, took a breath, and her bushy head leaned forward towards Elias, taking a bite out of the sandwich he had been assembling for a while, mumbling, "So, are you coming with me?" Elias also took a bite and nodded as if it were obvious. "I don't have classes this morning either. Where else would I go if not the library?" Hermione, blushing slightly, snatched the sandwich from Elias's hand onto her own plate. "I'll make you another one." Elias had no objection and casually asked, "Are you getting along well with your roommates?" Hermione nodded hesitantly. It's all right." She didn't even believe what she was saying. Elias had no intention of pointing it out. He could easily guess that Hermione must have stood tall in the dormitory yesterday, saying to her roommates in a shocked tone, "Oh, you mean you can't do magic?" "I've never had any contact with magic before. I've just been trying a lot of spells at home for the past month, and they all worked. I thought you, being from wizarding families, would have known it already." After finishing breakfast, they spent some more time together finding the library. Sure enough, there were no other students in the library at this time, only a librarian who, for some reason, was looking at them with a dark expression. The Hogwarts library was enormous, and in descriptions of Hogwarts, its collection of books was said to be the largest in the wizarding world. Just entering, they were dazzled by the sheer number of books. Elias, following his plan, searched the shelves for the books he wanted, finally selecting 2 anonymous wizards' notebooks with yellowed covers from a corner of a bookshelf. One was about ancient history, and the other was about adventures at Hogwarts. Elias felt that most people wouldn't bother reading such things, and perhaps he could find some surprises within them. He casually chose a table by the window and sat down, first flipping through the notebook on ancient history. However, he found no discoveries related to the Dark Lord. He felt this ancient history wasn't ancient enough and wondered if he should start with notebooks whose text he couldn't even understand. Just then, Hermione, who had been engrossed in choosing books, finally returned. She placed a stack of books that nearly reached above her head heavily onto the table. Elias noticed the librarian's face seemed to have gotten even darker. "Need me to help you carry them back?" He didn't even ask if Hermione could finish reading so many books. Knowing her, the answer was obvious. The first class for the first-year Slytherin students was History of Magic, taken with Ravenclaw. Elias arrived in the classroom 10 minutes early and found an empty seat in the last row. Before long, little wizards and witches started entering and filling up the seats. As newly enrolled students, they were still full of enthusiasm and vied for the front row seats. Just as the class bell rang, a milky white ghost suddenly floated through the wall and hovered above the podium, startling the little wizards and witches present. He introduced himself in a dry, emotionless voice. "You may call me Professor Binns. I am responsible for teaching you history of magic. Alright, now turn your textbooks to the first page." Soon, the little wizards and witches sitting in the front row regretted their choice. Professor Binns's voice was not only dry, but also had almost no intonation changes, making it even more sleep-inducing than a math class after physical education. As the class neared its end, large numbers of little wizards and witches had already succumbed to sleep in the classroom. Elias, afraid to fall asleep, almost read the entire book, A History of Magic, from beginning to end like a storybook. It wasn't until Professor Binns called out that class was dismissed that he noticed the students' condition, as very few people in the classroom moved. He was furious, his voice suddenly rising. "Sleeping in class. 5 points from Gryffindor." The students from Slytherin and Ravenclaw who had been woken up by the noise silently agreed and quickly rushed out of the classroom to avoid being noticed by Professor Binns. The Great Hall was much more crowded at lunchtime than in the morning. Elias followed the flow of people into the hall and sat down at the Slytherin table. He hadn't yet found a good way to avoid the crowds during lunch and dinner, as taking food out of the Great Hall to eat elsewhere would seem a bit strange. Hermione rushed into the Great Hall again and sat down next to him. Elias naturally shared the amusing incidents from the History of Magic class with her and reminded her not to sit in the front. Hermione scoffed at this, believing that only those who didn't listen carefully would fall asleep in class, and she certainly wouldn't. Elias reserved judgment on this. They ate lunch and discussed various topics, but Elias noticed that many people at their table were glancing at them, and most of these looks were unfriendly. While eating, he subtly used his movements to hide the fact that he was memorizing the appearances of those people. They were all Slytherin students. Besides Slytherin students, there were also little wizards and witches from different houses sitting together on this long table because they were friends, like him and Hermione. So, Elias couldn't immediately understand the reason for these ill-intentioned looks. It wasn't until he returned to his dormitory to put away his things that he was blocked at the door by Malfoy and his two cronies. "What is it?" Elias asked simply. "You're friends with someone from Gryffindor," Malfoy asked with a tone of disgust. "Is there a problem?" Elias furrowed his brow. Had Malfoy sneered, "We Slytherins and Gryffindors are sworn enemies. Don't you even know that? Are you from a Muggle family?" This was the first time Elias had heard about this. They were just two different houses in the same school, how could they even be called sworn enemies? He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is that not allowed?" Malfoy gasped in surprise. Seeing Elias's demeanor, he had thought he was someone from a pure-blood family, and suddenly felt like he had been tricked. "I'm sharing a room with a mudblood," he shouted, stepping back 2 paces. Even Crabbe and Goyle, who had been silently standing behind him, widened their eyes. "I'm going to tell my father. I want to change dorms. I will absolutely not live with someone like you," Malfoy shouted and started to walk away. "Wait," Elias's low voice came from behind him. He knew the insulting meaning of the word mudblood in the wizarding world. In terms of impact, it was basically equivalent to being called a derogatory term for someone from a certain country in his previous life, which was unbearable. Rage +1. Malfoy paused, turned back, and saw that Elias had drawn his wand. He immediately grinned, and his two cronies beside him also started laughing. Elias ignored the prompt that appeared before him and continued calmly, "If you sincerely apologize now, I can let it go." "Oh, you want to fight, do you?" Malfoy sneered, drawing his wand as well. "We don't mind teaching you a lesson, so you know not to get too close to those disreputable Gryffindors." Before he could finish speaking, Elias had already acted. He pointed his wand at the 3 chairs and then waved it. The 3 chairs quickly twisted and transformed into 3 long snakes, rushing towards the 3 people respectively. Malfoy was startled by this sudden scene. While trying to cast a hex at the snake rushing towards him with his wand, Locomotor Wibbly, he also shouted at his 2 cronies, "Hurry up and do something." Not to mention that this kind of minor hex had no effect on transformed creatures. Crabbe couldn't even cast a single spell, and Goyle's face turned red from straining, finally casting a Scour Jiffy at the snake. 2 idiots, Malfoy cursed, realizing he should have cast a spell directly at Elias, but it was already too late. Just then, the 3 snakes tightly wrapped around their bodies and quickly turned into ropes, binding them securely from head to toe. Goyle lost his balance and tripped, bumping into Crabbe. Crabbe bounced a few times, trying to use his core strength to regain his balance, but unexpectedly pushed Malfoy again. Malfoy tried to dodge, but Crabbe was much bigger than him, making his small movements look like a joke. He could only watch as his face landed squarely on the ground. "Ah!" Malfoy let out a piercing scream, his voice tinged with tears. "My father! I'm going to tell my father." Finally, Elias used the quills on them to turn into 3 wads of cloth and stuffed them into their mouths, finally bringing silence to the surroundings. He peered out into the corridor to see that there was no one else, then dragged the 3 bundled figures into the dormitory and closed the door. Woo woo woo. Elias ignored the 3 people struggling on the floor like maggots. He grabbed the book Hogwarts, A History, and left the dormitory. He planned to explore the secret passages one by one according to the descriptions in the book to quickly familiarize himself with Hogwarts Castle. According to the descriptions of those who came before, perhaps even the founders of Hogwarts Castle didn't fully know all its secrets. After exploring the castle for an afternoon, Elias finally agreed with this view. He felt he hadn't even explored a tenth of the castle. Selectively giving up on exploring the secret passages leading outside the school, Elias finally arrived opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy bashing a troll on the 8th floor. According to records, the user only needs to concentrate on the desired location and walk past that section of wall 3 times. A door will then appear on the wall, allowing entry to the come-and-go room, also known as the Room of Requirement. Elias put his notebook in his pocket and began walking back and forth in front of the wall, silently repeating in his mind, "I need a room to practice spells." After walking back and forth 3 times, a door indeed appeared on the wall. Elias pushed the door open and stepped inside. What greeted his eyes was a huge circular platform, with several rusty silver suits of armor placed above it. After confirming that there was no one else in the room, Elias stepped onto the platform and tentatively cast a stunning spell at one of the suits of armor. A white light flashed, but the spell flew past the armor, not even grazing it slightly. Elias paused for a moment, took aim, and cast another stunning spell. This time it was even more off-target, flying directly over the armor's head. It seems applying spells in practical combat isn't that simple, Elias thought, wiped his wand with a handkerchief, and took 2 more steps closer. This time, he didn't aim for the armor's head but at its body, finally managing to knock the armor flying. Without continuing to practice, Elias turned and left the Room of Requirement, then re-entered using the same method. He noticed that the armor he had knocked flying had not returned to its original position. To some extent, could this indicate that the items within the Room of Requirement were actually placed there by people? So, without external influence, the rooms that have appeared maintain their original state? Following his guess, Elias tried summoning different rooms: a room for brewing potions, a room for hiding things, a room filled with galleons, a room for brewing potions that only Elias could enter, a room for practicing spells that only Elias could enter, a bedroom that only Elias could enter. The final result was that most of them were successful. The potion brewing room even contained some brand new cauldrons. However, it was somewhat disappointing that it couldn't conjure things out of thin air, such as galleons or potion ingredients. The room for hiding things was even piled high with miscellaneous items from generations of students, proving that many students throughout history had discovered this place, either accidentally or intentionally. But it didn't matter. As long as he could restrict entry to himself, he could safely use it as a secret base in the future, sleeping, eating, studying, and even brewing long-duration potions there. After practicing his spell accuracy in his private practice room for a while longer, Elias finally left the room of requirement and headed to the Great Hall for dinner. He arrived a bit late. There were only a few scattered people left in the Great Hall, and he didn't see Hermione at the Gryffindor table. She must have gone to attend the History of Magic class scheduled for the evening. Elias was somewhat surprised that the school would schedule Professor Bin's class in the evening. Were they afraid the students wouldn't be able to fall asleep? When he finished eating, returned to his dormitory, and pushed open the door, he was startled by the 3 heads that appeared by the door. Only then did he remember that he had tied up 3 people in the dormitory. At this moment, Malfoy and the other 2 were lying on the floor on their sides in a bowed shape, their faces looking a bit pale. As soon as they saw Elias enter, they all made muffled noises, and tears seemed to be welling up in Malfoy's eyes. Elias waved his wand, and the cloths in their mouths turned back into quills and fell out. Malfoy immediately spoke in a hoarse, choked voice, "I'm sorry, Sniffle. I was wrong. Please let me go, I beg you. I can't hold it in anymore." Can't hold what in? Elias was still thinking about giving them some life lessons. Then he remembered he had tied them up for 5 hours. So he didn't waste any words, turning the ropes back into snakes that crawled off them. Malfoy and the other 2 struggled to get up with stiff movements. They were completely numb from being tied up. Elias felt like stepping forward to help them up, but seeing Malfoy's eyes wide with fright, he wisely took a few steps back. He was mainly worried about scaring the pee out of these guys, especially in the dormitory. He'd find it disgusting, and he had a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Supporting each other, the 3 of them moved incredibly slowly, inch by inch, towards the bathroom. As they passed Elias, they didn't even dare to look at him again, afraid he would stop them again and watch them make fools of themselves. Elias sighed inwardly, grateful that he was a good student and wouldn't do such a cruel thing. Otherwise, those 3 wouldn't be able to show their faces in the house from now on. If Malfoy knew what Elias was thinking, he would surely curse him out. While lying on the floor earlier, he had already decided that if he accidentally couldn't hold it in, it would be better to ask his father to transfer him to Durmstrang. Elias waited in the dormitory for a while but didn't see them return. He figured they were probably scared, so he didn't waste time in the dormitory. He took some potion ingredients he had bought and went to the room of requirement again. He wasn't worried about the 3 of them tattling. Clearly, Malfoy was the leader of their little group. Coming from a wizarding family and having a proud streak, he definitely cared a lot about appearances. He didn't believe Malfoy would be willing to go complain to a professor about something as humiliating as 3 against 1 and getting turned on by their roommate. If they really did go, well, he'd just deal with it then. His most troubling problem right now was actually his potion skill level. His potions experience points were increasing the slowest because brewing potions was very time-consuming. At most, he could only attempt it twice a day, and he still had to practice magic. Perhaps he could practice more advanced potions, maybe the effect would be better that way. But this brought up another issue: the more advanced and rare the potion ingredients, the more expensive they were, and he didn't have any money. Take the simplest boil cure potion as an example. It requires dried nettles, snake fangs, slugs, porcupine quills, a total of 8 ingredients. Each ingredient costs between 10 newts and 1 sickle, so the cost of brewing 1 batch of boil cure potion is about 5 sickles. But potions isn't just about following the steps to brew the potion. Your ingredient preparation technique, the timing of adding ingredients, the method and manner of stirring, temperature control, and so on, all affect the final result of the potion. When he practiced this at home, he brewed it 10 times in total before he was satisfied with it, costing him about 3 galleons. On Tuesday morning, Slytherin had defense against the dark arts with Ravenclaw again. Elias was much more interested in this class than history of magic, so this time he sat in the front row of the classroom. As the bell rang for class, Professor Quirrell walked in and stood at the podium. Elias was facing him and immediately noticed something was wrong. "What's that smell?" He took a strange deep breath, and an overwhelming smell suddenly rushed into his nose, like a group of people who had just eaten garlic and had bad breath were exhaling on him at the same time. It was so stimulating that he felt nauseous and almost threw up the breakfast he had eaten that morning. "See children, hello. I am Professor Quirrell, please take out your textbooks," Quirrell stammered as he introduced himself. In just a moment, this strong smell spread throughout the classroom, and many young wizards' faces changed. "Ugh, Professor, haven't you ever taken a bath?" Malfoy angrily covered his nose and mouth with his sleeve, bluntly stating the thoughts of many people, who nodded in agreement. Quirrell's face turned red, and he stammered an explanation. "This is, to drive away vampires. They are most afraid of garlic." "There are no vampires at Hogwarts, Professor." Pansy Parkinson stood up and retorted in disgust. "Please students, turn to the first page." Quirrell completely ignored her and began to teach them, stammering the whole time. Elias held his breath until he almost died, hurriedly transfiguring 2 quills into masks and putting them both on his face. Only then could he barely breathe. The young wizards sitting near him were stunned. They were also first years, but how could he be so clever? However, since they didn't know each other at all, no one chose to ask Elias for help. Instead, they took out their wands and poked at their own quills. Professor Quirrell still chose to ignore the actions of the young wizards below, reading from the textbook to himself, his face turning redder and redder. But after half the class, everyone couldn't stand it anymore. This professor just read directly from the textbook, and few people could understand him. Everyone realized that this professor was completely incompetent. Elias looked at his textbook with no notes and fell into thought. How could someone who couldn't even read clearly from a textbook become the defense against the dark arts professor? He might as well take the position himself. He could even earn an income instead of purely wasting his time. He felt that, purely in terms of reading from the textbook, he could definitely read better than Professor Quirrell if he went up to the front. Someone like this is fit to be a professor. "I must write to my father," Malfoy said loudly in the corridor after class. Elias suddenly found Malfoy much more agreeable. He really hoped Malfoy's father had enough influence to get Quirrell replaced. After all, he was here to learn at Hogwarts, not to suffer. "Good luck," Elias patted him on the shoulder in encouragement. Malfoy jumped back in fright, hiding behind Crabbe and Goyle, watching Elias slowly walk away. "Good luck. Good luck." A few more young wizards followed suit, but only offered verbal encouragement, without the shoulder pat. But this still made Malfoy feel a bit bewildered, as if his shoulders had suddenly become heavy. In the afternoon, Elias was pulled by Hermione to the Transfiguration classroom early, ostensibly to spend half an hour reviewing before class, but in reality, the young witch had already read the textbook more than once. This was the first time Gryffindor and Slytherin had a class together, and Hermione seemed very happy, pulling him towards the front row. Elias presented facts and reasoned with her, explaining the uncertainty of sitting in the front row, but in the end, he was persuaded by Hermione's statement that Professor McGonagall of Transfiguration is the head of Gryffindor. "Anyway, for defense against the dark arts, just trust me and sit further back." Elias compromised and sat in the front row again, reminding her kindly. Hermione just kept nodding, and he didn't know if she had heard him or not. Then the two began to read silently, except Elias was reading Intermediate Transfiguration, which was a textbook for 3rd to 5th years, while Hermione was still reading A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. A tabby cat lying on the desk silently watched this scene. She had heard students discussing Quirrell behind his back more than once and couldn't help but wonder if it was true. Before Quirrell became the defense against the dark arts professor, he had also served as the Muggle Studies professor at the school. She wondered what he had experienced in the years since he resigned and left the school. Then she stopped thinking about it and instead watched the 2 young wizards who were reviewing with appreciation. Such hard-working and studious students were rare. Moreover, it was rare for a Gryffindor and a Slytherin student to become friends. The combination of a boy and a girl couldn't help but make her think of Snape and Lily in the past. They seemed to be like this before, but unfortunately, they fell out in the end. With 5 minutes left before class, almost all the young wizards had arrived, clearly impressed by Professor McGonagall's strictness. When the class bell rang, the tabby cat moved, just about to transform back, when the classroom door was suddenly roughly pushed open, and 2 figures ran in, out of breath. "They are Harry Potter and Ron Weasley," Hermione whispered to Elias with dissatisfaction. "This is the 3rd time they've been late. If the professor hadn't been kind enough not to deduct points from them, the points I added for Gryffindor would have been for nothing." Elias's mouth twitched. It was only the 2nd day of class, wasn't it? Ron saw that there was no professor in the classroom and visibly let out a sigh of relief, smiling at Harry. "Looks like the professor isn't here yet. I can just imagine how awful Professor McGonagall's face would be if she saw us late." "Yeah," Harry also nodded thankfully. At this moment, the tabby cat on the desk leaped gracefully, quickly completing her transformation in midair and landing in front of the 2 of them. "Perhaps I should punish you by having you copy 'I must not be late for class, nor should I discuss the professor behind their back 50 times, Professor McGonagall said, glancing at Elias who was putting away his book. Professor McGonagall spoke sternly. "Transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone who dares to fool around in my class will be asked to leave, and will never be allowed back in. Remember my warning." With that, she tapped the teacher's desk with her wand. With a whoosh, the desk transformed into a lifelike pig. Before the pig could start running wild, she changed it back. The students were captivated by Professor McGonagall's 2 transformations and couldn't wait to try it themselves. However, many Slytherin students already knew they couldn't do it and were eagerly waiting for Professor McGonagall to start teaching. "You are far from being able to do that," Professor McGonagall said. "Now, please open your textbooks to the first page. Today we will discuss basic theory." The students opened their books and looked at the dense text, letting out another sigh of frustration. Professor McGonagall was clearly experienced with this kind of class and added, "If we make good progress, maybe we can try some transfiguration before the class ends." The young wizards immediately perked up as if injected with a stimulant, sitting up straight. Although Elias's transfiguration skill was already far beyond the first-year level, systematic learning still gave him a lot of inspiration, and his transfiguration experience would occasionally increase. After they had taken down long, complex, and difficult notes, Professor McGonagall glanced at the time and gave each student a match. "All right, now we can try some transfiguration ourselves. Your goal is to turn this match into a needle, the finer the better," Professor McGonagall said, demonstrating how a match turns into a needle first, then letting them practice on their own while she began to patrol the aisles. Malfoy remembered Elias's sneak attack and gripped his wand tightly, staring determinedly at the match in front of him. He had to learn this. Unfortunately, the match showed no change after a long time. This made Malfoy think the match might be broken. He tapped it with his wand, and the match successfully broke into 2 pieces. He quickly put it back together awkwardly, feeling guilty. Hermione would read the book for a while after each attempt, then try again. Finally, with her effort, the match slowly started to turn into a metal rod, with a point at one end. She puffed out her chest a little proudly, but then turned to look at the silver needle with delicate patterns on Elias's desk and deflated. She should have thought of asking Elias to teach her transfiguration in advance, but the novelty of just starting magic had made her overlook this. Professor McGonagall quickly circled back to the front. She was initially a bit disappointed that no one had managed to make the match change at all, until she saw Hermione's result, which softened her expression a little. "Miss Granger is doing very well, she's almost succeeded." Professor McGonagall picked up Hermione's match and showed it to everyone. Then she looked at Elias, who was sitting next to her, and widened her eyes in surprise, picking up the silver needle to examine it carefully. "Mr. Sorensen, could you transform it again for me?" Professor McGonagall said, taking out another match and handing it to him. The surrounding students stopped what they were doing, and some stood up to look at Elias's desk. "Of course, Professor." Elias nodded, picked up his wand again, and tapped the match. The match turned into a silver needle in the blink of an eye. This time, he deliberately chose a different pattern. The students watching let out a gasp of surprise. "That's perfect, Mr. Sorensen. I'll award Slytherin 10 points for your performance." Professor McGonagall finally smiled, holding up the silver needle for everyone to see. Malfoy huffed in dissatisfaction, thinking that if Elias hadn't practiced in advance, this chance for points would have been his. He thought silently, looking at the match that was already broken into 2 or 3 pieces. Seamus watched the entire process of Elias's transformation and realized that transfiguration didn't seem that difficult. He immediately picked up his wand with full confidence and, relying on instinct, poked the match lightly. Bang! After an explosion, Seamus stared wide-eyed, slowly spitting out a puff of black smoke from his mouth. The poor match had been blown to smithereens. Everyone's eyes shifted to him, not understanding what had happened. "Good heavens, Mr. Finnegan! What happened?" Professor McGonagall exclaimed, quickly stepping forward. She first used a cleaning charm to clear the explosion residue, then looked him over, and quickly had Neville accompany him to the school infirmary. "I don't think they'll be able to find the school infirmary. Neville's memory doesn't seem very good," Hermione whispered, hesitating whether to report it to Professor McGonagall. "It's fine. If it were serious, Professor McGonagall would have taken him herself," Elias said indifferently. Hermione nodded and continued to transfigure the match with Elias's help, finally succeeding in transforming it into a needle before the class ended. After class, Professor McGonagall asked Elias to stay behind. Malfoy thought maliciously, wondering if Sorensen had cheated during the transformation just now. "Professor McGonagall, is there something you needed me to stay for?" Elias asked once the classroom was empty. "Mr. Sorensen, I wanted to ask if you had taught yourself transfiguration during the summer break? I noticed your progress is much faster than others. Few 3rd or 4th year students can achieve such precise transformations as you." Professor McGonagall asked curiously. To be precise, Elias thought for a moment and decided not to hide it. "I did practice on my own during the summer, but I actually discovered I could transform objects accidentally when I was 7 or 8 years old. Before I received my Hogwarts acceptance letter, I thought I was the only one in the world who could do magic." Self-taught. Professor McGonagall was even more surprised. She knew Elias came from a Muggle family. "Then what level of transfiguration have you reached now? Could you show me?" Elias nodded, recalling Professor McGonagall's demonstration at the beginning of class. With a wave of his wand, he also turned the teacher's desk into a snorting pink pig. But Elias was not very satisfied with it, because the pig he transformed had dull eyes and didn't look like a living creature. "It's already very good," Professor McGonagall sensed Elias's feelings and praised him with a chuckle. "You've just started school, and your skill level already surpasses most fourth years. Most of them can't do what you did. How about this? Because your progress is too fast, you don't have to do this week's transfiguration homework. Just follow your own pace, and if you have any questions, you can come to my office and ask me," Professor McGonagall said happily. Of course, she couldn't follow the normal procedure for a wizard with exceptional talent, that would be wasting talent, and she didn't mind giving private lessons at all. It was just a shame that the Sorting Hat hadn't sorted Elias into Gryffindor. She knew from the first glance that Elias was definitely a good prospect suitable for Gryffindor. "No need, Professor. I think my theoretical foundation in transfiguration is actually not solid, which might affect me later." Elias thought for a moment and refused the suggestion of not doing homework. Only when he stopped gaining experience points in class would he have the capital to not do homework. Professor McGonagall was even more satisfied, cursing the Sorting Hat inwardly. After saying goodbye to Professor McGonagall, Elias found Hermione waiting for him, crouching by the corner of the stairs, holding a book. "How was it?" Hermione stood up and asked. "What did Professor McGonagall say to you?" Elias simply told her. "That's great," Hermione said, her face full of envy. "Professor McGonagall certainly wouldn't mind a student as eager to learn as you coming to ask her questions," Elias said with a laugh, ruffling the girl's hair. "Besides, I can teach you too." "You said it," Hermione said playfully, tilting her head slightly. Elias and Hermione finished breakfast at the Hufflepuff table and walked towards the potions classroom together. Although Elias himself didn't care about the animosity between Gryffindor and Slytherin, but he didn't want Hermione to be subjected to a bunch of strange looks just for eating a meal, which might increase his own rage levels, so in the past few days, whenever they ate together, they sat at the Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw tables. Their potions professor was Snape, the head of their Slytherin house, so it made sense that the potions classroom was located in the dungeon. Elias's first impression was that Snape was going for a cool, detached vibe, but upon seeing the various animal specimens displayed in the classroom, submerged in unknown liquids, he realized the professor was actually going for a horror vibe. Before long, Snape, still wearing his wide black cloak, strode into the classroom, undoubtedly to make his cloak billow dramatically. Elias also keenly noticed that Snape's hair still seemed so shiny, just as it had been a month ago when they first met. He shared this discovery with Hermione, causing the little witch to pinch her thigh repeatedly to keep herself from laughing out loud. Snape clearly possessed a silencing deterrence. When he stood at the podium with a cold expression, the temperature in the classroom seemed to drop several degrees. Evidently, he was pleased that no one dared to cause trouble in his class, but when he noticed a boy sitting below the podium, his expression instantly became as unpleasant as if he had tasted something foul. He snatched up a roll of parchment and began calling roll in his low, emotionless voice. The beginning was normal enough, until he called out Harry Potter's name, deliberately drawing out the sound. "Harry Potter, our new, famous figure," he said in a mocking tone, making Harry swallow nervously, unsure of what he had done. Malfoy and his two cronies let out low snickers. After calling roll, Snape once again stared at the entire class with his empty, cold eyes. "You are here to learn the precise science and exact art of potion making." His voice was like a whisper right next to your ear. "As there is little foolish wand waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stop her death. But you must be the kind of dunderheads I so often have to teach." Elias turned his head and saw Hermione was already sitting on the edge of her seat, leaning forward. Snape caught this scene in his peripheral vision and initially planned to ignore it, but when he noticed Elias, his gaze paused slightly. "Slytherin and Gryffindor?" Affected by a sudden memory for a moment, Snape turned around with an unchanged expression. He suddenly lost interest in tormenting Potter. "Put away your wands, open your textbooks. This class I will teach you to make the simplest potion for boils. I have had the fortune of seeing even trolls successfully brew this potion, so I do not expect to see anyone fail later. If that is the case, I will suggest to the headmaster that this student attend 2 years of kindergarten in the Muggle world first." Everyone held their breath, carefully taking notes on the large amount of text suddenly appearing on the blackboard, as well as Snape's instructions. Young wizards from wizarding families knew exactly what kind of evaluation worse than a troll was, while young wizards from the Muggle world were quite provoked by the idea of going back to kindergarten. Elias compared what was taught in class with the textbook and found that the potion for boils Snape was teaching even had a slightly different recipe, not to mention the handling methods for some of the ingredients. But he didn't rush to question or ask. Instead, based on his understanding of the ingredients' effects, he began analyzing why this method of handling was better, as Snape was certainly not a lightweight like Quirrell. When he figured it out, he found that his potion's experience points had increased considerably, instantly giving him a sense of validation that his teacher was even better than the person who wrote the textbook. Snape's peripheral vision had been fixed on Elias, seeing him go from furrowing his brow to a look of sudden understanding. he immediately began asking questions. Potter, why did I replace the root of asphodel with wormwood? How would I know why you did that? Harry stood up, looking bewildered, and exchanged a glance with Ron, who looked equally bewildered. I don't know, sir. Snape's face became very unpleasant. If you don't know, why don't you ask? Do you think that proves you're excellent? Harry swallowed, forcing himself to look directly into Snape's cold eyes. He really wanted to ask, did anyone dare to raise their hand to question? Hermione hesitantly raised her hand, but Snape didn't look at her. Instead, he continued asking, let's see if your fame truly matches your abilities, Potter. Tell me, why are the porcupine quills added directly instead of being ground into powder? Harry asked blankly. Why? I asked you to answer the question, not for you to ask me, Snape roared. Because you weren't listening in class and attempted to talk back to the professor. 5 points from Gryffindor. Harry wanted to retort, but Ron quickly pulled him back into his seat. Solomon, you answered, Snape said, still ignoring Hermione. But Hermione lowered her arm after hearing who was called. She was confident Elias could answer. Compared to wormwood, asphodel root has the added effect of neutralizing residual venom in snake fangs and can also accelerate the cooling of the potion after the cauldron is taken off the heat. As for not grinding the porcupine quills into powder, it's to slow down their reaction speed with the potion, which prevents the potion from becoming acidic poison if added too early. Barely acceptable. Sit down. Snape gave a faint evaluation. 5 points to Slytherin. With this comparison, he increasingly felt that Potter was just as foolish as his father, completely defiling those eyes. This made him feel even more vexed, and he spoke in a sinister tone. Harwhy Potter, relying on being a celebrity, sat down on his own without the professor's instruction. Disrespecting the professor, another 5 points from Gryffindor. Hermione gasped, the points she had earned all week were almost gone because of him. Snape quickly finished the theoretical part and moved on to the practical session for the students. 2 people per group, you may begin now. Sorensen, you'll work alone. Elias nodded indifferently, and Hermione had no choice but to find another solo Gryffindor girl behind her. He set up his cauldron and quickly reviewed the process in his mind. Although his potions level wasn't very high yet, brewing such simple potions again would certainly not be much of a problem. Snape, meanwhile, glided through the classroom in his black cloak. Whenever he stood next to someone, that young wizard would make a mistake due to nervousness and then be criticized by Snape before being taught again. This made the other young wizards even more nervous, unconsciously speeding up, hoping to finish their potions before Snape came near. But this was certainly impossible. Speeding up when not proficient would only increase the chance of failure. This led to Snape's mocking voice never stopping. I always thought trolls were the limit of intelligence, but now it seems debatable, isn't it, Mr. Longbottom? I thought this step was something anyone with a brain could remember. Crab. Is this a potion you invented yourself, Miss Pottle? You truly are a potions master. You are simply the worst class I have ever taught. Snape circled a few times, feeling a bit tired, and stopped behind Elias to rest, watching his process and making some cringeworthy comments in a flat tone. Look at how Mr. Sorensen is handling the flobberworms. Compared to yours, it's simply perfect. 2 points to Slytherin. Look at Mr. Sorensen's timing for adding ingredients. Almost flawless. 2 points to Slytherin. Of course, Elias wasn't affected by the pressure Snape was exerting, but the continuous awarding of points to Slytherin based on his performance, this point-boosting behavior, made even his thick skin blush a little. Fortunately, he successfully brewed the potion for boils. If he had failed, he would likely have been killed by Snape, who would have nowhere to put his face. This smell, this color, a perfect finished product, Snape said after leaning in to examine the cauldron. 10 points to Slytherin. But before he could finish speaking, a loud hissing sound suddenly echoed through the classroom. Neville and Seamus's cauldron had somehow turned into a twisted blob, and the potion inside had spilled onto the floor, sizzling and emitting a thick green smoke. Seamus's shoe had a hole burned through it, and he was standing on a stool, his big toe still visible and wiggling. Neville was soaked in the potion, covered in bright red boils on his neck and arms, screaming in pain. The potion for boils, meant to treat boils, had been brewed by them to have the complete opposite effect. Idiots! Snape roared, sweeping the spilled potion off the floor with a wave of his wand. Elias quickly assessed the situation, cast a cooling charm on his own cauldron, and then, after Snape had once again troubled Potter and deducted another 5 points from Gryffindor, he splashed the cooled potion onto Neville. Although Snape's point awards were exaggerated, his evaluation was not wrong. The potion Elias brewed was indeed highly effective. The boils on Neville's body were visibly receding as soon as it was splashed on him. Who? Snape was startled by Elias's sudden action, thinking it was some young wizard who had a grudge against Neville and was adding fuel to the fire. But seeing it was Elias, he immediately understood and changed his tone. Elias has timely helped his troll-brained classmate. 10 points to Slytherin. After class, although Snape had praised him excessively during the lesson, he didn't keep him behind like Professor McGonagall, which made Elias breathe a sigh of relief. If he didn't know he had no animosity with Snape, he he would have thought the professor was trying to praise him to death. Fortunately, his self-awareness was quite clear. He knew his potions level was still just getting started. Professor Snape's favoritism is so blatant, Hermione said indignantly after they were away from the potions classroom. He's practically openly favoring you and Harry. Harry would cry if he heard your evaluation. Elias chuckled. As for me, maybe it's just because I'm too outstanding. Hermione certainly wouldn't argue with that point, she just disliked Snape somewhat. Changing the subject, she said with some concern, but if Professor Snape keeps deducting so many points from Gryffindor every lesson, how can we win the House Cup? You know, Gryffindor hasn't won the House Cup in 7 years. You can't entirely blame Professor Snape. After all, if you do your own job well, no matter how biased he is, you won't have a chance to deduct points, right? Elias explained for Snape against his better judgment. After all, Slytherin had won the House Cup 6 years in a row. If you said Snape had no hand in that, you'd surely be laughed at. Hermione nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. I should tell Harry to read more. Maybe next time he answers Professor Snape's question, he might even earn some points for Gryffindor. Elias was skeptical of this. He thought Snape would definitely keep asking until Harry couldn't answer, which seemed more like Snape's style. The first week of classes at Hogwarts passed by, full and complete. Elias's worry about Malfoy attacking him while he slept never materialized. In fact, Malfoy would avoid him in the dormitory every time. This raised his opinion of Malfoy considerably. Apart from his deeply ingrained pure-blood beliefs, his character wasn't bad. His 7 deadly sins values fluctuated somewhat this week, but they remained within his control. Dark Lord Elias Sorensen Pride, 90 Wrath, 65 Sloth, 104 Greed, 73 Envy, 35 Gluttony, 45 Bliss, 90 Bliss increased the most, which was uncontrollable. He didn't believe that someone who had lived in the ordinary world for many years and came to the magical world to learn magic wouldn't feel happy. Early in the morning, Elias was dragged to the library by Hermione to finish this week's homework. In pursuit of a balance between work and rest, he started wandering aimlessly around the castle again, like a ghost. But this time, something unexpected happened. As he passed a hidden door by the corridor, he was suddenly drenched by a bucket of water falling from above. Ha ha ha, the first-year brat fell into Sir Peeves' trap. With a pop, a transparent little dwarf appeared in mid-air, mouth wide open, holding his belly and laughing heartily. Rage +1 Stupefy. Elias tried casting a spell on the ghost, but it had no effect. The stunning spell went straight through Peeves' body and hit the wall behind him. Ha 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 ha, Peeves laughed even harder. Sir Peeves isn't afraid of spells. Saying this, he threw a round object he was holding in his hand towards Elias. Elias hadn't expected Peeves to have something like a dung bomb. The last time he saw one, the Weasley twins from Gryffindor had thrown one at the Slytherin table, but Professor McGonagall had stopped them. But what surprised him even more was how Peeves could hold something solid. While thinking, his wand didn't stop moving. A levitation charm stopped the dung bomb in mid-air. He didn't want to get that smell on him. Look here. Peeves cheerfully threw another one. Waddy Waysai. This dung bomb bounced back even faster, went straight through Peeves' body, and flew out the window. Oh no, Peeves was extremely disappointed. He only had these 2 dung bombs left, and the prank hadn't even worked. He turned and left, going straight through the wall, seemingly having made up his mind. He was going to find the Weasley twins and ask for a pile more to store away. Seeing that the prank had no follow-up, Elias used a spell on his soaked robes. A puff of steam began to rise from his body, and in a moment, he was dry again. He can touch solid objects but also go straight through walls. He thought of the only ghost he had observed closely, Professor Binns. This old professor didn't even have a book when teaching. All the lessons he taught were things he had memorized himself. Perhaps this was also why the History of Magic textbook hadn't been updated for so long. After asking several passing ghosts, Elias finally found the Slytherin ghost, the Bloody Baron, in an empty basement. Everyone in the school, both people and ghosts, knew that only the Bloody Baron could scare Peeves. Elias naturally assumed that the Bloody Baron was the ghost who knew Peeves best. "You're asking about Peeves?" the Bloody Baron said in a low voice, his gaunt face turning to look at the young wizard with empty eyes. "He is not a ghost." Elias nodded. This was something he had expected. "Then what is he?" he asked curiously. "He is an embodiment of emotion," the Bloody Baron replied. "An embodiment of emotion?" The Bloody Baron nodded. "Peeves is a poltergeist born from absorbing the various strange emotions of the young wizard studying at Hogwarts. That's why Peeves loves creating pranks and chaos. That's the meaning of his existence, to fulfill the young wizard's desire for mischief." Elias understood. It meant that because the young wizards at school were constantly thinking about being mischievous, Peeves was born. But he got some inspiration from Peeves. The 7 deadly sins are essentially also manifestations of emotion. Could they also be materialized and used in magic? After saying goodbye to the Bloody Baron, Elias plunged back into the library. If his hypothesis could be realized, he could sleep in until late again. Sloth plus 1, indeed, it turns out that sloth is a long-term thought, not a long-term behavior. Meanwhile, ever since Harry left the Dursleys and came to Hogwarts, he had been living a life he had never imagined before. He didn't have to wear Dudley's old clothes, he didn't have to stay in the gloomy cupboard all day, and every day, besides classes, he played wizard chess with Ron. If he hadn't met Malfoy, he believed he would go to bed smiling every day. That person always appeared at inappropriate times to spoil his good mood. Just like now, he and Ron found a patch of grass, basking in the sun and eating snacks they hadn't finished on the train. Many people around them were also sitting on the lawn like them, keeping a considerable distance from each other. But Malfoy insisted on walking over and sitting not far from them, even taking out a pile of candy and stacking it on his picnic blanket. "My father often sends me a lot of candy. It's all top quality stuff that ordinary people can't even buy," he said in a voice that Harry and Ron were sure to hear, his gaze constantly drifting towards Harry. "How about it, Potter? If you come and ask, I might let you try some." "Of course, Weasley can forget it, poor people like him aren't worthy," Malfoy said slowly. Ron stood. Finding a category of books in the Hogwarts library is a simple matter. For example, the history books Elias was looking for at the start of the term were placed in a dedicated section. But if the book you're looking for only has one keyword, emotion, and not even a title, then you might have to be prepared to flip through hundreds of books. Elias spent nearly 6 days on this, finally finding the answer in a book called Wizards and Magic. One of the articles in it said this: "I believe all wizards have wondered, how exactly is magic born? I think the answer might be found in young wizards who have never studied magic." Except for Squibs, almost all young wizards capable of learning magic have, to some extent, shown their magical talent before they entered school. It could be hair growing wildly, a window suddenly disappearing, instantly appearing on a rooftop, the water in a cup getting fuller the more they drank. Why does this happen? Through my research, I discovered that this largely stems from the young wizard's very strong desire at the time. For example, the young wizard whose cup of water got fuller the more they drank, unconsciously cast a water-making spell when they were very thirsty. Desire is clearly an emotion belonging to wizards. I have also put forward a hypothesis: could magic be a combination of magical power and emotion? In reality, the patroness charm requires the wizard to concentrate happy emotions to be cast. The more evil and tyrannical a dark wizard is, their dark magic also seems to be more powerful than when used by normal people. These clear examples may serve as strong evidence to support this view, but we still don't know why, when we strongly desire money, galleons don't appear out of thin air in our hands. Although this article didn't fully prove the effect of emotion on magic, it still gave Elias great inspiration, opening up a possibility for him. The patroness charm requires concentrating happiness. If he could replace happiness with ecstasy, would that mean he'd get an upgraded patroness? Putting the study of the patroness charm on the agenda, Elias reluctantly headed to a patch of grass in front of the door, where they would have their first flying lesson of the term. Hermione kept reciting some flying technique she'd seen in Quidditch books next to him. Elias listened carefully, hoping to learn something from them. He was much more nervous than Hermione. There was no special reason, he was just a bit afraid of heights. By the time they arrived at the field, the flying lesson was about to begin. 2 rows of broomsticks were neatly laid out on the ground. Madame Hooch, their flying instructor, landed slowly among the students on her broomstick. She had short gray hair and eyes like a hawk. Many of the young wizards immediately became impatient. "All right, what are you all waiting for?" she said sharply. "Everyone stand beside a broomstick." Elias rummaged through the pile of worn-out brooms, picking one that looked the newest, but he could still see splinters and breaks on it. He hoped this broom would be a bit more stable, or better yet, not fly at all. "Stick out your right hand over your broomstick," Madame Hooch shouted from the front, "and say, 'Up, up,'" everyone shouted. Elias's heart leaped with joy, because even Hermione's broom had flipped over on the ground, but his broom hadn't moved an inch. He immediately gave up trying and secretly used a summoning charm to call the broom to his hand. When everyone's brooms were in their hands, Madame Hooch demonstrated the correct writing posture, then walked up and down the rows, correcting their hand grips. Elias sat on the broomstick. It wasn't as uncomfortable as he'd imagined, it felt similar to sitting on a bicycle seat. "All right, when I blow my whistle, you kick off from the ground with both feet. You need to kick hard," Madame Hooch said. "Grip your broom firmly, rise a few feet, then lean slightly forward and come straight back down. Listen for my whistle. 3, 2, 1. Elias kicked off, jumped forward with the broomstick clamped between his legs, and landed back on the ground in an extremely awkward posture. Hermione saw this and doubled over with laughter, even mimicking his move by hopping forward right in front of Elias. Elias rolled his eyes at her. Just as he was about to show off his real skill, Madame Hooch's shout suddenly came from the distance. "Boy, come back." Everyone looked over there and suddenly saw someone flying in the sky. "It's Neville." "Oh my goodness," Hermione gasped. Elias saw Neville's face was deathly pale, his whole body being pulled upwards by the broomstick. He was about to lose his grip and fall from the sky. He silently moved his broomstick further away. See? This thing is dangerous. Everyone looked at Madame Hooch, but saw no countermeasures from her. She was just standing there, pale-faced, shouting. Elias didn't count on her anymore. Maybe flying class was just like a physical education class. Expecting her to use magic to save someone might be asking too much. He felt that perhaps only the heads of the 4 houses at Hogwarts were reliable. He quickly drew his wand. Broomstick, come to me. The out-of-control broomstick instantly turned around, dragging Neville and rapidly closing the distance between them. The closer it got, the more confident Elias was of catching him. Finally, Neville's arm lost strength and he slipped off the broom. He seemed to already see his grandmother waving at him. Cushioning charm. Elias felt like he had used all his experience from calculating trajectories in video games to catch Neville at the last moment. His face was just an inch away from hitting the ground. Oh, many people exclaimed in surprise. Madame Hooch quickly ran over to check Neville's injuries. Oh, Merlin socks, thankfully it's just some scrapes on his arm, she said with a relieved expression. Come on, boy, I'll take you to the hospital wing. You'll be all right soon. By the way, Madame Hooch turned back and praised Elias. Excellent summoning charm and cushioning charm, boy. You saved your classmate just in time. I think that's 20 points to Slytherin. A round of warm applause broke out around them. Even the Gryffindor students weren't stingy. After all, it was someone from their house who was saved. He's really handsome, Parvati Patil whispered. Yeah, even if he is a Slytherin, Lavender Brown whispered back. Hermione silently cast a sidelong glance at her 2 roommates. Also, Madame Hooch looked at the other students again. I'm taking this boy to the hospital. You put the broomsticks back where they belong. Nobody is to touch them. Please keep an eye on them, boy. Elias couldn't have been happier. Okay, I will. Malfoy paused. After a moment of hesitation, he picked up Neville's Remembrall that had fallen to the ground and quietly put it in his pocket. Madame Hooch returned soon and continued instructing them on flying. The Patronus charm is widely considered to be a very advanced magic, far beyond the level of ordinary wizards. Precisely because this spell was so famous, Elias easily found it in advanced magic analysis. But Madame Pants thought it was a joke for a first-year student like him to borrow such a book and refused to check it out for him. Helpless, Elias had to copy all the information about the Patronus charm into a notebook before taking it out of the library and heading to the room of requirement. I need a room for dueling practice that only Elias can enter. Upon entering the room of requirement, Elias spent a long time dissecting the details of the Patronus charm bit by bit. His purpose was not to learn the spell itself, but to find the possibility of using bliss within this spell. To successfully cast the Patronus charm and summon a patroness, the caster must concentrate and recall their happiest memory. The stronger the feeling of joy brought by the memory, the more powerful the patroness will be. Therefore, the essence of the Patronus charm is merely to indirectly guide the release of emotions through recollection, rather than directly mobilizing one's own emotions. This also gave Elias an idea. While he didn't know how to directly mobilize bliss, could he perhaps use the Patronus charm the moment bliss increased, thus indirectly connecting with bliss? Elias began to experiment, but after rummaging through his memories for a long time, he couldn't find what his happiest memory was. His daily life was ordinary and uneventful, with some minor annoyances and some small moments of warmth, like a supporting character in someone else's brilliant or difficult life. What kind of particularly happy memories could someone like him have? A second chance at life? Using magic for the first time? Or formally learning magic for the first time? Elias was confused. Just by relying on memories, he couldn't even manage to get bliss +1, so Elias decisively changed his approach. He used transfiguration to conjure a pillow and a blanket on the floor, lay flat on the blanket, and cleared his mind. Let the 7 deadly sins be whatever they are. What if the world is destroyed? Then let it be destroyed. Anyway, I don't want to worry about anything anymore. I just want to lie down and sleep. Sloth +1, bliss +1, expecto patronum. The moment bliss appeared, Elias, lying on the floor, immediately raised his wand and shouted. A stream of white light instantly shot out from the tip of his wand, and then nothing happened. Failed? Elias quickly summarized. Maybe I need to add some anticipation? Because when bliss +1 pops up, it means bliss has already finished increasing? So Elias tried again, imagining himself eating and drinking without regard for gluttony, imagining himself flying around on a giant dragon. As his number of failures increased, he gradually gained some understanding of bliss. Perhaps the true meaning of bliss is not that simple, but when applied to a living person, bliss roughly represents the mental pleasure gained after releasing desires in the present moment, not just a hearty laugh after hearing a bad joke. Therefore, if he wanted to use bliss to cast the Patronus charm, what he needed was not memory but wild, unrestrained fantasy. As his bliss value got higher and higher, the silver-white mist spewing from the tip of Elias's wand, now on the right track, also increased. Finally, before the bliss value was about to break the threshold of 120, Elias saw a glimmer of hope for success. Expecto patronum, he shouted, his voice slightly hoarse. A continuous stream of silver-white mist gushed out, gradually converging into a spherical shape, and the bliss value also began to drop rapidly, bit by bit. Elias knew that success or failure depended on this, but the sign of a successful patroness charm was the release of a corporeal patroness, and everyone's patroness had its own unique form, mostly composed of ordinary animals. In short, this sphere definitely wasn't within the scope of a corporeal patroness. Elias's mind raced, comparing his situation to that of ordinary wizards. Unique. Yes, unique. Each wizard's patroness was unique due to their different memories and personalities, so his corporeal patroness needed a further input of imagination, a wild and unrestrained imagination. Understanding this, Elias directly imagined the rough appearance of the baize and injected it into the white mist. Appearance of a fierce tiger, with 2 horns on its head, a lion's body, a dragon's tail, and a pair of wings on its back. The original white sphere indeed began to change according to his thoughts, gradually taking shape into a rough baize form. Bliss decreased little by little, and Elias's mood also worsened little by little as he was affected. His patroness was essentially directly draining his happiness. A minute later, Elias expressionlessly looked at the 15-foot-long, 10-foot-tall silver-white giant beast before him, but couldn't feel much joy in his heart. Opening the panel, he saw that his bliss was now only 15 points, not even half of envy. One patroness charm had absorbed him into a socially withdrawn teenager. Elias thought that he would go to the hospital wing later to see if he could get a bottle of Draft of Peace to try. Feeling low would certainly increase the probability of pride and wrath increasing to some extent. After releasing the corporeal patroness, his patroness charm actually leveled up directly to level 5. Just like that, he achieved a small goal he had set at the beginning of the school year. Patroness charm LV.5, 236/1500, that makes sense. This magic is very different from the original, almost half created by him, so a high understanding is normal. Putting away his thoughts, he reached out and stroked the patroness, which was rubbing against him with its head larger than his body. It felt smooth and somewhat cool. Strange? Elias suddenly realized, why could he touch it? Looking into the eyes of the baize patroness, he could even see the innocence and affection flashing in its large eyes. Was the intelligence of this patroness a little too high? He could only attribute this phenomenon to the effect of bliss. It seemed to have transformed the ethereal patroness into a spirit somewhere between the ethereal and the real, like Peeves. Recalling the patroness, Elias tried summoning it again. This time, it succeeded after absorbing only a little bliss, indicating that the large amount of bliss lost earlier was used for shaping the corporeal form of the patroness. Next was to perform some experiments with the patroness. When the patroness was ethereal, it was not restricted by terrain and could pass through walls at will. Spells cast at it would pass through its body, just like with Peeves. When the patroness condensed into a corporeal form, it would automatically draw extra magic from his body. It could understand his words and help him retrieve things. Its body also became capable of being hit, and the effect of being hit was the loss of some of his magic. Finally, Elias even rode on the baize's back, letting it carry him for 2 low-altitude flights. Most importantly, after releasing the bliss patroness became an independent entity, and Elias could actually use other magic during this time. He just couldn't use the patroness charm twice simultaneously. Having tried everything he could with the special patroness, Elias finally left the room of requirement feeling satisfied. The candles in the corridor had already gone out, with only moonlight streaming in through the high windows. Oh no, I was too engrossed in research, I didn't even eat dinner. Elias couldn't help but frown. He quickened his pace as he walked downstairs. The room of requirement was on the 8th floor, and the Slytherin common room was in the basement, so he had a long way to go to get back, shower, and sleep. Along the way, he also encountered several aimlessly wandering students on the night patrol, and a couple, sneaking around as if playing guerrilla warfare with the castle caretaker, Filch. Due to the effect of the herd mentality, when you don't understand what's happening but hear someone shouting run, your legs will start moving faster than your brain. Elias deeply understood this principle after running a distance, but he didn't even need to think to know that Filch was chasing him from behind. Yet, as he turned left and right, all the way to the end of a corridor, the sound of footsteps, curses, and Peeves' laughter behind him never stopped. He really wanted to ask the people behind him, "Did you guys lead the enemy here?" Although he wasn't out for a nighttime stroll, an old stick-in-the-mud like Filch definitely wouldn't care about the argument that not being back doesn't mean you were out. He'd still catch him, deduct points, and give him detention. So, out of necessity, Elias had no choice but to use an unlocking charm to open a tightly shut door and quietly slip inside. As soon as the door closed, Elias leaned back against it, exhausted, and took a deep, half a breath. What in the world is this? Elias was so startled he almost bit his tongue, because, at that moment, a gigantic, extremely abstract-looking 3-headed dog was sleeping not far from him, its 3 heads snoring in unison, shaking the ground, and sticky drool pooling everywhere. He could guarantee that he hadn't seen a collar or chain on any of the 3 heads. Suddenly, what Headmaster Dumbledore had said at the start of term feast flashed through his mind, and he roughly knew where he was. And now, thinking about it from another perspective, if coming here was life-threatening and students weren't allowed, why wouldn't they just seal it off? So, was the headmaster's real purpose to encourage curious young wizards to come here and take risks? Are schools in the wizarding world this hardcore? Elias guessed that this three-headed dog might be something like Hogwarts' guardian beast, similar to those in cultivation sections. So, is the trapdoor below the sex opportunity? Elias's expression was odd. He felt like something was out of sync. He originally had no thoughts about what was under the trapdoor, but he couldn't stand the young wizards in the corridor outside getting closer and closer. He could even faintly hear Peeves' gloating voice. If this continued, it would definitely wake up the three-headed dog, and then he would be forced to go out and get caught by Filch. Don't let me find out who it was, Elias muttered irritably, locking the room door, quickly drawing his wand, and quietly summoning his patroness. He propped himself up with one hand and straddled the patroness. Ze immediately floated silently over the sleeping heads of the three-headed dog according to his instructions and opened the trapdoor with its paw. Creak! Elias thought this is bad, jumped down the trapdoor without looking back, and the patroness simultaneously became ethereal and chased after him. With a bang, the trapdoor fell back into place. The left and right heads of the three-headed dog groggily opened their eyes, looked back at the trapdoor, found nothing wrong, and prepared to go back to sleep. Just then, the corridor started to become noisy. Ha ha ha, little brats. The first-year little brats are here. Shut up, Peeves. Peeves, please, get lost. Alohomora. A female voice rang out, the locked door latch sprang open, and three figures rushed into the corridor. The middle head of the three-headed dog, which had just woken up, was the boss. Its mind was still a bit hazy after waking up. It stood still for a few seconds before finally seeing the culprits who had disturbed its sleep. It slowly stood up, all three heads splitting open their mouths to reveal rows of fangs, deciding to teach these little humans a lesson for disturbing its sleep. Below the trapdoor was a dark space. The patroness reformed into a physical entity when there was enough space and caught Elias. Illuminated by the patroness's glow, Elias got closer and saw clearly that the area below the trapdoor was actually covered with pots of devil's snare, likely to prevent young wizards from jumping down and falling to their deaths, and also serving as a sort of test. He increasingly felt a sense of déjà vu, like he was in a trial ground going through stages. He flew through a stone corridor and entered a brightly lit room. Countless glittering things flapped their wings and flew around the room, making soft rustling and jingling sounds. Elias caught one and realized it was just a key with wings, not a transfiguration, but more like the effect of a specific spell. He went to a thick wooden door on the opposite side of the room and tried it. Sure enough, he couldn't open it directly with an unlocking charm. It really is a set of challenges. He only hoped that the sleep time he was wasting would be exchanged for a reward that satisfied him. Elias used a freezing charm to freeze all the keys flying around, then reluctantly flew up and caught all of them, trying them one by one. Finally, he used a large silver key to open the door. To be safe, he also used a duplication charm to copy one and put it in his pocket before letting the keys fly again. Pushing the door open, the second room was closely connected to this door. He reached it in just 2 steps. As soon as he stepped in, the room suddenly became brightly lit, illuminating a shocking scene. The floor of this room was a giant wizard's chess board. He stood at the edge of the board, in front of some black stone chess pieces that were quite a bit taller than him. On the other side of the room were the white pieces. He could see another door behind the white pieces. Do I have to replace a piece and win a game of chess? Elias asked. The faceless black king nodded. The chess skill of the board shouldn't be particularly high. After all, it's just young wizards challenging it. But this made no difference to Elias. He had never played wizard's chess at all, so he didn't plan to pass the level in the normal way. He chose to ride his patroness and fly directly across. The faceless pieces on the board all looked up at him, seeming to ponder whether this counted as passing the level, but in the end, they didn't rush over to stop him. After glitching his way through this level, Elias came to another room, but there was nothing inside. He used a few spells to test if there were any traps, found it was just an ordinary empty room, and then opened the next door. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, a burst of flames rose up behind him, sealing the doorway. The flames were purple and looked quite unusual. The door leading to the next room was also sealed by black flames, trapping him in the middle. In the room, there was only a table with 7 oddly shaped bottles and a piece of parchment on it. He picked it up and saw that the parchment had a logic puzzle written on it, indicating which bottle contained the potion leading forward and which led backward. The other 3 were poison, and 2 were wine. Elias finally figured it out. This trial game was set up by the heads of the different houses working together. Professor Sprout's Devil's Snare, Professor Flitwick's spells, Professor McGonagall's transfiguration combined with alchemy, Snape's potions. Was that empty room left for Headmaster Dumbledore? Elias sighed. He had already overused his magic a bit today, and his body felt tired from the lack of it. He had even put his patroness away. It took Elias 2 minutes to solve the puzzle, find the potion that led forward, drink it, and carefully pack the other potions into his pocket as a reward for the journey. But when he passed through the ring of fire, he found himself in a classroom that looked abandoned. Many desks and chairs were piled haphazardly against the walls, and there were all sorts of miscellaneous items everywhere. But a very impressive mirror stood out abruptly in the center of the classroom, as if someone had deliberately placed it there recently. The mirror reached the ceiling, with a magnificent golden frame, 2 claw-shaped supports at the bottom, and a name carved at the top, Aristra. Elias approached the mirror, wanting to see what was special about it. His reflection appeared in the mirror, but unlike his current tired and weary state, the him in the mirror was smiling at himself. The him reached into his robe pocket, took out a red stone, and put it back in his pocket. Elias felt his pocket sink. He reached in and found that the red stone had indeed appeared in his hand from the mirror. That's it? Elias was speechless. He went through all that trouble just to get a stone? He would have preferred a reward of some advanced magic books or some strange alchemical items. Failing that, some practical galleons would have been good. Elias complained about the school's stinginess, then suddenly saw the him in the mirror still smiling at him. That's right. He slapped his thigh. This magical mirror was right in front of him. This should be the main reward. Move it, move it. Elias cast a levitation charm on the mirror of Arist, but noticed that the classroom door was too small to get the mirror out. So he glanced at the window. Almost every window in the castle was very high and large, definitely big enough to move it out through the window. Yes, Elias understood again. This was actually also a test. If you couldn't figure out a way to move the mirror out, you would only get a stone whose use was currently unknown. Having figured this out, Elias summoned his patroness again, sat on it, and flew out the window with the mirror trailing behind. He found that he wasn't so afraid of heights anymore, just like a bird that has learned to fly is no longer afraid of the sky. Although he didn't grow wings, the patroness was a power he had mastered, and the sense of security it provided was completely incomparable to something like a flying broom. He didn't plan to return to the dormitory tonight anyway, and decided to just stay in the room of requirement. He hadn't thought of this before because he didn't have his pajamas there, and he had a habit of taking a shower before bed and after waking up. But it was so late now, it was clearly not the time to worry about such things. After flying around in the sky on his patroness for a couple of loops, Elias finally found a general location and stopped at the entrance of the room of requirement. I need a luxurious, spacious bedroom that only Elias can enter. At this moment, in a certain room on the 4th floor, Dumbledore, who had cast a disillusionment charm, rushed over in his blue wool pajamas, not even having time to take off his pointed nightcap. He frowned when he saw the door hadn't been opened. This was also why he hadn't come over immediately. The enchantments on the door hadn't been triggered, meaning someone had already passed through the restricted area on the 4th floor. He gently pushed open the door and slipped into the room, but found no one inside. Have they already left? Dumbledore thought silently. Since I'm here, I might as well take another look. He took a few steps into the classroom, but didn't find what he expected to see. Strange, I put it here, didn't I? Dumbledore was a bit unsure. He crouched down in the moonlight and clearly saw the shape outlined by the dust on the floor. It was indeed placed here. Then where is my mirror? Where is my very large mirror? Dumbledore rarely looked a bit bewildered. Could it have been taken away and the bag Quirrell had expanded with an undetectable extension charm? He wasn't worried about the Philosopher's Stone's safety, because he had enchanted the Mirror of Arist so that only someone who knew about the stone but didn't want to use it could take it. He didn't go directly to Quirrell's office to find him, as that would alert him, and he didn't think Quirrell had the guts. According to his guess, Quirrell should be trying his best to reduce his presence around him in order to investigate the Philosopher's Stone in secret. So Dumbledore quickly reappeared in the restricted corridor on the 4th floor. The three-headed dog was snoring loudly again, completely oblivious to the open door. Dumbledore gave the completely irresponsible dog a reproachful glare, cast a spell to lift the deeply sleeping three-headed dog into the air, and then went down the trapdoor without hindrance. He didn't see anything suspicious in the first challenge and quickly entered the room full of flying keys. He looked around the room and confirmed that he hadn't even placed a flying broomstick here yet. He also grabbed a key and looked at it, finding no signs of damage, meaning the challenger had obtained the correct key without a flying broomstick and without using spells to knock the keys down. Was it luck? Dumbledore murmured, and soon arrived at the chessboard challenge. Similarly, he found no signs of any chess pieces being damaged, which clearly didn't fit the design of this challenge. Did someone come through just now? He asked the Black King. The faceless Black King nodded. He passed without playing chess? The Black King nodded again. Did he fly over? Was it a young wizard? Was it an adult? The Black King didn't answer these three questions, as they were clearly beyond his comprehension. Ah, I should have asked Minerva to add some intelligence to the chess pieces, otherwise how can I get information? Dumbledore walked further on and finally reached the potion challenge. He looked at all the potion bottles that had been taken and quietly breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on his face. At least one thing was certain, the person who successfully completed the challenges today was not Quirrell, because someone so eager to get the Philosopher's Stone clearly wouldn't take all the useless poisons as well. The other professors at Hogwarts clearly wouldn't do such a thing, so it could only have been done by a young wizard. The next day, Elias dragged his weary body into the Great Hall for breakfast, and Hermione immediately came over to complain about Harry and Ron. They're absolutely impossible. Last night they actually agreed to Malfoy's midnight duel. Of course, they were stood up, and they almost got caught. Oh, my goodness, if it weren't for me, how many points would Gryffindor have lost? I can't earn points as fast as they lose them, and they don't care at all. Only then did Elias realize that these were the very people who had caused him to flee in such a panic last night, but now he didn't know whether he should be happy or angry. That mirror was indeed very magical. However, in Hermione's description, they had entered the room where the three-headed dog was, but Hermione glossed over the dog. She clearly believed that the hypothetical scenario of being expelled from school for being caught out after hours was 100 times more terrifying than the three-headed dog itself. It's not that exaggerated, Hermione. At most, they'll lose some points and get detention. I saw at least 10 people in the castle last night, and there might have been more I didn't see, Elias interrupted helplessly. How do you know? No, you were out after hours too? Hermione's lips pursed, and she asked in a serious tone. No, I just studied too late and didn't go back. The Slytherin common room isn't suitable for studying, it's too hard on the eyes, Elias said. Hermione felt this couldn't really count, but she didn't dwell on the issue and continued, anyway, breaking school rules is wrong. Elias gave her a strange look. Actually, haven't you already broken school rules too? You just didn't get caught. What I mean is, as long as you're not doing anything malicious, small things like being out after hours won't matter to the school as long as you don't get caught. Why worry about such a small thing? Besides, I think the most important thing isn't whether you break school rules, but whether you take responsibility after breaking them. For example, earn back the points you lost yourself. If they lose points and act like they don't care, not respecting the hard work of the other Gryffindor students for the House Cup, then it's not too late for you to scold them. They'll have absolutely nothing to say. Furthermore, a year ago, you dared to throw a bottle of ink directly at someone's face just because you heard them speaking ill of me. Have you forgotten? I didn't realize you were such a stickler for rules. This is a school for learning magic. Hermione's face reddened slightly, and she turned her head, muttering. She felt Elias had changed, become very different. Before, he would have stood on her side first and comforted her, even though what he said seemed to make a lot of sense. Noticing this, she turned her head back and stared at the boy, asking hesitantly, Are you in a bad mood? She rarely saw Elias in a bad mood, so she was a little unsure now. Is it that obvious? Elias was a bit surprised. It seemed he really did need to go find Madame Pomfrey and ask for a vial of cheering charm to try. First, make himself feel better, and then slowly restore his bliss to a normal level. He stood up, gently hugged Hermione, and said softly, So don't let a bad mood affect you either, okay? Okay, Hermione mumbled, burying her head in Elias's arms. Hogwarts has only expelled 2 students in the past century. There's a book in the library that mentions it. I've seen it. You can go look for it. After saying that, Elias left the Great Hall and headed for the hospital wing. Hermione, with rosy cheeks, lowered her head and ate her breakfast, a smile blooming involuntarily, her mood much improved. She just didn't know if anyone else was watching, so she unconsciously sped up her eating and quickly left the Great Hall. She still wanted to ask Elias why he was in a bad mood. Hospital wing. After being examined by Madame Pomfrey, Elias easily obtained a small vial of pale gold cheering charm. It seemed to have been brewed recently. But Madame Pomfrey refused his request for a few more vials and sternly reminded him, drinking too much cheering charm isn't good either. It can have side effects like singing too much or twisting your nose. You still have a long time until you're O.W.L.S. You're only in first year. Don't put so much pressure on yourself, child. Cheering charms are usually prepared for 5th and 7th year students in the second half of the school year. They're driven mad by exam pressure. So Elias had no choice but to send a letter to the magical ingredients shop in Diagon Alley to order some cheering charm ingredients. After that, he would have to brew it himself. Arriving at the room of requirement, Elias gulped down the cheering charm in one go. He suddenly felt very happy, so happy he wanted to sing, but he didn't know why he was happy. According to his plan, he freely wielded his wand in the spell practice room of the room of requirement, using whatever magic he wanted, aiming wherever he pleased, and occasionally writing his patroness for aerial shots. The pleasure of doing this was no less than getting a toy gun with unlimited bullets as a child, playing however he wanted. This was the trick he had thought of last night to increase his bliss. As expected, before the effect of the cheering charm wore off, his bliss increased by 5 points, and the proficiency of many spells also improved. Unfortunately, this vial of cheering charm was too small, or perhaps Madame Pomfrey had diluted it. The effect of false happiness only lasted for 15 minutes before ending. Without the effect of the cheering charm, trying to increase his bliss became difficult again. He also roughly understood the pattern of the 7 deadly sins: increase and decrease. Sins that were much higher than normal were easier to increase and harder to decrease, such as sloth. Similarly, sins that were much lower than normal were difficult to increase further, but they wouldn't decrease either, as there wasn't much room to decrease, such as envy and his current bliss. This wasn't very good news. It meant he would need to be diligent for a long time to reduce his sloth. It had been almost 2 months since the sun was directly overhead when he woke up. If he didn't let the sun warm his backside soon, he would get calcium deficiency. He wondered if there were any spells that could utilize sloth. In the potion elixir of euphoria, unicorn hair is the rarest ingredient, selling for as much as 10 galleons per strand in Diagon Alley, while all the other ingredients combined cost only 1 galleon per portion. Brewing the elixir of euphoria is an advanced potions lesson taught in the 5th year, and it is quite difficult. Elias bought 3 portions of ingredients to test the waters, but failed twice in a row, which pained him greatly. Fortunately, the 3rd attempt was successful, yielding just under 10 ounces of the potion. He did some calculations. Because the elixir of euphoria should not be drunk excessively, most of the potion sold on the market is bottled in 1-ounce quantities for easy storage, just like the amount Madame Pomfrey gave him, only enough for a single sip. A 1-ounce bottle of elixir of euphoria can sell for 4 galleons, meaning a single successful brew could net him 29 galleons, more than triple his investment. With this calculation, he immediately felt that selling potions was a quick way to make money. Even if he only succeeded once out of 3 attempts, he could still earn 7 galleons by selling the result. Of course, this was contingent on his potions being of good quality and having a sales channel. Elias started to consider options. He certainly didn't have a sales channel, unless his father rented a shop in Diagon Alley to manage, but that wasn't realistic. So the only viable path seemed to be contacting the potion shops in Diagon Alley. He could sell his potions to them at a very low price, essentially becoming a potion supplier. To achieve this goal, 2 things were necessary: lowering the cost of ingredients, increasing the success rate of brewing, and expanding the variety of potions he could brew. As far as he knew, the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts was an extremely resource-rich place, even home to herds of unicorns. He could try his luck in the Forbidden Forest. If he was lucky enough to find a few shed unicorn hairs, the cost of his elixir of euphoria would be reduced to just 1 galleon. He could drink a bottle, spill a bottle, and still make a profit selling another. It would be even better if he could find other things as well. Having made up his mind, Elias spent time almost every day over the next few days wandering the edges of the Forbidden Forest. It was then that he realized he had been a bit overly optimistic. Finding a unicorn hair in the Forbidden Forest was no different from searching for a needle in a haystack. He almost went blind from looking but found none, though he did find a few spines from murtlaps. The comforting thing was that he did find quite a few potion ingredients in the Forbidden Forest: lady's mantle, caterpillars, large quantities of Mimbulus Mimbletonia. He even found a mature fluxweed plant, which could be used to brew polyjuice potion when harvested under a full moon, and a single plant could sell for over 100 galleons. Unfortunately, he didn't have a good way to preserve it, otherwise he would have dug it up immediately. He also started corresponding with some potion shops in Diagon Alley, but the results were poor because he had no reputation in potion brewing and couldn't brew large quantities on demand. The merchants felt that simply receiving 1 bottle at a time was meaningless. They would have to inspect each bottle to ensure the potion's effect met the standard, and they weren't willing to waste that time. Elias felt that what these shopkeepers said was already very polite. It simply meant his skill level wasn't sufficient. He had indeed oversimplified the matter. Perhaps he should start from an academic perspective, publishing a few academic papers in authoritative potion publications like Potions Weekly to build his reputation, and then potion shops would naturally seek him out for cooperation. Having figured this out, Elias temporarily abandoned the idea of selling potions externally, but making money was still pressing. Practicing the elixir of euphoria for several days had almost bankrupted him. Yet, even so, his potions level had only slowly broken through to level 3, and he was still far from level 4. He wondered if he was falling into some kind of misunderstanding. It didn't make sense. So Elias specifically found a time to ask Snape for guidance. "You say you've only failed twice and can now skillfully brew the elixir of euphoria, which is only taught in the 5th year, yet you feel your progress is slow." Snape narrowed his eyes, staring at Elias, and remained silent for a long time after saying this. He recalled Elias's usual performance. Many professors, including himself, said that Elias was a genius. But Elias usually behaved very modestly, almost only having a reputation among students in his own year, practically a replica of his younger self. Therefore, he was certain that this student would not use such matters to show off, meaning Elias was not being humble bragging, but genuinely asking a question. Having understood this, Snape stood up and slowly said, "Not to boast, but in terms of potions, I am the most formidable potions master today. Before I even started at Hogwarts, I worked as an assistant in a potion shop and began to learn about potions. With the help of the potion shop, I brewed all the potions in the textbook during my 1st and 2nd years. In my 3rd and 4th years, I began to modify potions based on my own understanding. In my 5th year, I invented potions that had never existed before. So, if you simply want to get a certificate or a high score on your final exams, your method of learning potions is actually fine. However, if you want to make achievements in the field of potions, enriching your potion library is more important than mastering a single potion. You will observe more of the wonderful interactions between different potion ingredients when brewing various potions, and there are many commonalities in the brewing methods between different potions. Once you have brewed all the advanced potions, will you still feel the need to spend time practicing a first-year potion for boils? Elias nodded. Although Snape was biased, didn't wash his hair, had a sharp tongue, and wasn't popular among students, he was indeed a good professor in potions, and in Slytherin, he was a good head of house. He had a very pure interest in magic and certainly wouldn't study just for exams, so he decided to follow Snape's suggestion and try brewing various potions first. "Take this," Snape said, pulling out a book and handing it to Elias. He opened it and saw that it contained handwritten potion brewing steps, but the handwriting looked like it was written by a troll, crooked and some words illegible. Since Elias started exploring the Forbidden Forest, he had been very careful not to be discovered by the professors or the gamekeeper Hagrid. But today, unfortunately, just as he was preparing to return to the castle, he ran into Professor Quirrell, who was running out of the depths of the Forbidden Forest, looking disheveled. "Professor Quirrell, what are you doing here?" Elias asked first. I was just walking around," Quirrell explained nervously, as if he had made a mistake. "Idiot." A voice suddenly exploded in Quirrell's mind. "You are a professor." Quirrell was startled, and stood a little straighter. "Right, I'm the professor. Why can't I go to the Forbidden Forest?" "Mr. Sorensen, did you sneak into the Forbidden Forest?" Quirrell's stuttering disappeared, and he stared at Elias smugly. "Of course not, I came with a professor," Elias said with certainty. "WH. What?" Quirrell looked around in surprise. "Which professor did you come out with?" Elias blinked and said without changing his expression, "Professor Snape, of course. He brought me to the Forbidden Forest to find some potion ingredients." He had once accidentally discovered that Quirrell was very afraid of Snape, so by using Snape as a shield, he didn't need to worry too much about Quirrell checking with Snape. Phew! Quirrell unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. It was good that Snape wasn't specifically looking for him. Don't say I came here, understand? Snape and I don't really get along," Quirrell said with a pitiful look, taking 2 steps closer to plead. Suddenly, a nauseating smell of garlic mixed with excrement assailed him. Elias felt his eyes were almost blinded by the stench and eagerly took 2 steps back to create distance. "Okay, Professor, I won't tell Snape," he said after turning his head and taking a breath of fresh air. A vein on Quirrell's forehead twitched, and he quickly walked out of the Forbidden Forest in another direction. He needed to stay away from Snape. This person had disliked him for some reason since the beginning of the term, and now he was even starting to suspect that he was working for the Dark Lord. He didn't know if the plan he had prepared today would work, but he had to try. The Dark Lord had been getting more and more irritable lately. To punish him for making no progress in stealing the Philosopher's Stone, he was accelerating the rate at which he was draining his life force. If this continued, he would die. Halfway through, Quirrell suddenly felt something was wrong. How could any professor feel comfortable letting a first-year little wizard wander around alone in the Forbidden Forest? He was being lied to. Snape was definitely not in the Forbidden Forest. Quirrell walked back in a fit of rage. He suddenly had a bold idea. Elias still thought he had escaped danger at this time and was squatting on the ground digging up a valerian plant. Quirrell hid behind a bush, watching Elias with a gloomy look, and slowly raised his wand. Imperio. After the last Transfiguration class on Tuesday afternoon, the crowd surged towards the dormitories. Hermione searched through the crowd for a while, then jogged and lightly bumped Elias, shaking the book in her hand as she asked, "Want to go to the library together?" "Don't want to go." Elias didn't even look at Hermione and walked forward on his own. Oh, okay. Hermione secretly watched Elias's expression. Was he unhappy again? "Then I'll go to the library," she said cautiously. Elias replied impatiently, then decisively turned and entered the third-floor corridor, heading straight for the defense against the dark arts teacher's office. Hermione stood still for a moment, watching Elias disappear from sight before continuing upstairs. The library was on the 5th floor. Elias walked into the defense against the dark arts classroom, closed the door tightly, walked up to Quirrell, and lowered his head slightly, saying, "I've tested Harry Potter. He doesn't even know what the Philosopher's Stone is." Quirrell frowned. In that case, Harry Potter wouldn't investigate the restricted section at all. He had thought the boy who lived would be special with Dumbledore and might know something. As expected, he could only find an opportunity to investigate the restricted section himself. The professors at Hogwarts were too tight-lipped, he couldn't get any information out of them. But this also indirectly proved that the Philosopher's Stone must be in the restricted section on the 4th floor. "Go and inquire with the professors." "No, forget it. I want you to quickly master how to control a troll. There will be something for you to do then." Quirrell signed a note and handed it to Elias. Go to the restricted section and find a book on dark arts about exploring magical creatures using the Imperious Curse. I hope that book is still there. I've summarized a method for dealing with trolls from that book, but I don't have time to teach you myself." Quirrell waved his hand, indicating for him to close the door. "Okay, Professor." Elias took the note, put it in his pocket, and left the defense against the dark arts classroom. In the library, Hermione saw Elias appear there and didn't know how to describe her feelings. She suddenly felt that the current Elias was terrifyingly unfamiliar. After a moment of hesitation, she still didn't go over to say hello and distractedly did the homework assigned today. On the other side, with the professor's signature, borrowing the book went smoothly. Madame Pants wouldn't register this borrowed book, nor would she care what book you borrowed. Hogwarts professors don't need to register when borrowing books, and a professor's signature represents the professor themselves. This is a benefit Hogwarts gives to its professors, and also a form of trust in them. But whether this trust would be betrayed was hard to say. After Elias borrowed the book, he hurried to the room of requirement. He had always been dedicated to practicing magic. Days passed one after another. Aside from not knowing why he needed to practice controlling trolls with the Imperious Curse, Elias's life hadn't changed much. However, anyone who knew him would find that his temper seemed to have gotten much worse. Malfoy, as his roommate, had a lot to say about this. One night, Malfoy suddenly discovered that Elias hadn't returned to the dormitory and thought he had found something to hold over Elias, so he immediately reported it to Snape. But when he excitedly found Elias, he discovered that the other boy was actually getting tutoring in the defense against the Dark Arts office. After that day, he always found that he was sleeping in his bed at night, but when he woke up, he was lying in various places in the castle, which scared him into thinking he had been hit by the Imperious Curse. He knew that this could only have been done by Elias, but this threat had lasted for a whole week. Malfoy just wanted to ask, is it ever going to end? He wanted to go back to Snape to reason, but he was too scared, afraid that he would wake up the next day and find himself lying in a toilet stall. So from then on, Malfoy always made sure Elias was asleep before daring to sleep at night, or only felt safe sleeping when he was truly sure Elias wouldn't return to the dormitory in the middle of the night. Based on her understanding of Elias, it was highly illogical for him to have mud on his clothes yet not change, instead going directly to the Great Hall for a meal, because she knew Elias always had a slight obsession with cleanliness. But for several days in a row, she had noticed that the bottom of Elias's robes, as he sat eating in the Great Hall, was quite dirty. She had no idea where he had been to cause it. Furthermore, she found that Elias was now wolfing down his food at every meal. This was also completely illogical. In her memory, Elias always maintained his image when he was outside. No matter how he lounged around in pajamas all day at home, eating without any regard for etiquette, but as soon as he was outside, he was always impeccably dressed, ate slowly and methodically, and spoke politely. Could Elias have already started treating the school as his home? Hermione found this a bit too unbelievable. Another strange point was that she observed in Transfiguration class, Elias would sometimes listen to the lecture and suddenly show a struggling expression, then regain his composure and continue listening. Why was this happening? Hermione thought to herself as she listened to the class distractedly. Although she was uncharacteristically zoning out in class, she had already practiced the levitation charm with Elias and succeeded, so this temporary distraction didn't affect her being ahead of others. Stop, stop, stop. Your wand is going to poke my eye out. Hermione interrupted Ron, who was wildly waving his wand next to her, saying irritably, the gesture for the levitation charm needs a flick and a swish, not like you're using your wand as a club to beat things. Ron opened his mouth angrily. Well, if you're so great, you do it. Hermione snorted, picked up her wand of Wingardium Leviosa. After she finished the incantation, the feather on the desk indeed floated slowly up into the air. Oh, look, Miss Granger has succeeded, Professor Flitwick called out loudly, 5 points to Gryffindor. She gave Ron a triumphant look, and Ron just rolled his eyes back at her. No wonder everyone can't stand her, Ron complained angrily to Harry as they walked down the corridor after class. She's absolutely a nightmare. A figure bumped into Harry, then hurried forward. Harry glimpsed her face. Hermione looked like she was about to cry. She seemed to have heard, Harry said. So what? Ron said, feeling a little less confident. I bet she doesn't have a single friend, she must have noticed it herself. Hermione suddenly stopped, turned around, and said seriously, no, you're wrong, I do have friends. The girl's eyes were a little red. Ron felt a strange pang of guilt, but still stubbornly said, you mean Sorensen? Oh, come on, he must have noticed that. You're a Gryffindor, he's a Slytherin. So what? As long as we're studying at Hogwarts, no matter which house we're in, we're classmates. Houses won't affect our relationship at all. Hermione repeated what Elias had said. She also strongly agreed with this point. Watching Hermione look more and more like she was about to cry, Ron's voice grew weaker and weaker. Maybe Sorensen just couldn't stand you anymore. Hermione turned and walked away. She clenched her fists, quickly wiped away the tears that hadn't yet fallen from the corners of her eyes, and made up her mind. Tonight, no matter what, she had to confront that imposter and talk things out. make him give the real Elias back to her. After Hermione had gone far away, Harry finally spoke up to persuade him. Actually, there was no need to say that, was there? She seemed very upset. I wasn't wrong, Ron said, becoming defiant again now that Hermione was gone. Before, when she was always pestering that Slytherin genius, she never bothered us. It's because Sorensen couldn't stand her anymore that they haven't been seen together in the library recently, and she could only inexplicably come and tell you to read more potions books. Harry opened his mouth but decided not to express his opinion for now. Although he felt it was a bit much to say that, Ron was clearly angry right now and wouldn't listen. To make the Halloween feast more atmospheric, Hagrid had brought many pumpkin lanterns he had made himself into the Great Hall. Each hollowed-out large pumpkin could seat at least 3 or 4 people. Professor Flitwick cast a few spells, making 1,000 bats flutter along the walls and transforming over 1,000 dark clouds to swirl above the platters. Students soon gathered in the Great Hall, squeezed into the pumpkins, and began to enjoy the feast with their friends. Slytherin common room, Elias timed it precisely, then came out of the dormitory and walked to the door of an underground classroom, taking out a palm-sized bag. Inside this bag was a troll. He needed to release the troll 15 minutes after the Halloween feast began, control it to keep it in place, and then immediately go to the Great Hall to tell everyone the news. Then, he would bring all the professors over, and his task would be completed. Just as he was about to act, a female voice suddenly interrupted him. "What are you doing?" Elias turned his head and saw that it was Hermione, and immediately frowned in displeasure. Why was this girl always interrupting him while he was completing his tasks? Professor Quirrell had also said that this task of releasing the troll must not be discovered as being done by him. Thinking this, he prepared to make the girl in front of him disappear, but for a long time, he couldn't lift his hand, and a struggling expression appeared on his face again. "Who are you?" Hermione quietly gripped her wand and demanded angrily, "What have you done to Elias?" After a while, Elias finally broke free from the resistance, showing a bewildered expression. "I am me. What nonsense are you talking about? Petrificus totalis." Hermione stopped talking nonsense, immediately pulled out her wand, and began to attack. Elias was startled by this sudden move, but he just slightly shifted his body and dodged it, taking out his wand to counterattack. Vipers. A flock of sparrows flew out from the tip of his wand and were instantly transformed into a flock of eagles by Elias in midair. Hermione had no combat experience whatsoever. She just watched the eagles swoop towards her. Her wand was useless because she couldn't think of any spell that could block these eagles right now. Just as the eagle talons were almost reaching her face, Elias suddenly flicked his wand, and the eagles instantly turned into puddles of clear water that fell to the ground. Splash. Rage +1+1+1+1+1+1+1. Quirrell. Elias gritted his teeth and let out a low growl, but this wasn't the most important thing right now. He quickly rushed forward to check if the girl was injured. Only after observing that the other party was completely unharmed did he breathe a sigh of relief, and quickly pulled the girl, who seemed to be frozen in place, into his arms. Since the Imperious Curse could only control a person to do things under direct command, Elias had all his memories from when he was controlled. Quirrell had originally planned to erase his memory after his goal was achieved. "I need to release the troll now, or Quirrell will get impatient." Elias took the bag out from his waist again. "Why release it? That's a troll." Hermione was a little anxious. Trolls are XXXX creatures classified by the Ministry of Magic. It's very dangerous to release one in the school. "It's alright, all the students are in the Great Hall for Halloween, there won't be any other students in the castle." "Even so," Hermione tried to argue, but Elias directly interrupted her. "We can't just let this go. I need to turn his plan against him," Elias said quickly. "And I can control the troll, don't worry about me. You go back first. When I go to the Great Hall to call the professors, Quirrell definitely won't come with him. Just observe from a distance to see what he's really trying to do. Don't follow him, he's not as harmless as he seems." Hermione still hesitated for a moment, finally nodding and saying be careful before running off. Elias waited until Hermione disappeared at the stairwell, cast a bubblehead charm on himself, then opened the bag in his hand and poured it out. A 12-foot-tall monster, its body resembling piled stones, grew from small to large as it lay sideways on the ground, a thick wooden club landing beside it. Elias chanted a spell at its small, cocoa bean-like head, lifting the control over it. While the troll was still in a state of confusion, Elias turned to leave, but suddenly thought that there might not really be no students in the castle. Just like how Hermione didn't go directly to the Great Hall for the feast, why should he take this risk? To avoid this possibility, Elias turned back and recontrolled the troll, making it fall asleep again, before running to the Great Hall. Troll, so? The feast in the Great Hall had been going on for a while. Quirrell was sitting inside a giant pumpkin, next to Snape, directly opposite Dumbledore. He was planning to steal the Sorcerer's Stone today, and facing Dumbledore made him feel very guilty. This seat made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles, constantly checking the time. Snape's face was perpetually sour. He finally had a holiday, but sitting next to Quirrell made him lose his appetite. He couldn't help but sneer, Professor Quirrell is so busy even on a holiday, no wonder he doesn't even have time to shower on weekdays. Quirrell couldn't express his frustration. The current time was already a quarter of an hour past the scheduled time. Had something gone wrong? Just as Quirrell was considering finding an excuse to leave, a figure rushed into the pumpkin. Professor! Elias emerged from the entrance of the pumpkin head, panting. In the dungeons, there's a troll. Ah! Oh dear! How could such a thing be in the school? Professor Quirrell looked terrified, swayed and slumped back in his seat, tipping his head and fainting. Silence! The professors present and Elias were all silenced by Quirrell's move. Professor McGonagall was the first to stand up and say, I'll have the prefects take the students back to their dormitories. Dumbledore stopped her. No need to alarm the students, let them enjoy their holiday. Mr. Sorensen, please take us there quickly. All right, follow me, Elias replied, leading the professors towards the dungeons. Many students around were discussing the scene, wondering why the professors had left in such a hurry. Hermione held a cup of hot milk as a disguise, carefully counting the professors who left. Sure enough, just as Elias had predicted, Quirrell had found some excuse not to follow them. She kept her eyes fixed on the pumpkin where the professors had been sitting. After a while, Quirrell peeked out of the pumpkin stealthily, avoiding the areas where students were gathered, and hurried out of the Great Hall, heading in the opposite direction from the professors. Hermione put down the cup she had barely drunk from and followed from a distance. She remembered Elias's warning and waited until Quirrell had completely disappeared around the corner before following. In the stairwell, she listened to Quirrell's footsteps to determine which floor he stopped on, then quietly left and returned to the Great Hall. It's the 4th floor? Professor Quirrell wants to go into the restricted area Dumbledore set up. Is something hidden there? Hermione guessed. Quirrell wants to steal something from Professor Dumbledore. In front of a classroom in the dungeons, the heads of each house stood far back, watching the troll lying on the ground, avoiding the disgusting smell. Except for Snape, everyone else had eaten more or less and didn't want to get too close. Elias, what's the situation with this troll? Snape asked with a frown. He saw Elias rush in a hurry and thought a troll was rampaging through the castle. Before the feast, I was busy brewing potions and couldn't leave. On my way to the Great Hall after finishing what I was doing, I suddenly found a troll wandering around here, and then I knocked him down right here, Elias explained, half-truths mixed in. Are you saying, Snape drew out his words, that a troll was wandering around the castle without causing any damage? And then you easily subdued a troll yourself, without leaving any signs of a struggle. I almost thought you were sharing a brain with the troll, Snape scoffed. He hadn't expected a student he had previously thought so highly of to become so fond of showing off. Professor McGonagall's mouth twitched, and she said somewhat angrily, Mr. Sorensen, we need you to tell the truth. What exactly happened? Dumbledore's clear blue eyes, visible through his half-moon spectacles, stared at Elias and remained silent. Elias nodded, as expected. He cast a bubblehead charm on himself and repeated the process of waking the troll and then stunning him again. Snape fell silent, while Professor McGonagall showed a surprised expression. Professor Flitwick praised excellent spell mastery, Elias. If this were in class, I would definitely give you extra points. Yes, I think a first-year student single-handedly subduing a troll that wandered into the castle is a remarkable feat. I must award 50 points to Slytherin for this, Dumbledore said kindly. Elias followed Dumbledore to the third-floor corridor, where a gargoyle stood before a wall. Cherry pudding. As Dumbledore finished speaking, the monstrous creature suddenly sprang aside as if alive, and the wall behind it split in two, revealing a spiral staircase. Elias followed Dumbledore onto the stairs. The wall closed with a bang, and the staircase immediately began to rotate slowly, lifting the two of them upwards like an elevator. Elias felt surprised by this elevator-like contraption, completely unable to understand how it worked, but it was definitely not like the elevators in the Muggle world. It was most likely powered by alchemy. He thought that once he became proficient in alchemy, he could also make something like this for his own home. They rose higher and higher, and soon arrived before a gleaming wooden door, on which a lion was carved in relief. Pushing open the door and stepping inside, the first thing that came into view was a fiery red phoenix perched on a golden stand. The room was filled with many small sounds, and a long-legged table held many peculiar silver instruments, which were spinning and emitting small puffs of white smoke. Looking in the direction of the silver instruments, another large table held quite a few books. A row of portraits hung on the walls, scrutinizing Elias, who was appearing there for the first time, with curious eyes. 2 portraits were even fighting in one frame. Beside the portraits was a shelf, also holding many books and some peculiar items. The sorting hat rested quietly on the shelf. Sit down, Dumbledore said, sitting in the largest chair and conjuring a chair for Elias. Elias sat down, and Dumbledore continued, would you like something to drink? Some snacks? You haven't eaten anything today, have you? Elias nodded, milk and pumpkin pasty would be fine, Professor. Dumbledore waved his hand, and a cup of hot milk and a plate of pumpkin pasty appeared before him. Elias was already ravenous, but he still restrained himself and ate using a knife and fork. Dumbledore was not in a hurry to ask questions. Instead, he opened another door and went inside for a while, waiting until Elias had finished eating before coming out and asking, "Can you tell me exactly what happened, Mr. Sorensen? I imagine things aren't as simple as you said." Elias thought for a moment, turning his neck. Dumbledore knew immediately that he had finished eating, and after Dumbledore came out of that room, he seemed to have confirmed that what he had said earlier was not entirely true. He guessed and asked, "Was it the paintings on the walls?" Dumbledore didn't speak, just smiled at him. Elias understood now. The headmaster must have obtained some information from the ubiquitous portraits in the school corridors, so there was no need for him to hide anything anymore. However, Elias still organized his words before beginning to recount what had happened over the past 2 weeks, how he had broken free from the Imperious Curse, and his idea of turning the tables. But he concealed the fact that he had met Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest, changing it to say that he had encountered a disheveled Quirrell when he went to ask him a question, and then he was ambushed and controlled by Quirrell. After listening to Elias's account, Dumbledore clasped his hands on the table, his eyes glinting. Elias took a sip of milk and secretly glanced at Dumbledore's expression, knowing that he had probably hidden the trip to the Forbidden Forest, or rather, the headmaster didn't care about such a small matter. After a long pause, Dumbledore asked, "If I don't intervene, Mr. Sorensen, what do you plan to do?" Elias was surprised for a moment. He knew that the headmaster was not someone who strictly followed rules, which could be seen from the deliberately flawed entrance he had set up, but he didn't expect the headmaster to dare not immediately deal with a professor he knew had a problem. Was he not believing his words, or was he truly confident, not worried about the student's safety, and had other plans? Elias leaned towards the latter. Since he was willing to listen to him for so long, he probably wouldn't think he was talking nonsense just because of his young age. He linked his thoughts from Quirrell asking him to distract the other professors and directly asked, "Professor, Quirrell's goal is the restricted section corridor on the 4th floor, right?" Dumbledore didn't speak, but in Elias's view, this was not a denial. It seemed the headmaster most likely knew Quirrell wanted to enter the restricted section, so he affirmed, "It seems that's the case." Then the purpose of setting up the restricted section isn't just to attract young wizards to challenge it, but to fish? No wonder the obstacles are so simple. So he's fishing for Quirrell, isn't he? He often seems very anxious in his office, as if he doesn't have much time left. There must be something there that Quirrell absolutely must get, and even though he has the ability, he pretends to be completely incompetent, but his usual weakness doesn't seem entirely faked. Is there someone behind him forcing him to steal this item? And are they urging him more and more recently? The more Elias analyzed, the more excited he became. He felt he had found the truth. Dumbledore's expression also changed from calm to increasingly surprised, and he had to interrupt him with a smile. "Mr. Sorensen, please wait a moment. I have to say you are truly clever, but we must return to the question itself, mustn't we?" Elias nodded. Dumbledore's words meant that everything he had said was correct, so he extended from this basis. "While I was controlled by Quirrell, in order for me to learn how to control a troll, he approved my borrowing from the restricted section 3 times with a professor's signature." "You know about the Philosopher's Stone?" Dumbledore asked with interest. "I've dabbled a little, Professor, but only on the surface level of knowledge. I have too little time," Elias complained slightly. If only he had the time to delve into alchemy, he wouldn't have obtained the Philosopher's Stone without even realizing it. Yes, everyone often laments the lack of time at some point. I've always had this problem too, feeling like there are still many things I haven't resolved. Dumbledore sighed. However, the length of time has two sides. When people are in pain, they complain that time is too long and the pain cannot be forgotten. Or those who have done wrong repent for their mistakes every moment. As he said this, Dumbledore looked very sad. Elias felt this emotion wasn't faked and wasn't surprised. Who hasn't made mistakes when they were young? Even the greatest white wizard of the age, Dumbledore, couldn't avoid it. Dumbledore adjusted his mood and continued, "I have a friend who was also one of those who used to lament the lack of time. To prolong his life, he spent a long time studying and refining this Philosopher's Stone. The elixir of life made from the Philosopher's Stone has the miraculous effect of preventing aging. He is now 665 years old." Dumbledore looked intently into Elias's eyes and asked calmly, "So, Mr. Sorensen, if you had the Philosopher's Stone, what would you use it for?" Although Dumbledore's tone wasn't stern, Elias still felt an invisible pressure. He thought about it and decided there was nothing he couldn't say about his purpose, so he answered truthfully, "I heard the Philosopher's Stone can turn base metals into gold. I want to use the Philosopher's Stone to make gold and exchange it for galleons." Hearing this, Dumbledore was slightly disappointed but also surprised that Elias was willing to tell the truth directly. If it were anyone else, they would surely come up with some grand ideals for this question. There's no reason such a clever young wizard couldn't say something like that. He had already stopped treating Elias as an ordinary child after just this brief conversation. Elias didn't know what the old headmaster was thinking and continued, "Then I'd buy potion ingredients to practice potions. The 200 galleons my family gave me is definitely not enough for me to practice for another month, let alone that it's my living expenses for a year. I'd be too embarrassed to ask my family for more. Dumbledore chuckled. The ultimate goal of using the Philosopher's Stone was just to avoid bothering his family and simply wanting to continue practicing potions? Truly. I have to tell you some bad news, Elias, Dumbledore said cheerfully. The gold made from the Philosopher's Stone will turn back into stone after the magic runs out, and this Philosopher's Stone actually doesn't have much magic left. So even if you wanted to make a piece of gold, you might not be able to. That's really bad news, Elias said without much feeling. Even if it could make gold, could you really give me this Philosopher's Stone? So I've decided to lend you this Philosopher's Stone first, Dumbledore said with a smile, as if he knew what Elias was thinking. Elias looked speechlessly at Dumbledore. How could that smile be so annoying? This must be intentional, but he didn't refuse the opportunity to study the Philosopher's Stone. What if, right? Okay, I will take good care of it, Professor. Dumbledore shook his head. You can't do that right now. He waved his hand and summoned a book from the room inside, handing it to Elias. This is an obscure magic book explaining occlumency, which can protect your mind. To break free from the Imperious Curse requires a person with a strong will. I believe you, who have already broken free once, will not lack this. But for skilled wizards, willpower alone is not enough. Occlumency is a very good auxiliary magic for resisting the Imperious Curse, and it can also hide the secrets in your mind. Dumbledore winked at Elias. He was worried that Voldemort's legilimency would discover the memories in Elias's mind, thus putting him in danger. But Elias didn't know the relationship between Quirrell and Voldemort and thought Dumbledore was subtly hinting that he knew about the Forbidden Forest incident. He awkwardly accepted the book and thanked him. One more thing, Dumbledore said gently, I believe you can learn occlumency, so lending you the Philosopher's Stone is no problem. But can you return the Mirror of Eris to me? That mirror is still very useful to me. Elias sighed inwardly. He had thought this mirror was just a container and not important, and perhaps Dumbledore would just give it to him. He was close to selling this mirror. Borgin and Burkes had offered a high price. However, this wasn't his after all, so he could only think later about how to refuse Borgin and Burkes. Then let's go, Professor, I'll take you there. Elias stood up and said, I put it in a room on the 8th floor. Taking it directly would be a bit too conspicuous. Dumbledore followed Elias out to the entrance of the Room of Requirement. Seeing Elias skillfully summon the Room of Requirement, he said with some emotion, I found the Mirror of Eris here when I was young. I didn't expect it to come back here again. It's fate. But Professor, the condition for summoning this room was that only I could enter. What should we do? Elias asked. It's alright, this room is more magical than you think. Try changing the entry condition in the same way inside the room, Dumbledore said with a smile. Elias followed the instructions and tried. After a while, Dumbledore also pulled open the door and walked in. It seems you're living quite well here, Dumbledore chuckled. The first time I discovered this place was because a luxurious bathroom suddenly appeared. They walked to the mirror, and Dumbledore asked curiously, Elias, what can you see in the mirror? Elias recalled, just a large pile of potion ingredients for me to brew freely, casting spells quickly with great power, and eating a feast without any restraint. Things like that. It was because the mirror only showed these things that seemed magical but were useless to him that he thought of selling it for galleons. Borgin and Burkes had offered a high price of 1,500 galleons for it. Desire, Dumbledore began to sigh again, this mirror shows the deepest desires of our hearts. People waste their time in front of it, not knowing if what they see is real, or even if it's possible. I'm very glad you haven't been immersed in the fictional world of this mirror, Elias. Professor, what did you see? Elias couldn't imagine what Dumbledore, as the most powerful wizard of the age, could still desire. Elias and Dumbledore's conversation lasted a long time. By the time he returned to the Great Hall with Dumbledore, the feast was nearing its end. Quirrell was not in the Great Hall and didn't seem to be planning on returning, but Dumbledore was certain that Quirrell couldn't have figured out how to get past the three-headed dog without attracting his attention so quickly. Elias had plenty of time to practice occlumency. They speculated that since Quirrell had chosen to have a student release the troll for him, he wouldn't actively seek out that student again to avoid drawing attention to himself. So, what Elias needed to do recently was to raise his occlumency level before Quirrell came looking for him again, and then secretly trip him up from behind. Did he really just want to get a few books for free and be done with it? Absolutely not. He searched through the various pumpkins and finally found Hermione in a small pumpkin on the edge. Seeing him return, the girl pushed the food she had specially saved for him in front of him and eagerly asked, Why did you take so long to come back? Did a professor find out? Elias had only snacked in the headmaster's office and wasn't really full. He was a little touched by Hermione's thoughtfulness. While eating, he said to her, Dumbledore said I couldn't tell anyone about our conversation tonight. Do you really want to know? Hermione was a little unhappy when she heard this, her big eyes fluttering. Elias understood her expression. You want to know, so I'll tell you. Ha! Hermione was a little surprised. Didn't Dumbledore say you couldn't? It's okay, you're not just anyone, Elias said indifferently and began to briefly outline their conversation. Hermione blushed a little and excitedly moved closer. Quirrell went to the 4th floor tonight, right? Elias asked. Hermione nodded. I counted his footsteps, it was the 4th floor, no mistake. Then all my speculations were correct. Elias's eyes gleamed with calculation. Did you say you've already been through the restricted area on the 4th floor? Hermione first frowned slightly, then immediately relaxed, asking curiously, I was quite scared when I saw that 3-headed dog last time. The girl subconsciously cared about school rules, but since the person who violated the school rules was Elias, she quickly overlooked it. Yes, on the night you saw the 3-headed dog, I went through the restricted area and got the Sorcerer's Stone. Elias didn't deny it. Do you want to go in and see? Dumbledore didn't specifically say that no one else was allowed in, so it should be okay for young wizards to go in, right? Hermione was a little tempted, but after thinking about it, she shook her head. If we go again, Professor Dumbledore will know that you've leaked the secret, so let's not. Elias didn't try to persuade her further and shared a small cake with Hermione. The two quietly chatted about recent events and things at home. Hermione sent 1 to 3 letters home almost every week. The letters Elias occasionally sent back were also written by Hermione. He didn't know if his parents could tell, but it didn't really matter if they did. Hermione was treated no differently than a daughter in their home. Letters written by their son equals letters written by their child equals letters written by their daughter. So, letters written by Hermione equals letters written by himself. Hermione also often took care of Toothless during her free time. Elias spent a lot of his time either practicing magic in the Room of Requirement or treasure hunting in the Forbidden Forest. Now, his owl, Toothless, was more familiar with Hermione than with him, its rightful owner. After the feast ended, Elias walked Hermione to the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. They ran into Harry and Ron at the entrance, but Hermione took Elias's advice and ignored them completely. After saying goodbye to Elias, she walked into the common room. After Hermione left, Elias stared at Ron for a while before turning and heading to the Room of Requirement. It was just a small verbal disagreement. If it were insulting language like Malfoy's, he would have taught the other person a lesson. Saying more now would just make him seem narrow-minded. Anyway, the moment he walked Hermione back to the dormitory, what Ron had argued about that morning became a joke. No way, she actually said the Gryffindor common room password in front of a Slytherin student, Ron muttered unhappily. Harry shook his head. They weren't even talking to him, why bother saying anything about them? He was quite glad to have such an academic in the same year in the same house. Hermione could add the points that Snape deducted from him. Early the next morning, when the Slytherin students woke up, they suddenly found that their house had gained 50 points. Slytherin's score was already the highest among the houses due to Snape's frequent favoritism, and now it was even further ahead of the other houses. Many students were speculating about what had happened. Some students connected it to the sight of the professors leaving together the previous night and guessed that it was related to what happened last night. However, apart from the first years, there were very few people at Hogwarts who knew Elias, and even fewer among those who saw that scene yesterday, so no one came to ask Elias about it. The temporary quiet lasted until the next Transfiguration class. Professor McGonagall was explaining the key points of object transformation and transfiguration. As soon as she asked a question, many young Gryffindor wizards eagerly raised their hands. Professor McGonagall was a little surprised and called on a student who had never answered this question before. The boy stood up and asked, Professor McGonagall, why did Slytherin get so many points added yesterday? Professor McGonagall was a little displeased. We are in class now, Mr. Davies. You are not allowed to ask questions unrelated to the lesson. However, seeing the indignant expressions on the faces of the young Gryffindor wizards, Professor McGonagall explained with a slight headache, didn't Elias tell you? A troll accidentally got into the castle yesterday, and Elias defeated it by himself, so Dumbledore awarded Slytherin 50 points. The classroom erupted in a commotion. The students were talking animatedly. We are first-year students, we're still playing wizard chess carefree, and you can already defeat a troll by yourself? Hermione, who already knew, sat in her seat secretly smiling. Although this seemed to have nothing to do with her, she also felt a strange sense of pride. This matter quickly spread after the Transfiguration class. At first, it was quite normal, just saying that Elias had defeated the troll and earned points for Slytherin. Later, somehow the story changed and spread that Elias had fought the troll for 300 rounds to protect the one he loved and finally won. A few days later, the version evolved into Elias falling in love at first sight with the girl who had fallen at the troll's feet. To prevent the troll from harming her, Elias bravely waved his wand and fought the troll back and forth. Finally, his magic was depleted, and he could only tell the girl to run away while he used his wand as a weapon and fought the troll hand-to-hand. He was critically wounded and collapsed with the troll. When Dumbledore arrived, he tearfully added 50 points to Slytherin. The gossip about Elias defeating the troll for love only lasted 2 weeks in the school before being quickly replaced by something new. Today, some rumors spread from who knows which house, saying that if anyone could uncover Professor Quirrell's scarf behind his head and let everyone see what the back of his head looked like, they could exchange it for 10 galleons in a small grove in front of the Forbidden Forest. Many young wizards were attracted by this news. When the living expenses for students from ordinary families were generally measured in sickles, 10 galleons was considered a huge fortune. Coupled with Professor Quirrell's usual weakness in class, almost completely lacking authority in front of students, many students started to have ideas. If the target had been Snape, students would only curse the person who posted the bounty, wondering if they had lost their mind. When Professor Quirrell walked into the Great Hall for breakfast, almost all the students looked at him with the fervent gaze usually reserved for galleons. This was the first time in his long time at the school that Quirrell was stared at by so many people simultaneously with such intensity, rather than his usual experience of being ignored or scorned. This inexplicably moved Quirrell a little. Had his teaching career finally reached its peak, and had the students discovered his shining side? He sat down at the staff table, but the students' gazes in the Great Hall still hadn't left him. Seeing this, Quirrell became even more hopeful. But actually, the students were just watching, seeing if there would be a first brave soul to step forward and try. Soon, Professor McGonagall finished eating and left. A second-year boy immediately stood up from the Gryffindor table. He slowly walked towards Quirrell, hands in his pockets, his hands trembling slightly inside. This was, after all, attacking a professor. Dumbledore sat up a little straighter, watching the scene with interest. Snape also subtly increased the distance between himself and Quirrell. Wait, something's not right, Snape thought, taken aback. Although Dumbledore told me to keep a close eye on Quirrell, there's no need to sit right next to him during meals. Isn't sitting opposite him also keeping an eye on him? That old man didn't even remind me, instead making it so I can barely eat every day. The boy slowly calculated the distance between himself and Quirrell. He tripped his left leg over his right and stumbled forward. With quick reflexes, he grabbed Quirrell's headscarf, hoping to use his weight to pull the scarf off. Quirrell was eating a grilled sausage when he suddenly felt a tug on the back of his head, pulling his whole body backward. Seeing that he couldn't seem to pull it off, the boy immediately put his back into it, pushing off the ground with his feet again, launching himself backward in a diving motion. But no one knew what kind of knot Quirrell had tied on his head. The scarf was bound so securely that Quirrell was pulled backward off his stool, yet there was no sign of the scarf coming loose. Without thinking, Quirrell quickly put his hands on his head to steady the scarf, while his poor backside hit the floor with a loud bang. His legs suddenly straightened, as if his tailbone had been hit, and he wanted to cry out, but the grilled sausage he had just dropped happened to fall into his mouth, blocking the words he wanted to say, leaving him only able to let out a whimper. Dumbledore suddenly took off his glasses and wiped them, as if dust had settled on them. Snape, meanwhile, promptly stepped in front of Quirrell and the student, saying to the boy in a gloating tone, attempting to assault a professor, 1 point from Gryffindor. The boy didn't say anything, quickly got up, and scurried away. The other students in the Great Hall showed expressions of regret. The matter was thus settled by Snape. Quirrell's eyes widened as if he had heard a huge joke. 1 point. I, a professor, was attacked, and you only deduct 1 point. Snape, you've deducted more than 1 point from Gryffindor in a single class before, haven't you? He eagerly turned his head, wanting to know which damned student had attacked him, but his view was precisely blocked by Snape. He saw nothing, only knowing that the student was from Gryffindor. Stupid lions, damned Snape, Professor Quirrell thought resentfully. Only then did Dumbledore put on his glasses. He said in an urgent tone, "Oh dear, Professor Quirrell, how did you accidentally fall off your stool? Are you all right? Accidentally? Are your eyes failing you to say I did it accidentally?" Quirrell was so angry his nose was practically smoking, but he could only meekly reply, I'm fine, headmaster." He supported his tailbone with his hand and stumbled to the stool to sit down, only to jump up again from the pain. Dumbledore said with concern, "It seems you took quite a fall, Professor Quirrell. I suggest you go see Madame Pomfrey, she can fix this kind of injury in less than 10 minutes. No need. Quirrell quickly rejected the suggestion and hurried out of the Great Hall, wanting to go fast but unable to. Elias watched the whole thing and couldn't help but sigh. If he hadn't known Quirrell's true nature, he might really have been fooled by his superb and dedicated acting. But this wasn't the end of it. He found an opportunity to secretly slip a note and a sickle into the boy's pocket, both as a reward for being the first to dare to try and to confirm that the 10 galleons were a real offer. When the boy showed the sickle and the note around the Gryffindor common room, more and more people believed it was true, and they all joined in the bounty hunt centered around Quirrell. Among them, the Gryffindor Weasley twins were the most formidable. While others were still thinking about how to do it discreetly and effectively, the Weasley twins were already using various prank products to torment Quirrell, such as throwing fireworks at Quirrell's head, setting his scarf alight, throwing dung bombs at his head, pouring water on his head, and so on. But even so, Quirrell stubbornly refused to take off his scarf, which made the young wizards increasingly curious. They wanted to see the back of Quirrell's head even if it wasn't for the 10 galleons. Many speculated that the reason Quirrell didn't dare to take off his scarf was that he had another face growing on the back of his head. Quirrell was shocked when he heard this news and frantically tried to find out who had spread it, but ultimately found nothing, because Quirrell's authority had been so eroded over the past few days that in everyone's minds, it wasn't even as great as Mrs. Norris's, and Mrs. Norris was the castle caretaker Filch's cat. Alone in the same room with Quirrell again, Elias felt a little guilty and used a clemency to block out the memories he didn't want Quirrell to see. However, a clemency was more difficult than he had imagined, so he had only reached the second level of practice. He had to concentrate even harder to maintain the clemency. Fortunately, the irritable Quirrell didn't notice his abnormality. He didn't pretend to be timid in front of Elias, but kept throwing and smashing everything within reach, muttering angrily about Dumbledore, Snape, and the students who pranked him. Elias secretly shuffled back 2 steps, not wanting to be hit by the falling books. After a long while, Quirrell had smashed everything he could smash and finally calmed down his emotions, starting to talk about the main business. What happened with the troll? I told you to release the troll, how did it turn into you defeating the troll? Quirrell asked, puzzled. Elias had already prepared an excuse, but before he could argue, he was interrupted by Quirrell, who didn't seem to care. Forget it, never mind. The goal was achieved anyway. Quirrell paced around for a while, then suddenly asked, what did you talk about with Dumbledore? Nothing at all, Elias replied quickly. Quirrell nodded. You can go. Elias guessed what was coming and left without asking further questions, turning to leave. Sure enough, the moment he turned around, Imperio. Elias suddenly stood still, his eyes vacant, but he was prepared and experienced. After only 3 seconds, his eyes regained their clarity. Turn around, Quirrell said. Did Dumbledore find out you were under the Imperious curse? Elias just shook his head. Quirrell finally breathed a sigh of relief. The thing he worried about most hadn't happened yet. This was the only good news he had received in 2 weeks. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about clearing Elias's memory, but that was too troublesome, and he didn't need a puppet who knew nothing. Anyway, after he successfully stole the Philosopher's Stone, he didn't plan to let this little wizard live. He had finally found an opportunity when no one was around to enter the restricted corridor, but unexpectedly, that madman Dumbledore had a 3-headed dog guarding it. There was no way he could get past without killing the 3-headed dog, and he wasn't confident he could kill one himself. You know about the restricted corridor on the 4th floor, right? Quirrell asked. Elias nodded. Your next task is to investigate what's in the restricted corridor on the 4th floor, Quirrell instructed. He no longer cared about secrecy, as he wouldn't let Elias interact with Dumbledore again anyway. Moreover, he didn't expect Elias to actually find out anything. What he hoped was that when Elias opened the door to the restricted area, he would be bitten to death by the 3-headed dog that rushed out. He didn't believe Dumbledore would keep the 3-headed dog there if a student died at the school. I've been in the restricted corridor on the 4th floor, Elias suddenly said. He had to start taking advantage of Quirrell quickly. No matter what Dumbledore was planning, Quirrell wouldn't be able to stay at Hogwarts for long. What? Quirrell exclaimed, eagerly asking, how far did you get? I just accidentally stumbled into the first obstacle, Professor, Elias replied. I couldn't get past that 3-headed dog. Quirrell sat down again, disappointed. Yes, if he couldn't get past, how could a little wizard? I have some ideas, Professor, Elias said. Since we could find a way to control a troll in the restricted section, why wouldn't we be able to find a way to deal with a 3-headed dog? Quirrell paced back and forth in his office, seemingly contemplating the possibility of this idea. After a while, he thought it made sense, immediately sat down, and wrote several signed passes, handing them to Elias. He couldn't investigate the 3-headed dog himself, he had to keep it a secret, It was all because of that damned Dumbledore always staying at the school. After he figured out all the secrets in the restricted area, he definitely had to find a way to get Dumbledore out of the school. Also, Professor, Elias said, taking the passes and continuing, since it's a 3-headed dog, maybe we can start with food. If we brew a potion that can attract the 3-headed dog, and also hypnotize or kill it when it eats it, and mix it into food to lure the 3-headed dog to eat it, wouldn't we be able to get past the 3-headed dog quickly? Quirrell took a breath. That's a good idea, but brewing potions. His spellcasting was excellent, but his potion skills were not very good. Of course I'll do it, Professor. My father and Professor Snape are old acquaintances. I've been studying potions with Snape since I was a child. Recently, Professor Snape even said he has nothing left to teach me and that I'll surpass him in less than 2 years. Elias spoke nonsense with his eyes wide open, exaggerating as much as possible. Indeed, Quirrell didn't doubt it at all, thinking that Elias was still under the Imperious curse and wouldn't lie to him. He exclaimed excitedly, good. Let's do it. The sooner the better. Seeing that Quirrell had taken the bait, Elias unconsciously showed a slight smile and said, feigning distress, however, Professor, brewing potions requires quite a bit of money for ingredients, especially for such a high-level potion that can make a 3-headed dog fall asleep. I can't guarantee success on the first try either. Here, it might require a lot of galleons. Quirrell frowned. How much do you estimate it will cost? Elias pretended to calculate, but was actually constantly guessing Quirrell's limit. Maybe 1,000. Seeing Quirrell's brow relax, Elias changed the subject and went straight for a Merlin-sized amount. 1,000 might not be enough, at least 3,000. Quirrell gasped directly. He still needed to eat. Brewing one potion would cost so much, but thinking of the wealth and glory the Dark Lord could bring him after his resurrection, it didn't seem like the time to care about his assets. He said with a pained expression, 5,000. I'll give you 5,000 galleons. Even if you don't find it, you'll have to research a new potion for me. Quirrell knew how good Snape's potion skills were. He was someone the Dark Lord had praised before. Now even Snape said Elias would surpass him in less than 2 years, so Elias's current level must be very high. Elias almost laughed out loud, and hastily assured Quirrell that he could do it. Then he watched Quirrell get into his trunk and take out a small pouch from it. Here are 5,000 galleons, Quirrell said. Elias used a little force to snatch the pouch, which had an undetectable extension charm on it, from Quirrell's hand. I'll bring you good news soon, Professor. By 11 o'clock on Saturday morning, almost all the students in the school had gathered at the Quidditch pitch. Wizards were very fond of this sport of flying around in the sky, if it could be called a sport. Back in the day, Elias was the three-point king of his school, but unfortunately, due to academics, he never touched a basketball again. And now, instead of going to the Quidditch pitch to watch others fly around, Elias preferred to bury himself in books. At this moment, Madame Pants was doing some dusting in the library with a feather duster, and when she saw Elias walk in, her eyes immediately showed full vigilance, as if anyone coming to the library at this hour was a criminal. But Elias had signatures from many professors, so even though Madame Pants was reluctant, she could only lead Elias to the restricted section. The types of books in the restricted section were also rich and varied. They weren't all about dark arts. There were also many books on potions or various magical studies. The danger of these books wasn't just that the content was unsuitable for young wizards to study casually, many of the books themselves were dangerous. Young wizards without sufficient skill could even be inadvertently harmed by the magic on the books. Elias browsed for a while, finally carrying 6 books out of the library and heading to the room of requirement. Theoretically, once Quirrell was sent to Azkaban or killed, the books borrowed in his name wouldn't actually need to be returned, as the school would only look for Quirrell and not him. But just in case, Elias still spent a whole day copying down all this knowledge, which was temporarily a bit beyond his level, using a quick quotes quill. Over the next month, he conducted in-depth research on the Philosopher's Stone, memory, and emotions. Coupled with the galleons generously sponsored by Quirrell, he never stopped practicing potions. After accepting Snape's advice, his potions level indeed soared like a rocket, rising to level 4 in the past few days. Before Christmas arrived, Elias, drawing inspiration from the method of extracting memories using a pensieve and combining the effects of occlumency and the patronus charm, successfully created a method for extracting emotions. He pointed his wand at his head, activated occlumency, conjured a surge of wrathful emotion in his mind, then pressed the tip of his wand against his temple and slowly drew outwards, and a wisp of red smoke was thus slowly drawn out from his head. When he brought this wisp of red emotion close to the Philosopher's Stone, the stone suddenly generated a suction force and drew the smoke in. A prompt Wrath -1 also appeared before Elias's eyes. At this point, he had already placed 7 different deadly sins inside the Philosopher's Stone, and 7 streams of light of different colors moved irregularly within the Philosopher's Stone, making the previously dull stone glow brilliantly. Elias repeated this process, always keeping the values of all the deadly sins within the Philosopher's Stone in balance, which ensured that the stone could hold the maximum amount of deadly sins. When he performed the 5th cycle, the lust on his wand could no longer enter the Philosopher's Stone, the pink smoke dissipated at the wand tip, but the prompt Lust -1 did not appear. This proved that the deadly sins not absorbed by the Philosopher's Stone did not dissipate into the air, they likely returned to his own mind the way they came. This also prevented Elias from simply, "Elias, are you up yet? Breakfast is ready." Following a series of knocks, a girl's clear voice immediately rang out from outside the door. "Up, almost, coming." Elias groggily opened his eyes, half awake and unsure what he had just replied. He checked the time, it was only 8 o'clock. He had been looking forward to sleeping in on a holiday for once, but it seemed that wouldn't happen now. "All right then, hurry up," Hermione said, and the sound of footsteps descending the stairs echoed from outside the door. Elias got up, showered, and went downstairs to have a very authentic English breakfast together. It was a slice of toast with salmon, and the rest was all greens. He finished it in a couple of large bites. Hilarious, Gluttony didn't react at all. Hermione had brought his Christmas presents to Elias's room early, so Elias helped her open hers first. Hermione had no other friends in either the Muggle or the Wizarding world, only her family and the Sorensen couple sent her Christmas presents, so she didn't have many gifts and finished opening them quickly. Elias gave her a bracelet made of beads carved from willowwood. This was the first alchemical item he had created after breaking through to alchemy level 1. Its commemorative significance outweighed its practical use. It could continuously emit a faint fragrance that soothed the mind and promoted sleep. Hermione wore it on her right hand and shook it, seeming to like it very much. Then she started helping Elias open his presents. Elias was similar to Hermione. He wasn't very interested in making friends, but he had a few more presents than Hermione. First was Professor McGonagall's gift. He often consulted Professor McGonagall with questions, and they had a good relationship. Elias gave Professor McGonagall a blue Munchkin cat doll. Professor McGonagall gave him a bound volume of Transfiguration Today journals, containing many issues, each featuring papers she had published herself. Then came Dumbledore's gift. Elias had his father buy 2 pairs of thick wool socks for Dumbledore. The old headmaster gave him a small silver object in the shape of a triangular prism, the kind that could poof spray gas. Snape also sent him a gift, a piece of parchment, and a bezoar. Elias took the parchment and knew the reason instantly. Before the holiday, he had given Snape the powerful sleeping potion he had developed, capable of knocking out a Cerberus, for evaluation. Snape's evaluation had now arrived with the Christmas gift. The parchment contained Snape's suggested improvements. Of course, Elias hadn't forgotten his head of house and had specially ordered 2 new sets of robes and cloaks for him so he could change. One set was pink. He hoped Snape wouldn't give him a hard time in class after seeing it. Surprisingly, Malfoy had also sent him a gift, a single, bean-sized Bertie Bott's every flavor bean in a large box. Elias gave the bean to his father to taste. It was booger-flavored. He had no idea how Malfoy had gotten his home address. But Elias hadn't found out where Malfoy lived, so his idea of regifting the bezoar Snape had sent him to Malfoy fell through. Finally, he opened Hermione's gift, a gray scarf she had knitted herself. He didn't know when the girl had learned to knit, but it was clear she wasn't very skilled yet, as the scarf was a bit uneven. Under Hermione's nervous gaze, Elias wrapped the scarf around his neck. "How is it?" Hermione quickly asked. It's very comfortable," Elias affirmed. "I meant, does it look good?" Hermione added with a smile. I like it very much," Elias affirmed again. Hermione didn't say anything more, just leaned quietly beside Elias. They both huddled on the small sofa, watching the snow fall outside the balcony. "I want to eat something you cook for dinner tonight." "What do you want to eat?" "Something you haven't made before." "Something I haven't made before," they said in unison. "All right, but I feel like I won't be able to make anything new soon." "It's okay, I believe in you." "I don't even believe in myself." Unlike the warm Christmas atmosphere at Elias's house, Quirrell's life was becoming increasingly difficult. As the Dark Lord had been parasitic in his body for longer, his body was becoming thinner by the day. He gradually felt weakness in his waist and knees, and a general lack of strength. The Dark Lord was desperate to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, coveting its powerful life energy to reconstruct his body. If he didn't hurry, Quirrell felt he might not live for another 2 months. This was not what he had wanted when he initially agreed to the Dark Lord's parasitism. He wanted fame, power, even immortality. Recently, the potion the little wizard was researching had shown some results, but he only now realized something was wrong. That Cerberus would bite him on sight. Would it really eat something he fed it? He really didn't know why it had agreed to this method before. Was it because the Dark Lord's parasitism on the back of his head had made him lose his mind? Quirrell muttered a few complaints about Voldemort while he was sleeping. Fortunately, his interaction with Hagrid was quite friendly, and he easily extracted a lot of information about his interests and hobbies from him. Likes little cuties. Quirrell thought about Hagrid's description of the Cerberus, feeling a bit speechless. Just in time, he had recently heard a piece of news: a black market dealer had smuggled a dragon egg from abroad. They had agreed to meet at the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade today. Quirrell checked the time. It was already 15 minutes past the scheduled time. Only then did he put on a black robe and leave his office, hurrying towards Hogsmeade Village. The Hog's Head Inn was located in a dark alley next to the Owl Post Office. A dilapidated wooden sign hung from a rusty bracket at the entrance. The sign depicted a severed pig's head, bloody and wrapped in a white cloth. The inn had only one dirty and cramped room, filled with a strong smell of goat. Thick grime had accumulated on the few bay windows, and the floor felt like stepping into a puddle of grease. There were very few customers inside, and it was quiet. The few small tables were occupied by masked figures, all wearing black hoods. Quirrell entered the inn and looked around before finding the agreed-upon table. As soon as he sat down, the masked figure spoke in a hoarse voice. "You're late." Quirrell was unconcerned. "I was worried you might try something, so I scouted around outside for a bit. You'll pay for the drinks at this table." It wasn't the first time the black-robed figure had encountered such a situation. He took a spherical package wrapped in black cloth from his and placed it in his lap. "Your goods." Quirrell took out a money bag, exchanging money for goods. After they both checked and found everything in order, the black-robed figure quickly got up and left the Hog's Head Inn, taking the drinks with him. Quirrell reluctantly paid for the drinks and quickly followed him out. Those galleons belonged to the Dark Lord, not him. It would be troublesome if the Dark Lord woke up and found out he had secretly borrowed them while he was asleep. Using a tracking spell on the galleons, he quickly followed the figure into a small alley. But something felt wrong. The 4 black-robed wizards opposite were clearly waiting for him. During the Christmas holidays, the Daily Prophet reported on a battle between dark wizards that occurred in Hogsmeade. Witnesses saw a seriously injured dark wizard flee the scene, fearing punishment. For this, the Ministry of Magic offered a reward of 200 galleons, but it didn't receive much public response. Most people believed it was just a fight between dark wizards for profit, posing little threat to society. The reason it was reported at all was because the battle took place in Hogsmeade Village. If the dark wizard battle had happened in Nocturne Alley, people outside probably wouldn't have known about it at all. This is because almost everyone living in Nocturne Alley is a dark wizard, and the Ministry of Magic is reluctant to manage that place. Elias just glanced at the Daily Prophet casually. The content didn't pique his interest much. Since he couldn't use magic at home, Elias spent almost all of his holiday time at home brewing potions. His potion skill seemed to be on the verge of surpassing transfiguration. However, this was unavoidable. Based on his learning progress analysis, he could successfully advance to level 5 as long as he could master cross-species transfiguration. But his progress in transforming between different living creatures was slow. He could no longer transform an apple into a pear with such ease. He could turn a chair into a snake and then into a rooster because no matter how it was transfigured, its essence was still wood, only its shape changed. But it was difficult for him to turn a real snake into a chicken. The bodily structures and other aspects of the two were very different. Transfiguration was no longer a superficial change in appearance but included changes in internal structure as well. He needed to carefully study a chicken and a snake with magic for a long time before he could barely succeed in transforming between the two. Professor McGonagall said the same thing when she demonstrated and explained it to him. Experienced transfiguration masters have studied many ordinary creatures, which allows them to perform cross-species transfiguration with only the simplest analysis, just like ordinary transfiguration. But Elias vaguely felt that this wasn't the right path for his own transfiguration, just like his unique patroness charm, so he reduced his practice significantly. He was a man who had achieved level 3 transfiguration before even starting school. It was normal for him to be a bit special, right? The day before the Christmas holidays ended, Elias and Hermione reboarded the train to Hogwarts. Even though the professors assigned very little homework during the Christmas break, Elias finished it all in an hour, pulled along by Hermione. But there were still young wizards on the train frantically scribbling away, borrowing from one another, looking at someone else's work. It was quite lively. At times like this, the homework of the academic achievers in the school became very popular. Even Parvati and Lavender, Hermione's roommates who weren't particularly close to her on normal days, came to borrow her homework to look at. Of course, the little witch firmly refused them. In the end, they parted ways unhappily. Elias shook his head, not wanting to get involved in the dormitory relationships between girls. Although they seemed not to get along right now, who knew if they would suddenly become best friends later? At the first dinner back at school, Elias did not see Quirrell at the professor's table. Perhaps he was still worried about students attacking him and didn't come. Snape, however, kept staring at him with sinister eyes. It seemed he wasn't very satisfied with his Christmas gift, and Elias wondered if he had even tried it on. He had good intentions. According to his prediction, as long as Snape was willing to wear that pink robe, his reputation at Hogwarts would definitely improve greatly. It was a pity the professor was still a bit too reserved. Out of kindness, after dinner, Elias specifically went to Quirrell's office to find him, wanting to request a little more funding. Unfortunately, there was no one in the office either. Helpless, Elias had no choice but to return to the common room and personally hand the Christmas gift to Malfoy. Malfoy had gone home and seemed to have inexplicably gained some courage. The moment he took the bezoar out of the paper box, he angrily pulled out his wand and wanted to duel Elias again. Then, in less than 3 seconds, Elias had knocked them all down, without even using the jinxes he had specifically learned. Crab, Goyle, wait, Malfoy didn't tell us to attack, why are you hitting us? Elias really didn't like bullying children. He kindly extended his hand to help him up and stared at him with a benevolent gaze. Malfoy hesitated for a long time, but under the threat, he still extended his hand. But Elias suddenly remembered that Malfoy's hand had just held a bezoar, and he quickly let go of the hand he was holding. Malfoy, who was halfway up, stumbled back 2 steps, but still couldn't avoid the fate of his bottom hitting the ground again. He suddenly felt like crying and wanted to change dorms. Elias thought to himself that this seemed a bit difficult to explain now. To avoid further misunderstanding, he turned around and cast a cleaning charm on his hand. Malfoy felt even more ashamed. You chanted the spell so loudly, are you afraid no one can hear you? Unexpectedly, when the young wizards were all ready with their masks and sitting in the defense against the dark arts classroom, the professor who came in to teach was not Quirrell, but Snape. He walked directly to the front, waved his wand a few times, and closed all the windows, plunging the classroom into darkness. Your Professor Quirrell has taken 2 weeks of sick leave, so I will be teaching you for these 2 weeks, Snape said mockingly. I really don't know why your headmaster hired a professor like that. The students started murmuring. Even though Quirrell smelled bad and taught chaotically, in the students' hearts, few were willing to accept Snape teaching defense against the dark arts. In fact, even the Slytherin students weren't very willing to take Snape's class. It was true that Snape would unfairly award points to Slytherin, but he never gave a pleasant look to those he considered troll heads. There had always been a rumor in the school that Snape had long coveted the position of defense against the dark arts professor, but Dumbledore had always been unwilling to hire him, so Snape held a grudge against every defense against the dark arts professor. Everyone had seen his attitude towards Quirrell on a daily basis. As the only professor at Hogwarts who used a projector and screen combination for lessons, you could actually learn something in Snape's defense against the dark arts class. Under Snape's supervision, the older students put down their books and truly faced some slightly dangerous magical creatures. Only the first-year students didn't have this privilege. They spent 2 weeks catching up on the progress Quirrell had missed. After these 2 weeks of comparison, the first-year students suddenly found that their opinion of Snape in defense against the dark arts class seemed to have changed for the better. Of course, as soon as they stepped into the potions classroom, Snape was still the same Snape. So many people hoped Quirrell wouldn't come back. This, for the time being, was unlikely. 2 weeks later, the students saw Quirrell in the Great Hall again in the morning, but something was wrong with him. He looked gaunt, his face was somewhat distorted and extremely pale. This caused the young wizards who wanted to start teasing Quirrell again to quietly stop their actions. He looked too pathetic, they couldn't bring themselves to do it. But Elias had no trust in him. Maybe this was just Quirrell's disguise? After finishing a day of classes, Elias immediately took his finished potion and found Quirrell. Quirrell also looked weak in his office. He picked up the potion bottle, examined its color, sniffed its scent, and then pulled out a mouse from who knows where. The mouse was force-fed just a tiny sip of the potion, and it immediately fainted. Even when Quirrell used the Cruciatus Curse on it, the mouse showed no reaction, either because the potion was truly that effective or because the mouse was already dead. Elias leaned more towards the latter, because when he experimented with mice, he always diluted this super sleeping potion by about 50 times before using it. Alright, it's very effective. Your task is complete, you may leave, Quirrell said dismissively. Elias's prepared words were stuck in his throat, and he got up and left. His plan to trick Quirrell into investing again hadn't even had a chance to unfold. Had Quirrell found a better method? Or was Quirrell's terrible state not faked? Was that why he subconsciously didn't want to be in the same place as others, worried that others would notice the reason for his poor condition? Elias didn't know, but he was becoming increasingly interested in the secret behind Quirrell. The day after Quirrell returned, Hogwarts hosted another Quidditch match. Gryffindor vs Hufflepuff. On the scoreboard, Slytherin's Quidditch points currently topped the list. If Gryffindor could defeat Slytherin, then the champion of this year's Quidditch competition would be Gryffindor. Conversely, if Hufflepuff won, then Slytherin would achieve a 7-year winning streak in Quidditch. Perhaps for this reason, Snape actually volunteered to referee the match. The Slytherin students were immediately overjoyed, believing the Quidditch championship was already theirs. In the afternoon, the Quidditch stadium was quickly packed. Not only the weak Quirrell came, but even Dumbledore sat by the field. They sat together in the Slytherin stands. Elias pulled Hermione along and also sat in the last row of the Slytherin stands. The little witch was preparing to explain some rules to him. This was his first time coming to the stadium to watch a match. The main reason was that he wanted to know why Quirrell came to every Quidditch match. Quirrell didn't seem like a Quidditch fanatic like Professor McGonagall. Unfortunately, with Professor Dumbledore present this time, Quirrell couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. The match started quickly. A few minutes later, Snape awarded Hufflepuff a penalty for the 4th time. It was simply unbearable to watch. Even though Elias didn't know the rules of Quidditch at all, he felt a stirring urge to join the students from the other houses in shouting bias. It seemed even the heavens couldn't stand Snape's actions. Harry, flying high in the sky, suddenly dived towards Snape, almost brushing past him. Just as Snape was about to penalize Harry Potter for threatening a professor, he heard a loud cheer from the stands. He looked back. Harry had stopped his dive, raised his arm high, and showed the golden snitch in his hand. The match ended just like that. Snape looked at Harry's figure. It was exactly like his father after he won a match. Suddenly thinking of the past, Snape flew back to the ground with a terrible expression, looked at Harry, who was being cheered by the crowd, and spat on the ground in resentment. The Slytherin students also walked out of the Quidditch stadium with unpleasant expressions. Just then, Elias saw Quirrell walking against the flow of people, secretly heading towards the Forbidden Forest. He told Hermione to go back first, while he took a large detour, using other students as cover, and followed from a distance. But Quirrell was very alert this time, constantly looking left, right, and behind him. Furthermore, there was a vast grassland on the way from the Quidditch stadium to the Forbidden Forest with no cover, making tracking very difficult. Elias frowned slightly, quietly retreating to the Quidditch stadium, where almost everyone had left. crowding around Harry Potter. He hid under a high platform in the stands, took out his wand, and shouted, "Expecto Patronum." His by Z-shaped patronus carried him soaring into the sky, quickly disappearing into the clouds, chasing towards the Forbidden Forest. Quirrell naturally didn't expect someone to be tracking him from the sky, so his attention wasn't on what was above. Entering the Forbidden Forest, after confirming that no one had noticed him, he finally relaxed and quickened his pace, continuously going deeper into the forest. Elias squinted his eyes, barely able to discern Quirrell's movements through the gaps in the dense leaves of the Forbidden Forest. Where is he going? Every time he went to the Forbidden Forest, he only stayed around the outer edges and was completely unfamiliar with the deeper parts. But Quirrell was clearly very familiar with the area and was moving with a destination in mind, not even stopping to figure out his direction. Besides the high value of their hair and horn, unicorn blood had also been discovered to be a potent medicine that could prolong life. Given such powerful effects, why weren't unicorns extensively hunted? Aside from the unicorn's own high magic resistance and speed, there was another crucial reason: unicorns were incredibly pure creatures. The book recorded, "The blood of a unicorn can keep you alive, even if you are an inch from death, but at a terrible price. You have slain something pure and defenseless to save yourself, and you will have but a half-life, a cursed life, from the moment the blood touches your lips." As a professor at Hogwarts, Elias naturally didn't think Quirrell was short on money. Therefore, there was only one reason Quirrell would specifically seek out a unicorn: he wanted to use the unicorn's blood to prolong his own life. First the Philosopher's Stone, then unicorn blood. Could it be that Quirrell's purpose in coming to Hogwarts is because he's terminally ill and wants to live a few more years? Elias shook his head inwardly, dismissing his own guess. Leaving aside whether there was such a thing as a terminal illness in the wizarding world, Quirrell's behavior before and after the holidays didn't quite match up. Previously, Elias had thought Quirrell's attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone was for someone else, but now, his act of drinking unicorn blood seemed more like it was for himself. Quirrell is dying for some reason and has to hunt unicorns. It didn't make sense, not at all. Elias was furiously brainstorming. If he were Quirrell, when his life was hanging by a thread and he desperately wanted to live, rather than drinking unicorn blood and cursing his life, ensuring a miserable existence, he would rather directly try his luck in the restricted section. Either get the Philosopher's Stone or fall in the restricted section and be sent to Azkaban, especially since he had already provided a method for Quirrell to get past the three-headed dog. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Elias. There seemed to be only one possible reason for this situation: the person Quirrell served or was subservient to desperately needed the Philosopher's Stone, and could constantly threaten Quirrell's life, preventing him from directly stealing the stone. This was the only way to explain why Quirrell would dare to hunt a unicorn just to stay alive, but not dare to directly steal the Philosopher's Stone. Since it was a constant threat, Elias's gaze fixed on the back of Quirrell's head, heavily wrapped in a turban. Could there be someone there? He was startled by his own speculation, but then he thought about how Quirrell had been unwilling to take off his turban no matter what before. It seemed that having eliminated all impossibilities, what remained must be the truth. Just then, Quirrell, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly made his move. Taking advantage of the adult unicorn being completely turned away from him, Quirrell suddenly darted out of the bushes, flicked his wand, and a thick green light flew towards the unicorn's back. The white unicorn sensed danger the moment the bushes rustled, and leaped sideways, narrowly dodging the killing curse. Quirrell's spells didn't stop. He first shot a stream of fire to the left to block the path, then cast a blasting curse on the ground under the unicorn's hooves to disrupt the terrain and prevent the adult unicorn from accelerating. Following that, a thick cutting curse flew towards the small golden unicorn. The little unicorn pawed the ground, initially intending to charge at Quirrell, but seeing the spell flying towards it, it seemed momentarily at a loss. At the critical moment, the adult unicorn leaped forward with all its might, blocking the small unicorn. The cutting curse left a deep, long gash on its body, splashing a small amount of silvery white blood. The adult unicorn let out a cry and collapsed to the ground, constantly nudging the small unicorn with its horn, urging it to run. Quirrell saw that his scheme had succeeded and completely ignored the small unicorn standing uneasily by the fallen adult unicorn but unwilling to leave. Grinning, he slowly advanced step by step. Just then, he seemed to hear a rush of wind behind him. As Quirrell was about to turn around, he suddenly felt a terrifying force hit his back. With a whoosh, the nearby trees appeared to be rushing backwards in Quirrell's eyes. His body, completely out of control, broke several branches and finally embedded itself deep in the ground. Elias ensured that the patroness had knocked Quirrell to a place where he couldn't see him, recalled the patroness to his side, quickly ran out of the trees, knelt beside the adult unicorn, and checked its injuries. He had swooped down as soon as Quirrell prepared to attack. Of course, he couldn't let Quirrell's plan succeed, but hiding himself had taken a little time. As if knowing he had saved them, the adult unicorn lay still on the ground, allowing Elias to cast healing spells on its wound and apply potions that helped with healing. The small unicorn affectionately nuzzled against the patroness's luminous white body. Elias simply treated the wound enough to ensure it had roughly healed and would no longer bleed, then cast a transfiguration spell to turn branches into a large stretcher. The unicorn was very intelligent, it immediately understood Elias's meaning, stumbled, and lay down on the stretcher. The small unicorn also lay down. Elias cast a levitation charm on the stretcher and took the small unicorn with him, heading into another part of the forbidden forest. They didn't exchange any words throughout the process, completing the series of actions with great, tacit understanding, so almost no time was wasted. They left by flying, which also meant they would leave almost no trace indicating where they had gone, preventing Quirrell from following. Elias didn't believe he could defeat such a powerful wizard who could cast silent spells so fluently with just that one attack. Moreover, he speculated that there might be someone else on the back of Quirrell's head. As expected, within 15 seconds of them entering the forest, Quirrell, with a bloody face and dragging an injured leg, rushed back. Seeing only a small pool of blood on the ground, but no sign of the unicorns, Quirrell knelt on the ground in despair, hissing in a low voice, "Who ruined my plans?" The patroness flapped its wings, carrying Elias swiftly through the gaps between the trees. The strong wind brushed against Elias's cheeks, blowing his white hair wildly around, making him look quite ethereal. He seemed to be falling in love with the feeling of speeding through the sky. One person and 2 unicorns flew for quite a distance, winding through the forest. Only when Elias was sure that Quirrell couldn't catch up did he choose a clearing and slowly descend. The little unicorn pranced around happily, clearly very satisfied with the flight experience. Elias, meanwhile, knelt down and continued to treat the adult unicorn. The wound caused by the cutting charm was not simple. Elias could only temporarily stop the bleeding using conventional healing potions. There still seemed to be a bit of black mist around the wound, constantly corroding it and preventing it from healing. Elias guessed that Quirrell must have incorporated another dark magic into this cutting charm to create such a difficult-to-heal wound. This further proved how well Quirrell had been faking it. Despite having such high-level skills, he didn't even pull out his wand to fight back when being constantly bullied by the younger students. Elias wondered if he should withdraw the bounty on Quirrell after returning, lest the students who pranked Quirrell be resented by him. If one day Quirrell could no longer keep up the act and became desperate, the consequences would be unpredictable. It was better not to take that risk. Elias was thinking, while managing to treat the wound with clumsy, unskilled movements. After a while, the unicorn's strong recovery ability finally caused the wound to begin to slowly heal. Only then did Elias wipe the sweat from his forehead, gently stroking the mane on its body, feeling the silky smooth, slightly cool texture. Thwack! Suddenly, a slender feathered arrow quickly embedded itself in the trunk of a distant tree. Since the arrow wasn't shot in his direction, Elias didn't feel any danger. But this rude behavior still made him frown, grip his wand, and turn around. Emerging from the bushes in the woods behind him was a group of beings with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a horse, centaurs. They were not half-human, half-beast hybrids of horses and humans. They were a species unto themselves and lived in primitive tribal communities. The centaur holding a bow and crossbow at the front was likely their leader. He was looking at Elias with an expression of displeasure, saying angrily, "Why did the fool run into the depths of the forbidden forest?" "Bane, don't be like that. I told you he was saving the unicorn," another centaur said, stepping forward. "I know," Firenze Bane said, angrily flicking his long tail. "That's why I need to give him a warning. Even the unicorn is injured. The forbidden forest is very dangerous." Firenze shook his head, slowly walked forward, and spoke kindly, "Don't be nervous, young wizard, we mean no harm. Centaurs do not hurt foals. We just saw you treating the unicorn for a long time. We just wanted to ask, why was this unicorn injured?" Elias knew a little about centaurs and reluctantly accepted Firenze's first sentence, calming the little unicorn that was standing in front of him. After thinking for a moment, he spoke briefly, "I got lost in the forbidden forest just now and happened to see a wizard in a black robe attacking a unicorn. Then I ambushed that person and ran away with the unicorn." Elias didn't give up Quirrell, because Quirrell, after all, represented Hogwarts. He didn't know what the relationship between Hogwarts and the centaurs was like, but if a Hogwarts professor attacked a unicorn, he was worried the centaurs might become prejudiced against Hogwarts students. He couldn't possibly fight so many centaurs, especially since the centaurs were holding physical weapons like greatswords, bows and arrows, and spears. A wizard's body might have slightly higher physical resistance than a muggle's, but it certainly couldn't withstand a feathered arrow piercing its body. An outsider wizard. Firenze examined the unicorn's wound carefully. The adult unicorn was now standing up. Centaurs were also very skilled at healing. They had their own unique methods and could see that the wound on the unicorn had been mostly treated. "Which direction was he in?" Firenze asked. Elias pointed roughly in a direction based on his feeling. Firenze said something to Bane, and Bane immediately led a group of centaurs charging in that direction. Firenze walked back to Elias and said, "Let's go, young wizard, I'll take you out. Follow me." Although Bane doesn't like wizards much, he's actually right. The Forbidden Forest is indeed very dangerous. You look like you're only a first-year student, yet you dared to venture deep into the Forbidden Forest alone and even ambush a dangerous dark wizard. "Are you from Gryffindor?" "No, Slytherin." From this brief encounter, Firenze seemed much friendlier towards wizards than the other centaurs. Elias also chatted with him briefly. It was good to have a centaur lead him out. He could also take the opportunity to look around the Forbidden Forest under the centaur's guidance and see if there was anything good. The storage pouch he was currently using was still the money bag Quirrell had given him, which had been enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to carry so many potions with him. Elias sighed. Teaching him magic, helping him borrow books, giving him galleons, and even providing storage space, putting aside the facts, couldn't Quirrell just be a good person? He wasn't in a hurry to tell Dumbledore what had just happened. Given Quirrell, or rather the person on the back of Quirrell's head's, desire for the Philosopher's Stone, he wasn't too worried that Quirrell would choose to abandon his efforts because of today's events and do something to other students that would expose himself. The two unicorns also followed him towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest, as if seeing him off. The little unicorn saw Elias deliberately picking some herbs and even ran to other places to bring him some itself. Elias used some techniques to smooth its fur and summoned his patroness to play with it. Perhaps it was due to the bliss, but the unicorn seemed to have a special sense of closeness to the blissful patroness. A delicate stone basin was placed on the largest desk, inscribed with intricate mystical symbols and ancient runes. The basin was filled with a silvery substance, like clouds, neither entirely liquid nor gas, swirling slowly within. From the outside, one could vaguely see a scene playing within the basin. After a long while, two figures emerged simultaneously from the stone basin, landing on the floor. Dumbledore conjured a stool for Elias and motioned for him to sit down. "Would you like something to drink?" Dumbledore asked kindly. "Black tea, please." Dumbledore conjured a cup of black tea for Elias, then leaned back and began pondering what he had seen in the Pensieve. Elias quietly drank his tea, not disturbing Dumbledore's thoughts. As soon as he arrived in the headmaster's office, he had extracted his memories and placed them in Dumbledore's Pensieve, and they had re-watched them together. He wasn't concerned about his special patroness being exposed to Dumbledore. This was the most powerful wizard of the age. There was no need to worry about Dumbledore being covetous of his abilities. He was even hoping Dumbledore could help him advance further. After a while, Dumbledore's tightly furrowed brow relaxed, and he said with satisfaction, "I must say, Elias, you truly are the most intelligent young wizard I have ever met. Even with limited information, you were able to quickly guess a result very close to the truth." Dumbledore stood up, walked to the window, and gazed towards the Forbidden Forest, saying, "It's Voldemort." "Voldemort." Elias followed suit, asking strangely. They silently watched an extremely dishevil figure emerge from the edge of the Forbidden Forest, sneaking stealthily into Hogwarts. Only after Quirrell's figure had completely disappeared from sight did Dumbledore begin to explain, "The person on the back of Quirrell's head can only be Voldemort." "But isn't he dead?" Elias didn't understand. Yes, everyone in the world thought he had died at Harry Potter's hands." Dumbledore also seemed puzzled. "I am also wondering about that. Why didn't he die?" "A long time ago, I discovered traces of him in the forests of Albania, and Quirrell, before becoming the defense against the dark arts professor, happened to have been there. So Voldemort must have possessed Quirrell and come to Hogwarts. If he's not dead, is he trying to use the Sorcerer's Stone to restore his body?" A thought flashed through Elias's mind. Dumbledore smiled and nodded. Elias looked at him speechlessly. Those who knew would understand that it was Voldemort who had infiltrated the school, but those who didn't would think it was just a mouse that had snuck in. "Are you just going to let a Dark Lord roam freely in the school like this?" Dumbledore seemed to know what Elias was thinking and explained casually, "I know him very well, Elias, even better than he knows himself. Voldemort must know that I'm already paying attention to Quirrell, but he is very confident that I don't know of his existence. Most importantly, Dumbledore exuded an invisible confidence. He absolutely dares not appear before me like this. Therefore, until Voldemort obtains the Sorcerer's Stone, he can only cling to life like a mosquito." Elias still didn't understand and asked strangely, "Isn't the purpose of you setting up this restricted area to lure Quirrell into a trap and then fish out Voldemort? But now that Voldemort has been discovered, why go through such unnecessary trouble?" Dumbledore didn't know how to respond. Could he say that he had actually set up all these plans to train Harry? Now Harry hasn't even started participating in the plan, and the whole plan has been disrupted by this young wizard of yours. Dumbledore deliberated for a moment, looked out the window, and said, "The weather is really nice today." Elias. "Professor, it's cloudy today. Thanks for reminding me, I completely forgot it was time to eat." Dumbledore said, "Elias, you haven't eaten yet either, have you?" "And no, I haven't." "That's great, let's go eat. I specifically asked the house elves to make some extra desserts today," Dumbledore said happily, walking towards the door first. Elias, is the most powerful wizard hard of hearing? Indeed, Dumbledore was already a centenarian, at the age where he should be retired, and it was normal for him to have some minor physical ailments. Perhaps, he could take over the position of headmaster in a few years? Of course, this was just a joke. Seeing that Dumbledore didn't want to talk, he knew that Dumbledore's purpose might not be as simple as that. so he didn't ask any further. But his purpose wasn't just to give Dumbledore a heads up, so he quickly blocked Dumbledore's path. "Wait, Professor, there's one more thing." Elias took out the Sorcerer's Stone from his pocket. He had tried for a long time but couldn't restore it, so he had to ask Dumbledore for help. Dumbledore picked up the peculiarly shaped Sorcerer's Stone with his right hand, pushed up his glasses with his left, examined it carefully, then walked back to his seat and sat down, asking in surprise, "How did you do that? There seems to be a new vitality inside the Sorcerer's Stone. It's very similar to your Patronus." Elias breathed a sigh of relief. Since Dumbledore could see it at a glance, perhaps he had a way to solve it. "I used a method I developed myself, Professor, to put my emotions into it, but now I can't take them out." Dumbledore's eyes sparkled, and he said, "Why don't you try casting spells with the Sorcerer's Stone? Just like your Patronus charm." Casting spells with the Sorcerer's Stone. Elias didn't understand. Dumbledore placed the Sorcerer's Stone on the table and explained, "Wizards in the European magical world are accustomed to casting spells with wands, African wizards prefer to cast spells directly with thick staffs, and Asian wizards mostly cast spells with gestures. So casting magic doesn't actually require a fixed medium, as long as you can smoothly channel magical energy. The most important thing is the wizard themselves. Minerva told me that you could perform wandless transfiguration before you even started school, so you should be familiar with this, right?" Elias nodded. He was indeed familiar with wandless casting. "But I've tried, I can't communicate with the magical energy inside the Sorcerer's Stone." Dumbledore smiled somewhat slyly, and winked at Elias. "Of course you can't, because I've cast a protective charm on the Sorcerer's Stone. I always like to keep a trick up my sleeve." He tapped the Sorcerer's Stone with his wand, a white light flashed, and the color of the Sorcerer's Stone became even more vibrant. Elias picked up the Sorcerer's Stone again with his hand. In just an instant, he felt a pulling sensation from within the Sorcerer's Stone, and the magical energy in his body was being drawn into the Sorcerer's Stone little by little. Expecto Patronum. He stared at his panel and used his most practiced Patronus charm. The Sorcerer's Stone was temporarily taken back by Dumbledore, who said he wanted to take it back for Nicholas Flamel to study. Elias had no objection, but felt a little regretful, as he had wanted to use the Sorcerer's Stone to study spellcasting further. But the Sorcerer's Stone wasn't his in the first place, and it had already been a great help in absorbing dozens of points of sin for him, not to mention that he might also have the opportunity to meet a master alchemist through this. As he expected, Dumbledore did express interest in his magic, but only suggested that he could try publishing some papers in academic journals. He believed it was a form of magic that no one had ever discovered before, and perhaps a very good direction for research. Elias was somewhat tempted. He did have the idea of publishing some academic papers, as this would help him build a reputation starting from his student days. Elias had a slight understanding of Dumbledore's student days. The old headmaster had started publishing academic papers and building his reputation from his first year, excelling in multiple fields. Only then, in his middle age, did he defeat the first Dark Lord, reaching the peak of his reputation, and naturally served as headmaster for decades. Furthermore, wizards are generally longer lived than muggles, and a great wizard like Dumbledore, at over 110 years old, couldn't really be called ancient. Therefore, if Elias wanted to take over Hogwarts and become headmaster sooner, he would also have to build a significant reputation and sufficient prestige during his student days, just like Dumbledore, and preferably defeat a Dark Lord, so that Dumbledore would have a chance to retire earlier. But he himself still had only a superficial understanding of original sin, let alone writing a rigorous academic paper. Moreover, it was possible that this extreme emotion like original sin could only be used by him, so even if he published it, it probably wouldn't get much attention. So, he could only start with potions and transfiguration for the time being. Coincidentally, he had just researched a powerful sleeping potion. Once he finished the experiments and verified the powerful soporific effect of this potion, perhaps this potion could be used in dragon reserves to put dragons to sleep, making it convenient for dragon tamers to carry out tasks like inspections or treatments, and also ensuring the tamer's safety. Dumbledore had no idea that the young wizard in front of him was eyeing the position he occupied. After putting the Sorcerer's Stone away again, he happily continued to invite Elias to dine. Because he had an idea, Elias quickly finished his meal and secretly ran towards the Forbidden Forest again. He needed to search in the Forbidden Forest to see if he could catch a few little darlings to cooperate with his experiments. Tonight's venture wasn't as smooth as before. He didn't know if the centaurs had tipped someone off or if Hagrid had discovered something, but while Elias was circling the edge of the Forbidden Forest, he was almost spotted by Hagrid on night patrol several times. Hagrid was holding a leash connected to a black, keen-nosed, and intelligent hound. If Elias hadn't secretly cast a Confundus charm on it, he would definitely have been discovered by that hound. Fortunately, the moon was large and round tonight, and the moonlight filtering through the leaves overhead illuminated the ground enough to barely see the surroundings. Elias didn't need to use the wand lighting charm anymore, avoiding being noticed by the creatures he wanted to catch. His target tonight was magical creatures. Conclusions drawn from experiments on ordinary creatures like rats were not suitable for magical creatures like dragons. However, there seemed to be very few creatures wandering around the forbidden forest at night. The entire forest was quiet, with only the faint sound of insects chirping. Elias wasn't in a hurry. There was naturally a reason why he chose to come out at night. When he saw Hagrid moving away into the distance again, Elias jumped down from the tree, waved his wand, and summoned his patroness. In the dark forbidden forest, the white glow emitted by the patroness was even more dazzling than the moonlight filtering down from the sky. Elias had his patroness circle around him as the center of a semicircle, moving away from the direction Hagrid had gone. He didn't have to wait long before the rustling sounds of animals running around indeed started to come from the forbidden forest. He saw rats, rabbits, and even snakes running away, but he paid them no mind, simply controlling the patroness to continue driving them out. Suddenly, a tusked, black and smooth-skinned pig-like creature suddenly charged out from the bushes to the side, slamming headfirst into a large tree that a single person couldn't even wrap their arms around, letting out a dull thud. Many branches were shaken off the tree, but the pig merely shook its head as if nothing much had happened. Elias's eyes lit up. It was a T-bow. This was one of the targets he most hoped to catch tonight. The T-bow is a Ministry of Magic classification XXXX creature, but it's not a protected species, making it excellent experimental material. But this creature isn't easy to deal with, as it's on the same level as a troll. The danger of a T-bow lies in the fact that it's a nocturnal creature with the ability to become invisible, and its hide is extremely tough, effectively resisting magical or physical damage. Although the T-bow's invisibility isn't as perfect as that of a demiguise, it's still very difficult to see its form when hidden by the darkness of night. When it feels threatened, the T-bow will charge directly, knocking its opponent head over heels. Elias could fly while riding his patroness, so he naturally wasn't afraid of the T-bow's charge. The most difficult part was that it wasn't easy for Elias, flying in the air, to hit a rapidly running T-bow, and even if he did hit it, he might not be able to break through its defenses. The T-bow's weak point isn't on its smooth body, but rather hidden on its neck, where it has a ring of fur. Centaurs catch T-bows by aiming a spear directly at its neck and thrusting. But even when this creature is fully grown, it's less than a meter long, and extremely agile, not only having a very fast starting speed but also being able to drift around corners. Among wizards, complimenting someone on being as agile as a T-bow is definitely not a sarcastic remark. Of course, wizards generally wouldn't say this if they didn't want to be hit. Elias was limited by the need not to cause too much commotion to avoid being discovered, making it difficult to use spells like the blasting curse to alter the terrain and force the T-bow to stop. Therefore, hitting the T-bow's small weak point directly with a spell was not easy for him. Elias had stayed in the Forbidden Forest for quite a while. It was already past curfew, and the castle gates had been closed by Filch. He avoided the towers where the students lived and found a window on the 8th floor of the castle to fly into. As soon as he landed, two voices suddenly came from behind the two suits of armor placed by the wall. "Whoa, cool, that was awesome." Elias turned to look. They were two red-haired boys who looked almost identical. He knew them. They were the Weasley twins, Gryffindor students. Elias narrowed his eyes. "I've been discovered. What do I do? Should I silence them?" Of course, this was just idle thought. He just hadn't expected such a coincidence, running into others here late at night. Elias turned to leave. If he ran into them, he ran into them. It wasn't a big problem. Wait, one of the Weasley brothers called out. Both of them ran out from behind the armor, one on each side, putting their arms around Elias's shoulders. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave, Sorensen. We just wanted to ask what that move was called," the two said with grinning faces. Elias put his hands in his pockets, raised an eyebrow, and said, "You know me. First, let's introduce ourselves. I'm Fred, and that's George," Fred said. "We're both Weasleys," George immediately added. "As for your question, Mr. Sorensen, you're Slytherin's genius, the old bat's favorite student, the knight who saved the troll. Of course, many people know you," the two said in unison. Elias rolled his eyes and said, "Why should I tell you?" Fred and George exchanged a glance and quickly walked in front of Elias, facing each other, clasping their hands together in front of their chests, looking into each other's eyes with deep affection, and speaking in a sorrowful tone. "In our first year, we were carefree and innocent, just little wizards full of curiosity about Hogwarts. Until one day, we had some trouble with Filch. We set off a dung bomb in the corridor, and for some reason, it really annoyed him, so he started chasing us. But we were just naive little wizards at the time. Cornered by Filch, trembling. That was the first and last time we were directly caught since starting school, simply an indelible disgrace in the history of our great adventures. If we had learned this magic back then, we could have escaped directly through the window and avoided this psychological trauma." The two finally finished telling the story, one sentence each, and even put 2 drops of eye drops into their eyes, turned their heads, looked at Elias with 2 pairs of tear-filled eyes, and pleaded, "Please, please tell us. This is our one and only request in this lifetime." Elias was quite choked up, took 2 steps back uncomfortably, and said, all right, stop your psychological attack." The two immediately separated and wiped away their tears. Elias thought for a moment and continued, "How about this? I'll tell you where you can learn this magic, and you tell me about a few secret passages I don't know about in exchange." The Weasley twins were well known throughout the school for their pranks. There was no reason they wouldn't know the secret passages of Hogwarts. Fred and George exchanged another glance, nodded, and revealed their successful plan smiles. They already knew all the secret passages in Hogwarts. This exchange was incredibly easy for them. Elias also revealed his successful plan smile. They couldn't learn his patroness charm, but what he said was true. This was called getting something for nothing. The three had a thorough comparison and discussion about the secret passages. Elias mainly wanted to know if there were any secret passages that led directly to the dungeons. Why were there far fewer Slytherin students out at night than from other houses? Wasn't it because Snape's office was also in the dungeons? If you suddenly ran into Snape wandering around because he couldn't sleep while you were out at night, you wouldn't even have anywhere to run. There was also this reason why he often slept in the room of requirement at night. Going back to the dormitory was too risky. But unfortunately, it seemed the twin brothers didn't know of any secret passages leading to the dungeons either. Perhaps no secret passages to the dungeons were established when Hogwarts was first built. Elias didn't think the other party was lying to him, so as a second best option, he learned about 2 secret passages from Hogwarts to Hogsmeade Village. After completing their tactical friendly exchange and preparing to say goodbye and leave, Elias suddenly asked a question. "How did you know I was here?" Fred waved his hand unnaturally. "What are you talking about?" George pulled Fred's hand and stepped back, saying with a laugh, "See you next time, little Slytherin Jr. We've got to go back to sleep." Elias watched their backs disappear around the corner, didn't chase after them, and returned to the room of requirement himself. This wasn't just a casual question from him. Firstly, he had flown in directly through the window. There was no way anyone could have heard him coming beforehand. Secondly, they had been talking here for a long time, but no Professor or Filch had come by. Yet, under these circumstances, the Weasley twins had been hiding behind the armor and only emerged after he landed. It was hard to say they didn't know he would come here and had come to wait beforehand. He didn't go to the room of requirement every day, let alone return from the Forbidden Forest late at night, which was an extremely low probability event. It wasn't good news for his whereabouts to be known by others so easily. It should definitely be avoided if possible. But since they weren't willing to say, he had no choice. They were just people he had just met. He couldn't just force them for no reason. Anyway, as long as he stayed inside the room of requirement, outsiders couldn't get in, so he could sleep peacefully at night. In an empty classroom, Fred and George huddled together, staring at a piece of parchment, carefully watching Elias's name on it. Once again, after seeing Elias stay in one place for a while, his name suddenly disappeared. "See, he disappeared here again," Fred muttered, not understanding. "Where do you think he goes when he disappears?" George flipped through the parchment, even poking it a few times with his wand, wanting to see if there was something wrong with it. Anyone within the Hogwarts grounds should have their name appear on the Marauders map, right? Fred rubbed his chin, analyzing. So, could he have left Hogwarts? Impossible. George shook his head. "Didn't we already check there? There are no secret passages leading outside the school." In the following weeks, Elias's experiments proceeded in an orderly manner. After meticulously recording the experimental data, he would release the batch of magical creatures he had previously caught, and then catch another batch. This allowed him to ensure the consistency of his experimental conclusions to the greatest extent possible under limited conditions, and he didn't have to bear the cost of feeding the experimental subjects. However, Elias discovered an unfavorable phenomenon. It seemed that the dosage of the sleeping potion couldn't be simply calculated based on the body size ratio for different magical creatures. Perhaps he really did need a dragon for the experiment. Or, try asking Quirrell? Maybe good old Quirrell could somehow help him get a dragon. Elias wondered what excuse he could use to go and fleece Quirrell again. Since Quirrell returned from the Forbidden Forest, his complexion had clearly improved a lot compared to before. Elias had asked Nia, and the unicorn herd hadn't had any other unicorns injured recently. The unicorns in the Forbidden Forest live in herds. Nia was the name he gave the little unicorn, and he called the adult one Aisha. So it was easy to guess that the blood Aisha shed when she was injured earlier had been used by Quirrell. This also meant that even if Dumbledore did nothing, Quirrell's cursed life wouldn't last much longer. If he didn't hurry up and fleece him, there'd be nothing left to fleece. How regrettable it would be to let Quirrell's wealth be claimed by Gringotts upon his death. Unfortunately, he hadn't found an opportunity. Every time he passed Quirrell's office, he could hear Quirrell talking to himself inside. Many students speculated that Quirrell had gone mad. Coincidentally, his bounty had been removed by Elias, and students were worried that something might happen to Quirrell because of their pranks, so no one bothered him anymore. Elias naturally knew this wasn't just talking to himself, it was highly likely he was talking to Voldemort. He wondered why they dared to communicate so frequently. Weren't they worried about Dumbledore finding out? Had Voldemort regained his strength? Or had Quirrell made sufficient preparations to get through the restricted section? Elias wasn't sure. Every time he went to the room of requirement, he would pass by the entrance to the restricted section on the 4th floor. But he hadn't found any signs that the three-headed dog had drunk a powerful sleeping potion. Didn't Quirrell need to investigate what the other obstacles were? Or had a professor leaked information to him? Elias had even specifically observed whether any of the heads of houses were also Voldemort's pawns, but the result was nothing. The most suspicious person was undoubtedly Snape. Elias even suspected that Snape's blatant dislike for Quirrell was a deliberate attempt to create a facade of being on different sides. But Dumbledore said that Snape was specifically arranged by him to keep an eye on Quirrell and that he trusted Snape greatly. Even so, Elias hadn't completely dismissed his suspicion of Snape. After all, this headmaster did seem a bit unconventional. If he dared to leave Voldemort unchecked in the school, adding another one of Voldemort's pawns didn't seem like something that would be very surprising, right? Hermione had recently started her second or third round of revision, and she kept urging Elias to revise with her. "We only have 10 weeks until the exams," Hermione stressed. "There's really no need to rush with revision," Elias said carelessly. "I think I pretty much know everything. A quick look before the exam will be fine. Taking it cold isn't impossible." His learning speed was so fast, it was like taking a primary school exam after having gone to middle school in his previous life. It was hard to feel any sense of urgency. Arrogance +1 want to test it. Hermione raised an eyebrow, shook the book in her hand, and said provocatively, "I'll ask, and you answer. If you can't answer, you'll come to the library with me to revise. Exams aren't just practical." Elias sighed and conceded, "All right, I'll let you see the gap between us." Humph. Hermione randomly pulled out a book from the one she brought. It was the Transfiguration textbook. Elias sat up straight, full of confidence. Half an hour later, the two of them went to the library together. Elias had to admit that he did indeed have many shortcomings. To become a scholar and write rigorous academic papers, one's foundational theory had to be solid. Hermione, with a triumphant smile, handed him the notes she had organized. Elias put aside other thoughts and stayed in the library with her to revise, spending the entire Easter holiday there. It seemed the professor's ideas coincided with Hermione's. They also believed students should start revising early and assign heavy homework during the Easter holiday, making the students sigh and groan every day. One afternoon, Elias completed the first draft of his first academic paper. Hermione, frowning, leaned against him and read the paper, occasionally asking questions about things she didn't understand. Elias used the opportunity to explain to Hermione to refine the flow and logic of his paper, planning to revise it once before showing it to Snape. Hermione's perspective as a reader allowed her to point out some errors he might not easily notice himself. Elias really didn't want to hear Snape say even a troll wouldn't make that mistake when he was revising his draft. Just then, his gaze was drawn to a large, furtive figure. Their gamekeeper, Hagrid, was flipping through books near the shelves, occasionally glancing around furtively. He met Elias's gaze, then quickly and nervously looked away. He had never seen anyone who was clearly looking at books openly, yet gave the impression of trying to steal them. Elias gently nudged Hermione, signaling her to look that way too. Soon, under their scrutinizing gaze, Hagrid hurriedly borrowed the books and rushed out, conspicuously hiding the books behind him. "What do you think Hagrid was just reading?" Elias asked. "Let's go see." Hermione's curiosity was also piqued. The two of them went to where Hagrid had been standing and found several books that showed signs of being pulled out. "They're all books about dragons," Elias whispered, pointing to two of them, From Dragon Egg to Inferno and A Guide to Dragon Keeping. Could it be that he got a dragon egg and wants to raise a dragon? Why wouldn't Hagrid just be reading these books because he likes dragons? Hermione retorted. "You can't just expect someone to suddenly be raising a dragon just because you want to use one for experiments. Hagrid has been at Hogwarts for many years," Hermione, Elias pointed out. "If he simply liked dragons, he would have read these books long ago. There's no need to look at them again." Hermione thought about Hagrid's movements and demeanor and began to believe Elias's guess that Hagrid had gotten a dragon egg. She said hesitantly, "But raising dragons is illegal, isn't it?" "I haven't specifically read books about those laws, so I'm not really sure." "I'm not sure either, but I bet Dumbledore can definitely handle it," Elias said dismissively, waving his hand, a little excited. "Anyway, we'll know when the dragon hatches if we go take a look. We're not close with Hagrid, though. How will we know when the dragon will hatch?" Hermione was also a little intrigued. She had seen unicorns with Elias and was now quite interested in magical creatures. "Don't worry, just wait. Someone will know," Elias said cryptically. He had a strange intuition that this dragon egg, a delicate stone besides the Philosopher's Stone, there's this. Dumbledore also pushed the silver necklace towards Elias. The front of the necklace had a beautifully crafted hollow elliptical container. "What is this?" Elias asked. "Do you remember the magic I used to seal the power of the Philosopher's Stone back then?" Elias nodded. Dumbledore explained slowly, "That was an ancient magic cast using ancient runes, but you haven't been exposed to ancient runes, so you can't learn it for now. This necklace is an alchemical item crafted by Nicholas based on that magic. Its effect is the same as that ancient magic. As long as you put the Philosopher's Stone inside the necklace, even if you are next to Voldemort, he won't be able to sense that it's the Philosopher's Stone. If you want to use the Philosopher's Stone for spell research, you only need a Muggle-like technique to open the lock on the container, which is equivalent to breaking the seal on the Philosopher's Stone. Wearing this necklace will also help you better channel magic into the Philosopher's Stone. Elias marveled at the creativity of a great alchemist and learned this unlocking technique from Dumbledore. Channeling magic through the single path on the container at the front of the necklace was like navigating a maze with magic. Ordinary wizards wouldn't have Muggle-like thinking, so deciphering this maze wouldn't be too simple. He opened the container, put in the Philosopher's Stone, and then put it around his neck. Elias suddenly and inexplicably thought of Dr. Strangeseye of Agamotto from the movies he had watched in his previous life. The Philosopher's Stone is also called the Sorcerer's Stone, so it's fine for him to call his the Sorcerer's Eye, right? Perhaps he could even design some gestures for himself when opening the Sorcerer's Eye. Whoa, it feels cooler than using a wand. Elias, uncharacteristically, felt a bit Chuyunibiu. With the allure of a physical object, he suddenly became very interested in alchemy as well. Time, oh time, he had never wished for time to pass slower than he did now. There was simply too much he needed to learn. Leaving the headmaster's office, Elias quickly wolfed down a couple of mouthfuls of food and rushed to the room of requirement to begin his experiments. The Patroness Charm was the only magic he had confirmed could be cast directly using the deadly sins. There was no direction for the other deadly sins. According to the information he had researched, when a wizard casts an offensive spell in extreme anger, it results in a more powerful effect. But no other spell, like the Patroness Charm, required the inclusion of an emotion to be cast. Elias felt he could explain the wizard's situation using Muggle examples. When Muggles fight, their adrenaline surges, causing them to become temporarily impervious to pain and increasing their strength and endurance. For wizards, emotions were more like an aid, indirectly helping them cast spells. Therefore, Elias couldn't directly inject deadly sins into a spell, unless he could modify or create a new spell himself, like the Patroness Charm. But his magical proficiency hadn't reached that level yet, which left his research into the deadly sins almost at a standstill. However, he had finally found a way now. Elias had already discovered it the last time he used the Philosopher's Stone to summon a patroness. After the seal on the Philosopher's Stone was removed by Dumbledore, he could easily access the bliss within and use it to cast a patroness. The deadly sins contained within the Philosopher's Stone seemed to have become a tangible entity, like magic, that he could directly control. However, the deadly sins within his body were an invisible, intangible, and imperceptible abstract product that he could barely communicate with directly, let alone apply to other magic. Entering the room of requirement, panting, Elias eagerly unsealed the Sorcerer's Eye. After a brief thought, he tapped the Philosopher's Stone floating within with his wand, accessing the power of wrath. He then pointed his wand back at the armor in front of him. Stupefy. A grayish-white light flew forward, and a very noticeable red light surrounded this gray light. The spell, originally intended only to render opponents unconscious, hit the armor and directly exploded. The armor was instantly blown to pieces. Elias felt the power of the spell in surprise. If this stunning spell had hit a real person, they might truly never wake up. The deadly sin within the Philosopher's Stone, wrath, truly disappeared by one portion, just as Elias had expected. But wrath didn't seem very suitable for the stunning spell, so Elias tried the combination he had initially envisioned, stunning spell plus sloth. Stupefy. A thick beam of gray and blue light mixed together shot towards another suit of armor. This time, the armor was only slightly knocked back before falling to the ground. This was the effect of the stunning spell. Moreover, judging by the thickness of the spell, the effect seemed to have more than doubled. Next, Elias tried many more spells. Cleaning Charm plus Wrath, the ground was completely cleared away. Cheering Charm plus Bliss, the person almost inexplicably laughed themselves to death. Unlocking Charm plus Wrath, physical unlocking. After his experiments, he finally reached a conclusion: the higher the degree of fusion between the spell and the deadly sin's light, the better the match between the two, and the better the resulting effect. Many spells were not suitable for adding deadly sins, and many spells could not have deadly sins added to them, mainly those related to daily life. Greed, gluttony, envy, pride. These four deadly sins could not resonate with any spells and could not be used in conjunction with spells. Therefore, he still needed to reasonably control these four emotions himself. Because he had experience, he knew that letting the deadly sins decrease to too low a level would be detrimental to recovery. And the deadly sins that he could utilize were no longer a burden, they had become his sustainable resource. Therefore, Elias didn't waste too many deadly sins on experiments. He replenished the deadly sins within the Philosopher's Stone and sealed it back up. Elias understood that while the dragon egg was given to Hagrid by Quirrell, it certainly wasn't through any legitimate means. Perhaps, Hagrid didn't even know that the egg was brought to him by Quirrell. Elias's plan to see the hatched baby dragon through Quirrell thus fell through. He had no choice but to adopt another method, pretending to stumble upon Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest. This wasn't difficult for Elias, who frequently ventured into the Forbidden Forest. He had even studied several fixed routes Hagrid used when patrolling the forest's outskirts. Several points were intersections of these routes, which were mandatory paths for Hagrid's patrol. After a day of classes, Elias chose a spot and waited with the unicorn. In less than a quarter of an hour, the barking of a hound came from behind a bush. Fang, sniff. Good dog. Did you find someone? Good boy. Hagrid's rough voice followed closely. Soon, Hagrid, like a small giant, crashed through the bushes, leading a black hound. Hey, a young wizard. Hagrid was slightly out of breath. Which house are you from, young wizard? Young wizards aren't allowed in the Forbidden Forest. I know, of course I know. Elias deliberately avoided the question about his house. He didn't know if this big fellow in front of him would report him, so why would he reveal his house? He had even specifically changed into casual clothes. I just came to meet my friends. Elias stroked the soft fur of the little unicorn, Nia. Nia affectionately licked his hand. A unicorn? You're friends with a unicorn. Hagrid's tone softened significantly. He squatted down and extended a hand towards Nia. Remember me, little one? I was the one who delivered you before. Nia tilted her head and stared at Hagrid for a while, seemingly finally getting some impression, and wagged her tail as she approached. Elsa lay on the ground without moving. Elias checked her wound again. It had almost completely healed, with barely a trace left unless you looked closely. You'd better not come to the Forbidden Forest recently, it's not very safe. Hagrid stroked Nia's fur and continued, a unicorn was attacked, and I still haven't found the culprit. The centaurs told me the attacker was a very powerful dark wizard. Hagrid suddenly stopped short. He suddenly remembered that Dumbledore seemed to have told him not to tell students about this matter. He stammered, no, it's not that. Anyway, the Forbidden Forest is very dangerous, and young wizards are not allowed to come in freely. But if I don't come to the Forbidden Forest, how will I know if my friends are hurt? Elias retorted. No, they won't be. I've already discussed it with the unicorn herd. They'll stay together recently, and not many wizards dare to directly attack a herd of unicorns, Hagrid explained. Elias nodded non-committally. He didn't know if Quirrell was a very powerful wizard, but Voldemort on the back of Quirrell's head was definitely a powerful guy. Although Dumbledore was dismissive of the current Voldemort, no one knew how much power Voldemort could exert now. Compared to the unicorn herd, who were not skilled in combat, he still believed that he, with his more varied methods, could protect the unicorns better. Moreover, he knew who the enemy was and could take precautions in advance. Okay, I'll leave right away, Elias feigned distress, but I seem to have forgotten the way. Can you take me out? Okay, no problem. Hagrid saw that Elias didn't question the attack in the Forbidden Forest and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and took the hound's leash again. Let's go, follow me. Let me introduce you, this is Fang. Hagrid pointed at the hound. Elias nodded. After saying goodbye to the unicorn, he quickly followed behind Hagrid. One of Hagrid's strides was equal to 3 of his own at the moment. During some rather meaningless small talk, Elias found Hagrid to be unexpectedly simple. As long as he chimed in with some pleasant words, Hagrid would immediately become beaming with joy. When Elias also expressed his love for magical creatures and said his favorite was dragons, Hagrid let out a series of exclamations, as if he had found a kindred spirit. You know, I've dreamed of raising a dragon since I was a child. My goodness, I've never seen a creature more adorable and charming than a dragon. Have you achieved your dream now? Elias asked casually. Of course, Hagrid said excitedly, I just won it in a card game from a stranger the other day. To be honest, that person probably couldn't wait to get rid of it. Oh, no, I mean, Hagrid awkwardly scratched his hair. I mean in a dream, yes, I got a dragon egg in my dream. Oh, I see. I thought you had gotten a dragon egg, that would be wonderful. Elias was initially disappointed, then said longingly, to see a dragon with my own eyes, that is my lifelong pursuit. Hagrid stroked his beard, his face full of conflict. As someone who also loved dragons, he understood that feeling perfectly. Seeing Elias's longing expression, Hagrid finally made up his mind and said in a low voice, all right, come with me. I was so happy after getting the dragon egg that I thought I was dreaming, but it's real, I really got a dragon egg. Elias gave himself a small mental reprimand and changed his brisk walk to a jog, following Hagrid directly to his hut. The hut was built of wood, and all the curtains were tightly drawn. There was a large vegetable patch next to the house, and a fenced enclosure where many chickens were kept. This is it, I live here, Hagrid said proudly. Dumbledore allowed me to be the keeper of the keys and grounds at Hogwarts, and this is the place Dumbledore specially allocated for me to live. As he spoke, he opened the door and led Elias inside. Even though it was early spring, cold enough to require a scarf, the hut was still stiflingly hot. Elias immediately saw the roaring fire in the fireplace. In the very center of the fire, beneath a kettle, nestled a large, black egg. Is that it? Elias asked, pointing at the fire. Hagrid poked his head out the door and looked around, seeing no one was following him, then quickly closed the door. Of course, that's it. This black color is absolutely fascinating, isn't it? This is a Norwegian Ridgeback egg, very rare. Elias didn't say anything, he really couldn't agree with that. They sat at a large table and discussed a lot of professional knowledge about raising dragons. Elias offered many valuable suggestions based on the information he and Hermione had spent an afternoon researching. Hagrid wiped away tears of gratitude and decided that after Norbert hatched, he would make Elias his godfather. Elias often made time to check on the dragon egg at Hagrid's hut, and occasionally Hermione would join him. But Hermione always worried that the dragon would burn down Hagrid's wooden house once it hatched. Elias, however, felt that as a wizard, there was no need to worry about such things. Hagrid, on the other hand, was completely unconcerned. One morning at breakfast, an owl delivered a note to Elias, written in Hagrid's scrawling hand, with only 4 words: about to hatch. Gryffindor's first class on Wednesday was herbology, while Slytherin had no classes first period, with herbology being their second. Elias and Hermione agreed to go together after Gryffindor's herbology class. While Gryffindor was in class, Elias made a necklace with a name tag at the front, inscribed with the baby dragon's name, Norbert. Due to the rapid growth of dragons, a regular-sized necklace might not fit for even a week. To solve this problem, Elias specifically consulted Nicholas Flamel and created a silver necklace enchanted with a transfiguration charm, a protection charm, and a fire charm, designed to lengthen as the dragon grew, making it fireproof and durable. When the class bell rang, Elias was already waiting on the lawn outside the greenhouse, and after Hermione joined him, the two unhurriedly made their way to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Gryffindor's next class was Defense Against the Dark Arts, and they all knew what kind of Professor Quirrell was. Even Hermione didn't want to attend his class and preferred to study on her own. They arrived at Hagrid's hut and knocked on the door. Hagrid, beaming, welcomed them and invited them inside. 2 people were already there, Harry and Ron, and both sides looked at each other with surprise. Seeing that the group didn't seem to know each other well, Hagrid enthusiastically introduced them. Harry gave a friendly greeting, Elias nodded back, and Hermione also said hello. Only Ron completely ignored the two, especially since one was a Slytherin, just muttering something that no one could hear. Then, no one spoke, all eyes fixed on the dragon egg lying on the table. The dragon egg was rolling slightly on the table, a deep crack already visible, emitting a crisp cracking sound. "It's coming out soon," Hagrid whispered excitedly. As the crack on the egg grew wider, suddenly, with a crack, the egg finally split open. The baby dragon wiggled twice inside the shell, breaking free from its confines. Flapping its tiny, fleshy wings, it wobbled unsteadily on the table. A newborn dragon was no different from other young animals, it was just as wrinkled. Its tiny, dark body was wrapped in its wings, and it had a long, large nose with white nostrils. There were several small bumps on its head, which were horns that hadn't grown yet. Its bulging orange-red eyes looked outwards, its head turning to observe the onlookers. It glanced out the window, then suddenly sneezed, spitting out a few sparks from its nostrils. "Isn't he beautiful?" Hagrid said dreamily, extending a hand to stroke the baby dragon's head. The baby dragon bit his finger, revealing its long, sharp teeth. "Oh, look, he knows his mummy." Hagrid squealed in a high-pitched voice like a girl. Elias put the necklace on the baby dragon. Norbert let go of Hagrid's finger, reached out to bite him, but Elias dodged. "Look, he knows you too, Elias, he likes your gift. He's so clever." Hagrid continued in a high-pitched voice. "I don't think that's what he's thinking," Hermione said uncertainly. The necklace was clearly a bit heavy for the baby dragon, and Norbert became increasingly wobbly as he stood. Elias looked at Hagrid speechlessly, quietly slipped out of the hut, and poked his head out into the yard. "Malfoy?" Elias was surprised. He had noticed someone peeking through the window out of the corner of his eye, but he hadn't expected it to be Malfoy. How did he know about the dragon egg? Seeing that Malfoy seemed absorbed in watching and hadn't noticed him at all, Elias quietly crept up behind him. From this small window, one could see everything happening inside the hut. But Malfoy hadn't even noticed that one person was missing from the room. Boys have a natural fascination with creatures like dragons. If Malfoy's attention was entirely on the baby dragon, then there was no problem. But if Malfoy was watching Harry Potter, then, well, he didn't understand, but he would respect such feelings, especially in the UK. His speculation wasn't baseless. He had noticed long ago that his roommate seemed to enjoy deliberately bullying Harry to get his attention. With an uncertain feeling, Elias quietly asked while Malfoy was still focused, "Are you watching Harry Potter?" "Yeah," Malfoy answered involuntarily. "You like him?" "Yeah, huh?" Malfoy's mind suddenly went blank. He leaped sideways at top speed, his backside hitting the wall, letting out a terrified shriek. "Ah!" Everyone inside the hut heard the scream. Hagrid ran out, his face pale, followed by the 3 young wizards. Malfoy, Ron and Harry's faces were grim. They feared Hagrid's baby dragon wouldn't be allowed to stay. Hermione tugged at Elias's sleeve and whispered, "What do we do?" She had clearly thought of the same problem. She knew how much Elias's paper needed a dragon. Elias snapped back from his shock. He had just been considering whether to ask Snape for a different dorm room. Living with a handsome, charming, talented, and exceptionally beautiful young man like himself was very dangerous. "What do we do about what?" Elias asked. The fact that Malfoy had discovered the baby dragon made Hagrid extremely uneasy, his face pale. Not only did Hagrid know Malfoy's father, Lucius Malfoy, and know that he was a Death Eater, but he had also heard Harry and Ron badmouth young Malfoy countless times in their daily conversations, so his impression of him was naturally not good. But Elias was very confident and stated clearly that Malfoy would definitely not tell on them. Are you confused? That's Malfoy," Ron said, not understanding. "You're not just sticking up for him because you're his roommate, are you?" Elias ignored him. Could he tell others the truth? Not now, at least. The look of pleading in Malfoy's eyes at the time made Elias realize that Malfoy perhaps didn't want his feelings for Harry to be known to everyone. Elias didn't want such gossip to ruin a young wizard's life, so he temporarily chose to keep it a secret for him. Poor child, afflicted by love at such a young age. Seeing that his words received no reply, Ron immediately felt that he was right. Harry thought the same and quickly urged Hagrid, "Let him go, let the baby dragon go." "No, I can't. I trust Elias," Hagrid said. "Elias would never harm Norbert, he's the child's godfather. Besides, Norbert is still too young. If I let him go, he'll die." Hermione and the other two looked at Elias with strange eyes. "Godfather to a dragon? That's hard to say," Ron said, glancing at Elias. "I think we could put him in the Forbidden Forest. Aren't there lots of magical creatures there?" "No, of course not," Hermione quickly retorted. "Dragons can breathe fire a week after they're born. I guess you haven't looked into it at all? If you put a dragon in the Forbidden Forest, the forest might be burned down in a week. Also, I trust Elias too. He said Malfoy won't tell. They're roommates, so they're naturally more familiar with each other than you are." Ron held his breath, furious, and roared in a low voice, "Trust Malfoy? Good heavens, I almost thought I hadn't woken up yet. Do you know how awful Malfoy is? Do you know how much trouble he's caused us for no reason? I even fought him during the last Quidditch match. You're telling me and Harry to trust Malfoy?" Elias's gaze towards Ron also became strange. He and Malfoy, could they be rivals in love? Elias shook his head. The image was too beautiful for him to even imagine. "I have dirt on Malfoy, that's it, he won't tell," Elias said, changing the subject. "Hagrid, hurry and feed him, Norbert is so hungry he can barely stand." "Oh, right. Hagrid finally relaxed and fed the baby dragon the food he had prepared in advance. Harry knew he couldn't persuade Hagrid anymore, so he also tried feeding the baby dragon some food. What else could they do now but trust Elias? Having eaten dinner early, Elias walked against the crowd towards Quirrell's office. The scheduled time for his special training with Quirrell had finally arrived. Upon reaching the office door, Elias knocked. Quirrell quickly opened the door. Elias entered the office, closing the door behind him. The office had already been modified by Quirrell beforehand. All the tables and chairs were gone, leaving only an empty space. Elias and Quirrell stood facing each other like that. "Come on, cast a spell on me first, let me see what magic you know." Quirrell didn't even take out his wand, just stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed. "Okay, Professor, please be careful." Elias reminded him casually. This was the first time he had directly cast a spell on a person. He didn't mean to look down on Quirrell. He drew his wand and immediately cast the spell he currently had at the highest attack level. Stupefy. Quirrell silently cast a spell, and a transparent barrier suddenly appeared in front of him. The stunning spell hit the barrier, creating a ripple. "Continue," Quirrell said flatly, actually looking somewhat like a professor now. Elias didn't hesitate, casting several spells in quick succession. Expelliarmus, Diffindo, Confringo, Petrificus Totalis, Multicorphers, Densagio. "Alright, you can stop now," Quirrell interrupted. "Even minor hexes have been cast, so this must be the limit, but for a first-year wizard to be able to cast so many spells is truly exaggerated." Quirrell was secretly shocked but said calmly, "On the surface, although you know many spells, hardly any of them are proficient, and their power is unremarkable. That's not good for combat. In wizard duels, the deciding factor between two wizards is often the spell they have mastered most proficiently. A wizard who has learned 10 spells is unlikely to defeat a wizard who has only mastered the Killing Curse. Therefore, over the next few days, I will primarily train you in the Blasting Curse. Once you have mastered this spell proficiently, dealing with a few alchemical puppets will be a piece of cake. Let me demonstrate for you first." With that, Quirrell waved his wand, and a huge table appeared in the center of the office. Confringo. A red light struck the huge wooden table, and in an instant, the table was shattered into a pile of splinters, scattering with the impact. "See? Even a spell I'm relatively familiar with is more powerful than all your spells combined, Quirrell said. So powerful, Elias deliberately flattered him. Elias would feed Norbert lots of extra snacks every day, in addition to his regular feeding schedule. The baby dragon also accepted everything offered. As long as you dared to feed him, he dared to eat it all, leaving absolutely nothing behind. This caused the baby dragon to grow rapidly and become increasingly round, showing a tendency to evolve into a pig dragon. Elias was naturally quite satisfied with this. Dragons, especially creatures like the Norwegian ridgeback, are naturally lively and active, seemingly possessing endless energy. Norbert displayed this nature without a doubt in the first few days after hatching, bumping into things and breathing fire everywhere in Hagrid's hut every day. They couldn't let the baby dragon out to wander around, run freely in the Forbidden Forest, and expend its energy, because keeping a dragon privately is illegal. Norbert couldn't be discovered by others. Even though Elias insisted that Dumbledore could definitely get a dragon-keeping license, Hagrid didn't dare tell Dumbledore that he was raising a dragon. He felt that secretly keeping a dragon betrayed Dumbledore's trust, and Dumbledore was very busy, so he didn't want to bother him. Both of them completely overlooked the fact that keeping a dragon at school could easily pose a threat to the students' safety. Elias felt that Hogwarts already had a three-headed dog and a Dark Lord inside, so one more dragon wouldn't make much difference. Hagrid, on the other hand, didn't think dragons were dangerous at all. Based on this, they could only let Norbert freely mess up Hagrid's blankets and bed, breathe fire on the bed at will, and sometimes accidentally set the wooden hut on fire. Elias had to come help him put out fires whenever he had time, which prevented Hagrid from having to sleep on the grass outside the house every night. However, Hagrid's large hound, Fang, had a miserable time. He had even tried to steal Norbert's food when he was first born, but after just 1 week, Fang couldn't compete with Norbert and had to sleep outside the hut every day, otherwise his fur would easily get burned off. But ever since Elias started overfeeding Norbert, the baby dragon couldn't run anymore. His belly sagged from eating so much every day, and he could only lie quietly on the ground to digest. Occasionally, when he felt like it, he would breathe a couple of bursts of fire at the fireplace, raising the room temperature and incidentally helping Hagrid boil a pot of tea. Hagrid, however, was very worried and always told Elias to feed him less. He thought the baby dragon's lack of activity was a sign of poor health. So the two of them put their heads together and decided to secretly take Norbert for a walk in the Forbidden Forest every day, and incidentally, teach him a few things. Putting aside all social factors, they couldn't keep Norbert for too long anyway. He would eventually have to return to the wild. The baby dragon grew too fast. In 1 week, he was half the size of a table, and in 3 weeks, he was bigger than the table. It was estimated that in less than 2 months, the small wooden hut would no longer be able to fit Norbert. They also needed to train Norbert to control his teeth and fire. When he was just born, Hagrid could even put his hand directly into Norbert's mouth to play with him, but now Norbert's teeth could pierce Hagrid's skin, and Elias had been bitten by him many times too. Dragon teeth also contain venom. Fortunately, this venom wasn't difficult to counteract, and Elias quickly brewed an antidote, which prevented any major consequences. Learning to control his fire was also a very urgent matter. Whenever Norbert was in a good mood, he would unconsciously breathe out a small stream of fire from his nostrils or mouth. When he was just born, it was just sparks. Elias had to cast a shield charm on himself every time he petted the dragon or fed him. The baby dragon didn't understand the difference in physical defense between wizards and dragons. In the dragon community, gently biting their companions with their teeth is a form of play, and breathing out small flames is a way of expressing their mood. Their training purpose was precisely this, not to make Norbert suppress his nature, but to let him know how to play with different creatures without injuring them. It was another weekend. The dragon taming team avoided the sight of students outside the castle and led Norbert into a clearing on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. It wasn't the baby dragon's first time going out, but he was still curiously looking around, occasionally suddenly rushing forward a few steps to bite off roadside wildflowers. If it weren't for Hagrid's physique, he might not have been able to hold onto the excited baby dragon. To ensure the training went smoothly, Hagrid voluntarily put on a comical Norwegian ridgeback mascot costume, which Elias had researched for a long time to make look convincing with transfiguration spells. Out of kindness, he also called Malfoy over. Malfoy didn't want to. He had taught that little wizard magic for a month, but still hadn't gotten information about all the checkpoints until now. Furthermore, the information the little wizard gave him didn't even mention the troll he had arranged. It seemed the checkpoints in that restricted area were more difficult than he had imagined, and there were many more of them than he had estimated. But he couldn't wait much longer. He was dying. Last time, he had barely managed to drink 1 gulp of unicorn blood. He had gotten the curse, but not much life force. Coupled with the Dark Lord's endless draining of his life, he was truly dying. Quirrell thought despairingly while Voldemort was asleep again. Whether his decision to go to Albania back then was purely a mistake, he already regretted it. Go and confess to Dumbledore now? But did he really have a way back? Or rather, who between Dumbledore and the Dark Lord could save his current life? Quirrell struggled internally for a long time. He thought of the words the Dark Lord often said to him again, "I have walked further on the road to immortality than anyone else." Quirrell murmured, finally making up his mind. Everyone in the world says Voldemort is dead, but now, he's back, he truly achieved immortality. As long as I can help him resurrect, he will definitely be able to help me live. Quirrell no longer expected the Dark Lord to give him immortality, power, or prestige. He was a Ravenclaw, he had also been a Hogwarts professor, and on his journey to find Voldemort, he had indeed helped an African prince expel a zombie. He had just gone astray. He wasn't a fool. From the Dark Lord's attitude towards him, he knew the Dark Lord would definitely not give him the things he described. Now he could only hope the Dark Lord would help him live, considering he helped him resurrect. He ultimately gave up the path that could truly let him live, choosing instead to go all the way down the dark road. Then I'll go kill another unicorn. Lately, that big oaf's patrol frequency in the Forbidden Forest has dropped a lot. Quirrell made up his mind. On a dark and stormy night, Quirrell walked out of Hogwarts Castle again, then put on a black robe, covering his face, and headed straight for the Forbidden Forest. Elias suddenly discovered a problem while raising the dragon. Dragons could all fly. Norbert was now old enough to start practicing flying, but, because Norbert was overweight, when he flapped his wings and struggled, he looked just like a giant turkey, only able to get 2 feet off the ground by bouncing. So, amidst Hagrid's tearful pleas, Elias resolutely controlled Norbert's diet and took him to exercise in the Forbidden Forest every day. It only took a week for Norbert, who was still in a rapid growth phase, to successfully lose weight to a reasonable level. Elias then began to oversee Norbert's flight training again, using his patroness to fly with Norbert in the Forbidden Forest every night. Actually, he didn't need to go this far, but having raised him for so long, he had truly developed feelings and thus worried more. However, this didn't affect him feeding the little dragon potion every night. After all, the only side effect of the powerful sleeping potion was fatigue if too much was consumed, and it wouldn't cause any harm to the little dragon's body. After training, Norbert could now control his wings very well, rotating and turning in the forest without any hindrance, leaping towards the sky, letting out a happy roar in the air, and then suddenly diving down. The reason Elias came to train Norbert's flying every night was because, under the cover of night, the little dragon flying in the sky wouldn't be easily discovered. He also pulled Hermione, who would usually be reviewing in the library at this time, out every time they trained flying, helping her balance work and rest. Hermione was initially a bit reluctant, but after Elias took the girl flying in the sky with his patroness once, she became addicted to the thrilling feeling. Just like Elias, Hermione's broomstick flying skills weren't very good, so this novel flying experience was her first time. After that, every time the girl flew 2 high-speed laps in the sky, her little face would be flushed with excitement. Today was no exception. After Elias took Hermione for a few turns in the forest, they landed smoothly. As soon as Hermione touched the ground, she secretly wriggled out of Elias's embrace, fanning her face rapidly with her hand, trying to cool her flushed cheeks quickly. She secretly glanced at the boy, but his gaze wasn't on her. Instead, he was looking towards the Forbidden Forest with a frown. The girl pouted and asked curiously, "Elias, what are you looking at?" Elias pointed to his watch. "Has Hagrid been in the Forbidden Forest a bit too long today? Usually by this time, we'd be back in the common room." "Yeah, it seems it's almost curfew time." Hermione also realized and said worriedly, "Has Hagrid encountered any danger?" "That shouldn't be the case." Elias was also puzzled. Hagrid has good relationships with many creatures in the Forbidden Forest. How could he be in danger? "It might not be animals." Hermione said, "Hagrid was patrolling the Forbidden Forest in the first place because a wizard attacked unicorns, wasn't he?" "You mean, Hagrid might have met Quirrell?" Elias exclaimed in surprise. It truly wasn't his fault for not thinking of it. Quirrell's condition the last time he went hunting unicorns was completely different from his condition now. He hadn't noticed anything significantly wrong with Quirrell's physical state recently. Could it be that Quirrell's extremely poor condition last time wasn't just due to life force loss, but also other injuries? That was indeed possible. Thinking of this, Elias remounted his patroness and quickly said, "Hermione, I'll go take a look first." "I'm coming too," Hermione said urgently. "Don't go risking it alone, it could be dangerous. I might be able to help." "No, I'll go take a look first. If I'm not back in 10 minutes, go find a professor, any professor, or a head of house." Elias refused. Hermione wanted to say something else, but Elias directly interrupted her. "Be good, there's no time to argue now. If Hagrid really met Quirrell, his life would be in danger. I can hold Quirrell off. I'm leaving now." Having said that, Elias directly turned into a white light and rushed out. Deep within the Forbidden Forest, which had been quiet and dim, a large black dog suddenly bolted outwards. Under the moonlight, one could see numerous small, intricate wounds on the black dog's body. The wounds on its legs dripped blood continuously as it ran swiftly, but the black dog seemed not to feel any pain. Its speed didn't slow down at all. It still agilely leaped over the bushes and tree roots scattered everywhere. Elias, gliding low through the air, happened to see this scene and his eyes lit up. "Fang!" The large black dog heard the familiar voice and slammed on its brakes, skidding a short distance on the fallen leaves and letting out whimpers of fear. Seeing the injuries on Fang's body, Elias knew his premonition had likely come true. He said urgently, "Fang, take me there quickly." Fang nervously circled in place, seemingly struggling with something internally. After a moment, it let out a loud bark, signaling Elias to follow. Its injured leg first pushed off the ground slowly, then gradually picked up speed, and in an instant, it ran a good distance away. Following the direction Fang ran, Elias flew above the forbidden forest, carefully watching for movement from the trees in the distance. Within his line of sight, several trees suddenly shook violently in an unnatural way, and some trees crashed down. Elias quickly lowered his altitude and called out to the still running hound, "Fang, stop quickly. I found it. Go back and find Hermione, tell her to get a professor." He didn't care if the hound understood him or not. Riding his patroness, he soared into the sky and sped towards the direction of the commotion. Avada Kedavra. A green light shot from Quirrell's wand, hitting a tree trunk as thick as a barrel and blasting a large hole straight through it. Hagrid, who had been hiding behind the tree, quickly dropped to the ground, rolled a few times, and slid down a slope. He pulled an arrow from the basket on his back and fitted it onto his giant crossbow. He looked quite disheveled now, with several scratches on his face, his coat torn into several pieces, and only one boot left on his feet. Hagrid gasped for breath and roared angrily towards the original direction, "Who on earth are you? How dare you break into the forbidden forest, and dare to harm a unicorn?" Quirrell didn't speak, but silently fired a blasting curse towards the direction the voice came from. A huge gap was directly blasted into the slope. Hagrid lowered his head slightly to avoid the flying dust, then suddenly raised the crossbow in his hand and shot an arrow towards the direction the spell had come from. He then quickly rolled around on the ground, leaving his original spot, and peeked out using the cover of the grass. The giant crossbow bolt whizzed through the air straight towards Quirrell. Quirrell quickly moved one step to the left, narrowly dodging the arrow head-on. The rushing air caused by the arrow stung his eyes. The arrow that had passed by directly embedded itself in a tree trunk, piercing straight through it. Seeing this scene, Quirrell gasped and began to take this big oaf a little more seriously. He cast a shield charm in front of himself. Immediately after, two more blasting curses exploded towards the slope. Hagrid couldn't dodge in time, and the residual effect of one of the blasting curses hit him square on. Cough, cough. Hagrid coughed twice, ignoring the pain in his chest. He scrambled to his feet and stumbled backward, while continuing to string his crossbow. As soon as Quirrell showed himself, Hagrid shot another arrow at him. This time, Quirrell merely flicked his wand, and the arrow was instantly blasted into smithereens in midair. He seemed to be toying with Hagrid, walking forward unhurriedly, enjoying the anger and struggle of his prey. Many of the trees in the Forbidden Forest simply couldn't conceal Hagrid's body, but Quirrell deliberately waited until Hagrid had hidden himself before hitting the trees with each spell. Hagrid's arrows gradually ran out, and he was almost too exhausted to run. Finally, he tripped over a thick tree root protruding from the ground, stumbled, fell, and struggled to sit up with his back against a tree stump. "Who are you? What do you want?" Hagrid roared, his eyes wide and his face contorted with rage. Seeing that his prey had lost the ability to resist, Quirrell immediately lost interest. He raised his wand to end his life. Avada. Just then, a familiar sensation suddenly spread throughout his body. A huge force came from behind him, sending him flying far away. Watching the trees recede in his vision, Quirrell thought to himself, "It seems it was like this last time too." But this time he was prepared. He used a spell to blast away the trees blocking his path, and a final cushioning charm ensured a smooth landing. He lay on the ground and then tapped his back with his wand. Dislocation restoration. With a crack, the bone that had been directly broken was restored, but the pain didn't disappear immediately. Quirrell held his back, enduring the pain as he angrily stood up. "Who is it? Who on earth is it?" Obscuring mist. Seeing that his sneak attack hadn't had much effect, Elias sealed off the area between the two combatants with mist, and then hurried over and crouched down beside Hagrid. "How did you?" Hagrid stared in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the young wizard and quickly tried to tell him to leave. Elias gave him a look and made a shushing gesture. Hagrid inexplicably shrank his neck, feeling wronged. Elias quickly transfigured a large stretcher, helped Hagrid lie down on it, and then moved Hagrid behind a large rock. He himself quickly moved stealthily towards the other side. Quirrell seemed no longer concerned about whether he would be exposed, or perhaps the person opposite him was already on his death list, so it didn't matter if they knew who he was. Thus, he continued to roar and curse where he stood. Elias located him by sound. A blasting curse shot through the mist, and an explosion sounded from the other side. Quirrell's voice immediately disappeared. No scream. Elias guessed his spell might have missed. He followed up with two stunning spells towards the same direction, then quickly moved 2 steps to the side. Sure enough, a green light flew past the spot where he had been standing. Rage +1. Fuck, no sportsmanship, Elias cursed under his breath. Quirrell was actually using his ultimate move against a young wizard like him in a spell duel. What kind of hatred was this? Elias quickly changed his strategy. The killing curse cannot be bounced back or blocked by the shield charm. There are only two ways to block the killing curse: two offensive spells directly clashing, or making the killing curse hit a sufficiently hard object. Quirrell had told him this when Elias asked him about the killing curse, now it was helping him. However, no matter how Elias guided or hinted, Quirrell was unwilling to teach him the killing curse. That was really annoying. Otherwise, he could have directly exchanged killing curses with Quirrell. Elias flicked his wand. The fallen leaves on the ground began to move without wind, flying neatly in front of him, where he transfigured them into stones and sent them flying towards the opposite side. Avada Kedavra. One of Quirrell's killing curses shattered many stones, but it couldn't pose any threat to the person on the other side of the mist. Elias quickly scrambled to his feet, his wand twisting and turning in his hand. Countless leaves flew up from the ground again, transforming into conical stone spikes. With a horizontal sweep of his hand, rows of stone spikes shot into the mist in a fan shape, and immediately a sound of objects colliding echoed from the other side. Having learned his lesson, Elias began moving sideways without hesitation, hiding behind a large tree. Unexpectedly, Quirrell seemed to have been inspired by him. An arc-shaped white light sliced through all obstacles in its path and headed straight for Elias. Elias had nowhere to dodge and quickly cast a shield charm, barely managing to block the attack. It's time. Leaning against the large tree, Elias closed his eyes, felt the flow of magic within him, slowly raised his wand, and tapped the necklace on his chest. The eye of the sage slowly opened, revealing the philosopher's stone inside, radiating a seven-colored glow. His strength should have been grasped by Quirrell during these several rounds of mutual attacks. Quirrell would definitely not think he was his match now. This was also the illusion he wanted to create for Quirrell, that the wizard opposite was weak. Then he would use the original sin to enhance the power of his spell and catch Quirrell off guard. Elias summoned Wrath, and quickly reviewed every position Quirrell had been in when casting spells in his mind. He had almost only one chance to strike unexpectedly. He had to gamble on where Quirrell was standing now. Right, still going right, so this time, still, right. Elias opened his eyes, turned, leaned out, swished his wand, and cast the spell in one fluid motion. Confringo. A thick, dazzling red light, as if enhanced with special effects, burst through the mist, and the scattered magic caused the fallen leaves on the ground to rustle and fly. Quirrell was also contemplating how this battle should be fought. This wizard who attacked him with the same move was much weaker than he had imagined, although his combat awareness was quite good. He didn't seem to have achieved much either. Originally, he had thought the effect of the mist obscuring vision was advantageous to him, because there were two people on the other side, the wizard and that big oaf. He also had to guard against the wizard opposite hitting him with that spell twice. But now it seemed that fighting 2 against 1 was not a problem for him. This mist had instead become an advantage for the other side. Quirrell figured this out, cast a shield charm, and charged directly into the mist. By chance, the enhanced blasting curse hit his shield charm. Quirrell watched helplessly as his shield charm was shattered by the explosion. Quirrell was thrown into a 360-degree spin in the air by the impact of the blast. The violent explosion created a sudden clear patch in the mist on the scene, and it took a while for it to slowly gather again. Dizzy, Quirrell propped himself up, some blood trickling from his head. It took him a long time to recover. By the time his consciousness gradually returned, he had lost his sense of direction in the mist and didn't know which direction he had come from. Damn it! Quirrell angrily slapped himself to clear his head. He grabbed his fallen wand again, cast a supersensory charm on himself, and kept turning around vigilantly. Now the advantage brought by the mist was back on his side. As soon as the mist disappeared, he would immediately become a sitting duck. Suddenly, the enhanced hearing from the supersensory charm made him sense a surge of magic seemingly coming from his left. He quickly turned around, raised his wand, Avada Kedavra. The enhanced stunning spell and the killing curse met head-on. The light blending gray and blue connected with the green light. The point-to-point spell casting became a contest between spell power and magical strength. But Elias was just a first-year wizard. How could he possibly win a direct contest of magical power against Quirrell? The green light in the field was slowly pushing back the gray-blue light, and the killing curse was gradually advancing towards Elias. Elias's heart sank slightly. He gripped his wand tightly with both hands to prevent it from being knocked away by the excessive magical output. Quirrell, on the other hand, burst into arrogant laughter. No matter who you are, die. Hagrid watched the entire scene from where he was hiding. While surprised by the young wizard Elias's strength, he was also worried that Elias wouldn't be able to defeat the opponent and would get hurt. Hagrid could clearly see that Elias was at a disadvantage, but he could only fret anxiously where he was. Not only was his leg injured making it difficult to move, but he had also run out of arrows. Furthermore, he didn't know where Quirrell was now, let alone help. But now it seemed to be a matter of life and death. Hagrid felt he absolutely couldn't just sit and wait to die. He suddenly roared into the mist, "I found you. Die." Saying this, Hagrid even estimated a direction and threw a huge rock towards it. Quirrell suddenly realized there were others present and was slightly distracted. Elias seized the opportunity and pushed the green light of the killing curse back a little, but Quirrell quickly realized he had been tricked. In his anger, his killing intent towards the two of them intensified. The power of the killing curse became even greater, and the green light surged forward again at a faster speed. Elias could almost only watch as he fell into a disadvantage. A crazy thought suddenly appeared in his mind. I'm not going to die like this, am I? Or maybe I should just go berserk mentally, let the original sin break through its limits, and try awakening the demon lord bloodline. In extreme circumstances, his emotions seemed to be starting to run wild, slightly beyond his control. Elias cast aside thoughts of life and death, using the only remaining shred of clear reason to analyze why this situation was occurring. He already had attachments in this world and would never agree to the world's destruction. Just as Hagrid had gotten up and was preparing to charge into the mist, just as Elias had thought that the excitement of his life seemed to be over, the grass behind him rustled. A red bird that had already poked its head out was suddenly pulled back. Suddenly, a girl's clear voice came from the sky. Norbert, blast him. Burn him. It turned out that Hermione, at some point, had arrived on the battlefield riding Norbert. The little dragon's long accumulated flames were thus sprayed directly towards the source of the killing curse. The mist seemed to have no weakening effect on the dragon's fire. The full-powered blast was sprayed directly onto Quirrell. Quirrell let out a violent scream, and his wand, not held steadily, fell directly to the ground. The enhanced stunning spell finally broke through the resistance of the killing curse and completely poured into Quirrell's body. Quirrell immediately felt that his current state was wondrous. The effect of the powerful stunning spell made him want to fall asleep almost without resistance, but the intense pain of being burned by flames made it impossible for him to close his mouth. He could only continuously roll around on the spot and scream in pain, yet in a daze, he wondered if he was dreaming. Norbert's flame showed no sign of stopping, as if he wanted to spray out all the fire he hadn't sprayed before. Hermione also had no intention of shouting for him to stop. She was now, because Quirrell's scream stopped so abruptly, Hermione didn't dare to be careless and still didn't let Norbert stop breathing fire. She herself lay on Norbert's back, secretly casting spells in other directions within the mist. After a while, Hermione, who was sure that Quirrell had either died or run away, finally patted Norbert's head, telling him to stop breathing fire and fly down. As soon as they landed, Hermione quickly flipped off the dragon's back, rushed to Elias's side, and knelt down. Looking at Elias, who was covered in dirt, with several small wounds showing through his torn wizard's robes, and who had collapsed unconscious against the tree stump, Hermione carefully pushed his shoulder and said with a choked voice, "Elias, are you all right? Wake up." Norbert brought his big head close to Elias and sniffed him, sticking out his tongue as if wanting to lick him awake, but was hastily pulled away by a stumbling Hagrid who had just arrived. "He's all right, Miss Granger." Dumbledore pushed aside the tall bushes and walked out from behind Elias, tapping the necklace on Elias's chest with his wand and saying with a smile, "Elias has just used too much magic at once, and his body couldn't handle the fatigue, so he fell asleep." Headmaster Dumbledore, Headmaster Dumbledore. Both Hagrid and Hermione were startled by Dumbledore's sudden appearance. Hagrid immediately let out a huge sigh of relief. With Dumbledore here, it seemed they were safe. Hermione also breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Elias was all right, then quickly pointed into the mist. "Headmaster. Headmaster. There. Quirrell is in there." Yes, I know, Miss Granger," Dumbledore said regretfully. "Unfortunately, he has already gotten away." Saying this, Dumbledore waved his wand, and the mist instantly vanished as if it had been suddenly evaporated. The signs of battle scattered across the clearing were revealed. The grass and deadwood in the center of the clearing had all been burned to a charcoal color by Norbert's flames. "He got away," Hermione exclaimed in surprise. "He managed to escape even like that." "Yes, I'm surprised too." Dumbledore looked in the direction where Quirrell had disappeared, a rare flash of anger in his eyes, and said calmly, "To be able to apparate while being burned by fire and not splinch, it seems your strength hasn't diminished." "Tom." Hermione and Hagrid didn't hear Dumbledore's last words, only thinking he was saying that Quirrell's strength was still the same as before. However, Quirrell. Hagrid was confused. "The person who attacked me was Quirrell? Why him?" Dumbledore didn't answer Hagrid's question and continued to speak to Hermione with a smile. "Miss Granger, I imagine Elias won't be very comfortable lying on the ground. How about we take him to Madame Pomfret?" "Oh, right," Hermione exclaimed, then bent down to try and pick Elias up, but she didn't have enough strength, stumbled, and almost fell over with Elias, luckily being steadied by Hagrid. "Let me do it, Hermione." Hagrid took Elias from Hermione's hands. "Why not put him on the dragon's back and let it carry Elias back?" Dumbledore's tone of voice didn't change, but both Hermione and Hagrid suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. The dragon, the headmaster found out. Norbert had been sitting on the ground unusually quietly ever since Dumbledore appeared. His animal instincts for danger told him that this white-bearded wizard in front of him was someone he probably couldn't afford to offend, even when he grew up. Now that Dumbledore seemed to have mentioned him, Norbert deliberately tilted his head and widened his eyes, pretending to be harmless. Hermione just silently looked down at her shoes, not daring to speak. I don't think that's a good idea, Headmaster, Hagrid stammered. It might scare the other students. Dumbledore sighed silently, feeling a little weary. Why didn't you realize you might scare the students when you were secretly raising a dragon? Never mind, let's do it this way. Hagrid, you should also go see Madame Pomfrey. After saying this, Dumbledore led the way out of the Forbidden Forest. Hermione and Hagrid followed him as if they had been granted a great pardon. Although the battle between Elias and Quirrell was intense, it didn't actually last long, and there was still a short time before curfew. But when Hagrid and Hermione returned to the castle, they didn't see a single student in the corridors, which they found very strange. Miss Granger, you should go to the Great Hall first, Dumbledore said gently. What Elias needs most now is rest, and so do you. We'll take Elias over there. Hermione glanced at Elias with concern, then nodded and walked towards the Great Hall. But after walking a distance, she suddenly realized, why was she going to the Great Hall instead of back to the dormitory? She had already eaten dinner. When she arrived at the entrance to the Great Hall, she understood what was going on. Professor McGonagall was standing there, looking at her with an expression that was angry, worried, yet also admiring. Professor McGonagall, Hermione said cautiously. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath and stepped forward to hug Hermione. You silly girl, you should have just come and told me instead of doing something so dangerous yourself. I don't know what Dumbledore was thinking. He always has his own way of doing things, and while I don't always agree with him, I'm very happy to see that you weren't hurt. Go to bed, child, and get a good night's sleep. Professor McGonagall led Hermione into the Great Hall, which was filled with rows of sleeping bags. All the students of Hogwarts were here. Everyone sat up and stared at Hermione, who had just entered, their mouths open, unable to speak. Hermione went to where her two roommates were, and there was an empty sleeping bag there. In the past, they would never have saved one for her. Hermione, did you really just ride a dragon into the Forbidden Forest? Lavender eagerly pulled open Hermione's sleeping bag and asked impatiently. All the other students strained their necks and listened intently. No, I didn't, Hermione replied stiffly. She instinctively didn't want Norbert to be exposed. But lots of people saw you. And shortly after you flew into the Forbidden Forest on the dragon, the forest quickly lit up with fire, Parvati emphasized. Aside from confirming that she had indeed ridden a fire dragon, Hermione did not reveal anything else that happened in the Forbidden Forest to anyone. She didn't know if Dumbledore intended to announce the matter about Quirrell, nor did she know if Elias would be willing to let others know about his fight with Quirrell. So, when questioned by others, Hermione's uniform response was that Dumbledore wouldn't let her say. But this still didn't dampen the students' enthusiasm for discussion. They speculated widely about what the other student who hadn't come to the Great Hall, Elias, had been doing. This student had defeated a troll by himself and already had some fame in the school. Some imaginative students even wondered if a dark wizard had invaded Hogwarts. Otherwise, why would the professors gather them all in the Great Hall to sleep, and arrange for prefects and professors to patrol constantly? Hermione was secretly startled, glancing at the people who had guessed almost everything correctly, the Weasley twins. Their speculation wasn't baseless. When they secretly checked the Marauders map, they saw that both Elias and Hagrid had stayed in the hospital wing. This made it easy to guess. Hagrid wouldn't have been injured by a creature in the Forbidden Forest badly enough to stay in the hospital wing. Hagrid's size isn't going to break the bed, is it? George couldn't help but think. As the night deepened, the students' discussions grew quieter and quieter, only falling completely silent when Snape was on duty, gradually drifting off to sleep. The sun rose and gradually hung in the middle of the sky, and only then did Elias slowly wake up from his deep sleep. The soreness he could feel all over his body and the patient gown he was wearing all indicated his location, the hospital wing. It was very quiet in the hospital wing. Elias followed the rustling sound of a quill on parchment and saw Hermione sitting by his bed, writing something. How long have I been asleep? Elias asked in a hoarse voice, slowly sitting up. Hermione noticed, quickly put down what she was holding, helped Elias sit up, and handed him a glass of water, answering as she did so, not long, just over half a day. Madame Pomfrey said you're fine, just need more rest. Elias took the glass and took a sip. The water was still warm. That's good. I thought I'd sleep for a month until the end of the term exams. That wouldn't be good. You'd definitely be first then, Elias joked. Hermione glared at him fiercely and said, you shouldn't have been so impulsive last night. I told you I could help you. Elias just shook his head. Hermione, just as you worry about me, I don't want you to be in danger either. I have a general understanding of Quirrell's strength. In that emergency situation, asking you to find a professor was the best plan I could think of. But you almost died, right in front of me. Hermione's eyes quickly turned red, and tears began to well up. All the worry she had suppressed suddenly burst out without warning at this moment. Elias was silent for only a second. What was there to argue about? I'm sorry for making you worry. It won't happen again, Elias apologized sincerely, sitting on the bed with open arms. Come, have a hug. A hug will stop the crying. Hermione didn't hesitate. Just like every time she was sad before, she immediately threw herself into Elias's arms, burying her head in sobbing. Elias gently patted the girl's back, comforting her. Outside the hospital wing door, Snape said to Dumbledore with a blank expression, "It seems he's indeed fine and wasn't hit by any strange curse from Quirrell. He doesn't need me to check on him again." Having said that, Snape turned and left. He felt hatred in his heart. If only he had learned such a move back then, what would Potter's father have had to do with anything? He hated it. Dumbledore didn't stop him, just stood outside the door, silently wiping away tears of emotion. Youth. His youth. After waiting for a while, the sounds in the hospital wing gradually subsided, and only then did Dumbledore walk in, greeting them with a smile. "Good afternoon, you two." Hermione blushed slightly and tried to get off Elias, but Elias stopped her and wiped her face with a handkerchief. "Good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore," Elias said. "Good afternoon," Hermione quickly echoed. "You seem to be in good spirits, Elias," Dumbledore said with a smile. "Then I won't take up your time. It's lunchtime. However, I think you might still be willing to hear about the progress of things, wouldn't you?" Hermione pointed to herself. "Can I listen too?" "Of course," Dumbledore winked. "You were one of the participants, and your friend trusts you very much." Hermione silently sat up straight, assuming a listening posture. "Is Quirrell dead?" Elias asked first. "Yes, I found his body in a cave deep in the Forbidden Forest," Dumbledore said. "He was completely burned, almost unrecognizable, and there was a hole in the back of his head. Voldemort helped him escape, but in the end, he abandoned him and escaped from the back of his head." "So, your plan doesn't seem to have been realized?" Elias asked curiously. He still didn't know what other plans Dumbledore had besides luring out Voldemort. But Voldemort had already escaped, and it seemed Dumbledore had failed even in his plan to lure Voldemort out, and the culprit was himself. Thinking of this, Elias suddenly felt a little guilty. As if knowing what he was thinking, Dumbledore waved his hand nonchalantly and said with a smile, "It could be considered half successful." "Half? But hasn't Voldemort already run away?" Elias asked strangely. "I wasn't planning to catch him, Elias." Dumbledore didn't answer directly but asked a question in return. "Do you know why I didn't just simply kill Voldemort directly? You know, even at his peak, he was no match for me." Elias hesitated and said, "Because Voldemort can't be killed." "Oh," Dumbledore was surprised. "How did you come up with that? Isn't it too strange?" Elias analyzed. 11 years ago, Voldemort was killed by Harry Potter when he was at his most powerful and influential. The entire wizarding world knows about this. So Voldemort definitely wasn't, and had no reason to fake his death on a newborn baby. But you told me before that you had already found traces of Voldemort in the forests of Albania a long time ago. Given your strength, Professor, killing him a few more times while he was weak shouldn't have been difficult, yet you never went looking for him. That's why I thought, perhaps Voldemort became immortal due to some magic, and you used the Sorcerer's Stone to lure him to the school because you wanted to capture him alive. Remarkable, Dumbledore sighed with emotion. There's almost nothing I can tell you anymore. I can only warn you, Elias, when you find out how Voldemort became immortal, you must never entertain the thought of trying it, understand?" When Dumbledore announced this news at the feast, all the students erupted into a frenzy, speculating about the cause of Quirrell's death. Many people were reminded once again of the curse on the position of defense against the dark arts professor. No one had ever successfully held the post for a full school year. Something always happened that forced the person in that position to leave the school. However, death was still quite a rare outcome. After waiting for the young wizard's clamor to subside slightly, Dumbledore pressed his hands down, signaling for silence, and began to explain. "After my investigation, Quirrell, after becoming a professor at Hogwarts, was incited by others and became a dark wizard. In just 1 year, he committed crimes such as attacking Gringotts Wizarding Bank, causing a riot in Hogsmeade by infighting with other dark wizards, sneaking into the school to release a troll with the intention of harming students, attacking unicorns, and more." The students were in an uproar again, and Elias hadn't expected that the incident in Hogsmeade had also been Quirrell's doing. Dumbledore again pressed his hands down, signaling for silence, and continued, "During this period, I must offer some praise." Everyone's eyes were drawn to Elias and Hermione. There is one young wizard who noticed Quirrell's abnormality early on, stepped forward when the troll appeared, and prevented the troll from causing any damage to the school or the students. At the same time, he also discovered Quirrell's plot in the Forbidden Forest, fought and maneuvered against Quirrell in time, protecting the unicorn and saving the life of our gamekeeper, Hagrid. He displayed extraordinary courage and wisdom. Yes, it seems you all know, he is Mr. Elias Sorensen from Slytherin. For this, I have decided to award Slytherin 100 points. A strong cheer erupted from the Slytherin table. Although Slytherin's house points were already in first place, adding these 100 points meant they had effectively secured the House Cup for this year in advance. So everyone was still very happy. Snape leisurely shook hands with Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, who were sitting next to him, while feigning distress and saying, "Oh dear, I accidentally won for the 7th consecutive year. My desk is getting too crowded with trophies, it's quite troublesome." "Oh, right," Snape said, as if suddenly remembering something. Professor McGonagall, you haven't seen what the trophy looks like, have you? It's alright, I can put this year's trophy on display at your place, you can admire it as much as you like. Professor McGonagall's face darkened, and she refused through gritted teeth. Thank you for your kindness, Snape, but I don't think I need to. Alright. Snape turned his head regretfully. Professor Flitwick, Ravenclaw hasn't seen the trophy in quite some time either, have they? Why is that? There should be quite a few clever people in Ravenclaw, shouldn't there? Oh, that's right, I almost forgot Slytherin has won 7 consecutive times. No wonder. In that case, I can. No, I don't need to either. Professor Flitwick, thoroughly disgusted, interrupted him directly. Alright. Snape shook his head slightly, humming an unknown tune under his breath. 7 consecutive years, 7 consecutive years. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick immediately felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. They truly couldn't eat this meal. Dumbledore waited until Elias had enjoyed enough of the cheering before speaking again, and one more, Miss Hermione Granger. With her keen judgment, she always appeared at the most crucial moments to help her classmates resolve difficulties. Especially in the Forbidden Forest, she rode a dragon and delivered the final blow to Quirrell, turning the tide of the battle. She displayed fearless courage and calm thinking. For this, I shall award Gryffindor 60 points. The cheers and table banging that erupted from the Gryffindor table were several degrees louder than Slytherin's. Even though the points added at once weren't as many as Slytherin's, even though they were still out of reach of the House Cup even with these points, but these 60 points, combined with winning the Quidditch Cup this year, meant they had finally secured second place this year. Professor McGonagall's expression also brightened considerably, and she specifically smiled at Hermione. Hermione had buried her face in her hands, and it was unclear whether she was excited or shy. Finally, Dumbledore told everyone that the Quirrell crisis was over, and they no longer needed to sleep together in the Great Hall. Tonight, they could return to their soft beds and do whatever they wished. The students cheered again and happily began to enjoy the feast. NV+1. Just one night passed, and the students at Hogwarts had already sent letters home reporting the events at school. Early the next morning, the Daily Prophet reported on Quirrell's death on its largest section. Elias and Hermione's names were mentioned repeatedly, and the two gained a small amount of fame in the wizarding world. At the same time, Elias's first paper on potions, written with Snape's help, was officially published in Potions Weekly. The paper received a decent response in the academic community, and soon people were corresponding with him to discuss aspects of the potion. Elias completed the task Snape had given him and was even exceptionally admitted as the youngest student in Snape's Potions Club. This made Hermione envious for a long time. She was still far from publishing a paper or becoming a member of a professor's club. Elias also took the opportunity to recommend the Room of Requirement, a good place for practicing potions, to her. He could take Hermione there to explore the mysteries of various magic together, without worrying about being disturbed. By the afternoon, the Ministry of Magic, having received the news, finally sent a few Aurors to understand the true situation. Dumbledore brought Elias, followed by 4 Aurors. Among them, a tall, bald man with dark skin was their leader, named Kingsley Shacklebolt. The group went together into the depths of the Forbidden Forest and found the dead Quirrell in a low cave. Elias witnessed Quirrell's current state firsthand. His entire body was shriveled, his joints charred black, and his body looked as if it had shrunk. He was curled up in a ball on the ground. Some milky white liquid was still oozing from the empty back of his head. The scene was more disgusting and shocking than anyone had imagined. 2 of the Aurors turned pale, while the other 2 rookie Aurors immediately gagged on the spot. He squatted down, staring intently at the back of Quirrell's head, the place where Voldemort had previously been parasitic. He picked up a wooden stick from the ground and poked at it, then suddenly blurted out a sentence, "It's just like a parasite." Only Dumbledore present understood what Elias was saying and smiled, a very vivid description. Only then did Elias understand why Dumbledore, knowing full well that Voldemort was attached to Quirrell, still felt at ease letting Quirrell stay at the school. Voldemort in that state probably couldn't even exert strength comparable to Quirrell's. How would he dare to cause trouble right under Dumbledore's nose? "Alright, we've confirmed the facts, we can head back," Kingsley said, then shot a look of disappointment at a few of his team members, as if scolding them for not being up to par. They couldn't even compare to a child. How could they call themselves Aurors? The few team members shrank their necks and followed him back. After they left the Forbidden Forest, a bizarre rat scurried out of the bushes. Its face wasn't at all like a rat's, it was more like a snake's. On the snake-like face, another smaller, distorted, human-like face was faintly visible. The rat slowly crawled towards a cave and stopped in front of Quirrell's body. In an instant, the rat's body withered, and a trace of green energy converged from the rat onto the corpse. A black shadow flew out of the rat's body. If Dumbledore were here, he could easily recognize the hideous and terrifying face on the black shadow Voldemort. His crimson eyes stared in the direction Elias and the others had left, and he hissed hoarsely, "Wait, you wait, there will be a chance." The Auror's investigation into Quirrell's death ended rather hastily, or perhaps Dumbledore had prepared all the evidence long ago and was just presenting it now. Elias had to admire Dumbledore's wisdom and foresight. Although he was a first-hand witness to the event, he hadn't prepared any evidence to prove Quirrell's guilt. If the Ministry of Magic pursued the matter, he might even be charged with assaulting a professor. Furthermore, the Ministry of Magic's investigation this time also included the dragon. They had to ascertain whether this dragon was privately owned. Cleverly, Hagrid, who had obtained the dragon egg and hatched it, was a victim in the Quirrell incident. Neither the students' discussions nor the Daily Prophet mentioned Hagrid's involvement. Thus, the Aurors never thought of questioning Hagrid. Otherwise, with Hagrid's big mouth, the fact that Norbert was privately owned would definitely have been revealed. Dumbledore hadn't prepared much for this matter either, so he threw the dragon problem back to Elias. Why not ask Mr. Sorensen? He knows that dragon and should know the truth better, Dumbledore said, winking at Elias. Alright, little brother, tell us, what's the story with this dragon? A female Auror under Kingsley's command asked kindly, bending down and supporting herself on her knees. Elias had already thought of an excuse but deliberately paused before answering. On a clear night, I went into the Forbidden Forest as usual to look for herbs. Night, as usual. Forbidden Forest? Several Aurors were somewhat doubting their ears. Few British Aurors hadn't graduated from Hogwarts, and this was the first time they had encountered a student who routinely broke several school rules at once. Had the Hogwarts school rules changed since they graduated a few years ago? The female Auror glanced at Dumbledore, saw he wasn't angry, and suddenly regretted not having thought of exploring the Forbidden Forest when she was a student. Elias didn't notice that the Aurors were all lost in doubt because of his words and continued, just as I was returning to the castle, laden with herbs, a Norwegian ridgeback suddenly fell from above the Forbidden Forest and landed not far from me. I rushed over and found that it had several wounds on its body, which seemed to be caused by a wizard. I couldn't bear to see the dragon in such pain, so I helped treat it, and then we became friends. And the dragon had been staying in the Forbidden Forest recovering until it was attacked by Quirrell that day. And then? Where is it now? The female Auror asked. Its wounds healed completely, so it naturally flew away. It seemed to fly towards the west, Elias answered obediently. The female Auror nodded, choosing to believe the adorable little boy, jotted something down in her notebook, then closed it, and even wanted to pinch Elias's cheek, but Elias cleverly dodged her. Alright, that's it, I'm done asking, the female Auror said with a slight disappointment. Captain, do we need to search to the west, just in case Muggles see the dragon? Kingsley nodded silently. Although he felt something was slightly off, he was too lazy to think deeply about it. Anyway, this investigation was just a formality. Besides, a clever, cute, and law-abiding young wizard like Elias couldn't possibly be the one privately raising a dragon, even if he told a little lie, right? So, it seemed this dragon really could only have flown in from somewhere else. The Aurors, realizing this, didn't raise any further questions and left with Kingsley after saying goodbye to Dumbledore. After confirming they wouldn't be returning, Elias finally spoke. Professor, do you have a way to send Norbert away? Norbert? Is that the little dragon's name? Dumbledore smiled. But it seems to be a female dragon. Ah, really? That name was given when it was still in the shell. Elias also smiled. It does seem a bit inappropriate. Of course, I have a way to send it away, but are you ready? Dumbledore asked with a smile. Ah, yes, I started preparing a long time ago, Elias sighed. Norbert is a dragon after all. No matter how long I keep it, I still have to let it return to the wild. That's where it should live. I can't deprive it of its freedom. It was always destined that Norbert would be sent away. Being discovered just made it happen a little sooner. Perhaps some brave young wizards wouldn't mind staying at school with a dragon, for example. The Weasley twins from Gryffindor even approached Hermione and Elias, expressing their keen interest in experiencing what it felt like to ride a dragon. However, the students' parents would never allow such a thing to happen. They had already started sending letters to the school constantly as soon as they learned about the incident. Early the next morning, Elias met Mr. Newt Scamander in Dumbledore's office. Elias was no stranger to Newt. He had read the Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them series, which was also the textbook for the Care of Magical Creatures class that started in third year. And Newt Scamander was the author of this series of books. Elias had even specifically looked into the life of this magi zoologist the previous night. Newt had also studied at Hogwarts, sorted into Hufflepuff, but was later expelled for some reason, seemingly because a magical creature experiment threatened the lives of his classmates. However, Dumbledore strongly vouched for him at the time, so the Ministry of Magic ultimately allowed him to keep his wand. It is well known that the first dark wizard, Grindelwald, was expelled from Durmstrang Institute for studying dark magic, and Newt, who was also expelled, was no ordinary person either. He had personally captured Grindelwald. Although Grindelwald eventually escaped, this feat, in the magical world, was probably only comparable to Dumbledore's. However, these events were long ago, and the current Newt had also become a white-haired old man. He looked much thinner than Dumbledore, but his spirits were good. He wore a stylish trench coat, and there was a strange sense of approachability about him. Newt chatted with Dumbledore about everyday matters and recent events. Elias, being tactful, went outside and sat by the door, not intending to eavesdrop. However, some arguments could still be heard from the office from time to time, such as, "I'm old, no passion, my body can't handle it," this sort of thing, young people. After a while, Newt came out of Dumbledore's office, carrying his suitcase. "Let's go, young wizard," Newt said briefly, "let's go see that dragon." "All right, Mr. Scamander." Elias stood up and led Newt all the way to Hagrid's hut. The atmosphere on the way was a bit silent. Elias noticed that the elderly Newt seemed a little nervous being with him, so he proactively asked him some questions about magical creatures. As expected, after encountering questions related to his interests and profession, Newt immediately became animated. He started by talking about the living habits of magical creatures and went all the way to what kind of feces giant dung beetles preferred. Today was a school day, and only a few scattered students could be seen in the corridors, so Scamander's arrival did not attract attention. They quickly reached the front of Hagrid's hut. Fang happily came bounding out, jumping onto Elias, his wet tongue trying to lick his face. Elias had a tough time holding down Fang's head. "All right, enough. Fang, stop, I have something to do." Hagrid heard the noise outside, opened the door, and poked his head out. Seeing the visitors, Hagrid excitedly came out and shook hands with Newt. "Hello, Mr. Scamander, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm a big fan of yours, I've read all your books. I never expected it would be you coming today. Elias didn't tell me this. I was just worrying if the person coming could take good care of Norbert. Seeing it's you, I'm relieved. After all, Norbert is just a child who hasn't grown up yet, but needs to leave his mother from a young age." As Hagrid spoke, his voice became tearful again, and he wiped his eyes with his large, fan-like hand. "I will take good care of him." Newt's entire body bobbed up and down with Hagrid's movements. He said with difficulty, "How about you let me see the little dragon first?" Oh, okay, yes, let's come in first." Hagrid finally let go of Newt's hand and welcomed them into the wooden hut. Norbert was currently facing away from the door, eating from a bucket, and showed no intention of turning around when he heard the movement. Hagrid was worried that Norbert would go hungry elsewhere, so he had killed all the chickens he raised in the yard to prepare this farewell meal for Norbert. This was almost a week's worth of food for Norbert under normal circumstances, but he was still trying very hard to eat everything. "Not bad," Newt observed Norbert and commented, "overall, he seems to be raised quite healthily, but his scales are a bit dull, and the variety of food is a bit limited on a daily basis." All right, fellow." Newt raised a hand in front of him and slowly moved closer to Norbert. "You can't eat anymore. If you keep eating you won't be able to walk. We should go." Newt's hand kept approaching until it rested on the little dragon's head, but Norbert just snorted and paid no attention to Newt, continuing to bury his head in his food. All right, glutton," Newt said, taking a vial of potion from his pocket and applying a little to his wrist. A strong scent immediately spread out. Norbert paused his chicken eating, abruptly raised his head, sniffed carefully with his nose, and his gaze finally focused on Newt. "All right, come here," Newt said while backing away, and his retreating speed increased. Norbert couldn't sit still anymore, struggled to get up, and dragging his belly, chased in Newt's direction. Newt timed it perfectly, and just as Norbert lunged at him, he suddenly opened his suitcase. As Norbert's head plunged into the suitcase, his body began to shrink rapidly and sink, and finally, the entire dragon squeezed into the box. Newt quickly closed the suitcase again and locked it. "All right, got him," went smoothly. Hagrid was caught off guard by Newt's series of moves, and it took him a long time to realize that Norbert had left his side just like that. He started covering his face and sobbing on the ground again. Elias was truly helpless. How could such a grown man act like a child? But Newt seemed to understand Hagrid's feelings very well and even proactively sat next to him to console him. Newt invited Elias and Hagrid to come into his suitcase, but Hagrid refused. He was afraid that once he saw Norbert again, he wouldn't want to leave. Newt didn't insist. He opened the suitcase and placed it on the ground, then slowly climbed in himself, gesturing for Elias to follow. "Come on." Elias first peeked inside and could only see a staircase. He stepped onto the ladder and slowly followed, arriving in a small, tidy workshop. Several billywhigs suddenly rushed over and circled around him. Newt was concocting something at a table. He asked, "Did you bring the powerful sleeping potion you brewed? I think I'll need it. Most dragons aren't very friendly towards wizards." "I did," Elias said, taking 2 bottles from his bag and handing them to him. Newt took them and fiddled with something else for a while. Elias looked around casually, but he hadn't seen anything particularly strange yet. He was just curious why the room inside the suitcase needed windows, and where Norbert had been put. "All right." Newt stopped what he was doing. Seeing Elias's curiosity, he didn't say much, just told him to follow. Elias followed Newt through the door and out of the workshop. In the blink of an eye, he was stunned by the scene before him. Appearing before him was a vast, open wilderness, with a huge stone pillar standing in the center. It was also broad daylight with the sun high in the sky. But when Elias followed Newt to the right, the surroundings changed into a dense forest, and the environment became deep and dim. Several huge dung beetles were pushing dung balls the size of footballs with their hind legs, passing behind Elias. Elias stepped aside a couple of steps to avoid blocking their way. Two flobberworms playfully bumped into him, making a few unpleasant noises. Sandwiched between the forest and the wilderness was a desert. Newt called out towards the depths of the desert. After a while, a rumbling sound of giant creatures colliding with the ground began to come from the distance. A group of huge, four-legged creatures with tentacle-like whiskers rushed out and stopped in front of Newt, interacting with him affectionately. "These are horned serpents," Newt introduced to Elias. "I discovered the last two breeding horned serpents decades ago and protected them. After all these years, the number of horned serpents is now approaching 60, with 2 more on the way." Two young horned serpents came over and circled Elias. He reached out and stroked one. The touch was slightly slippery. "Come with me," Newt called to him, leading him through a cave and into a bamboo forest. "Fayez, Nabi, Mahmoud, Greg." Newt called out names while pointing out the corresponding botruckles to Elias. They looked like little men pieced together from green twigs, and were said to be masters at picking locks. The botruckles also affectionately hopped onto Newt one by one, swinging on his arm with their long, thin claws. Newt handed Elias a few woodlice and said, "Try feeding them with woodlice. Maybe one of them will be willing to go with you." Elias picked up the woodlice and tried to entice the botruckles still in the trees. Many botruckles took the woodlice Elias offered, but none showed any intention of leaving with him, merely offering a few twigs in exchange. Elias was a little disappointed by this. Newt said with a smile, "Perhaps the botruckles here are all ones I raised. They're used to staying here and are unwilling to leave." Newt continued to show Elias many other magical creatures, akamis, mooncalves, swooping evil, snidgets, and so on. The one that impressed Elias the most was the erumpent. They are large, gray, rhinoceros-like beasts, also rare in number. The reason is that during mating season, male erumpents inject venom into each other during competition, causing them to explode. Newt had used magic to create the most suitable environment for each magical creature to live in, which truly broadened Elias's horizons. Finally, they arrived at the place where Norbert was, a mountainous area. "This was left over from when I transported another dragon before. It just happened to come in handy now," Newt said. Norbert, being too full at the moment, was just sitting there, looking around and observing the unfamiliar environment. Occasionally, he would spray a jet of flame towards a patch of grass to test the waters. "It seems to be adapting to the environment quite well," Newt said. "It's still wary of dangers in the wild, but not to the point of panicking. It should also be quite well behaved and won't affect the creatures in other areas. So just let it stay here. There's no need to stun it and put it in a cage." Elias wanted to mention that this might just be because Norbert was too full to move, but then he thought, Newt is the expert on magical creatures, he must know more than I do, so he didn't say anything. Then Elias helped Newt feed some of the magical creatures. Newt's world in a suitcase gave him many ideas. Perhaps he could create a similar private zoo of his own in the future. However, he wasn't planning to imitate Newt, as he wasn't as passionate about all magical creatures as Newt was. He preferred those that were either majestic, incredibly beautiful, or had special abilities. For example, creatures like dragons, unicorns, thunderbirds, and basilisks. How impressive would it be to take one out for a walk? After finishing their trip in the suitcase world, Newt said goodbye and left, not accepting Dumbledore's suggestion to have lunch at the school before leaving. They agreed that Newt would send a letter to the school immediately after Norbert was safely delivered to the Dragon Reserve. Elias returned to his normal school life. But to his surprise, Newt's letter arrived within 2 days. Elias thought there might have been an accident during transport and quickly opened the letter. "I apologize for disturbing you again so soon, but I must trouble you to send me a few more bottles of powerful sleeping potion. They would have no professor for their defense against the dark arts class." After Quirrell's death, Dumbledore refused Snape's request to substitute and didn't find any other professors to fill in. But the worst part was, the little wizards still had to take the final exams. And for the first-year little wizards, Quirrell's lessons hadn't taught them anything. They were essentially starting from scratch for the self-study exam. Many people speculated, since Quirrell was dead and there was no one to write the exam, perhaps this year's test would be the same as last year's. For a while, a craze for old exam papers swept through the campus. Top students from each year successively took action, trying to reconstruct the original questions from the previous final exams based on their memories. The more complete the exam papers were, the more popular they were among students. Everyone hoped to get a good grade on paper for their final exam so they could have a peaceful summer break. In the beginning, the value of a few questions fluctuated within the range of a few newts. But later, the top students were dissatisfied with their hard work being trampled upon for a few newts, so they raised their prices and started trading in sickles. The students really fell for this. When it came to the final exams, no one wanted the questions they bought to be fake, so they all paid hefty prices. However, because the Weasley twins were discovered secretly selling fake questions at a low price to Slytherin students, several angry Slytherin students jointly reported them to Professor McGonagall, trying to get the Weasley brothers to refund their money. The result was predictable. Both Gryffindor and Slytherin had 100 points deducted by Professor McGonagall. A furious Snape directly punished those students by making them clean the toilets for a month. Moreover, after this incident, Professor McGonagall publicly announced that this year's exam questions would be jointly set by the professors of each subject. Many little wizards who had bought questions were filled with regret. Of course, this had no effect on Elias and Hermione. After realizing that Quirrell couldn't teach them anything, they had started self-studying early on. Hermione was now even on her 4th round of revision. Elias really couldn't persuade her otherwise, because Hermione was dedicated to getting a perfect score on every single exam, down to the last detail. A student like Hermione, even in a Chinese-style education system, would be hard to match in terms of her dedication. It was fortunate that Hogwarts only had one final exam. If there were also weekly tests, monthly tests, and midterms, Hermione would probably have started revising not long after she enrolled. Fortunately, ever since Elias recommended the Room of Requirement to Hermione, the girl no longer spent all her time in the library. Instead, she switched to spending all her time studying in the Room of Requirement. Elias could take advantage of the gaps while brewing potions to pull Hermione up into the sky and play a bit of two-person Quidditch to relax. It was quite frustrating to say, but this was the difference between a learning god and a top student. After reviewing once with Hermione, Elias didn't take the final exam seriously at all and spent every day researching his own things. But he was still very confident about surpassing Hermione's score, maybe. Days passed steadily like this, and the day of the final exam finally arrived. Exams at the magic school were divided into theory and practical application. For the theoretical exam, all first-year students gathered in a large classroom. With summer vacation approaching, such a large classroom filled with so many people naturally felt a bit stuffy and hot. The final exam was strictly proctored. The supervising professors would check at the classroom door to prevent students from bringing any cheating items into the exam hall. The simple ones were small pieces of paper with notes. More advanced ones were written directly on their arms or calves, then covered with their wizard robes. The more extravagant ones would buy an auto-answer quill. Of course, under the effect of detection magic, none of these things could escape notice and were all found and removed by the professors. Even everyone's answer quills were brand new, and the professors had cast anti-cheating spells on them. The first subject to be tested was herbology. First-year little wizards only needed to complete a single paper for the herbology final exam. Elias only spent a little time thinking about a slightly obscure question. The rest of the questions were answered smoothly, if not effortlessly, then certainly pleasantly. Charms exam, Professor Flitwick called them into the classroom one by one to see if they could make a pineapple tap dance across a desk. Elias additionally used a recording charm, making the pineapple sing and dance as it walked across. Professor Flitwick gave him full marks on the spot. Transfiguration exam, Professor McGonagall required them to turn a mouse into a snuff box. The more exquisite the box, the higher the score. Elias moved his hand, and the mouse directly turned into a miniature Hogwarts castle. Professor McGonagall immediately placed his work on the desk for display. As for the potions exam, there was even less to say. Elias took the liberty of changing 2 ingredients in the forgetfulness potion during the exam. Snape just glanced at it and walked away expressionlessly. Defense against the dark arts was a practical and theoretical course, but due to the circumstances, only the practical part was tested. The questions on this joint exam paper perfectly showcased each professor's question-setting style. Professor McGonagall's questions were rigorous. Elias and Hermione had breakfast and went for a walk by the Great Lake to breathe in the fresh morning air. After the commotion yesterday, Hermione finally stopped thinking about the exams and was ready to put down her books and enjoy the holiday. As they were by the Great Lake, discussing whether they could fish up mer people with a hook, someone approached them, or rather, approached Elias. "Harry, is something wrong?" Elias asked. Harry looked troubled and very hesitant, seemingly struggling with whether he should tell Elias about the matter. He touched his forehead and finally made up his mind, saying, "Elias, I think there's something I really need your help with." Elias raised an eyebrow, nodding in surprise. "Tell me." "It's like this." Harry pushed his fringe aside, pointing to his scar. "My scar keeps hurting. It hurts so much I can't sleep at night. Although it's hurt suddenly before, it's never been this frequent." "So?" Harry put his fringe back down, trying his best not to look so silly, although he also thought his words might sound a bit ridiculous to others, but he felt he had to do something. "You have to believe me, I really am not talking nonsense." "Okay, go on." "Alright, it's like this. Many people know the origin of this scar of mine, its volume. It's Voldemort," Elias prompted, indicating he could just say the name without worrying about it. "Right, this scar was left by Voldemort, but recently my scar has been hurting constantly. I think this is very likely a warning," Harry said seriously, meaning, danger is approaching. Hermione frowned at him and asked, "Are you sure you shouldn't go see Madame Pomfrey first before drawing conclusions?" "No, I'm not sick," Harry emphasized. "I'm very clear that this is definitely not an illness. I've even vaguely seen some images when my scar hurt, like a dream, but I'm sure it wasn't a dream." "What did you see?" Elias asked curiously. "Maybe. I can't see very clearly. It should be something low to the ground, sometimes moving, like it's crawling, and sometimes like it's flying." Elias stared into Harry's eyes for a long time, and after confirming Harry wasn't joking, he rubbed his brow, looking troubled. Suddenly, an idea struck him and he asked, "When did your scar start hurting?" Harry thought for a moment and replied, "It started the night you dealt with Quirrell, and it's been continuous until now." "Before that?" "I can't remember clearly, it was sporadic, but I remember clearly, during the start of term feast, I made eye contact with Snape, and my scar suddenly hurt then." Elias nodded, seemingly able to connect the dots. Perhaps Harry's scar on his forehead did have some connection to Voldemort after all. After all, Quirrell was dead, but Voldemort was still alive. Could it be that Voldemort was starting to cause trouble? "So what do you need my help with?" Elias asked. "We have to tell Professor Dumbledore. You're the only person I know who's close to the headmaster and knows where his office is," Harry said quickly. "Voldemort wants what he's hidden in the Forbidden Corridor, and he's arranged for Snape to steal it. We have to warn Headmaster Dumbledore to be on guard against him." "Ha! You mean, Professor Snape is going to steal the Magi, the thing hidden in the Forbidden Corridor?" Elias and Hermione exchanged glances, wondering if they had heard correctly. Didn't the news report that Quirrell was the thief who broke into Gringotts? How could this be pinned on Snape? Harry nodded vigorously, wanting to explain why, but Elias interrupted him directly. "Harry, while I believe parts of your deduction, I have to tell you some bad news. Dumbledore should be off campus right now." "What? What do we do?" "I guarantee Snape will go steal the thing in the Forbidden Corridor today. He's already lured Dumbledore away," Harry exclaimed, wide-eyed and agitated. Elias had to raise his voice a bit to cut him off. "All right. It won't be Professor Snape. Professor Dumbledore left because of something to do with me. Since the battle with Quirrell last time, his original sin value had changed abnormally, and the Philosopher's Stone also seemed to have some problems. So Elias had to ask Dumbledore to send the Philosopher's Stone back to Nicholas Flamel to ask Nicholas for help with repairs. He certainly didn't dare to send such a precious magical item by owl." "What? You want to steal?" Harry swallowed the words he almost blurted out. Elias rolled his eyes. "Could something a scholar does be called stealing? Bah! No, he didn't steal at all. Right now, the Philosopher's Stone had been given to him by its original owner, okay?" Elias didn't argue with him and began to think about what Voldemort wanted to do. Dumbledore had told him before that Voldemort wouldn't just give up like this. With the Philosopher's Stone, which could help him regain a physical body, right there in the school, he would definitely find a way to get it. But how else could Voldemort do it? Quirrell was dead. Without a body, would he find another puppet to possess and sneak into the school again? That didn't seem very realistic. Furthermore, there was no reason for Voldemort to know that Dumbledore wasn't here today. Even if he really wanted to sneak into the school again, it wouldn't necessarily be today. So it would be better to wait until Dumbledore returned. Anyway, he himself definitely didn't want to directly confront Voldemort so soon. As the saying goes, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. A half-dead Voldemort is still called Voldemort. Who knew if he had any backup plans? After Elias briefly explained to Harry, Harry left dejectedly. He felt that Elias still didn't believe his guess and didn't even consider the possibility of Snape stealing from the Forbidden Corridor. Voldemort might not know if Dumbledore was in the school, but Snape had a chance to know. Harry returned to the Gryffindor common room, feeling frustrated and annoyed, but couldn't find his good friend Ron. But until Dumbledore returned to school, no one dared to enter the Forbidden Corridor again, and Snape's suspicion was thus cleared. The Great Hall was already decorated in Slytherin's green and silver, celebrating their 7th consecutive House Cup victory. Another year has passed. Dumbledore said cheerfully at the feast, "Before we tuck into this magnificent feast, I must trouble you all to listen to an old man's ramblings about what a wonderful year it has been. Your little brains must be a bit fuller than before, and there's a whole summer ahead of you to properly digest everything before the next term begins and make room in your minds. Now, we must first proceed with the awarding of the House Cup. The final scores for each house are as follows: in 4th place, Hufflepuff, with 352 points, in 3rd place, Ravenclaw, with 426 points, in 2nd place, Gryffindor, with 427 points, and in 1st place, Slytherin, with 496 points. Although the result was already known, the Slytherin table still erupted in thunderous cheers and stomping, and Malfoy excitedly tapped his goblet against the table. After speaking, Dumbledore declared the feast begun, and the students cheered as they plunged into the last feast of the school year. Everyone had a wonderful night. Not really, NB+1, Elias really couldn't understand why there were so many feasts at Hogwarts. On the day they left school, the students' grades were finally announced. Elias and Hermione tied for first place in their year, Hermione got perfect scores in all subjects except potions and defense against the dark arts. Elias also got perfect scores in all subjects except history of magic and defense against the dark arts. But the young wizards were more surprised by Elias's grades, because no one had ever gotten a perfect score from Snape before. Elias guessed that his modification to the forgetfulness potion happened to be in sync with Snape's preference. Malfoy's grades were decent, placing him among the top students in their year, but his two lackeys weren't so good, barely scraping by. Harry and Ron's grades were just average, placing them in the middle of the year group. The students had gradually forgotten about his boy who lived aura, and he didn't know if that was a good or bad thing for him. It was as if, all of a sudden, their wardrobes were completely empty, and everything was packed into their trunks. Professor McGonagall gave them their holiday notices and warned them again not to use magic during the holidays. Young wizards have the trace on them. The trace is a type of magic used to detect casting marks. Perhaps from the moment they entered school, this magic was cast upon them, coupled with the fact that casting magic is detected by the Ministry of Magic, so young wizards living in the Muggle world cannot rely on luck. The days without magic were truly difficult for Elias. A young wizard not being able to cast magic is like Malfoy not being able to lose Harry. You ask who Malfoy is? He's my classmate. Currently, there is only one way for Elias to cast spells. Although the trace, which detects everywhere, is annoying, it can only detect if someone within range is casting magic, but it doesn't know whether the caster is an adult or a young wizard. Perhaps he could buy a house in a wizarding village, which would allow him to avoid the detection of the trace on him. As Hagrid led them across the Black Lake by boat again, the students finally boarded the returning Hogwarts Express. Elias and Hermione were playing wizard chess. Both were terrible at it, complete beginners. This resulted in the pieces giving random suggestions, completely ignoring commands. After a knight stabbed Hermione's finger with its long sword, they put away the wizard chess and started playing Muggle cards. In the end, Elias's face was covered in sticky notes. He didn't know why Hermione's luck was so good. After the card game ended, Elias went to the train's lavatory to wash his face and suddenly saw the Weasley twins sneaking into a cubicle. He immediately felt a bad premonition and quietly moved away. As expected, half a minute later, the twins suddenly rushed out of the lavatory, and George, or Fred, was holding a toilet seat. The lavatory behind them exploded immediately after they left. Immediately after, Percy came over angrily to check the situation. After Elias confirmed that the train wouldn't detach, he also returned to his compartment. Finally, the train pulled into platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station. After Elias got off the train, his gaze unconsciously followed the twins. A plump lady with a red-haired little girl came to pick them up. Soon, he knew what the two wanted to do, so they were going to give their sister a toilet seat, a Harry-flavored one at that. Just as he reached the lavatory door, he happened to see Harry leaving that cubicle. The twins were immediately subjected to a beating from Mrs. Weasley. After watching the spectacle, Elias and Hermione exited King's Cross Station. Mr. Granger had been waiting outside for a long time. He drove them home. Sitting in the car, Elias opened his system panel for the first time in a long while to do a year-end summary. Demon King, Elias Silence and Pride, 99 Wrath, 84 Sloth, 98 Greed, 78 Envy, 36 Gluttony, 44 Bliss, 86 Abilities, Transfiguration LV.4, 1660/2000, Potions LV.4, 923/1800, Alchemy LV.2, 300/1200, Patronus Charm LV.5, 1256/1500, Stunner LV.5, 468/1000, Imperious Curse LV.4, 895/1200, Occlumency LV.4, 432/1200, Exploding Charm LV.4, 653/1000. His spells basically reached the goals he set at the beginning of the school year, but his progress in the research of the 7 deadly sins was quite slow. Since the emotional outburst during the last battle with Quirrell, the original sin values that were suppressed by the Philosopher's Stone surged back up all at once. It seemed that using the Philosopher's Stone to utilize the original sins wasn't truly controlling them. The fact that Bliss didn't surge back up was a very good indication. Fortunately, he maintained his good lifestyle during the period he used the Philosopher's Stone and didn't let the value of any original sin break 100. Half an hour later, Elias flopped onto his soft bed with his mind blank. This fantastical year truly made him feel like he was living a second life. Just as he was about to slowly drift off to sleep like this, there was a sudden tapping sound on the balcony window. Elias walked to the window, opened it, and took a deep breath. The damp, salty sea breeze finally cleared his head after just waking up. After Nicholas Flamel grew old, he spent most of his time living in seclusion at his home in France. Since Elias received Nicholas's invitation, the two families decided to simply travel to France together. After quickly getting ready, Elias went down to the hotel's restaurant. The Sorensens and the Grangers had already finished breakfast and were waiting for him there. Hermione glared at him, clearly annoyed. "Hurry up. We agreed to go to the beach at 8:30, and now it's 9 o'clock. By the time we get there, it'll be too crowded to find a good spot." "It's fine," Elias said, sitting down with a grin. "The more impatient you are now, the happier you'll be when we finally get to play, right?" Hermione wouldn't listen to such nonsense. She grabbed a croissant and stuffed it into Elias's mouth. "Stop talking and eat quickly. MPH. Elias leaned back but couldn't dodge, forced to gulp down a croissant in a few bites, then quickly washed it down with a glass of milk. He cast a pleading look at the adults, but they were just watching the show, wearing mysterious smiles, and chatting among themselves. 10 minutes later, they had changed into their swimsuits, packed their belongings, and headed towards the beach together. Hermione was wearing a white one-piece swimsuit and a white straw hat. Elias was wearing a loose floral shirt and beach shorts, along with a pair of large sunglasses. As soon as they set up the umbrella, Elias immediately lay down on a sun lounger and began to admire the beach scenery. "This sea is so white." Hermione, holding a swimming ring and ready to go play in the water, felt something and looked back at Elias lying on the beach chair. She walked back, pulled off Elias's sunglasses, and asked tentatively, "What are you looking at?" Elias looked at Hermione strangely and said, "I had my eyes closed just now." Hermione stared at him for a moment, then reached out to pull Elias up. "All right, come on, go swimming with me." "Why are you lying down as soon as we got here?" "We came to swim. I just took a shower. I'll go when I feel hot." Come on, can you teach me how to swim? I want to learn too." Elias couldn't resist Hermione's pleading. He reluctantly put down the cup he was holding and went into the water with her. Although the sun was already strong at this time, the water temperature was still very low. Elias couldn't help but shiver when he splashed himself with seawater. But the little girl was in high spirits. She had already thrown her swimming ring aside and started paddling in the slightly deeper water, waving at him. "Hurry up and come." "Coming," Elias replied, squinted his eyes, and seized the opportunity. He suddenly pushed off with his legs, darted forward a few steps, held his palms flat, and lunged forward with all his might. Splash! A stream of water accurately hit the girl's face. Hermione choked, immediately reacted, and started splashing back wildly. Their original plan to swim together thus turned into a joyful water fight. "It's good to be young on the shore," a white-haired, thin old man watched the scene and couldn't help but sigh. "Have you truly decided to give up the Sorcerer's Stone, Nicholas? If you wish, I could even help you make another one." Beside him, Dumbledore looked at his old friend and mentor, asking with concern, "I can barely walk anymore, Albus." Nicholas smiled and shook his head. Dumbledore knew what this meant. The elixir of life brewed from the Sorcerer's Stone could indeed grant the drinker almost endless life, but it could not restore youth. The bodies of wizards who drank the elixir of life still aged continuously, just like Nicholas's current state, where even standing up was difficult. Where in the world could there be a true elixir of immortality? Perhaps, choosing to embrace death at this time was already the best option. As if sensing Dumbledore's sadness, Nicholas Flamel smiled and said nonchalantly, "Pernelli and I have no regrets left in this world. We decided long ago to find a day to embrace death together. Besides, didn't you help me find a successor? You spoke highly enough of him." "Yes, he is very outstanding, quite outstanding." Dumbledore seized the opportunity to change the subject. "In all these years, I've only seen this kind of talent in one other person, and he's even stronger than that person was back then. They both also have a strong desire for magic and for becoming stronger. I believe he would be very willing to become your successor." "Voldemort?" Nicholas Flamel raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, "Aren't you worried he might become the next Voldemort? Perhaps even more powerful than Voldemort? As I recall, they were both from Slytherin." "No, I'm not worried about that." Dumbledore shook his head, looking at the two playing in the sea. "His life is full of love, and he himself doesn't lack love." "That's enough." "Love?" Nicholas nodded. Perhaps Dumbledore didn't become a Dark Lord back then because of love, although he never told anyone. "What about Harry Potter? The boy who lived? Have you decided to abandon your plan and let him enjoy a normal school life?" "I didn't want to, Nicholas." Dumbledore sighed, but from the moment Voldemort learned of the prophecy and chose him, he was destined not to have an ordinary school life. I need Harry to have the courage to face Voldemort directly when the time comes. Until Harry comes of age, Lily's magic will protect him. Only during this time can I train him to the fullest extent." As he spoke, Dumbledore unconsciously shook his head. "However, this year, my plan didn't achieve the desired results. Harry didn't even figure out that the object in the restricted section was the Sorcerer's Stone. I think I may need to try a different approach." Nicholas shook his head slightly and offered no opinion. He knew Dumbledore had his own considerations, but deep down, he didn't believe a young wizard who hadn't shown exceptional talent could deal with Voldemort in the future. He knew that even in his prime, Voldemort was no match for Dumbledore, yet Dumbledore still couldn't get rid of him. He didn't think Harry Potter had the ability to do something Dumbledore couldn't. In contrast, he was more willing to believe that in the future, the young wizard named Elias, whom Dumbledore regarded highly, might be able to do it. "Let's go, I'm a bit tired. This old body just can't enjoy a good time like it used to," said Nicholas Flamel. Even if someone occasionally passed by, they would subconsciously overlook it. After deciding to give up the Philosopher's Stone, Nicholas Flamel left Devonshire, England, where he had often resided in his later years, and returned to his homeland of France. As an alchemist who had lived for over 600 years, Nicholas Flamel's assets were naturally extremely substantial. He had residences in many parts of the world, let alone France. In the garden of the villa's front yard, an old woman as aged as Nicholas Flamel sat in a wheelchair, watering the flowerbeets. Beside her stood a house elf in a small suit, which usually took care of the house. After watering half a circle, the sky was already bright. At this moment, outside the yard, two figures, one large and one small, suddenly apparat. Elias staggered on the spot, taking a while to overcome the dizziness caused by apparition. Dumbledore said with a smile, "Take a deep breath, dizziness is normal. I was much dizzier than you the first time I apparat." Elias nodded, holding the things in his hand, and followed Dumbledore into the yard. Although both Dumbledore and Nicholas had said it was just a simple visit and no gifts were needed, Elias still prepared some. Considering Nicholas Flamel was well-traveled and lacked nothing, he made some donkey-rolling pastries himself and brought them over. After being certified by Dumbledore, who almost ate all of them, Elias figured they would likely suit the taste of other elderly wizards as well. "Pernelli, how have you been recently?" Dumbledore greeted the old woman in the yard. It was Elias's first time meeting Nicholas Flamel's wife, and he also greeted her in agreement. Pernelli stared at Elias with her slightly cloudy eyes for a while, then responded with a cheerful smile. Nicholas should be waiting in the study. Pernelli pointed towards the third floor. He said he'd give up the Philosopher's Stone, but recently he's suddenly taken an interest in that stone again. Without much further conversation, they walked into the villa. What greeted them was the wooden spiral staircase in the center of the spacious hall, with a few oil paintings scattered on the walls. Elias had no knowledge of art, but he vaguely felt that the style of some of the paintings seemed quite similar to Van Gogh's. As soon as the two stepped onto the stairs and stood steady, the stairs began to rotate autonomously, carrying them upwards, seemingly having the same function as the spiral staircase in the headmaster's office. As they got closer to the study, the sound of the symphony became clearer. Was it Bruckner's Eighth Symphony? Elias thought uncertainly. They hadn't even reached the room door when it opened by itself. Nicholas Flamel was lying on a lounge chair, gently blowing on the teacup in his hand. On a table not far from him was a golden gramophone playing music, and next to the gramophone was a pure white crystal ball. Even though he had just entered the room, Elias saw a scene of himself going out alone in the crystal ball. "Good morning, Nicholas," Dumbledore said with a smile. "We arrived a little early. I hope we didn't interrupt your music appreciation." "I've listened to so much music, I can hardly feel the passion in it anymore." Nicholas Flamel waved his hand. "Honestly, I trade all my wealth for your gramophone," Dumbledore said with a chuckle. "Dream on. It contains music from various countries that I've collected over 600 years. Nicholas Flamel also chuckled and refused the suggestion. Seeing the two old men finish their greetings, Elias stepped forward to say hello. "Mr. Flamel, I remember thinking you were a quite talkative child, but I didn't expect you to be so shy in person," Nicholas Flamel said with a smile. No, Elias quickly waved his hands. "I just didn't want to be too casual." "Ha ha ha," Nicholas Flamel laughed a few times. "I'm 500 years older than Albus, and we still became friends. I'm not some old fossil who doesn't accept new things from the outside world. Living for over 500 years like that would be too boring, wouldn't it?" "That's true," Elias nodded in agreement. Nicholas Flamel himself, like Dumbledore, seemed like a very kind and stylish old man. But this didn't stop him from silently sitting by and listening to them talk after putting down his gift. Talk about life experiences? His two lives combined were only a little over 30 years. Talk about academics? These two were the most powerful academic figures in the wizarding world. Elias listened to their conversation as if listening to gibberish. But the two old rascals found joy in this. They would occasionally cue Elias, asking him to express his understanding and views. This was no different from a primary school student mistakenly entering a university class and being called on to solve a math problem. Even with Elias's rapid learning progress, he had only been exposed to magic for a year, and his knowledge was still shallow. He could only answer with a few words after much thought. Even more outrageous was that, as Dumbledore and Nicholas conversed, they suddenly started speaking French. Elias had only been learning French for a month following Nicholas's suggestion, and now, he understood even less. "How about I step out for a bit?" Elias said this directly in Chinese. He didn't think Dumbledore or Nicholas would deliberately make things difficult for him. They were likely discussing things they didn't want him to know. "Chi, nesse?" Nicholas asked with great interest, but he probably didn't understand. Dumbledore blinked, showing just the right amount of confusion. "Yes, I've just started learning French, but I know a bit about Chinese." Elias's face unconsciously showed a smile. "I meant, can I look around nearby?" "Of course you can go anywhere and look around as you like," Nicholas said with a smile. "Then you two talk." Elias nodded, got up, pushed open the door, and walked out. Closing the door again, he suddenly felt that this scene seemed somewhat familiar. Without thinking too much, Elias began to wander around the villa. According to Nicholas, he might stay here for the next month to study with him, so he needed to familiarize himself with the environment in advance. After Elias had gone far, the sound of conversation in the room started again. If Elias were still there, he would have heard that they were actually speaking Chinese. Although it was a bit clumsy, one could still hear some Beijing flavor. This child is really interesting. He seems to prefer thinking about things in a positive light. Most people would feel angry, thinking we were deliberately making things difficult, Nicholas said. Always having kindness towards others, isn't that also a form of great love? Dumbledore sighed, as if speaking to Nicholas, and also to himself. This child will definitely not become the third-generation Dark Lord. Nicholas shook his head indifferently. I've warned you. The things within the Philosopher's Stone are very extreme, and the power they generate is terrifying. You've seen it yourself. No one can guarantee that he won't be influenced and go astray, because there is no precedent for this. I don't understand why you can be so certain that love can restrain a wizard of extremely high power. I only know that there won't be a second Dumbledore in the world, and the birth of a Dark Lord isn't always accompanied by a savior. Anyway, I personally like this child very much, and I will teach him my knowledge without reservation. But I don't have many years left, and you are old too. The wizarding world can't withstand a third-generation Dark Lord appearing. It's better to make a few more preparations. Dumbledore silently gazed in a certain direction to the east. From beginning to end, was he really so certain? The atmosphere became silent. While Dumbledore was thinking, Nicholas took out the donkey rolling that Elias had brought from the gift box and tasted a bite, his eyes lighting up. Oh, what a nostalgic taste. I haven't tasted this in so many years. Dumbledore snapped back to attention, reaching out his hand and saying with a smile, yes, it looks very good. I haven't tried the taste yet. The house elf kept secretly watching him with wary eyes while he was cooking, as if afraid he would steal its job. After lunch, Dumbledore left. It was said that the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts was cursed, and no professor could hold the position for more than a year. In fact, this had been the case for the past decade or so. All defense against the dark arts professors were forced to leave their posts due to various accidents during their tenure. But this did not prevent the position of Hogwarts professor from still being a preferred option for many wizards seeking employment. Not only was the status respected, but it also included food, lodging, and a high salary, allowing them to save whatever they earned each month with minimal expenses. That is, until Quirrell, who held the position last year, died at the school. This led many wizards who were observing to speculate whether the curse on the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts had intensified. Was being a professor now life-threatening? It was also for this reason that Hogwarts had not yet recruited a new defense against the dark arts professor. Recently, Dumbledore had also been lobbying everywhere for professor recruitment, and now he finally had a candidate. But when Elias asked about the new professor's skill level, Dumbledore gave him a mysterious expression. Elias, you don't only learn from excellent professor. When Elias was young, no, since he was a child, he had fantasized about stepping on a flying sword and soaring freely. Therefore, compared to flying swords, the brooms used by wizards for flying seemed to Elias to be on a completely different level. This is also why, even though he could ride a flying broom skillfully, he preferred to travel on his Patronus. However, he was now facing a considerable problem. Although he had a map and a compass, he had no way of determining his current location. In short, he was lost in the sky. This wasn't like his previous life where navigation was common and you could go anywhere just by opening a navigation app. It seemed that even in the Muggle world, navigation hadn't appeared yet, let alone the less developed wizarding world. Elias could only keep staring at the compass to ensure he was flying in the right general direction, and occasionally fly down from the clouds to ask a passerby for his current location. Because of asking for directions, by the time he found himself near the Kakianpoli Valley, dusk was approaching. This was a deserted place, far from any major cities. On the outskirts of the valley, the white mist surrounding it was clearly visible. Elias initially thought there was a wizarding village hidden here, like Godric's Hollow. But after advancing some distance into the dense fog, he dismissed this idea. It was very much like a harsh primary forest, completely unsuitable for human survival, even for wizards. The malfunctioning compass, the fallen tree trunks scattered everywhere, and the very clear claw marks on the trunks all indicated the danger of this place. Elias controlled his Patronus to fly up a bit higher, took out an alchemical torch made by Nicholas from his bag, and used the floating charm to control it about 3 meters away from him for illumination. The mist slowly dispersed a little distance under the dissipation of the magical flame, revealing a few not-so-fresh but still clear footprints on the damp soil. Elias didn't recognize what kind of animals' footprints these were, he didn't have that kind of knowledge. Considering he didn't know the exact destination, he decided to simply follow the direction of these footprints and fly forward. At the same time, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, who exactly is Cahalmanmonk, and why would he live in a place like this? No wonder the letter couldn't be delivered. As Elias gradually went deeper into the valley, the last bit of sunlight disappeared, and the valley plunged into darkness. Looking up, he could only vaguely see the blurred full moon, but the moonlight was blocked by the mist, leaving only the firelight floating ahead. Elias had no idea this trip would take so long. He thought it was just a simple letter delivery job. He rummaged through the spatial pouch he carried, which only contained some snacks from the Wizarding and Muggle worlds. He made a selection and finally decided to use 2 cauldron cakes as his dinner for the day. As soon as he took a bite, the surrounding silence was suddenly broken by successive howls. This is wolf howling. Elias was surprised for a moment, waving his wand in front of him. Protogo, a transparent shield blocked in front of him. Elias didn't hesitate and eagerly flew towards the nearest wolf howl. He had been wandering in the valley for so long without seeing even a single bird. This was the first time he had heard signs of other creatures. As a wizard who could fly, he wasn't worried about being in danger. Considering the limited visibility and the potential for high-altitude accidents, Elias's flying speed was not fast. Fortunately, the wolf howls lasted for a long time. He passed through 2 more tree canopies and finally saw it, a wolf person standing on 2 legs, howling up at the sky. How could there be werewolves here? Elias suddenly thought of the wolf howls he had heard from all directions earlier. Were these all werewolves howling? Had he stumbled into a werewolf den? He quickly reviewed the descriptions of werewolves in books in his mind. Werewolves are humans who transform into wolf form during the full moon, responding to the calls of their companions, but they almost completely lose their human reason. Furthermore, werewolves almost exclusively target humans and are extremely dangerous. Thinking of this, Elias raised his body higher again, his wand held in front of him, ready to attack at any moment. The firelight he brought when he first appeared had already attracted the attention of the werewolf below. It stopped its howling, just stood still, staring at Elias for a while with its glowing green pupils, and then lay down on the grass. This completely contradicted the book's description that humans become agitated and attack humans after transforming into werewolves. Something is strange, Elias thought to himself, but he didn't lower his guard and remained far away. Werewolves have lower intelligence than humans but much higher intelligence than wolves. He worried if this might be a trap set by the werewolf in front of him. Werewolf fur has high magic resistance and they are fast movers. If he were ambushed, Elias wasn't sure he could escape. However, this was the first intelligent creature he had seen here, and he suddenly suspected that Cahalmanmonk might be a werewolf friend of Dumbledore's, so he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to communicate. Speaking of which, can werewolves, who were originally human, communicate? Should he use English, French, or animal language? Hello, do you know Cahalmanmonk? I have something to see him about, Elias asked first in English. The werewolf on the ground had no reaction. Hello, do you know Cahalmanmonk? I have something to see him about, he said this time in French. The werewolf raised its head from where it was lying, slowly stood up, and walked towards the darkness in the valley, looking back to signal the little boy in the sky to follow. Elias understood what the other party meant and slowly floated behind. The successive wolf howls around them gradually subsided, and the forest returned to silence. Knowing that the werewolf seemed to understand him, Elias asked curiously, "Is Mr. Cahalmanmonk also a werewolf?" The werewolf below shook its head, leading the way unhurriedly. Elias quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Facing a werewolf in a werewolf den was quite stressful. Fortunately, he wasn't delivering a letter to a werewolf. Besides Cahalmanmonk, are there any other wizards living here? Elias asked again. The werewolf still shook its head. This was very strange. How could a wizard be willing to live in the same place as a group of werewolves? Wasn't he worried about accidentally becoming a werewolf himself? Perhaps he was a scholar specializing in werewolves? Elias shook his head, not thinking about these things. He would know once he met the person himself. The werewolf walked to the door of the wooden hut and knocked politely. The figure swaying in the window stopped what they were doing, walked to the door, and pulled it open. "Eddie? Is something wrong?" Cahalmanmonk asked strangely when he saw the visitor. The werewolf named Eddie pointed at Elias, then turned and left. Elias only landed back on the ground after confirming that the werewolf had really left. "Are you Mr. Cahalmanmonk?" Looking at the scruffy man in front of him, with a messy beard, thinning hair, and an uncertain age, Elias asked hesitantly. "It's me. Come in and talk." Cahalman's voice was steady, quite inconsistent with his appearance. Entering the small wooden hut that looked like it could fall apart easily, Elias quickly surveyed the surroundings. The area on the right side of the first floor was the kitchen and dining room. On the left side near the window were several tables with bubbling cauldrons on them. The entire wall near the cauldrons was blackened. The house was filled with the smell of different potions, some of which were quite pungent. The bedroom seemed to be on the second floor, accessed only by a ladder. Other than that, there wasn't much else. Overall, it was far less impressive than Hagrid's hut. "What do you want to see me about?" "It's been a long time since a normal wizard came here," Cahalman asked while returning to the cauldron to brew potions. "Professor Dumbledore entrusted me to bring you a letter," Elias said, taking out the unopened letter and handing it to him. Dumbledore. Cahoman took the letter, opened it, and his brows furrowed more and more as he read the contents. "Watch the potion for me," he said, and hurried up the ladder to the second floor. Elias was a bit confused but still walked to the row of cauldrons and observed the boiling potions. Although his potions level was only level 4, he had studied with Snape for a long time and had some knowledge. Unexpectedly, he couldn't recognize any of the potions that were being brewed. He sniffed carefully. From the smell wafting from who knows which cauldron, Elias detected the scents of moonstone powder, shrivelfig, aconite root, wormwood, and other potion ingredients. There were also some unknown blood samples placed on the table. He had no idea what was being brewed, but it was likely research into potions that hadn't existed before. So, he didn't even know how to brew these potions, let alone help watch them. Gurgle gurgle. As Elias was wondering, one of the cauldrons suddenly boiled abnormally, and the bubbles getting larger and larger. "Is this going to explode?" Protogo. Elias first cast a shield charm to ensure he wouldn't be affected by the exploding cauldron, then shouted upstairs, "Mr. Cahoman, your cauldron seems about to explode. Pour that bottle of werewolf blood directly into it." Cahoman's voice came, but there was no sign of him coming down. Werewolf blood. So, this was research into a potion related to werewolves. Elias used his wand from a distance to control the bottle containing the blood and pour it into the cauldron. In just an instant, the cauldron, which had been gurgling, emitted a fierce sizzling sound, like the fuse of a firecracker being lit. Elias immediately felt a sense of dread and shouted, "It's going to explode." He quickly ran towards the door. Pong, just as he expected, the moment he stepped out the door, a muffled explosion sounded. The splashing potion scattered with the explosion and fell into the other cauldrons, causing a chain reaction. Cauldrons exploding, potions turning into foul-smelling pus, potions becoming corrosive acid that even corroded the cauldrons. All sorts of severe real-life examples of failed potions appeared vividly before Elias, widening his horizons. Cahoman finally climbed down from the second floor again, holding 2 thick, yellowing notebooks in his hands. He calmly used magic to clean up the failed potions. "Failed again, huh?" Saying that, he opened one of the notebooks and recorded this failed potion experiment. "May I ask what potion you are researching?" Elias asked as he re-entered the house. "A potion that allows werewolves to maintain their sanity after transforming." Cahoman had no intention of hiding it. After finishing the experiment log, he placed both notebooks on the table and tapped them with his wand, copying each one. "Here, this is what Dumbledore wanted. This red one is my research log, and this blue one is about my life experiences with werewolves." Elias took the 2 notebooks and asked, "May I take a look?" "Please do." Cahoman finally had time to host him. He pulled out a chair by the dining table. "Sit and read. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Would you like something to drink?" "Thank you, not yet. Something to drink is fine." Elias didn't expect to be able to order food here like at Hogwarts. "Haha, true, there's really nothing here to entertain guests with." Cahoman chuckled, bringing out 2 plates of pumpkin pasties and 2 cups of black tea and placing them in front of them. "Thank you." Elias had only eaten a mouthful of cauldron cake all afternoon and was starving. After thanking him again, the 2 of them began their dinner together. Swallowing 2 sweet pumpkin pasties and taking a sip of black tea, his hunger finally subsided a little, and he couldn't help but ask curiously, "What made you think of coming to this place to research potions?" It seemed he hadn't talked to a normal wizard in a long time. Cahoman spoke without reservation about his experiences while eating. "I met a friend when I was in my 2nd year at Beaux Batons. I had been friends with him for 2 years before I found out he was a werewolf. I was terrified at first and didn't dare to see him for a while. Later, I realized that being a werewolf wasn't a big deal. When they haven't transformed, they're no different from ordinary wizards. They're just unfortunate people who were infected by accident. Unfortunately, wizards have too much prejudice against werewolves. My friend was discovered to be a werewolf and was eventually expelled from school. It's very difficult for werewolves to find work in the wizarding world to support themselves, so he was forced to start a life of wandering. After I graduated, I decided to join him, to break the wizarding world's prejudice against werewolves, and together we embarked on a journey of wandering, just to find a way to change the status quo. After enduring hardships, we finally arrived here." Flipping through a few pages of Cahoman's notebook, the adventures recorded within could indeed be described as trials and tribulations. The most thrilling one was when Cahoman and his werewolf friend helped a village escape the danger of werewolves. The price was that his werewolf friend permanently lost a leg, and Cahoman himself was covered in injuries, though thankfully he wasn't bitten by a werewolf. Just as there are good and bad people among humans, not all werewolves are vicious. However, the proportion of benevolent werewolves is quite small. In Cahoman's adventures, he most often encountered werewolves who had suffered discrimination, lamented the unfairness of the world, and would drag anyone down with them if they could. Given these circumstances, Cahoman could still maintain a normal mindset towards these werewolves and even help them, which Elias found genuinely admirable. But that was as far as it went. If it were him encountering those werewolves who wanted to infect others, he wouldn't have the slightest thought of trying to reform them. He'd eliminate as many as he could. Do you think you can change Wizard's views on werewolves after researching this potion? Elias casually flipped through his research records again. Perhaps his potion skills weren't high enough, as the inspiration he gained from them was extremely limited. Of course, Kaharman nodded confidently. As long as werewolves can maintain their sanity during full moon transformations, other wizards naturally won't avoid them anymore. Elias shook his head, disagreeing with this statement. Wizards avoiding werewolves has never been because werewolves lose their minds, just like wizards with a bit of strength aren't afraid of trolls. Dangerous magical creatures like acromantulas are even sometimes bred by people, just for the potion ingredients they can provide. What wizards fear is being bitten by a werewolf and irreversibly turning into one. Until a potion that can completely suppress this transformation is researched, werewolves will still be ostracized by the wizarding world. Kaharman's mouth hung open for a moment, unsure how to retort. He simply stuffed several pumpkin pasties into his mouth, while a sense of powerlessness couldn't help but arise in his heart. He had researched for so many years and hadn't even developed a potion that merely allowed werewolves to maintain their sanity, so how could he possibly think about a potion that would turn them back into humans? Don't be too disheartened, you have to take things one step at a time, Elias comforted him, seeing Kaharman's mood was off. Besides, that's just my opinion. Dumbledore asking you for these experimental records might mean he already has research results, you never know. Kaharman nodded, looking at Elias with a slight daze. The person sitting in front of him really didn't seem like a child. Speaking of which, why did Dumbledore want your adventure records? Elias changed the subject. Compared to Dumbledore's legendary life, Kaharman's experiences shouldn't logically attract his attention. I don't know either. Kaharman shook his head. What about your werewolf friend? Him. Kaharman's tone was somewhat worried. I don't know where he went. I haven't seen him in over a year, and I haven't gotten any news about him from other werewolves either. A werewolf missing for over a year? Elias felt that the werewolf was most likely in grave danger, but still said, maybe he went traveling in other countries. After a simple dinner, Elias asked Kaharman some more questions about the potion. He was quite interested in it and might research it himself someday if he had the chance. Kaharman still answered everything he knew. He was also happy that a wizard, even if just a young one, could be interested in potions related to werewolves. But after a brief exchange, Elias discovered that Kaharman's potion skills were actually quite ordinary. He often used mutually incompatible potion ingredients in the same experimental brew, which explained why explosions were so frequent. After a while, having basically understood Kaharman's research theory, Elias took his leave. He didn't want to stay here overnight. Even though his impression of Kaharman Monk was quite good, he would still worry about being surrounded by werewolves while sleeping at night. Since he couldn't sleep in the sky, he definitely wouldn't sleep soundly. The return journey took much less time than finding the place. Under the cover of night, Elias could fly below the clouds without worrying about being seen by muggles. Back at the villa, the Flamels were already asleep, so Elias didn't disturb them. He took a shower and also went to sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, Elias mailed both notebooks to Dumbledore. Yesterday, seeing his interest, Kaharman had also copied 2 sets for him. Today, the Flamels left for a trip and probably wouldn't return to this villa. France, as Nicholas's homeland, was originally just a stop on Nicholas's world tour during his final days. It was only because he suddenly took on a student that he stayed here for a longer period. Now that Elias's alchemy studies were on the right track, with a foundation for self-study, his progress wouldn't be slow, which allowed Nicholas to travel with peace of mind. Elias could also choose to return to the UK for self-study, it made little difference. However, considering that he could use magic freely here, he decided to stay in France until just before the start of the school year. Another advantage of staying at the Flamels villa was that even though it wasn't their primary residence, it had a considerable collection of books and plenty of alchemical materials he could use freely. Yesterday's flying experience gave him some inspiration. Having studied alchemy for so long, perhaps he could try to create a Jayad map for the wizarding world. It could constantly show his location so he wouldn't get lost when flying in the sky in the future. A more advanced version could add navigation, and an even more advanced one might include voice packs. From a future perspective, Elias saw this as a new product that would definitely sweep the wizarding world, allowing him to rake in a considerable amount of galleons. The money-making ability of an alchemy master was stronger than that of a potion master. The house elf had a strong learning ability, so Elias taught him a few Chinese dishes, allowing him to make different ones for himself every day. During this time, he visited Karl-Hellman again and brought him a pile of food. Karl-Hellman hadn't given up, a row of cauldrons were boiling simultaneously, starting a new round of potion research. Elias was curious where the research funds came from for someone who stayed in the deep mountains and old forests every day. It was only then that he learned from Karl-Hellman that his ancestors had once been wealthy and left him a considerable amount of assets. Elias had even thought the other party was too poor to afford food, but it turned out he was a rich descendant of 8 generations. On a clear morning, Elias received a letter from Dumbledore. Dumbledore was again unable to get away and told him he had to return to England by himself. He also included the book list for the new school year. Second-year students must read Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2 by Miranda Goshawk, Break with a Banshee by Gilderoy Lockhart, Wanderings with Werewolves by Gilderoy Lockhart except for Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2. The other 7 books were all written by Gilderoy Lockhart. However, Elias had never seen the works of this wizard in the Hogwarts library or Nicholas's collection. Just by looking at the titles, he thought these were novels from the wizarding world, lacking any academic atmosphere. Could this Gilderoy Lockhart be the new defense against the dark arts professor? Elias had a bad feeling. If that were the case, he highly suspected this professor was just coming to the school to sell books. As a pseudo-child, traveling alone on the return flight was naturally not a problem, though it did attract many surprised glances from the flight attendants. After getting off the plane, Elias walked out of the airport and spent some time finding a secluded street. The time for sending letters back and forth was too long, and he found it troublesome, so he hadn't told his family the exact time of his return, meaning no one was there to pick him up. Therefore, Elias planned to take the night bus, a mode of transportation unique to the wizarding world, back home. He looked around, seeing no pedestrians passing by. So, Elias took out his wand and held it out in the air, just like muggles hailing a taxi. After waiting for a while, a purple triple-decker bus sped towards his location. Trash cans, lampposts, and phone booths in the middle of the road that were about to be hit seemed to suddenly come alive, automatically jumping to the side to avoid it. With a screeching halt, the night bus stopped in front of him. The front door opened, and Elias stepped inside. "Hello, sir, where are you going?" The conductor, who looked like a recent graduate, was very enthusiastic. Elias casually gave a location some distance from his home. The night bus would drop people off directly at their doorstep, but he didn't want a stranger to know his exact address. "That will be 10 sickles, sir. If you'd like to add 2 sickles, you can get a hot chocolate. For 3 sickles, you can also get a biscuit." Elias had eaten breakfast before getting on the plane, so he only paid the fare. "All right, have a pleasant journey." Entering the carriage, he was met with a chaotic arrangement of various chairs. Perhaps because it was neither early nor late, there weren't many passengers in the carriage. Elias thought the messy chairs were just a characteristic of the Wizarding World's bus and didn't think much of it, simply finding a seat in the middle. Some wizards sitting by the windows, gripping the handrails tightly, suddenly watched him with schadenfreude. Is this a young wizard riding the night bus for the first time? Should we warn him? Let it be, it's not a big deal. Who didn't go through this? 2 wizards sitting close together leaned in and whispered, letting out low chuckles. Elias naturally noticed the strange looks from these adult wizards but didn't take it to heart. He hadn't slept well because he had to catch the plane and was feeling a bit tired, so he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. The moment he closed his eyes, the bus, which had been moving straight, suddenly came to a sharp stop, just like he had seen while waiting for it. Elias, who was flying in mid-air with the chair, finally understood the reason for the laughter around him. "I must take Hermione on this bus next time," a thought suddenly popped into Elias's mind. Half an hour later, Elias got off the bus, his face pale. After continuous reckless driving, drifting around corners, and sudden stops, it was already a testament to his excellent physical condition that he didn't immediately throw up. If he ever took this bus again, he was a dog. After recovering for about a quarter of an hour, Elias finally started on his way home. His parents were definitely not home at this time due to work, and the same went for the Granger couple, so the first familiar face he would see at home would surely be Hermione. Thinking of this, Elias suddenly felt a strange sense of nervousness. How odd. Turning the last corner, 2 small, adjacent yards appeared before his eyes. Elias didn't choose to go home first but instead rang the doorbell at the Granger's house directly. Ding dong. Ding dong. Hearing the doorbell, a girl's figure appeared at the window of a bedroom on the 2nd floor of the house. Elias smiled and waved. Hermione's eyes suddenly widened, showing a look of surprise and delight. She quickly ran out of the room, rushed down the stairs, crossed the yard's lawn, opened the yard gate, jumped up and gave Elias a big hug, excitedly saying, "Ah, Elias, why are you suddenly back? I just mailed the letter I wrote to you 2 days ago." Elias steadily caught Hermione, his previous nervousness completely gone. He ruffled the girl's fluffy head and said with a smile, "Yeah, I'm back. Did you miss me?" Hermione jumped down from Elias, her little face slightly flushed with excitement. "Who missed you? I certainly didn't." "Really?" Elias said, pretending to be disappointed. "I came back because I missed you." Hermione fluttered her big eyes, her little face turning a bit redder. She pulled Elias towards the house, stammering, then I missed you too, just a little." So easy to fool. Elias's smile deepened. He also understood the reason why he had felt a little nervous before. 2 days later, Mr. Granger drove Elias and Hermione to Diagon Alley. After much consideration, Elias decided not to trick Hermione into taking the night business. It was the start of the school term, and as usual, Diagon Alley was crowded with wizards, pushing and shoving their way forward. "Shall we buy the books first?" Hermione asked, tilting her head up slightly. "Okay." Elias nodded indifferently and led the way towards Flourish and Blots. From a distance, the two saw a large crowd gathered at the entrance of Flourish and Blots. A large banner was hung from an upstairs window, the contents of which were unclear, but it seemed to be a book signing that had completely blocked the entrance. Elias didn't want to squeeze through the crowd, so after discussing it, they decided to first go to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor for 2 ice creams, and then buy some ink, parchment, and quills. They were growing, and their wizarding robes were getting small, so they also went to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to get some new robes custom-made. Elias also bought a lot of alchemy and potion ingredients. Once he was at Hogwarts, he would have to rely on his own supplies. He felt awkward taking things from Nicholas's house when he left, and was already grateful for being allowed to practice freely there. After circling Diagon Alley, the two returned to Flourish and Blots, only to find that the crowd at the entrance was even larger than before, but more orderly. A wizard was listlessly trying to maintain order, and the winding queue stretched all the way to the back of the bookstore. Only then did they see the words on the banner clearly: Gilderoy Lockhart, signing copies of his autobiography, Magical Me. Gilderoy Lockhart sat behind a table, which was covered entirely with photos of himself, displaying his dazzling white teeth. A short man with a camera was bouncing around in front of him, flashing lights, taking 2 minutes of photos for each signature. He looked incredibly flamboyant. Elias glanced at the queue. It was almost entirely made up of middle-aged witches, their expressions fervent and excited. He hadn't expected wizards to be celebrity fans. They were probably all attracted by his looks. This kind of person is fit to be the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. A not-so-quiet male voice came from nearby. Elias turned his head and saw it was Malfoy. The middle-aged female fans who heard Malfoy's words were now glaring at him. Malfoy shrank his neck, his voice quieter, muttering, "Dumbledore must be senile." Elias couldn't quite believe it. Was this their defense against the dark arts professor this year? Based on his first impression of Lockhart, he thought Malfoy was quite right. He walked up and patted Malfoy on the shoulder. "How do you know who the professor is this year?" He had asked Dumbledore, but the headmaster had just kept giving him cryptic answers. Malfoy gasped and jumped aside abruptly, startled by the sudden touch. You, Malfoy swallowed. He had thought Lockhart's fans had found him so quickly. Hearing the question, Malfoy became arrogant again, his tone gradually rising. "My father told me, of course. My father is a Hogwarts school governor." Immediately, Lockhart confirmed Malfoy's claim. He enthusiastically dragged a thin boy out of the crowd. "Harry Potter." The boy looked bewildered as the photographer rapidly took photos of them together, the thick purple smoke coming from the camera making it look like it was about to explode. "Ladies and gentlemen," Lockhart shouted, then launched into a long speech of nonsense. "This September, I shall be taking up the post of defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." The crowd immediately erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Malfoy's face immediately soured when he saw Harry Potter, muttering, "Show off Potter." Old Man Malfoy also arrived behind Draco at this moment. This was the first time Elias had seen the person Draco often mentioned. He had the same pale blonde hair and the same arrogant expression plastered on his face. Old Man Malfoy seemed to have a destination. He merely glanced casually at Elias and Hermione before pulling Draco and pushing through the crowd. Seeing that they were heading to the same place, Elias took Hermione's hand and followed behind, squeezing through the gap Old Man Malfoy had laboriously opened, and entered the bookstore. Well, isn't this Arthur Weasley?" Before they even saw the person, Lucius's mocking tone had already sounded. Elias entered the bookstore and immediately led Hermione to the side. He saw the Weasley family and Harry inside the bookstore, plus a small red-haired girl he hadn't met before. She must be Ginny, the youngest sister Ron had mentioned. Mr. Weasley and Lucius stared deeply at each other for a moment. Lucius then spoke again with a sneer. "It seems you've been busy raiding for dark artifacts lately, Arthur. The ministry must be paying you a lot of overtime. You can afford new books now." He pulled a battered copy of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration from Ginny's newly bought cauldron. "Ah, it seems I was mistaken. Good heavens, I must consider donating a few more galleons to the ministry. Not many people would do that tedious job without overtime pay." Mr. Weasley and Ginny both flushed red. "That's none of your business, Malfoy," Mr. Weasley said stiffly. "After today, your family will have to starve every day next month, won't they?" Draco's mocking words followed immediately, his expression exactly like his father's, but he was speaking to Ron. Ron, enraged, threw his book into the cauldron and was about to charge at Malfoy to hit him. Harry and Ginny held tightly onto his arms from behind. "Potter, look at the friends you keep, so crude." Draco took a slight step back, then immediately lifted his head again. "If you..." They're all better than you, Malfoy. Harry interrupted Draco's invitation to be friends decisively. Famous Harry Potter, the show-off, Draco sneered. Control your son, Lucius, Mr. Weasley said coldly. What, is there something wrong with what my son said? Lucius straightened his slightly disheveled clothes from the crowd and placed the book back into Ginny's cauldron. I truly hope you can continue this job afterwards, and that the ministry can pay you a bit more. I don't need your false concern, Lucius. You'd better pray I don't find anything in your house. Lucius snorted coldly and left with Draco. The pleasant time of the summer vacation was short, just a blink of an eye, and the holiday was over. Early on September 1st, Mr. Granger and Mr. Sorensen sent their children to the station together. Bidding farewell to their parents, Elias pulled Hermione and rushed into the carriage, finding an empty compartment and sitting down. He rarely had such a rush, but there was nothing he could do. The summer arrangements had made him completely forget that he was also a student. In short, he had forgotten to do his summer homework. He hadn't even started. Elias only discovered this bad news last night while packing his things for school. Even though his current knowledge level far exceeded that of a first-year, Wizarding World homework wasn't easy to do. Each subject assigned quite a few essays, so even after working hard all night, he still had a lot left. Hermione sat next to him with a look of schadenfreude. She hadn't expected Elias to forget to do his homework. The two of them had played together for a while during the vacation, and then they were in different places. She had finished her own homework during this time. In their letters, they had only talked about their situations and some recent interesting things, and had never mentioned holiday homework. Peeking out and seeing the currently empty carriage, Hermione pulled out the history of magic assignment from Elias's pile of homework, took out a quill, and imitated Elias's handwriting to help him write. Anyway, Professor Binns probably wouldn't notice. This ghost professor didn't even recognize many students. Elias gave her a grateful look, then continued to immerse himself in the potions assignment. For other subjects, he could be a bit brief and casual with his answers, but not for potions. Snape was quite aware of his potions level. During the summer, Elias had even sent Snape letters asking questions about potions. Therefore, Snape, who had been teaching for over a decade, could likely tell at a glance whether this homework was written by him or if it was done seriously. If he didn't satisfy Snape, Elias felt that he might be unfairly treated by Snape this semester. What was reassuring was that, when Elias went to the restroom, he found that in almost every other compartment, there were other students catching up on their homework. You copy my history of magic, I copy your herbology. It was quite harmonious. He didn't ask Hermione to borrow her homework to copy. Although Elias knew she probably wouldn't refuse him, he still wanted to respect her effort. Not until the train started moving was the compartment door pulled open again. Standing outside the door were two little girls. The red-haired one was Ginny Weasley, whom he had met briefly at Flourish and Blots. The other girl wore a goose-yellow dress, had a pair of court pendants hanging from her ears, and her wand was tucked behind her light silver hair, making her look mischievous and clever. Hello, the other places in the carriage seem to be full, can we sit here? When the girl spoke, her tone was bouncy, sounding like singing, which calmed the irritated mood of those catching up on homework a bit. Hermione inexplicably put down her quill with a guilty conscience and agreed, of course, sit together. The two little girls put away their pile of messy things and then sat down opposite them. My name is Luna Lovegood. My name is Ginny Weasley. The two girls introduced themselves first. Hermione had completely stopped writing. She seemed not to want to be seen as someone who hadn't finished her summer homework. My name is Hermione Granger. Elias looked up from his busy work. Elias Sorensen. Ah, I know you, Ginny said in surprise. Ron told me that Elias, you dealt with a troll and a dark wizard who infiltrated Hogwarts in your first year. Hermione, you rode a dragon last semester. He was jealous for a long time, saying that he had also fed that dragon. Hermione was amused by her last sentence. After a brief introduction, Luna took out a copy of the Quibbler and leaned against the window to read. However, she was reading the magazine upside down, which was quite fitting for the magazine's name. Ginny was reading a book about Quidditch. After learning that Harry had joined the Quidditch team in his first year, she was also eager to play. Perhaps there was also a family influence. She had 3 older brothers who were on the school's Quidditch team, one of whom was the captain. Hermione was trying to guide Ginny with her experience of having learned to fly a broomstick for a year at school, but she found that Ginny had secretly learned to fly a broomstick at the age of 9. The train traveled past hills and fields. Elias tidied up his homework and casually leaned back. Finished? Hermione asked. Elias nodded and stretched out his arms, shaking them. Hermione pulled his right hand and kneaded it a few times haphazardly. Okay, since you're finished, come and play wizard's chess with me. During the summer, Elias had told Hermione about the challenges the professors had set up behind the corridor and told her that Dumbledore didn't plan to remove them. Since then, the less rule-abiding Hermione seemed to have developed the idea of trying to venture into the restricted area, although she still wouldn't admit it out loud. However, her body was very honest, practicing broomstick flying and wizard's chess, corresponding to Professor Flitwick's and Professor McGonagall's challenges respectively. Unfortunately, Hermione's chess skills were as straightforward as her personality. Even though she was smart enough to always spot the traps Elias set up in the game, it was still difficult for her to win a single game against Elias. Fortunately, even though the girl kept losing, she didn't get angry with him, and she would be happy and smug for a long time after winning a game, so Elias was happy to play with her. Ginny and Luna saw them playing chess and became interested, both gathering around Hermione to offer advice. Ultimately, with the help of the two terrible chess players, Hermione quickly lost 2 games to Elias, and the third game was already precarious. Just as the 3 girls were racking their brains, the compartment door was pushed open again. Fred and George stood at the doorway, looking inside. "He's not here either," George scratched his head. "Ginny, have you seen Harry?" "Harry? What happened to him?" Ginny suddenly became very agitated. "We've looked in many carriages and haven't found him. He should have gotten on the train after us, right?" Fred also said strangely. "How could that be?" Ginny instantly became very worried. "Then let's look together. I also know Harry Potter, I've seen what he looks like in the newspaper," Luna suggested, standing up. She seemed quite happy. "Then let's help too." Hermione snatched the chess piece Elias was about to move, pulled him up, and stood up. "The more people, the faster we'll find him." The group searched the entire train but couldn't find Harry or Ron, eventually returning to their original spot. Just missing the train wasn't considered a big deal by anyone. They just had to talk to Professor McGonagall or Dumbledore after arriving at school, or send a letter back asking Mr. Weasley to bring the 2 over. At most, Professor McGonagall would deduct a few points from Gryffindor for being late. However, upon seeing the homework Elias had placed on the table, Fred gloated, "I don't think I've ever seen our little brother do homework." George added, "Harry hasn't done homework either, probably because of his aunt and uncle. That's really not good." "Snape will kill them," Fred said, shaking his head, and with his arm around George's shoulder, they returned to their compartment. Only Ginny still looked worried at this moment. "You seem quite concerned about Harry," Elias commented, a little surprised. The worry on Ginny's face quickly disappeared, replaced by a bright blush. The group resumed their unfinished game of wizard chess. Elias sat down again and glanced at the board, a few question marks slowly appearing above his head. He looked at Hermione, who had been very quiet since returning, and asked expressionlessly, "Wait, am I missing a few pieces?" Just like before, as darkness fell, the Hogwarts Express slowly pulled into the station, and students crowded off the train. First years over here." It was still Hagrid who was there to guide the first years into Hogwarts Castle, completing this admission ceremony. Elias and Hermione greeted Hagrid, then followed the other students onto another rough, muddy path. At the end of the road, over 100 carriages were scattered along the muddy path, waiting to take the older students to Hogwarts Castle. Each carriage was pulled by a skeletal creature. They looked completely devoid of flesh, their black fur clinging tightly to their bones, revealing a clear skeleton. Their heads somewhat resembled dragon heads, and their pale, unfocused pupils stared blankly at the passing students. They also had 2 pairs of large, bat-like wings on their backs, which they flapped occasionally and idly. These creatures stood silently in the night, looking very eerie. Of course, most students could only see an empty carriage and would assume it was enchanted to move automatically, unable to see the Thestrals pulling the carriages in front. Only those who had witnessed death firsthand could see Thestrals, which is why Thestrals were considered by many to be a bad omen. Elias could see the Thestrals. Perhaps it was because he himself had died once, or perhaps because of Quirrell. He knew there was a Thestral herd living in the Forbidden Forest from his wanderings there last semester, but he hadn't expected such rare creatures to be tamed by Hogwarts and used for pulling carriages. He reached out and touched a Thestral's head. It felt cold and hard, like touching a rock. "Is there something here?" Hermione asked curiously. "Thestrals. Want to touch one?" Elias asked. The girl quickly shook her head, refusing the offer. Things you couldn't see were more frightening. The 2 climbed into the empty, dark carriage, and it began to move on its own. This road leading to Hogwarts Castle was only used twice a year and was still a primitive dirt path, full of bumps and hollows, causing the carriage to constantly jolt up and down. Several times, Hermione wanted to ask why Elias could see Thestrals, but after hesitating for a long time, she didn't speak. Quirrell had run away at the end of last semester, and neither of them had witnessed his death firsthand, so she couldn't see Thestrals. Therefore, Hermione didn't understand what she didn't know about the boy she had grown up with. The carriage passed through the gates in silence, accelerated up a long uphill road, and quickly reached Hogwarts Castle. Students got out of the carriages and entered the Great Hall, taking their seats at their house tables. Malfoy circled around for a while before finally sitting next to Elias with his 2 cronies, accompanied by a Slytherin girl. As soon as he sat down, he asked, "Where's Potter? And that Weasley? I don't think I saw them on the train. They truly are soulmates." Elias couldn't help but smile and replied, "They didn't seem to catch the train." Malfoy cursed under his breath and started dealing with Pansy, who was clinging to him. Elias glanced boredly at the teacher's table and saw Lockhart, in his aquamarine robes, flashing his dazzling white teeth at Snape. Snape was gripping his cup with a dark expression, looking as if he wanted to poison Lockhart's drink and force him to drink it. Suddenly, Dumbledore said something to Snape, whose eyes lit up, and he walked out with a sneer. Soon, Professor McGonagall led the first years in, and the sorting ceremony for the new students began. Ginny, as expected, was sorted into Gryffindor. So far, the entire Weasley family had been in Gryffindor. The quirky Luna was also unsurprisingly sorted into Ravenclaw. From the moment Elias first saw her, he felt this girl was definitely a Ravenclaw. The sorting ceremony quickly ended, with varying numbers of new students in each house. Dumbledore stood up and said cheerfully, "A new term has begun, and I am delighted to see you all again. Now, let the feast begin." After his usual brief speech, Dumbledore did not sit down to eat but walked out of the Great Hall with Professor McGonagall. At this point, everyone became unsettled and began discussing what had happened to cause 3 professors to leave the Great Hall directly. Many people gradually noticed that the famous Harry Potter from Gryffindor and his friend Ron were missing and began making wild guesses about what great deed the two had done. But clearly, this didn't affect the students' appetites after a long journey, and within 2 minutes, everyone was eating with greasy faces. Elias sighed silently, looking at the messages he hadn't seen for a long time floating before his eyes. Jealousy +1, he really didn't like these feasts. 10 minutes later, Dumbledore returned with Snape, followed closely by Professor McGonagall. Snape's face was even fouler than before, and seeing that he had to sit next to Lockhart again, he looked like he wanted to turn around and leave. Lockhart saw Dumbledore return and happily straightened up, seemingly eager to introduce himself to everyone. But Dumbledore never interrupted students' meals unless absolutely necessary, so he could only deliberately ignore Lockhart's anxious gaze and chat quietly with Professor McGonagall beside him. "He's still the same as when he was at school, Albus, just as desperate for attention. I really doubt he can teach students well," Professor McGonagall said quietly. "If he doesn't teach properly at school but instead tries to turn emotionally immature students into his fans, I really will kick him out." "Don't worry, I have great confidence in our students," Dumbledore said with a smile. Confidence in the students about what? Weren't they talking about Lockhart? Did he believe the students wouldn't become his fans? Professor McGonagall looked confused, but Dumbledore quickly changed the subject. "I need to write a letter back to Arthur quickly, he's in trouble." Professor McGonagall sighed, her voice unconsciously a little louder. "Those 2 children really, flying a car to school, they could actually do something like that. They're truly a handful." Seeing that most of the students had stopped eating, Dumbledore stood up, waved his hand, cleared the desserts from the tables, and motioned for the students to be quiet. "Now that everyone has eaten and drunk their fill, I have a few more things to say and a few points to make. First-year students, please note that the Forbidden Forest on the school grounds is forbidden to all students. Some of our older students should also remember this." Listening, Elias lowered his head guiltily and pretended to wipe his mouth. What Dumbledore said next was no different from last semester. The corridor on the right side of the 4th floor was still designated as a restricted area, even though the Philosopher's Stone was no longer there. Finally, Dumbledore sat down gracefully, and Lockhart immediately stood up with a beaming smile. "Hello, everyone." Lockhart adjusted his slightly wrinkled robes. "I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Forces Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, but I don't talk about that. I didn't get rid of the band and Banshee by smiling at her. As a former outstanding graduate of the school, after Professor Dumbledore repeatedly sought me out and sincerely invited me, believing that only I had the ability to serve as the defense against the dark arts professor, I reluctantly accepted the request. I sacrificed my time adventuring around the world to return to my alma mater after a long absence and become the defense against the dark arts professor. I hope we can get along well this semester. Of course, it's best not to give me your fan mail in person, the other professors will be jealous. They probably can't understand how vexing it is to have such a massive fan base." After speaking, Lockhart winked at the students and sat down, still smiling. "Don't mind the professors, it might seem like I'm stating facts, but I was just joking." No one responded to him. The atmosphere at the staff table was a bit cold. Only Dumbledore was still smiling, he still had quite a few fans. The Great Hall was quiet for a moment before some scattered applause began, and then, afraid of being spotted by their heads of house, students immediately put their hands down again. Even though Lockhart was indeed famous, they were still more afraid of their heads of house at school. "All right." Dumbledore stood up again. "Let's welcome Professor Lockhart, who has sacrificed himself to fill the vacancy for our defense against the dark arts professor. Next, it's time for our favorite part, the school song." Dumbledore happily waved his wand, and rows of golden letters flew out, forming the lyrics in the air. "Ready, sing." Elias had clearly used a silencing charm beforehand, thinking he could escape, but unexpectedly, his magic suddenly failed after he cast it. There was no need to think, this was definitely Dumbledore's doing. Left with no choice, Elias could only pick a tune he liked and sing along with everyone, only to be gradually led astray by Malfoy's off-key singing. The feast ended. Elias was called to Snape's office and handed a copy of Potions Weekly. "The paper you wrote on the possibility of using potions to transform werewolves back into humans has been approved and published in this issue of Potions Weekly," he said. Although it's a field that no one has researched before, the reaction hasn't been significant. Not many people are optimistic about this research. Werewolves were recorded in wizarding history books a very long time ago, and no wizard has ever solved this problem, so the old fogies now believe that it's impossible for werewolves to turn back into normal humans. A hint of disdain appeared on Snape's face. "They initially wanted to reject this paper, but I stopped them. Those stagnant minds simply can't understand the value this potion could bring once it's developed. Having a research direction is a good thing. As long as it doesn't affect your own studies, you can continue your research. If your brain isn't the usual troll brain I encounter, then with the help of so much useful and useless research material, you should still be able to figure something out." Snape seemed to be in a terrible mood tonight. Elias hadn't said a word since entering and was ushered out by Snape, carrying a copy of Potions Weekly. However, having the paper published in Potions Weekly was certainly good news. Although the research direction was different, many of his arguments were indeed derived after getting Caharman Monk's permission, referencing his experimental records, and then conducting his own extended experiments. So he was confident that his research could yield results and wasn't worried about it stagnating. Furthermore, with the affirmation of a potions master like Snape, he didn't have to worry about being on a dead-end path. Back in the common room, Malfoy was standing in the crowd, loudly proclaiming, "Harry Potter and Ron Weasley are about to be expelled. They actually flew to school in a Muggle car and were seen by Muggles." Elias was immediately astonished. Had those two gone mad? He could only say they were indeed worthy of being Gryffindors. However, thinking of how Snape wished he could expel Harry every day, Harry and Ron had definitely escaped disaster again tonight. As expected, the next morning, they saw Harry and Ron walking into the Great Hall together while they were eating breakfast. Hermione and Elias had finished eating and were walking towards the library. Seeing the two enter the Great Hall, Hermione seemed to remember something and was quite upset, complaining to Elias, "They actually think what they did was glorious. Oh my goodness. Flying to school in a car, not only seen by lots of Muggles, but even ending up in the Muggle newspapers. They violated the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, the restriction of underage sorcery, the misuse of Muggle artifacts, and students aren't allowed to perform magic outside of school during the holidays. They broke multiple laws, almost got arrested by the Ministry of Magic, and even worse, they could even be expelled because of this. But those two don't seem to care at all. And so many people actually think it's cool. Are they all mad? Oh my goodness." Elias chuckled and fanned the girl with the journal in his hand. He was a little worried that Hermione might set her hair on fire because she was too angry. Hermione snatched the journal and hugged it, saying with displeasure, "What are you doing? Don't mess it up. This is your first published paper, it's got great sentimental value. You can buy more, it's not some limited edition," Elias said carelessly. "Besides, I was planning to buy several copies to collect anyway, so I can give them as gifts later, like Professor McGonagall does. It'll save me the trouble of figuring out what to give people for holidays." The first class of the second year was Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall. "Your task today is to turn a beetle into a button. I hope you haven't forgotten everything you learned last semester because of the summer holidays," Professor McGonagall said half-jokingly. Compared to the end-of-year exam last semester, this little test was much simpler, and Professor McGonagall was confident in her teaching, but she quickly lost her smile. The beetle crab poked with his wand skirt all over the desk. Goyle, seeing this, tried to grab the beetle in his hand, but accidentally squeezed too hard and killed it. He then secretly wiped his dirty hand on Crab's clothes. Malfoy's button still had the beetle's 4 legs attached, but only a few students in the class had managed even that much. Professor McGonagall's lips were pressed tightly together until her expression softened when she saw Elias's finished product. She picked it up, showed it to the others, and said, 10 points to Slytherin." After class, Elias waited until most of the students had left before asking Professor McGonagall about the human presence charm. This was a spell that Caharman Monk and his werewolf friends had researched together, attempting to restore werewolves to human form, but they ultimately failed. Elias was also interested in this spell and believed it belonged to the realm of advanced transfiguration, so he decided to get some advice from Professor McGonagall. "A human presence charm? I have indeed heard of such a spell," Professor McGonagall said after thinking for a moment. "It involves very profound human transfiguration, similar to the countercharm for animagi. However, neither animagi nor high-level human transfiguration can turn a wizard into a magical creature, but werewolves are classified as a type of magical creature. So, theoretically, using a spell to turn a werewolf into human form is not feasible, but it's not impossible. Perhaps you could consult Professor Lockhart, he might have researched this spell." Professor Lockhart. Elias was surprised. Lockhart didn't seem like a scholar at all. He hadn't expected to underestimate him. Yes, although he. Professor McGonagall stopped herself in time, not wanting to discuss her current colleague in front of a student. He seems to have written in one of his books about using this spell to turn a werewolf back into human form, in that book Wanderings with Werewolves. Haven't you read it? Elias shook his head. I only flipped through a little. Lockhart's books were just adventure novels filled with narcissism, and they really couldn't pique his interest. You can still take a look. Although there's a lot of untrue stuff in the book, the methods for dealing with some dangerous creatures are still very practical. Otherwise, I wouldn't have approved these books as textbooks, Professor McGonagall said. Elias nodded, thanked her, and left the classroom. The next class was herbology. On the way to Greenhouse 3, they could still see the Whomping Willow's branches bandaged from a distance. This must have been Harry and Ron's handiwork. The plants in Greenhouse 3 were more dangerous than those in Greenhouse 1. As soon as he entered the greenhouse, Elias saw many students helping Professor Sprout tidy up the teaching materials that the previous class had messed up. All right, that's it. Get ready for class, children, Professor Sprout said, wiping her brow. Today we're going to repot mandrakes. Slytherin had no classes on Monday afternoon. Lockhart had gone to teach the second-year Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs. Elias had nothing to do, so he avoided the classes and crowds and quietly snuck into the restricted section on the 4th floor. He was quite curious why Dumbledore hadn't removed the restricted section here. Could it be that someone was still coveting the Philosopher's Stone and wanted to steal it? Or was it that Voldemort, who wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone, hadn't actually died? He tiptoed to the door, leaned his head against it, and listened quietly for a while, but heard no movement. Alohomora. Click. Elias pushed open a crack in the door and peeked inside. As expected, the three-headed dog was gone. He didn't know where Dumbledore had moved it. Opening the trapdoor, Elias jumped straight down and then summoned his patroness in midair to carry him down. It was still pitch black below the trapdoor, and pots of Devil's Snare were writhing restlessly. Elias found it strange. After landing, he moved closer, and the light from the Lumos charm on his wand illuminated 2 wands and a piece of parchment scattered on the ground. Had other students been here? Elias picked up the parchment from the ground. A large number of names were moving on the map. He saw Professor McGonagall and Hermione in a classroom. Dumbledore wasn't in his office and might not even be at school. Snape was also in the dungeon teaching potions. What was this? Elias searched for a long time before finally finding his name on this parchment. Elias Sorensen. At the same time, 2 other names were overlapping with his name. George Weasley, Fred Weasley. Okay, he knew whose property this was. Are you 2 still alive? Elias asked. 2 difficult and excited voices suddenly came from within the tangled Devil's Snare. Whoever it is, help. I'm being strangled. Is it Elias? Help, 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 help. Elias couldn't help but smile. He whispered a spell and flicked his wand. A blue flame shot out from the tip of his wand. Before it even got close, the Devil's Snare scattered as if it had gone mad, and 2 figures suddenly fell from low in the air, hitting the ground. Ouch! Fred and George cried out in pain, lying limply on the ground and groaning. Numb, 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 my whole body is numb. Oh, I can't move. Elias walked a few steps forward, squatted down, and observed the 2 with the light of the Lumos charm. There was nothing seriously wrong, they were just a little short of breath from being tangled in the Devil's Snare. What are you 2 doing here? Elias asked. We wanted to come last school year, Fred gasped. But there was a 3-headed dog guarding the door last school year, so we couldn't make it. Then this year, we came back to look, and the dog at the door was gone, so we took advantage of Dumbledore not being at school to come in and play a bit. We didn't expect. George continued. We thought we'd have to wait until Dumbledore came back to be rescued. That would have been the end of us. When we fell, we landed directly on the Devil's Snare, which knocked our wands away. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been unable to deal with the Devil's Snare. It's not difficult, Fred added, trying to regain some dignity in front of his junior. But Elias was more interested in the map in his hand. Did you 2 make this map yourselves? What, the map? Fred quickly sat up and felt his pockets, which were empty. Okay, we dropped it. George also sat up and exchanged winks with Fred for a while. George spoke. Since you've found out, we won't hide it anymore. This is called the Marauder's Map. It can show the location of everyone in the school. It's the reason we've never been caught for our pranks over the years. So, you didn't make it? Elias asked. The twin brothers shook their heads in unison. Influenced by Elias, her first impression of Lockhart wasn't very good either, plus Elias had a very low opinion of the books Lockhart wrote, so this was the first time she hadn't prepared for the lesson before class. They had both started learning magic at the same time, and she didn't want to fall too far behind Elias in magic, so her usual study schedule was already very heavy, and she simply didn't have time to read miscellaneous books. This led to her being completely stumped when faced with Lockhart's strange class quiz this time. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. What do you think Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date is? 54. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday, and what would be his ideal birthday present? Even Elias couldn't possibly answer these questions, could he? Hermione thought to herself, unable to suppress a chuckle. She decided not to tell Elias the quiz questions for this class, so he would be just as stumped as her next time. Who cares what color he likes? Lavender complained, turning her head to look at her brainy roommate's paper, only to find it was also blank. She said in surprise, "You don't know either, Hermione." "Who cares what color he likes?" Hermione repeated Lavender's words. Both of them giggled softly. "Let me guess," Parvati said, resting her chin in her hand and thinking for a moment. "He's wearing green clothes, so maybe he likes green." "His secret ambition is to have the whitest teeth in the world," Lavender added. "His greatest achievement should be the one he repeated several times." Hermione followed along with the analysis in a serious tone, winning Which Weekly's Most Charming Smile award 5 times. Harry and Ron, sitting in front, almost burst out laughing as they listened. They quickly scribbled down the answers they heard on their papers, then turned around to whisper and discuss together. Harry felt that the resentment he had towards Lockhart for bothering him had dissipated quite a bit. Half an hour later, Lockhart collected the papers and quickly flipped through them. "Tisk tisk, hardly anyone remembers my favorite color is lilac. My ambition is to have the whitest teeth in the world? No, I've already achieved that, otherwise I wouldn't have won Which Weekly's Most Charming Smile award 5 times in a row. Favorite food? A pile of cockroaches? Don't be ridiculous, what wizard would like to eat that?" Lockhart spent the rest of the lesson explaining his quiz, and occasionally an absurd answer would cause the whole class to erupt in laughter. Many students felt the lesson was quite interesting so far. "It's a pity no one could answer all my questions correctly," Lockhart said regretfully. However, getting back to the point, he pulled out a large iron cage covered with a cloth from under the teacher's desk. "Now, be warned. My task is to teach you to defend yourselves against the most evil things known to the wizarding world. You will face the most terrifying things in this classroom. But remember, as long as I am here, you will not be harmed in any way. All I ask is that you remain calm." Lockhart's sudden serious tone quieted the somewhat noisy students. Everyone held their breath, staring at the large iron cage. "Watch closely," he said, quickly pulling off the black cloth and saying dramatically, "Freshly caught Cornish pixies." These pixies were electric blue, about 8 inches high, with tiny pointed faces and voices that were incredibly shrill and grating. As soon as the black cloth was lifted, they restlessly darted around inside the cage. The classroom was silent for a moment, then many students who recognized the creatures couldn't help but start laughing. Cornish pixies were rated as X-class creatures in the classification of magical beasts. This meant wizards found these creatures very uninteresting and not dangerous at all. "What's so funny?" Lockhart said irritably towards everyone. "They can also be cunning little destroyers, just like devils." The laughter in the classroom grew louder. Although this description was a bit exaggerated, it was undeniable that in this classroom, what Lockhart said actually made sense. At least, that's what Elias saw. After he and the Weasley twins finished exploring the restricted section, they heard screams coming from this classroom. When they rushed to the door and looked, several Cornish pixies were darting around in the air inside the classroom, screaming and tearing up books, knocking over bottles of ink. The students were either running around trying to escape being chased or hiding under desks in fear. The whole classroom was a mess. And their professor, Lockhart, was currently hiding under the teacher's desk, shouting, "Don't be afraid, they're just pixies, catch them all." "What's going on?" Elias asked calmly, drawing his wand and quickly stunning a pixie that was chasing a student with a stunning spell. "Cool. Are you guys playing some kind of game?" Fred joked, and quickly drew his wand along with George to help. Hearing Elias's voice, Hermione finally came to her senses. She struggled to pull her hands out from Lavender and Parvati's embrace and used a Petrificus Totalis on a pixie that was about to pour ink on her head, making it fall to the ground. The four of them resolved the chaos in less than half a minute. Lockhart, unaware of what had happened, was still shouting from under the desk until he saw Harry and Ron pulling Neville out from under a fallen chandelier. Only then did he belatedly straighten up and say, "Aha, I told you, with me here, even vicious pixies cannot harm anyone." The students were stunned by Lockhart's words, so absurd that they momentarily forgot how to speak. "Harry, Ron, take Neville to Madame Pomfret first," Elias said, breaking the silence. "Anyone else who's injured, go to the infirmary together. Those who aren't hurt, help round up the pixies and put them back in the cage, and set the overturned desks and chairs upright." His calm voice brought the panicked students back to their senses, and they unconsciously started doing as Elias instructed. Elias, meanwhile, used the repairing charm with the twin brothers to fix the damage caused by the pixies. His proficiency in the repairing charm wasn't high, otherwise, casting a wide area repairing charm would have solved it easily. Everyone ignored Lockhart standing on the platform, which made him quite awkward. Just then, the class bell rang, allowing Lockhart to breathe a sigh of relief. He cleared his throat and said, "Oh, it seems your ability to deal with dangerous creatures is somewhat lacking. You found the simple practical opportunity one gave you so difficult to complete. But it doesn't matter, as an honorary member of the Dark Forces Defense League, I can definitely help you make a change. Now, class dismissed. After Lockhart finished speaking, he hurried away carrying the large iron cage containing the pixies, almost bumping into Ron, who was supporting Neville, in the corridor. He's awful, isn't he? Ron grumbled. I really don't know why my mom is so infatuated with someone like him. He just looks like a fraud. Maybe his stories are actually written very well, Harry guessed. He says everything written in his books is what he did himself, but who knows if it's true or not, Ron said with a look of dissatisfaction. If you ask me, they should just let Elias be the defense against the dark arts professor. He dealt with a troll last year and even took down a dark wizard. He looks much more capable than Lockhart. Lockhart successfully made a name for himself at school after just one class, although this fame wasn't what he wanted. The second-year Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students who had the class spread the news of the accident during Lockhart's lesson throughout the school in just one afternoon. Apart from a few Lockhart fans, the vast majority of students thought Lockhart was just an unqualified fraud. This greatly distressed Lockhart, but there was nothing he could do. But Lockhart was quite unwilling to have another practical class like that, because he was well aware of his own abilities. So, after much deliberation, Lockhart finally introduced a new class format for the students, inviting students to come up and act out scenes from his books. During Wednesday's defense against the dark arts class, Malfoy, whose hair color was similar to Lockhart's, successfully caught Lockhart's attention and was forced onto the stage to play Lockhart from the story. He held a wooden stick as a wand and, with a livid face, pretended to fight the werewolves played by Goyle and Crabbe. Lockhart himself narrated the plot from the side. I told the female werewolf about my great wish. I hoped that all werewolves could live in peace with wizards. That female werewolf was shaken by my great ideal and wanted to throw herself into my arms. Honestly, even though she was a werewolf, she was quite good looking when not transformed. Her two suitors outside the window couldn't stand it anymore. They were also werewolves, and the two werewolves suddenly climbed in through the window and lunged at me. Crabbe and Goyle hesitated for a moment, then exerted force and pinned Malfoy beneath them. I had anticipated this, gracefully turned and dodged, and with just a flick of my wand, I struck down the two attacking werewolves onto the ground. Malfoy fell unexpectedly and tried to struggle up, but Crabbe and Goyle's weight was far greater than his, making it difficult for him to move despite two attempts, so he could only curse angrily, "Get up! You two idiots!" The students below burst into laughter, and Elias's face was starting to stiffen from smiling. He thought having two such entertaining classes every week wasn't bad, a good way to relieve the pressure from studying. Of course, if Lockhart called on him to perform, then he took back what he said. Oh no, that's not how it happened. I wasn't that pathetic when facing werewolves. If I were like you, I might have died back then, Lockhart said, shaking his head in critique. Malfoy's face was already red from everyone's laughter, and upon hearing Lockhart's words, he was so angry he immediately prepared to draw his wand and cast some curses at Lockhart. Seeing that the situation was not right, Goyle and Crabbe quickly pulled Malfoy off the stage. Following this, others who had foreseen this were unwilling to go on stage when called upon, so the class ultimately turned into Lockhart performing for them alone on stage, and the level of interest dropped significantly. Elias felt bored, so he flipped through the book written by Lockhart, Wandering with Werewolves. He had originally just intended to glance through it casually, but the more he read, the more familiar the content of the story felt, and he couldn't help but become engrossed in it. Excluding the romantic entanglement between Lockhart and a female werewolf in the book, and ignoring some added artistic elements, the entire content of the book was highly similar to the story of Carmichael Monk and his werewolf companion. One strange point was that although the content written by the two was highly similar, Lockhart's perspective in the book had a very obvious deviation from Carmichael's story perspective. If these two were considered one story, then Lockhart's perspective seemed to represent that of Carmichael's werewolf friend. Could it be that Lockhart was that werewolf? Elias was startled by his own thought. If that were the case, then the romantic entanglement between Lockhart and the female werewolf apparently couldn't be excluded. Soon, this enjoyable class ended. After everyone else had left, Elias approached Lockhart alone. "Professor Lockhart, could I ask you a question?" Lockhart mused for a moment. "Oh, it's you. I thought you were a Gryffindor student earlier. Is there anything you didn't understand from my lecture?" "No, Professor, your lecture was excellent. I'm just very interested in the human presence restoration charm in the book and wanted to ask you about it," Elias said. "Is that so?" "Ha ha ha, I also think I lectured very well." Lockhart hedged. "Human presence restoration charm? That's a very advanced spell. I researched it for a long time myself. It's not something a young wizard your age should be studying." Elias wanted to say something else, but Lockhart gave him no chance to speak, putting his arm around his shoulder and walking out of the classroom. "All right, child, I know many people admire me, envy my fame, and want to become me or surpass me. But there will only ever be one Gilderoy Lockhart in the world. You cannot become me to surpass me, you can't imitate me or walk the path I've walked. You have to rely on your own efforts to create, understand. Seeing Elias nod, Lockhart suddenly let out a sigh of relief. He had bluffed his way through and then didn't hesitate to slip into his office, leaving Elias outside. Elias looked at the closed office door and shook his head, somewhat speechless. Lockhart's guilty and perfunctory behavior ruled out the possibility that he was that werewolf, and also revealed that what was written in the book did not seem to be his own personal experience. He wondered where his story came from. So Professor Dumbledore really hired a professor who can't even handle a pixie to teach us defense against the dark arts? Hermione asked, frowning. Why is that? The headmaster believes we can learn something from Gilderoy Lockhart, something unrelated to magic, Elias said indifferently. His self-learning ability was very strong, and he didn't care about the level of an individual professor. If he encountered problems he couldn't solve, he could ask the heads of the various houses at school, or even Dumbledore. Maybe Lockhart is like Quirrell, a dark wizard who's hidden his power and infiltrated Hogwarts, George speculated wildly. That's impossible, isn't it? Lockhart doesn't look like a low-key wizard at all, Fred countered. That was true, someone as high-profile as Lockhart didn't seem like the type to hide his abilities. Having not reached any conclusion from the discussion, Elias immediately rushed back to the room of requirement after lunch. It was better to keep a close eye on the potion development process to avoid any issues causing a blow-up. Unexpectedly, he saw Ginny on the 8th floor, who seemed to be looking for something. As Elias finished speaking, the Marauder's map slowly unfolded, revealing every part of Hogwarts in detail. Tiny ink dots formed small footprints, with even smaller letters above them indicating names. However, compared to the number of names, the map was a bit too small. As long as students stayed in the same place like a common room, their names would overlap densely, making it impossible to find the person you were looking for. Elias glanced at the map. Only Dumbledore was pacing around in his office on the 8th floor. Ginny had already left. His name did not appear on the map. He had discovered this after obtaining the Marauder's map. The room of requirement seemed to have been charmed to be hidden, unable to be plotted on the map, just like the wizard prison Azkaban. Therefore, he, being in the room of requirement, would not be shown on the map either. The Marauder's map perfectly matched his own ideas. His original thought was just to make a map that could provide real-time navigation. Not only could the Marauder's map do this, but it also added the function of locating others without their knowledge. Although the map's range was a bit small, only covering the grounds of Hogwarts and not even including the Forbidden Forest, which limited the practical help it could provide him. On the Marauder's map, Elias detected a wide range of tracking charms, drawing charms, fixing charms, and 7 anti-violence, anti-detection charms. Each spell was inscribed onto this parchment using alchemy, ensuring not only that the magical energy loops between each rune did not conflict, but also that each spell could run autonomously after the map was opened. It must be said that the 4 creators of this map were very innovative. With his current level of alchemy, Elias could replicate one, but his magical power was still growing and couldn't support him using large-scale tracking charms. Tracking charms were key to displaying a person's real-time location. He also discovered this problem. His age had now become a key factor limiting his strength growth. Without immense magical power, his progress in each higher-level spell was very slow. So, Elias's current direction in practicing magic was to enrich his magical methods, rather than stubbornly focusing on spell levels. After adding 2 more ingredients into the cauldron, Elias left the room of requirement and re-entered. The room where he had been brewing potions transformed into his exclusive training ground, and he began his spell training for the day. He had recently been studying the disillusionment charm, which could make him invisible. As long as he mastered the spell, wouldn't the Forbidden Forest become his backyard in the future, allowing him to enter and leave as he pleased, and greatly increasing the stealth of his nighttime wanderings? Elias practiced spells in the room of requirement until the afternoon before going to dinner, followed by the evening history of magic class. He didn't know which professor had arranged it, but they seemed to love the Slytherin and Ravenclaw students deeply, fearing they wouldn't be able to sleep at night, so they specially arranged for Professor Binns to help them fall asleep. Even though Elias didn't want to waste his time, influenced by the environment, he was propping his head up with one hand, feeling drowsy. Laziness +1. Elias sighed helplessly, closed his eyes, and immediately fell into a deep sleep. He gave up, just for today. On the first weekend of the new term, Elias woke up early. Hagrid had sent him a letter yesterday, inviting him to see a very cute creature. Due to the friendship established with the dragon Norbert, Elias was quite distrustful of Hagrid's description of cute. Of course, he didn't mind meeting Hagrid's little darling. Maybe it was another baby dragon. When Elias arrived at Hagrid's hut, Hagrid was already standing at the door with a large bucket filled with beef and several dead chickens hanging from his shoulder. "I've been waiting for you since before dawn, Elias. I can't wait to introduce you to Fluffy." Hagrid quickly walked out of the yard. "Let's go, we're going to the Forbidden Forest." "Just the 2 of us." Elias looked around, not seeing anyone else. "Yes, Dumbledore said it's best not to tell the other students, fearing it might cause panic," Hagrid explained. "But I guessed you wouldn't panic. After all, we both like these cute creatures, and Dumbledore knew I wouldn't be able to resist telling someone, so he agreed that I could tell you." Elias nodded. He probably guessed what Hagrid was going to show him. Sure enough, the two wound their way into the depths of the forbidden forest, arriving in front of a cave. Fluffy, Fluffy, come out, Mummy's here to bring you food. Hagrid started shouting loudly from a distance. The sound of a chain dragging on the ground came from inside the cave, growing closer and closer. One head, two heads, three heads poked out of the cave entrance one after another, three tongues lolling casually from their mouths, constantly dripping saliva. It was the three-headed dog Elias had seen in the restricted corridor. The three-headed dog happily dragged its chain and ran towards Hagrid, looking just like a pet dog kept in an ordinary home. But after the three-headed dog, called Fluffy, knocked Hagrid over, the difference in their sizes made Elias feel for a moment as if Hagrid was the three-headed dog's pet. Good, all right, oh, good dog, did you miss Mummy? Hagrid scratched Fluffy's three heads with all his might. All right, stop, it's time to eat. Hearing eat, Fluffy finally let go of Hagrid, stepping aside, waiting for Hagrid to feed it. According to Elias's understanding of three-headed dogs, although they have three heads, they only have one stomach, otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of using a potion to make the three-headed dog fall asleep back then. But unexpectedly, the three heads of the three-headed dog still fought over food while eating. The middle head was the big brother, eating the most. The two heads on the left and right were the younger siblings, only able to snatch a couple of bites of fresh meat when the middle head was busy. He didn't know if whichever dog head ate more could absorb a little more, but the middle dog head clearly looked a size bigger than the two side dog heads. This is Fluffy, the three-headed dog I've raised since it was young. It's growing more and more charming now, which is truly delightful, Hagrid introduced to Elias. Elias copied Hagrid's method and threw a chicken to each of the two side dog heads, then just watched from the side, having no desire to go over and pet the dog heads. There was a reason Dumbledore agreed to let Hagrid keep Fluffy at the school. Although the three-headed dog was a bit large, it currently seemed to be a relatively docile dog. Moreover, three-headed dogs are more intelligent than regular dogs, making them more sensitive to human feelings. After getting a little more familiar, Elias wanted to teach Fluffy the fetch-the-stick game that pet dogs usually love, but Fluffy ended up looking at him with disdain. Feeling a bit awkward, he scanned the low cave, and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Right, Quirrell's body last semester, wasn't it found here? The last time they came here, they didn't take this path, which was why he hadn't connected the two places until now. Realizing this, Elias looked at the cave, and the memories of it gradually overlapped with reality. Upon closer inspection of the ground where Quirrell's body had lain, he could still make out faint marks different from the surroundings. Only now, Quirrell's body was gone. There were no severed limbs left in the cave, indicating that Quirrell's body was likely not eaten by beasts in the Forbidden Forest. This was very strange. What kind of creature would move a charred body for no reason? It couldn't have been Quirrell himself after resurrecting, could it? Elias somewhat understood why Dumbledore kept Fluffy here and even tied it with a seemingly useless chain. The chain was secured to a rock with a wooden peg, which in no way looked like it could restrain a three-headed dog. After getting acquainted with Fluffy, on their way back to Hagrid's cabin, they saw Lockhart, dressed in a blue robe, being blocked at the door by Fang, who wouldn't let him in. Since Elias didn't want to listen to Lockhart boast in front of him on a big weekend and ruin his mood, he said goodbye to Hagrid and went to the Quidditch pitch alone. Malfoy's father, using the power of money, had donated 7 Nimbus 2001 brooms to the Slytherin team, allowing Malfoy to join and become the Seeker. The night before last, Malfoy, who was very happy to play with Potter, had shown off his Nimbus 2001 in the common room for at least half an hour. Today was his first practice session after joining the team. Although not very interested in Quidditch, as Malfoy's roommate, Elias decided to drop by and see how his practice was going. However, upon arriving, things weren't as he expected. The Gryffindor and Slytherin Quidditch teams were actually playing a match, and quite a few students were watching. Upon asking, he learned that Slytherin was fairly competing with Gryffindor for the right to use the Quidditch pitch today. This was originally something that could promote unity between the houses. However, because Slytherin's brooms were more than just a notch above Gryffindor's in performance, most of Gryffindor's players were using old Comet series brooms, except for Harry who had a Nimbus 2000. The Slytherin players were visibly much faster than the Gryffindor players, making the game very difficult for Gryffindor. Adding to that, the two houses usually didn't get along well, and the Slytherin team was notorious for playing dirty. The tension between the two teams grew and grew. Finally, the moment a Slytherin beater swung his bat directly at Angelina's head, war broke out. Fred was the first to act, swinging his bat back at the Slytherin student, who easily dodged using the Nimbus 2001's performance. Before he could get smug, the well-coordinated George sent a bludger from afar, hitting him in the head and knocking him out, sending him plummeting to the ground. Flint was closest and just managed to catch his falling teammate when Angelina's sister, Alicia, rammed into both of them with her broom, knocking them to the ground and sacrificing herself in the process. Two hot-headed Slytherin chasers wanted revenge and chased after George together, getting closer and closer. But the Slytherin players hadn't fully gotten used to the speed of the Nimbus 2001. One of them couldn't brake in time and, tricked by George's Rinsky feint, flew into the stands. The scene immediately descended into chaos. The players from both sides gradually transitioned from aerial combat to ground-based fisticuffs, rolling around and wrestling on the grass. The tallest player, Flint, had a significant advantage in this brawl. He single-handedly kept two Gryffindor players occupied. Sixth-year Oliver Wood was no less impressive, twisting and turning on the grass, swinging his shoe, showing the toughness of a captain. It's quite normal to have a quaffle when fighting, isn't it? In a magic school, as long as wands aren't drawn, fighting is a minor matter. Professors would at most deduct some points, give a verbal warning, and in more serious cases, might require writing a reflection paper or at most a month of detention before it's over. Madame Pomfrey could even heal injuries caused by fists in less than a minute. But drawing wands changes the nature of things. Young wizards' magic is unstable, and those who are not skilled might not even know what spell they are casting, which can easily lead to irreversible consequences. So when Elias saw Ron draw his wand and run onto the pitch from the stands, intending to teach Malfoy a lesson, to prevent the situation from escalating, he had to intervene and stop the farce before the professors arrived. Drawing his wand, Elias used the summoning charm to call a broomstick, then mounted it and flew to the center of the pitch. Waving his wand, he performed a large-scale mass transfiguration using all the grass on the Quidditch pitch as the target. The grass at the edge of the pitch turned into a wooden fence, blocking the other agitated spectators who wanted to rush onto the pitch. The small grass in the center of the field grew wildly, intertwining with each other to form thick ropes, tightly binding the students who were wrestling together, regardless of whether they were face-to-face or face-to-butt. For a moment, the entire Quidditch pitch fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at the only figure flying in the center of the field. "That's awesome," a young wizard said dumbly, his companion beside him nodding unconsciously. Quite a few young wizards recognized Elias. After all, he was a celebrity at Hogwarts, often mentioned by the teachers. Everyone had only heard from the professors that he had defeated a troll and a dark wizard in his first year, but it was just hearsay, not deeply felt. After all, their school also had a more famous boy who lived, whose performance in the first year was just so-so, nothing special, and they didn't find anything different about him. It wasn't until they witnessed Elias easily controlling so many older students that those young wizards suddenly realized how truly powerful their second-year schoolmate was. "Who can tell me exactly what happened?" an angry female voice called from afar, as Professor McGonagall strode quickly towards the Quidditch pitch. The students who were still trying to struggle on the pitch immediately froze, each shrinking their heads like quails, silently repeating you can't see me," in their hearts. After the professor arrived, Elias removed the large-scale transfiguration spell from the pitch. Professor McGonagall's anger paused, looking at the scene with a little surprise, and offered a word of praise. "Very impressive transfiguration, Elias. Now then, Mr. Weasley, where do you think you're sneaking off to? Everyone, get to my office. Now. Elias, you come along too, I want to hear what happened just now." Elias nodded and dismounted his broom. "Yes, Professor." A large group of people crowded into Professor McGonagall's office, lining up against the wall. Soon, Snape, who had heard the commotion, also rushed over. "You saw the whole thing, didn't you, Elias?" Professor McGonagall asked. Yes, Elias nodded. Looking at the pleading eyes of the row of students, he still objectively recounted what had happened on the pitch to Professor McGonagall, merely omitting some of the more dangerous details. But it didn't help much. Professor McGonagall was still furious, scolding the row of errant players for over half an hour, and Snape, seizing the moment Professor McGonagall paused for breath, would immediately follow up with his sarcastic remarks. Under the stern gaze of the two heads of house, the students didn't dare to breathe heavily, only lowering their heads and gradually drifting off into their thoughts. Only Elias sat awkwardly beside the desk, holding a teacup. He regretted agreeing to come. He had thought he could leave after being a witness. In this atmosphere, he didn't dare to interrupt Professor McGonagall and leave on his own. Finally, this hellish half-hour ended. Both the Gryffindor and Slytherin teams were handed a month's ban from Quidditch, 2 months of detention, and 2 rolls of parchment for essays. Snape was somewhat taken aback and wanted to protest. Because of the 7 Nimbus 2001s, the Slytherin team's strength had greatly increased. Their Slytherin team was currently the biggest favorite to win the cup in the school. How could they lose the Quidditch Cup this academic year due to a ban? He felt that Professor McGonagall was implicitly targeting their snake house. However, Professor McGonagall was the deputy headmistress, a rank higher than Snape, and Professor McGonagall was very angry. Therefore, the protest was invalid. This time, it was Snape who left in a huff with the Slytherin team. Elias estimated they would likely be scolded by Snape again when they got back, but that was none of his business. Elias secretly slipped away towards the other end of the corridor to eat in the Great Hall. Suddenly, he heard a voice as hoarse and cold as if a dead person had spoken again. "Hungry, so hungry. I want to eat." Elias whirled around to look, wanting to know which student was so hungry. Hogwarts had never stinted on food for its students. No one. Elias's brow furrowed, and he realized he was in an empty corridor. Is it a ghost? His first thought was of the ghosts residing at Hogwarts, but he had never encountered a ghost whose cause of death was starvation. Perhaps it was a new resident at Hogwarts? But do ghosts need to eat to survive? He didn't think he had ever seen a ghost eat. Just as Elias was debating whether to find a ghost to ask but worried if such a question would be impolite to a ghost or whether to go to the library to look it up, the hoarse voice sounded again, this time coming from in front of him. I feel it, don't move, stay where you are, let me eat you. Downstairs. Elias quickly ran down the stairs, reached the corridor below, and looked up and around. No one, no sign of a ghost either. What the devil is going on? Elias pinched the bridge of his nose and walked further down the corridor, but the voice never reappeared. As a calm and rational but very curious wizard, he didn't believe he was hallucinating. So, after quickly grabbing some lunch, Elias hurried back to the second floor to investigate. The fat friar, whom he encountered along the way, told him that there were no new ghosts residing at Hogwarts. So the voice was not from a ghost, and it didn't even sound quite human. There were more questions now. Hogwarts had many secrets, no headmaster of Hogwarts had ever claimed to know all of them, perhaps even the four founders kept things from each other. But the second floor of the castle mostly contained classrooms where students had lessons, as well as the hospital wing and Professor McGonagall's office. The only place that seemed like it could hide something was the disused girls' bathroom, whose abandonment was due to the well-known ghost Moaning Myrtle. So, an entire afternoon passed, and his progress in finding the source of the voice was still zero. At night, Elias, having cast a disillusionment charm, slipped into Moaning Myrtle's bathroom under the cover of darkness, the Marauder's map in his hand ensuring he wouldn't be discovered by a professor. Now he just had to pray that ghosts couldn't see through the invisibility spell he had only recently learned. Fortunately, Myrtle was not in the bathroom at the moment, she had likely gone to the prefect's bathroom to peek at the male prefects bathing. Time passed slowly, and Elias, bored, could only keep flipping through the Marauder's map. Only seeing footsteps standing face to face in remote locations could lift his spirits a little, and he would note down the names of the two people. He even saw two pairs of footprints, clearly belonging to boys, standing face to face and motionless for a long time. Dumbledore paced back and forth in his office, occasionally disappearing suddenly and then reappearing. Professor McGonagall stayed put in her office, likely grading homework. Harry was actually in Lockhart's office. This was probably the detention he was assigned at the start of term for the flying car incident, plus the one he got today. He had only just started term but had already accumulated 2 months of detention. Poor thing. Just as Elias was concentrating hard, trying to find Hermione's name among the dense crowd of names in the Gryffindor common room, that voice sounded again, chicken, delicious, hungry, sleep. Elias stood up excitedly, then immediately crouched down. The voice was coming from below his feet. What does that mean? After eating chicken, it's still hungry and can only go back to sleep. He crouched on the ground, moving around to try and pinpoint the source of the sound and gather more information, but he could only hear it getting further away until it disappeared. Standing up again, he was still in the girls' lavatory, facing a bronze tap engraved with a small snake symbol. Where is it coming from? Elias stared intently at the Marauder's map. In front of his name, there was clearly just a wall, no other space existed. Before he had a chance to explore further, Moaning Myrtle's silver body had already returned, humming a tune, passing through the wall. Elias had no choice but to retreat. He had found the location of the creature's lair tonight, and finding it now was just a matter of time. It wasn't past curfew yet, and when Elias went down to the first floor, there were still students moving around. Ginny, Elias called out. The little girl didn't look too good right now. She seemed a bit dazed, her red hair was messy, and her robes were stained with some mud. Ginny responded with a somewhat blank look, her hand unconsciously moving behind her back. Elias, good evening. Elias picked a chicken feather from Ginny's head and asked cautiously, did you, by any chance, fall over? What he actually wanted to ask was if she had fought with a chicken. Ginny's face immediately turned red when she saw the chicken feather, and she stammered, why yes, I wasn't careful. I need to go back and take a bath. Goodbye. With that, the girl hurried away immediately, almost tripping over herself. Chicken feather, eating chicken. Elias looked at the departing Ginny and coincidentally connected the two events. However, seeing how secretive the girl was about it, he probably wouldn't be able to get anything out of her. Early the next morning, Elias visited Hagrid again. In Hogwarts, the only place he could think of that had chickens was Hagrid's yard. However, he didn't ask Hagrid directly but instead skirted around the topic, asking if Hagrid could show him around the creatures he kept. Hagrid, of course, readily agreed and introduced Elias to the pumpkins in his yard that had been enchanted with engorgement charms, some cabbages, and some Chinese cabbages. Arriving at the chicken coop, Hagrid had just scattered a handful of feed when he suddenly noticed something was wrong. 1, 2, 23, Hagrid counted twice in a row. How are there suddenly 7 chickens missing? Those blasted foxes. 7 chickens. Elias looked at the hens, which were almost as big as Hagrid's head, and fell silent. After eating 7 such fat chickens and still crying hungry, the creature he was looking for was probably quite large. So, could that creature be related to Ginny? Elias was about to deny it, thinking it might just be a coincidence after all. Ginny was just a first-year student. How could she be connected to a giant creature hiding in Hogwarts? But on second thought, he had raised a dragon in his first year, so maybe nothing was impossible. With suspicion, Elias frequently used the Marauder's map in the following days to keep an eye on Ginny's location, wanting to see if she would go to the second-floor girls' lavatory. At the same time, he also gave Hagrid a pair of two-way alarm badges, which Hagrid placed in the chicken coop. This was an alchemical item he had made himself. When one of them was triggered, the other alarm badge would sound an alarm and vibrate. However, he had tampered with it slightly so that when the alarm badge was triggered, he would receive the message before Hagrid and could get there first. There was something fishy about this matter, and he didn't plan to let Hagrid know yet. Unexpectedly, over the next few weeks, everything returned to normal. He hadn't heard the mysterious voice again, nor had he seen Ginny secretly go to Moaning Myrtle's lavatory. Compared to the previous 2 times he had accidentally run into Ginny at school, the little girl's behavior was noticeably more natural the last few times they met, not like she was feeling guilty before. Just as Elias was scratching his head, time gradually moved into October, and a cold snap suddenly swept through the entire castle. Even though wizards' bodies were nourished by magic and had better physical constitutions than muggles, colds still became prevalent among students and professors. Madame Pomfrey's hospital wing was packed every day, and a lot of pepper-up potions were needed to treat colds daily. Because she was overwhelmed, Madame Pomfrey specifically brought in Snape to help brew potions. Elias had the misfortune of experiencing Snape's twisted sense of humor. He had caught a cold because he had only been wearing pajamas when he was staking out Moaning Myrtle's lavatory one day and hadn't paid attention to the slight chill, successfully catching a cold. When he went to the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey handed him a bottle of Snape's work. On the eve of Halloween, they woke up early to the sweet scent of baked pumpkin wafting from the corridors. The Great Hall was decorated with live bats as usual, and Hagrid's giant pumpkins were put to use again, carved into lanterns large enough to fit several people. There were also rumors that Dumbledore had booked a skeleton dance troupe to entertain everyone. Although Elias didn't see what was so entertaining about a bunch of skeletons dancing, this kind of activity was quite popular in the wizarding world. Skeletons, like ghosts, were formed from wizards who had already died. Unlike ghosts, they didn't have any lingering obsessions from their lives that they couldn't let go of. Most were born due to environmental factors. Some skeletons who still had aspirations for life would group together, like the skeleton dance troupe, earning galleons by performing around, using the money to buy clothes, accessories, or maintain their bones. Skeletons who weren't as keen on existing would choose to rebury themselves in the earth to sleep, or throw themselves into flames to be burned to ash. Elias was quite curious about skeletons, like ghosts. They had existed in the world for a long time and might know many unknown historical facts. During the last lesson of the afternoon, Professor McGonagall finished assigning homework and left the classroom amidst the students' groans. Every student hoped the professors would be merciful and not assign homework during the holidays, but it was usually just wishful thinking that never came true. Elias packed his things, spent some time recording data from his potions experiments, and then hurried to the Great Hall for the Halloween feast. He arrived a little late. The feast had already begun. The skeleton dance troupe Dumbledore had hired was performing a thrilling striptease. Elias lost all interest after just one glance. He weaved through several pumpkin lanterns and saw Hermione peering out from inside a pumpkin. Seeing him appear, she immediately waved him over. Hermione had chosen a medium-sized pumpkin, big enough for 4 people. Elias thought Hermione was the only one inside, but to his surprise, Ravenclaw's Luna was there too. The girl's earrings had been replaced with 2 small pumpkins, which were quite fitting for the Halloween feast. "Good evening, Elias," Luna greeted in her ethereal voice. "Good evening." Elias glanced around, then asked subconsciously, "Where's Ginny? Isn't she with you?" It was quite a coincidence. Ginny Weasley seemed unwilling to interact much with her roommates for some reason, so her relationship with them was only average. Ravenclaw students who prided themselves on being unique were quite ostracizing of the peculiar Luna, so Luna had no friends in Ravenclaw either. In the end, the 2 girls from different houses became each other's only friends at school. Elias often saw them walking together, which was why he asked subconsciously. Hermione puffed out her cheeks but didn't say anything, just took a big bite out of a pumpkin pie. Luna glanced at Hermione opposite her, blinked, and replied sympathetically, "She doesn't seem to have come to the Halloween feast. When I saw her, I felt she was already caught up with blibbering humdingers. She might be off trying to get rid of them now." "Blibbering humdingers?" Hermione asked, surprised. "What are those? I've never heard of them." Elias also had no idea what kind of creature that was. "Blibbering humdingers, they're invisible, they float into your ears and muddle your brain," Luna replied, fluttering her fingers up and down as if imitating the creature's movements. Hermione and Elias exchanged a look, then quickly looked away. Hermione retorted, "How could there be such creatures? I've never seen them in any book." Luna replied as if she had answered this question many times, "Blibbering humdingers are invisible, so of course, they wouldn't be recorded in books." Hermione wanted to argue further, but she was startled by Luna's next words. "You seem to have some near your head too, Hermione. They weren't there before, but they suddenly appeared after Elias arrived." Saying this, Luna patted her hand near Hermione's ear, as if genuinely trying to chase them away. Is that so?" Hermione stammered, genuinely taken aback as Luna's expression didn't look like she was joking. "How do you sense the blibbering humdingers?" Elias asked curiously. He mimicked Luna and patted near Hermione's ear, which made the girl laugh. "Oh, that's impressive, the blibbering humdingers have been driven away." Luna's eyes widened, staring intently at Elias. After a while, she replied, "I can't see them either, but I'm sure it was there." "All right," Elias nodded, not dwelling on the question, and brought a spoonful of the freshly mixed fruit salad to Hermione's mouth. Hermione secretly glanced at Luna, then quickly put the fruit from the spoon into her mouth. Luna quietly put down the cake plate in her hand, wondering why the cake didn't seem very sweet. As the feast drew to a close, the Weasley twins set off a lot of filibuster fireworks towards the ceiling, illuminating the dim great hall in a riot of colors. No professors tried to stop them. Everyone emerged from their pumpkins to watch, cheering. The feast ended in this cheerful atmosphere, and everyone jostled their way towards the great hall exit amidst the noise. But just as they reached the staircase, the students at the front suddenly fell silent, and the confused crowd behind them also quieted down. After a moment, in the complete silence, Malfoy's voice rang out, "Enemies of the air, beware. You'll be next, you mudbloods." The last 3 words were said much quieter, but everyone still heard them clearly. Elias pushed his way through the crowd with difficulty, bringing Hermione to the front. With just one glance, he saw a dark shape hanging upside down on the wall. It was a cat. "Mrs. Norris." Hermione gasped softly, covering her mouth. Mrs. Norris's tail was hanging from a torch bracket. Her body looked stiff, as if she had been dead for a long time, her eyes wide open, staring straight ahead. "She's very frightened now," Luna, who had followed them, said in a sad tone. "Poor kitty." Harry and Ron, whose moods had just softened slightly at Elias's words, felt their hearts leap into their throats again upon hearing the voice. Filch was drawn over by the frozen crowd and Malfoy shouting. He pushed through the crowd with his shoulder, and everyone quickly made way for him. Soon, he saw Mrs. Norris hanging there. He stumbled back a few steps, grabbed his face in horror, and shrieked, My cat! What happened to Mrs. Norris?" He saw the flustered Harry and Ron, pointed at the 2 of them, and shrieked, You two killed my cat. You killed her. I'll kill you. I'll kill She's not dead, Filch, calm down." Elias struggled to support Filch's back so he wouldn't fall onto him. What did you say?" Filch suddenly found strength, spun around abruptly, grabbed Elias's shoulders, and shook him hard. "My cat, she, Argus." Dumbledore arrived at the scene, followed by many professors. Filch finally came to his senses, released his tight grip on Elias's shoulders, turned around, and quickly untied Mrs. Norris from the torch, holding her in his arms. Dumbledore looked at the scene, then examined the writing on the wall for a moment, and said, "Come with me, Argus, Elias." "Oh yes, and Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley." Lockhart eagerly stepped forward. "My office is the closest, headmaster, just upstairs. You can." "An excellent suggestion, Gilderoy," Dumbledore said, leading the way upstairs. The silent crowd parted on either side to let them pass. Everyone was quiet, except for Lockhart, who seemed excited, as if this was a good thing for him. As they entered Lockhart's dim office, a commotion broke out, and Elias saw several photos of Lockhart hastily hiding away. Lockhart skillfully lit the fireplace and candles, brightening the office, then stepped back. Filch hurriedly placed Mrs. Norris on the desk and pointed at Elias, saying, "Headmaster, the student just said that my Mrs. Norris is still alive." Dumbledore looked at Elias and asked pleasantly, "That's good news, isn't it? How did you figure that out, Elias?" Several professors stared at him. Elias didn't explain, but simply repeated Luna's words. "She's very scared right now." Snape used legilimency to look at Mrs. Norris and immediately understood what Elias meant. The professors present also understood at once. Dead creatures don't experience fear. Only Lockhart didn't understand, thinking Elias was just pitying the dead cat. He wandered around near them, offering advice. "It must have been a spell that killed her, or perhaps dark magic. I've seen many spells with similar effects and have developed counterspells, which are detailed in my autobiography. It's a shame I wasn't there at the time, otherwise I could definitely have saved the cat." Filch was badly frightened by Lockhart's words and couldn't help but start crying sadly. Snape's expression was peculiar, as if he was desperately trying to suppress a laugh. At this moment, Dumbledore seemed to think of something, muttered a few strange words in a low voice, and tapped Mrs. Norris with his wand, but Mrs. Norris didn't react, still lying there stiffly, like a specimen. She is indeed still alive, Argus, Dumbledore reassured Filch. She's just been petrified, but I don't seem to have seen this kind of magic before. Ah, ahem, is that so? Not dead, yes, indeed not dead, petrified, that's what I thought too, Lockhart stammered, trying to defend himself, but no one paid him any attention. Ask him, Filch shrieked, pointing at Harry. He's the murderer, he must know. He was in my office, found out I was a squib. That writing on the wall, it was him. I didn't even touch Mrs. Norris, Harry retorted loudly. And I don't even know what a squib is. Elias glanced at Filch in surprise, not expecting the other party to be a squib, but that had nothing to do with him. The magic on Mrs. Norris was very profound, much more profound than the petrification charm, and even Dumbledore couldn't directly undo it, so it was impossible for Harry, an ordinary second-year student, to have done it. The moment he saw Mrs. Norris, he ruled out Harry and Ron as suspects. While Snape began to corner Harry, Elias quietly retreated a few steps, hiding behind Dumbledore's wide robes, and opened the Marauders map. It had only been 2 minutes since they left the crime scene, and the students, especially the Gryffindor students whose common room entrance was on the 7th floor of the castle, couldn't possibly have returned to their common room so quickly. Therefore, the single name in the Gryffindor dormitory seemed quite out of place. Ginny Weasley. Elias didn't expect there to be a name in the boys' dormitory either. Peter Pettigrew. But that wasn't very important. The mysterious creature had already shown its lethality, and he had to go talk to Ginny. He was also very concerned about the Chamber of Secrets mentioned on that wall. Combined with his previous exploration, could the so-called Chamber of Secrets be hidden in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom? Or perhaps, there was a hidden entrance there. Putting away the Marauders map, Elias walked out from behind Dumbledore without making a sound. Dumbledore looked at him with a searching gaze through his half-moon spectacles and continued speaking to Filch. We can cure her. Professor Sprout recently acquired some mandrakes, and once they grow and mature, I have a potion that can bring her back to life. I'll brew it, Lockhart interjected. I've brewed this potion hundreds of times and received praise every time. I can even brew this mandrake rejuvenation potion with my eyes closed. I don't think that's what the potion is called, Snape said mockingly. And forgive me, but I believe I am the potions master at this school. Another awkward silence fell over the scene. Elias saw Professor Flitwick clearly pinching his own thigh hard to prevent himself from suddenly bursting into laughter. It seemed the professors already knew that Lockhart was just a fraud full of boastful words. Dumbledore sat down in his chair, propping his chin with his clasped hands, his bright blue eyes gazing at the ceiling through his half-moon spectacles, seemingly lost in thought. Elias, full from his meal, declined the offer of more tea. He sat opposite Dumbledore, holding a copy of Hogwarts, A History. This book was Hermione's favorite, but he wasn't interested in it and had only casually flipped through a few pages. Dumbledore had clearly read the book thoroughly as well. The mere mention of the Chamber of Secrets made him recall which page described it. The book recorded, according to legend, in medieval times, Salazar Slytherin constructed a hidden chamber beneath Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, known as the Chamber of Secrets, without the knowledge of the other 3 founders of Hogwarts. After Salazar Slytherin left the school, the chamber was sealed forever, only to be opened by him or his true heir. A terrifying monster lived there, which only the heir of Slytherin could control. When unleashed upon the school, it would purge it, eliminating all those whom Slytherin deemed unworthy to study magic. Professor, do you think the culprit this time is the monster in the chamber? Elias asked. Dumbledore nodded. Evidently, but that's strange, Elias said, puzzled. According to the legend, the monster's purpose should be to purge the school, meaning to kill all Muggle-born wizards and witches, yet the victim this time was only a cat, and it wasn't killed, merely petrified. If the encounter between Mrs. Norris and this monster was just an accident, then why would this heir deliberately write those 2 sentences on the wall, exposing themselves to the public and making everyone wary, without having achieved their goal? It's contradictory, isn't it? Dumbledore said with a serious expression, the monster in the chamber has never been the key, Elias. The legend of the Chamber of Secrets suddenly appeared 100 years after Slytherin left Hogwarts. This actually suggests that the chamber was open long before, and definitely more than once in the past 1,000 years. However, in the past 1,000 years, there has never been a case of the monster attacking students. This precisely indicates that the monster in the chamber is not that dangerous. The truly dangerous one is the person who opens the chamber. Dumbledore mused for a moment. The only case of the monster attacking a student occurred 50 years ago. The student who died was named Moaning Myrtle Warren. Elias said in surprise, Myrtle died at the hands of the chamber monster? Dumbledore nodded and said, that's right. And I happened to guess who opened the chamber, but at the time I had no proof that it was him. Later, whether I had proof or not didn't matter anymore, but he shouldn't be at Hogwarts at this time. Elias frowned. There could be no other candidate. Voldemort? In his current state, how dare he come back to Hogwarts? Dumbledore was also puzzled. That's what I'm thinking about too. I happen to know something about his condition. Not to boast, but the strength he can muster now couldn't even defeat my 13-year-old self. I asked you to come here because of this. I've seen you seem to be investigating something. You must have found something by now, perhaps related to this matter. Elias's mouth twitched. No, did Dumbledore install surveillance at Hogwarts? How could he still be discovered investigating every day using a disillusionment charm? Or does Dumbledore also have a Marauder's map? Thinking about it this way makes it much easier to understand. There is some connection. Elias hesitated for a moment, then decided to tell Dumbledore what he had discovered. I heard the monster's voice, but it seemed to be moving inside the floor. I didn't see what it looked like. The last place its voice disappeared was the disused girl's bathroom on the second floor, the one Myrtle stays in. I suspect the entrance to the chamber might be there. As for who opened the chamber, I was just wondering if it might be Ginny, but now it seems Ginny might have been controlled by Voldemort. Dumbledore's spectacles glinted. He stood up and said, "Well, what are we waiting for? Today is a good opportunity. Let's go and take a look together. We might be able to find some clues." That's right. Mrs. Norris was attacked today, which means the monster appeared outside the floor. Elias quickly got up and followed. As soon as Dumbledore opened the door, he saw Snape standing outside. "Oh, Severus, is there something you need?" Snape said with a grim face. "There are some things I'd like to discuss with you, Headmaster. We're just about to go out. Why don't you come with us and we can talk as we walk?" Dumbledore invited with a smile. Snape neither agreed nor refused, simply following silently behind the two. They soon arrived at the disused girl's bathroom on the second floor. Moaning Myrtle heard the noise, flew out to see, and said in surprise, "Headmaster Dumbledore, why are you here?" "Good evening, Myrtle," Dumbledore asked with a smile. "I'd like to ask, during the Halloween feast tonight, did you see any students come here?" "I'm sorry, Headmaster," Myrtle said apologetically. "I was attending Nearly Headless Nick's Death Day party then, so I wasn't here." "Death Day party?" Dumbledore thought for a moment. "Oh, I remember. Nick seemed to have invited me, but as headmaster, I had to preside over the Halloween feast and couldn't leave. Otherwise, I would have very much liked to attend that unique party." Snape pursed his lips. He thought no one with a normal mind would attend a dead person's party, and only the idiotic Potter and his friends would be tricked into going. What could living people do at a Death Day party? Eat rotten food? Or drink foul-smelling drinks? Did something happen? Myrtle asked cautiously. "Nothing, we're just having a look around here." Dumbledore shook his head. "All right, Headmaster," Myrtle agreed and flew away. After Myrtle flew away, Elias took out his wand and cast a Lumos spell, then squatted down to examine the marks on the floor. This place had been disused for a long time, and the floor was covered in a thick layer of dust. Every time Elias came here, he had been careful not to disturb the scene, trying to keep his own footprints along a single path. This crawling pattern, it looks a lot like a snake? Snape also squatted down, his brow furrowed. Suddenly, something came to mind, and his expression turned to one of great shock. "Is this a basilisk? Only basilisks have this kind of size." But as soon as the words left his mouth, Snape dismissed his own guess. "No, that's not right. Wizards who are looked at by a basilisk's eyes die instantly. There's no way a cat could have escaped." Upon hearing the reminder, Elias also recalled the creature known as the basilisk. The ancient Greek dark wizard Herpo the Foul discovered that if a toad was used to hatch a chicken egg, a basilisk could be bred. He was also the creator of the world's first basilisk. Basilisks can grow to enormous sizes and live for several hundred years. Besides their deadly fangs, their gaze can also cause instant death. From its size, the monster in the Chamber of Secrets did indeed resemble a basilisk. As for age, it said that Herpo's basilisk lived for about 900 years, so it doesn't seem impossible for Slytherin's basilisk to have lived for another 100 years or more. The only thing that didn't fit was what Snape said: Mrs. Norris wasn't dead, just petrified. Perhaps the basilisk's ability to petrify other creatures just hasn't been discovered? Elias proposed a hypothesis. He suddenly thought of Medusa, the Gorgon from ancient Greek mythology, who petrified people with her eyes. Snape didn't argue. Basilisks were so rare that even a potions master like him had never seen one and wasn't entirely clear on their abilities. Temporarily assuming the monster in the chamber was a basilisk, the three of them followed the basilisk's trail to the tap marked with a small snake symbol. "This should be the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, right? But how do we open it?" Elias asked. "The Chamber of Secrets? You're looking for the chamber?" Snape was taken aback. He had thought these two were just looking for the monster that attacked Mrs. Norris, not that they were actually looking for the Chamber of Secrets. Dumbledore stepped forward, tapped the tap left and right with his wand, then poked the wall. After muttering something for a moment, he smiled and said, "It seems the entrance is likely here. Compared to other places, this area is protected by many defensive spells. It probably requires a specific command to open. Elias said in surprise, even you, Professor, can't just blast it open? Dumbledore remained silent for a full 5 seconds before slowly saying, blasting it can be blasted open. However, I don't recommend using such violent methods. Things destroyed by powerful magic cannot be restored with a recovery charm, and every wall at Hogwarts is an ancient relic. Elias found this reason a bit hard to accept, but the person saying it was the headmaster after all, and he might have his own agenda. Currently, he still couldn't figure out Voldemort's purpose in directly telling everyone there was a monster in the school. With a basilisk this big wandering around the castle, it was inevitable that the location of the Chamber of Secrets would be found by following the trail. It was just a matter of time. Although the basilisk in the chamber sounded terrifying from descriptions, it absolutely couldn't be a match for Dumbledore. He didn't believe Voldemort, who had been defeated by Dumbledore, wouldn't know this. So, was Voldemort really doing this just to attack students? There was no answer. The mechanism at the entrance blocked their way in, and finding no other clues, Elias left and returned to his dormitory. Snape also returned to Dumbledore's office with him. As soon as the office door closed, Snape said urgently, I think Sorensen's suggestion is excellent. Just blast open that so-called Chamber of Secrets entrance. Once inside, whether it's a basilisk or not, it won't be a match for you. Or I can go, a basilisk is no problem at all. Exactly, you said the basilisk isn't a problem, so why are you in such a hurry to get rid of it? Dumbledore said calmly. Snape was so annoyed he almost laughed. He said, sometimes I really think you've gone senile. Of course, a basilisk isn't a problem for us, but what about the students? The defense against the dark arts professor is a complete idiot every year. Most students haven't even learned how to cast a simple protective spell, let alone offensive spells against a basilisk. The entire Gryffindor and Slytherin Quidditch teams were actually defeated by Sorensen, who was only a second-year student. There were even seventh-year students among them. With students at this level, you dare to let a basilisk roam freely in the castle? One day you'll wake up and all the students will be dead, and you won't even know it. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, his tone still very calm. No, I assure you of this, there will be no student deaths for now. But that might not be the case after the basilisk is gone. The basilisk must be dealt with, of course, but before that, we need to find the person behind the scenes who opened the chamber. That way, they won't be driven to desperation and do something beyond our control. Snape was convinced. After a moment of silence, he asked with an uncertain expression, so, you've handed this matter over to Sorensen again? Dumbledore smiled. He's excellent, isn't he? And he noticed the basilisk a long time ago. He also found the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, and now he has clues about the person behind it. I believe he can do it. What about Potter then? He was the first witness, and he clearly hid some things when questioned just now. Honestly, he can't lie at all, Snape asked immediately afterwards. You think the person is targeting Harry? Dumbledore pretended to ponder for a moment. I don't believe this is a coincidence, Snape said stiffly. Could it be Lockhart? Like Quirrell last year, he's no good. People who seem like complete idiots always have some hidden agenda, and looking at his experiences in his books, even if he acts completely incompetent, it's hard to say if it's just a facade. Dumbledore smiled and shook his head, saying, Lockhart, there's really no need to pay too much attention to him. However, I do think your concern has some merit. Perhaps the person is indeed targeting Harry. The attack on Mrs. Norris had a significant impact, causing some panic among the students. Although a dark wizard, Quirrell, had been lurking in the school last term, students only found out after Quirrell's death. Before that, Quirrell had always seemed harmless to them and hadn't caused them any harm. Even the troll that appeared in the castle was only known to them through the professors after Elias had dealt with it. Therefore, this was the first time students realized that danger was actually close by. For several days in a row, this topic remained hot, with everyone speculating on who the heir might be. Several copies of Hogwarts, A History in the Library were borrowed by students, and some history of the Chamber of Secrets became widely known. Elias thus inexplicably became the center of attention. Firstly, he was a Slytherin student. Secondly, his actions in his first year were too outstanding. Many students had witnessed his strength in challenging the entire Quidditch field last time, and many also saw Elias being called away by Dumbledore at the scene of Mrs. Norris's attack. So, many students now believed he was the heir of Slytherin. A small number of students thought the first witness, Harry, was also a possibility, while the other witness, Ron, was strangely forgotten by everyone. Every time Elias walked down the corridor, he attracted a lot of attention. At first, he thought his looks had improved another level and he was now universally loved. He only learned the real reason from Hermione later, which left him speechless. Fortunately, only a cat was attacked this time, otherwise, he felt many people would avoid him when they saw him. The one most affected, of course, was Filch. The attack on Mrs. Norris had dealt him a heavy blow. Every day, he would pace back and forth at the spot where Mrs. Norris was attacked, as if the culprit might return, so he could catch them. Elias saw Filch using different brands of cleaning agents every day to scrub the writing on the wall, but it had no effect. He tried to help with magic, but was angrily chased away by Filch. Only then did Elias remember that Filch seemed to have told him he was a squib. Perhaps his attempt to help was misunderstood as an insult. After this, Filch became even more excessive during his patrols. He imitated Mrs. Norris, stealthily hiding in the corridors every day, then suddenly pouncing on unsuspecting students, trying every possible excuse to give them detention. For example, stepping into the corridor with their right foot first, or talking loudly. After students gained experience, it became stepping in with their left foot first, or whispering. This made Filch even more disliked. Some students even wondered if Filch could also be petrified before the attacker was caught. Of course, whether or not to give detention was ultimately decided by each head of house, so Filch could only cause them trouble. After the incident, Elias noticed that Ginny seemed very uneasy. In Luna's words, Ginny's mind is full of blibbering humdingers lately, and she can't get rid of them. His relationship with Ginny was that they knew each other and were somewhat familiar, but meeting alone would be a bit strange, as she was a girl, so he hadn't found an opportunity. Until Harry hesitantly approached him. "Hey Elias, can I talk to you?" Elias nodded casually. "I'm about to go to Hagrid's. Let's talk on the way." Harry nodded, then looked around. Seeing no one, he said in a low voice, "Elias, don't be scared by what I'm about to tell you." Elias gave him a strange look. "I don't think it'll scare me." "Go ahead." "Okay, I promise what I'm saying is true," Harry said. "On the day Mrs. Norris was attacked, I think I heard a voice in the wall. Then I chased after it, but I never saw what was speaking. But Ron was right beside me at the time, and he didn't hear anything." "Did you hear any strange sounds at the time?" Elias shook his head and said, "I didn't hear it that day because I wasn't there, but I did hear it before that." "Really? That's great." Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Ron said that hearing sounds others can't hear isn't a good sign, even in the wizarding world. "It's indeed not a good sign," Elias said calmly, turning to look at him, "because only the heir of Slytherin can hear that sound." Harry's face instantly turned pale. He recalled his sorting back then, and he could still clearly remember what the sorting hat had whispered to him when he put it on his head. "You could be great, you know, and Slytherin will help you on the way to greatness, no doubt about that." The sorting hat thought he was better suited for Slytherin, but he had already decided Slytherin produced dark wizards, so he desperately told it in his mind that he wouldn't go to Slytherin, and was finally sorted into Gryffindor. "You don't think you're the heir of Slytherin, do you?" Elias looked at Harry, trying to suppress a laugh. "Although you can understand that sound, are you a Parselmouth? That is, can you speak the language of snakes?" He hadn't expected that just making a joke would scare Harry so much, but he was actually telling the truth. The monster in the Chamber of Secrets was likely a basilisk, and the person who could control a basilisk could only be a Parselmouth. Salazar Slytherin was a Parselmouth, so his heir would naturally also have to be a Parselmouth. Although he didn't know why he could understand Parseltongue, he couldn't speak it. I can," Harry replied, his face even paler. "Cough, cough." Elias almost choked on his own saliva. "I talked to a boa constrictor that hadn't been to Brazil when I was at the zoo before," Harry said. "I only just learned that's called Parseltongue." "So, you're the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets?" Elias said, surprised. Harry waved his hands repeatedly, panicking. "Of course not me." Elias breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought he had been suspecting the wrong person all along, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Then why are you telling me all this?" "I thought you were coming to confess." Harry also realized. Right, he wasn't the heir, so why was he so panicked? No, it's just that I don't think you're the heir, and I'm being suspected, so I wanted to look for it with you, and, wait, you already know what the monster in the Chamber of Secrets is?" Harry had never expected his first time alone with Ginny to be so awkward. He then noticed a problem he had previously overlooked. Whether at the burrow or in the common room, he and Ginny had barely exchanged a few words. Despite agreeing to go to the same destination, the two of them kept a distance of 7 or 8 meters between them. Harry walked ahead, while Ginny, blushing, trailed far behind. "Should have asked Ron to come too," Harry sighed, feeling that Ron's sister was genuinely shy and timid. He couldn't even manage to strike up a conversation. Fortunately, he finally reached Hagrid's hut, where Elias was waiting at the door. Hagrid wasn't in the hut at the moment, he was likely feeding Fang and hadn't returned yet. "Follow me," Elias said when he saw the two finally arrive, leading the way towards Hagrid's chicken coop. Seeing Elias was also there, the blush on Ginny's face receded, replaced by a look of nervousness. She paced near the entrance outside the yard for a moment, only following inside when Harry called out to her again. "Come on, Ginny." Elias walked to the entrance of the chicken coop and checked. The alarm he had given Hagrid was still intact and undamaged. He peered into the coop and looked around. Indeed, he hadn't paid close attention last time, but looking now, he realized all the chickens in the coop were hens, the roosters had all been eaten in the previous attack. Did Elias want to talk to me alone? Ginny spoke to Harry for the first time, her tone carrying a hint of unclear regret. Yeah, Harry nodded, comforting her. It's okay, I'll be watching here. Elias said there are some things only you know, so he just wants to ask a few simple questions, and no one else will know. Ginny nodded, as if having made up her mind, and walked towards Elias. Seeing the little girl finally approaching, Elias smiled at her and asked, "Do you remember this place?" Ginny shook her head, also craning her neck to look inside the chicken coop. There were 7 large roosters kept here before, but they were all eaten later by the monster from the Chamber of Secrets, Elias said, observing the expression on Ginny's face as he spoke. That day you had a lot of chicken feathers on you, and then you met me in the castle. On the night of the Halloween feast, you didn't attend the Halloween party, and then Mrs. Norris was attacked. No, I don't think I did it, I don't remember anything at all. Ginny's face paled slightly, and she twisted the hem of her clothes with her hands. I don't think you did it either. Elias's tone remained gentle. So, have you seen anything very strange around you? I think it did it. Huh? Ginny looked surprised. How could it be him? He's my friend. Elias's eyes lit up. Friend? Is he a person? He used to be, Ginny said. He's a notebook, and we communicate through writing, by writing in the notebook. Could I take a look? Elias asked. Huh? Ginny hesitated. But I told him a lot of secrets. Don't trust objects with their own consciousness so easily. Both attacks might have been controlled by this notebook, Elias said. As for secrets, do you like Harry? Ginny's face immediately turned bright red again. See, I already know your secret, so you don't have to worry about that notebook telling me, Elias chuckled. Also, the attack on Mrs. Norris was just the first one, there might be more later. Keeping that notebook could very likely put you in danger. I'll go get it for you. Ginny became resolute and immediately ran back towards the castle. Are you done talking? Harry tried to say hello, but Ginny ran past him like a gust of wind. Okay. Harry shook his head. Elias, what are we doing next? Elias looked at the energetic Harry, patted his shoulder, and said, study hard. In the afternoon, Elias took a diary to the room of requirement. He was quite curious about how this diary managed to stir up trouble. He spread the notebook on the table, activated his occlumency, which was close to level 5, and then looked at the notebook. With just the first glance, Elias felt a slight intrusion into his mind, and a line of ink appeared on the diary. Hello, I am Tom Riddle. Interesting, did it realize so quickly that the person in front of the diary was no longer Ginny? Elias quickly wrote a few questions in the notebook. Why can you talk to me? Why do you call yourself Tom Riddle? Who is Tom Riddle? The ink was absorbed into the pages, and soon, new ink appeared. Because the person who made me is called Tom Riddle. He was once a student at Hogwarts too. He put a section of his memory into this diary, which is why I can communicate with you. You haven't introduced yourself yet, Junior. Elias thought for a moment. The diary shouldn't be lying so far, so this diary was indeed made by Voldemort when he was at school. He knew that Voldemort's real name was Tom Riddle. So he wrote in the notebook, my name is Harry Potter. He wasn't just using Harry's name casually to take the blame. Compared to his own name, which was unknown to Voldemort, Harry's name was clearly more famous and had a deeper connection to Voldemort, which would pique the other party's interest in talking. When Ginny had the notebook, she must have introduced Harry clearly, so he wasn't worried that the student-era Voldemort wouldn't know Harry. Indeed, the diary remained silent for a full 2 minutes after seeing this name. During this time, Elias could constantly feel a faint power probing his mind. He deliberately opened his mind, creating a false image of Harry's face wanting to eat inside it, to make Voldemort believe he was really Harry. Are you a Slytherin student? I used to be a Slytherin student. Elias raised an eyebrow and decisively wrote, yes. After confirming that Harry Potter, the savior who defeated his true self, was actually a Slytherin student, Tom immediately had an evil thought. He wanted to see just how spectacular Dumbledore's expression would be when he discovered that this savior was the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets. You're a Slytherin student too? That's wonderful. I was the best student in Slytherin back in my day. You can ask me any questions you have about things you don't understand. Is that so? Elias sensed the young Voldemort's strong confidence, thought for a moment, and asked on the page. Do you know how to brew a potion that can restore a werewolf to a normal person? For a long time, the diary made no response. You don't know? Elias added. This topic is very difficult. You're only in your second year, there's no need to be so ambitious. You should focus on building a solid foundation first. This time, the diary responded quickly. Elias rolled his eyes, but didn't tell it about his learning progress. He couldn't let Tom feel threatened. Otherwise, once it realized the second-year wizard opposite was too skilled, it would easily figure out that the other party knew occlumency. You're right. I was wondering, what year were you in when you created this diary, being so excellent? I created this diary when I was in my 5th year. 5th year, Voldemort? Elias relaxed a bit. No matter how strong a fifth-year Voldemort was, he couldn't be that strong, not to mention a diary with only a fragment of his memory. It posed little threat to him. However, would a mere fifth-year Voldemort really know more than he did? Elias became interested and kept writing academic questions on the diary page, one after another. Tom Riddle seemed to realize what Elias was trying to do. After answering the questions he posed, he simultaneously raised questions for Elias to answer. They were immersed in academic exchange for a whole afternoon, until Elias felt the hunger in his stomach and finally closed the diary. Fifth-year Tom Riddle was indeed worthy of being called the best student in Slytherin, especially in the areas of charms and dark magic, where he was much stronger than Elias. Elias had long been troubled by his lack of powerful offensive magic. Now was a good opportunity to learn from Tom. Anyway, the other party seemed completely willing to answer any question, especially when he mentioned wanting to learn dark magic. The other party seemed even more eager than he was. After leaving the room of requirement, Elias was suddenly startled and broke out in a cold sweat. He had actually lost his original wariness towards the diary. When did that happen? Elias's mind raced. His occlumency was constantly active, so the other party couldn't have controlled him through his mind, nor did he detect any small spells being used. Was it manipulation through words? Elias gradually realized. He had never had such a pleasant conversation with a stranger before, but during the chat with Tom Riddle just now, he hadn't even felt the passage of time. The young Tom Riddle was too good at manipulating people's hearts. This was the first time Elias felt how terrifying the young Voldemort was. No wonder the later Voldemort was so cruel, yet always had a group of loyal Death Eaters following him. But this didn't stop Elias from squeezing every last drop of value out of this diary. After dinner, Elias returned to the room of requirement and continued learning dark magic from the diary. Dark lightning. A black arc of electricity shot out from Elias's wand tip, bounced several times on the ground, hit the armor, and shattered it. What power! Elias exclaimed. It was indeed a dark magic learned from Voldemort. He wondered what kind of power this magic would have when enhanced with wrath. However, after Nicholas took the Philosopher's Stone back to study, he hadn't seen it again. Perhaps he could write a letter to ask about it. That Philosopher's Stone was quite useful to him. His research on the 7 deadly sins had been stagnant for a long time. He simply couldn't find a direction. How about asking Tom? Voldemort could even infuse consciousness into the creation of magical items. Maybe he had also researched emotions? Elias thought it was feasible, took out the notebook again, and wrote, "Tom, how did you put your memory into this diary? This diary is just an accidental creation, I don't know how I did it." The notebook replied. Elias realized this seemed to relate to the diary's core, and Tom Riddle wasn't willing to talk about it, so he changed the question. "Do you know how to enhance the power of a spell through your emotions?" "That's actually very simple," the diary quickly replied. "To let the power of a spell be enhanced by emotions, it's simply a matter of generating strong emotional fluctuations while casting. Of course, this is just a matter of luck. Actually, as long as you use a spell masterfully and have high proficiency, none of this is a problem." Elias fell into thought. Generating strong emotional fluctuations was something he found very difficult to do, so he could directly rule that out. He didn't even know what circumstances would make him feel intense wrath, and he didn't want that day to come. As for the other method, mastering a spell could be attempted. His current strongest and highest level offensive spell was the 5th level Blasting Curse, but it wasn't enough. He couldn't directly mobilize his Wrath Sin with the Blasting Curse. However, once a spell reached level 5, improvement truly depended on deepening one's understanding of that single spell, which required a lot of energy and time. The Blasting Curse didn't seem worth spending so much effort to practice it to level 6. In that case, Elias thought, it would be better to practice this more powerful spell that Tom created, under the guidance of the young Voldemort, and get it to level 6. "Is the spell you created very proficient?" Elias asked in advance. "This is a spell I created myself." "Then can you teach it to me?" "Of course, we're friends, aren't we?" In the following days, Tom Riddle truly dedicated himself to guiding Elias. Whenever Elias encountered a problem, he would immediately ask in the diary, and the diary would respond instantly, making Elias almost reluctant to destroy it. Of course, that was impossible. Although he really wanted to learn everything the young Voldemort knew before attempting to destroy it, the other party seemed very eager to enter the Chamber of Secrets again. In that case, Elias had no choice. The day they entered the Chamber of Secrets would be the day they turned on each other. It was another Saturday. The Gryffindor and Slytherin teams were having their first match after the ban. Snape had issued a strict order in the common room: they must win this match. If, with 7 Firebolt 2001s, the Slytherin team still couldn't win this match, Snape didn't know where he'd put his face. Therefore, Snape decided to attend the match in person to supervise. As 11 o'clock approached, almost all the teachers and students in the school rushed to the Quidditch pitch, leaving Hogwarts Castle suddenly empty. Elias watched the Quidditch pitch through the window until the match began, then he finally set off. "It's time." Holding the diary, he cast a disillusionment charm and walked directly into Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Myrtle wasn't in the bathroom at the moment. "I am here now, what should I do?" he wrote in the diary. "Alright, now, clear your mind." After this sentence, a swirling pattern suddenly appeared on the diary. Elias stared at the pattern, feeling a pulling force from it, as if his soul was being sucked in. He deliberately only operated his occlumency halfway. After a while, he felt as if a consciousness had entered his mind, and his body suddenly moved, walking towards the tap carved with a small snake. Immediately, a complex hissing sound came from his mouth. "Open." Elias hadn't expected that Parseltongue could be spoken even using someone else's body. It seemed he could take this opportunity to learn it too. As the Parseltongue sounded, the tap suddenly emitted a dazzling white light and began to spin rapidly. Then, the sink below the tap also started to move, slowly disappearing from his sight, revealing a very thick pipe, large enough for a person to slide into. He thrust his legs directly into the pipe and let go, sliding down rapidly. The inside of the pipe was dark and slimy, seemingly endless, twisting and turning. He slid for a full half-minute before plopping onto a damp, flat surface. Only now did Elias understand why he had heard the basilisk's voice coming from the walls. It had been moving through the complex pipes of Hogwarts Castle. Tom didn't even take out his wand, yet he seemed unaffected by the dim surroundings, walking leisurely with a tapping sound. The tunnel was very long, turning corner after corner, until they finally reached the end. At the end of the tunnel stood a solid wall carved with two intertwined snakes, their eyes set with large, glittering green emeralds. "Open." Again, the hissing sound. The two snakes separated, and the stone wall split down the middle, slowly sliding away to either side and disappearing. Elias walked into a long, dimly lit room. Inside, many tall stone pillars were carved with ferocious large snakes, towering up to support the ceiling hidden in the darkness. The flames in the chandeliers on the pillars were clearly red, yet the room was filled with a hazy green light. At the end of the room, a statue almost as tall as the room could be seen. The statue had a decrepit, monkey-like face and a sparse, long beard that almost reached the hem of the stone-carved wizard's robe. With just one glance, Elias recognized the identity of the statue, Salazar Slytherin. It seemed they were now in the Chamber of Secrets. He stood before Slytherin's gigantic statue and continued to speak in Parseltongue. "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." As the words fell, Slytherin's enormous stone face moved, its mouth slowly opening. A crawling sound came from within, and soon, a huge, pure black snake head emerged, slowly crawling in front of Elias. "Why, only now, hungry." The basilisk flicked its tongue. "I am the heir, are you questioning me?" Tom said with displeasure. "Let's go, take me out. Just eat any mudblood, and then you can go back to sleep. Cannot, casually, harm students." The basilisk shook its head in dissatisfaction. "I am your master now," Tom emphasized. The basilisk lay on the ground somewhat unwillingly, allowing Tom to stand on its flat head. Elias breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had anticipated it, when Voldemort looked at the basilisk using his body, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. Fortunately, the outcome was no different from what he had expected. Voldemort had silently cast a shielding spell just now, but he used Elias's body and magic, which Elias immediately learned. The few Parseltongue words spoken by his body just now were the same. Elias felt he had also learned them. He hadn't expected that the fastest way to steal skills was like this. However, there was no longer an opportunity to steal skills, because Elias couldn't let Tom release the basilisk. Operating his occlumency at full power, Elias's voice suddenly appeared in his own mind. "Hello, Tom." "What? You?" Tom Riddle's voice cut off abruptly. The diary in Elias's hand flipped pages rapidly, then slammed shut automatically. The basilisk under his feet seemed to notice something and stopped moving. What happened? Elias picked two words from the Parseltongue Tom had just spoken. "Go back, sleep." "No, I'm hungry." The basilisk refused, its body still crawling forward. "I am the heir," Elias emphasized, while jumping off the basilisk's head. Elias didn't mind, simply stuffing the diary into his pocket. From the moment he learned about the Chamber of Secrets, he had been planning how to get in. Tom Riddle was just a tool for him. Who wouldn't be curious about what Slytherin might have left behind in the Chamber of Secrets, guarded by a basilisk? Yes, Elias believed that Slytherin's purpose in leaving the basilisk was never to purge the school of impure-blooded wizards, but rather to guard the chamber. Setting aside the fact that the basilisk had existed at Hogwarts for 1,000 years without ever actively attacking students, even wizards themselves couldn't directly distinguish whether other wizards were pure blood. How could a basilisk possibly tell the difference? Therefore, Slytherin must have left something good in the chamber, which required so many conditions to enter. The chamber was vast. Slytherin's statue was placed in the central hall, surrounded by many smaller rooms. Elias drew his wand and began exploring from the first room. As soon as he opened the door, a damp, musty smell assailed him. Inside the room, a few green-tinged tables and chairs were scattered about. A few pieces of rough paper were stuck to some of the tables. It looked like this might have been a classroom. Elias leaned closer to look. The writing on the rough paper had been soaked through by the damp environment, blurred to the point where only a little black could be seen. The second room was a potion-making room. Several broken cauldrons were stacked against the wall. The cabinets for storing potion ingredients were empty. Only a rat suddenly scurried out of a cabinet, knocking the cabinet door so it hung precariously. Several identical old potion books stood in front of the cauldrons. Just like in the previous room, the text on them was completely illegible. Elias tried to turn a page but nearly tore it off. The third room contained several bookshelves, piled high with books. This must be the chamber's library. Elias prayed that the books were still readable as he carefully pulled out a relatively drier book from the middle of a bookshelf. Thankfully, it was still readable. Elias breathed a sigh of relief. The book title was written in ancient runes. Translated, it was Fiendfire Advanced Analysis. Elias exclaimed, "Well, I'll be." It seemed the chamber was likely a place where Slytherin taught students in the past. He wasn't worried about the Fiendfire getting out of control and burning down this underground chamber. He carefully pulled out a few more books to peek at. Translated, they were The Killing Curse, Advanced Analysis, Ancient Egyptian Curses Explained, Cutting-Edge Dark Magic. Adding up the contents of all the readable books, Elias couldn't find a single trace of white magic. This gave him a better understanding of this chamber. Perhaps at the founding of Hogwarts, the other three founders disagreed with students freely learning dark magic, just as Hogwarts professors today wouldn't allow students to freely learn dark magic. But Slytherin disagreed with this view and had a falling out with the other three founders, so he secretly built this chamber to instruct the students he favored in dark magic. But that didn't make sense, did it? If the chamber was just a teaching space, Slytherin was still one of the school's founders. Even if he was discovered secretly teaching dark magic in a random room in the school, the other founders wouldn't have done much to him. Besides, what top-tier defense against the dark arts master isn't proficient in dark magic? Was it really necessary to go to such great lengths to build a chamber to conceal it? In any case, Elias didn't hesitate to take all these advanced dark magic books. He then checked the other rooms. 2 were dormitories, 1 for boys and 1 for girls. Why did Slytherin always like to make students sleep in such dark, damp places? Wasn't he afraid of rats biting their toes in their sleep? 1 was an empty room, which looked like it was used for combat practice, with traces of battles everywhere. In the end, only the dark magic books in the library he found earlier had any value. Elias wasn't very satisfied with his haul this time. If he wanted to learn these dark arts, he was sure Dumbledore wouldn't refuse to give him a few library passes. It was just that he genuinely had a lot to learn. Previously, the Philosopher's Stone had controlled his 7 deadly sins problem well for a period, which was why he had hoped to find a solution to his own issues through alchemy, and hadn't had time to delve into dark magic. But Voldemort's words had given him a bit of an idea. It wasn't that transfiguration and charms couldn't solve his problem, but rather that he had given up on that path before his learning progress reached a higher level. Maybe once his potion skills improved, he might even discover the role the 7 deadly sins could play in potions. Right, why don't I ask Voldemort? A thought flashed through Elias's mind, and he took out the diary again to write on it. "Hey Tom, my best friend, why aren't you answering me?" The diary didn't respond. It seemed Tom knew what had just happened outside. Elias thought, no longer bothering to act, and went straight to threatening him. "Tell me what Slytherin left behind. I might spare your life, Voldemort." The diary finally reacted. "When did you know?" Elias curled his lip. "I am Harry Potter, your enemy. How could I not recognize you? You're not Harry Potter." He figured it out? Elias raised an eyebrow. "Who I am seems to have nothing to do with you. If you won't even tell me who you are, why should I tell you Slytherin's secret? Because the life of this diary is now in my hands. You can't destroy it. I can learn Fiendfire in less than 2 days. Want to test me?" The diary fell silent again. He had seen Elias's learning ability. The other person really might do as he said. Half a minute later, ink reappeared on the diary. "Slytherin's real chamber is not here. It's in the place guarded by the basilisk." As Elias spoke the command in Parseltongue, the mouth of Slytherin's statue opened again. Elias summoned his patroness, which flew in through the center of the wide-open mouth. The passage was a little wider than he had expected. At the end of the passage was another large room. As soon as Elias poked his head in, several torches on the chamber walls automatically lit up. Looking down from mid-air, the entire room seemed to be octagonal. The room's dome was carved with a massive astrological chart, and the floor was also carved with a complex star array. In the center of the star array was a bronze coffin, completely free of any signs of decay. The basilisk's enormous body was coiled around the bronze coffin, its eyes closed, seemingly having fallen into a deep sleep. Could this be Slytherin's remains? Is the Chamber of Secrets a tomb Slytherin built for himself? Elias thought, not wanting to wake the basilisk again, and slowly landed on the ground. The environment here was clearly different from the antechamber. It was very dry and the oxygen was thin. He cast a bubblehead charm on himself to feel much better. The mouth of Slytherin's statue had closed automatically after he entered, likely to prevent air from getting in. Besides the bronze coffin, there was also a giant stone scale in the chamber. The left was piled high with parchment scrolls, the top one slightly messy, as if someone had gone through them, probably Voldemort before. Elias pulled out 2 scrolls and skimmed through them. The parchment scrolls recorded Slytherin's own research into magic. The right, on the other hand, was piled high with glittering silver artifacts and colorful gems. Each gem was the size of an egg and radiated magic, clearly a pile of magical gems. Greed +1, bliss +1. Elias quickly averted his gaze from the magical gems. The temptation was simply too great for him. It wasn't about money. Magical gems were the highest quality materials for an alchemist. A scale of knowledge and wealth, Elias murmured. He didn't understand the deeper meaning behind Slytherin's setup. If the goal was just to keep the scale balanced, he could choose to pack up all the knowledge and wealth. 1,000 years later, these things had long become ownerless, with no spiritual significance. So, Elias had no psychological burden about packing them up. The only thing he needed to do was suppress the joy in his heart and prevent bliss from increasing too much. Besides, now he could control the basilisk with Parseltongue just like Voldemort, so he was at least half an heir to Slytherin, wasn't he? Under Elias's careful control, the items on the left and right sides of the scale went into his space pouch one by one, and the scale remained almost perfectly balanced until both sides were empty. After confirming there were no other rooms in the chamber, Elias resummoned his patroness and flew back out. Excited, he didn't notice that the stone base holding the scale slowly rose due to the reduced pressure, finally becoming completely level with the ground, completing the last missing corner of the hexagram array. The lines of the hexagram array flashed with light, and a tiny wisp of black mist rapidly caught up with the flying Elias, drilling into the diary in his pocket. Climbing out of the pipe from the chamber entrance and returning to the outside world, Elias couldn't wait to get back to the room of requirement for a shower, as his robes were covered in dirty, foul-smelling mud from crawling through the pipe. However, in his haste while rushing, he didn't notice the mud from his shoes sticking to the floor, and Filch followed him all the way, nearly catching him. Fortunately, Elias had maintained his disillusionment charm and narrowly escaped. After washing his hair, Elias relaxed and soaked himself in the hot water. The Chamber of Secrets had been found, all the valuable items inside had been taken by him, and the basilisk had fallen back into slumber. The school attacks would no longer occur. Now, all he needed to do was hand this diary over to Dumbledore and explain the whole situation. Of course, giving it to him directly wouldn't do. Voldemort knew that he had plundered the chamber. If he were to report this to Dumbledore, it would be bad and would damage his glorious image. So, he needed to destroy this diary first before handing it over to Dumbledore. Once the matter was over, he could spend all his time absorbing the knowledge left by Slytherin and delve into alchemy. With so many magical gems, what could he do with them? Gem rings with magic, gem necklaces, covering all his fingers with rings during a fight. After taking a bath, the joyful Elias was about to count exactly how many magical gems and magic scrolls he had, but suddenly found that the diary he had placed on the table had disappeared. Elias was a bit dumbfounded and immediately started searching the room. He distinctly remembered putting everything on the table together when he first returned, and he definitely hadn't dropped anything along the way. Under the table, under the bed, under the wardrobe, in the pockets of his changed clothes. Elias practically turned the entire room upside down, but the diary was nowhere to be seen, as if it had grown legs and run away. Elias sat on the bed, wiping the sweat from his forehead. That shower was for nothing. Through the Marauder's map, he could see students everywhere in the castle now. Today's Quidditch match had ended. Oh boy, I'm screwed. He felt a headache coming on. Who knows which little wizard Voldemort will choose to run off to this time. Having experienced being passed around and being threatened, the young Voldemort would definitely be more careful now and wouldn't be so easily discovered as before. But Elias wasn't too worried. An enemy hidden in the dark is the most terrifying. This 5th year Voldemort could no longer get help from the hidden basilisk right under his nose. The danger level was greatly reduced. He probably could only resort to means like controlling little wizards, which weren't very significant. Anyone who sees or finds a diary with a mind of its own in the castle, please do not believe anything it says. Report it immediately to your head of house and hand the diary over to them. The students exchanged bewildered glances, not understanding why. Elias took the opportunity to scan the expressions of all the students present, but he didn't find anyone who seemed particularly nervous. This was good news. It meant the diary might not have been found yet, or perhaps a student had found it but hadn't used it yet, so they hadn't discovered its special nature. Of course, it was also possible that the person who found the diary was not currently present. Elias, meanwhile, headed straight for the Chamber of Secrets with Dumbledore. He didn't hide the fact that he had gained Tom's trust, pretended to be controlled by Tom, eventually found the Chamber of Secrets, and even learned Parseltongue. He just slightly altered the ending. He said that after he broke free from Tom's control, the diary turned into black smoke and fled. Then he chased the diary all the way out but ultimately let it escape. The two stood before the gargoyle. Open, Elias practiced the few Parseltang phrases he knew, and now he was quite proficient. Just as Elias was about to lead Dumbledore into the pipe, Dumbledore stopped him. Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, shot into the pipe with a whoosh. After waiting for a while, Fawkes's figure appeared out of thin air on Dumbledore's shoulder. With a flash of fire, Dumbledore vanished. A moment later, Fawkes appeared on Elias's shoulder, and a distortion in space brought him into the Chamber of Secrets. Phoenix teleportation was much more comfortable than apparition and allowed for free transport within Hogwarts. Headmaster, do you know where I can encounter a phoenix? Elias asked enviously, stroking Fawkes's feathers. Phoenixes usually build their nests on high mountain peaks. You can find them in Egypt and China, but they are very rare and difficult for wizards to tame, Dumbledore said with a smile. Alright, let's go and see what Slytherin left behind. Okay, Elias replied somewhat guiltily, following behind Dumbledore and touring the antechamber where he hadn't found anything. To his surprise, Dumbledore lingered and observed in each room for a long time. At times he looked up at the ceiling, at times he paced along the walls, as if he could see things others couldn't. Every time Elias followed Dumbledore's gaze, he could only see an empty wall. Finally, Dumbledore finished his tour and said, "Let's go, let's see the real Chamber of Secrets." Elias nodded, and following the same process, they entered the room containing the bronze coffin. Fawkes perched brazenly on the basilisk's head, but the basilisk still showed no sign of waking up. Dumbledore glanced at the basilisk, thought for a moment, and said, "This basilisk must be the one Slytherin kept. Perhaps Severus would be very happy to see it. The basilisk is full of treasures." "Really?" Elias asked in surprise. "Can a basilisk also be used as a potion ingredient?" Dumbledore nodded and said, "Generally, magical creatures have parts that can be used in potions, especially high-level magical creatures like the basilisk. You can take some blood and scales to research. After we leave, I will seal this place with magic. Although you said the basilisk won't actively attack students, with Voldemort lurking in the school, the basilisk will ultimately be a big hidden danger." Elias hadn't expected that he hadn't finished collecting wool yet. Hearing Dumbledore's words, he immediately took out several glass vials and began drawing blood from the basilisk. With Dumbledore, the strongest white wizard in the magical world, by his side, he wasn't worried about the basilisk suddenly waking up. Right now, he was just drawing a little blood, but if the basilisk woke up and attacked, its little life would be in danger. However, even though Elias had used up all the glass vials he brought and drawn 8 large bottles of blood, the basilisk still showed no sign of waking up. It seemed that without the command to wake it, the basilisk would indeed not awaken from its slumber, let alone attack students. While Elias was drawing blood from the basilisk, Dumbledore had already walked around the chamber twice, saying in confusion, "What strange design. Professor, did you find something wrong?" Elias had been curious earlier and finally waited for Dumbledore to speak. "This Chamber of Secrets seems to be constantly drawing magic from Hogwarts Castle. It's too strange," Dumbledore said, staring at the bronze coffin through his half-moon spectacles. "This chamber is not like the Room of Requirement. Where does the magic go? Does Hogwarts Castle store magic?" Elias asked. "Of course. Hogwarts Castle itself is a large alchemical creation modified by the 4 founders together," Dumbledore said. "Moving staircases, doors that can't be opened, the Room of Requirement, and so on, all rely on the magic stored in Hogwarts Castle to function. So, something in the Chamber of Secrets has been continuously consuming the castle's magic?" Elias noticed Dumbledore's choice of words. The gargoyle at the chamber's entrance and Slytherin statue only activated when they entered and exited. They certainly weren't continuously operating. Following Dumbledore's gaze, Elias also noticed the bronze coffin that he hadn't paid much attention to before, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, could it be that Slytherin isn't dead yet? He had assumed that the person lying in this coffin was Salazar Slytherin, a wizard who died 1,000 years ago, and by now there should only be bones left. What surprised Elias even more was that despite this sounding like a ridiculous idea, Dumbledore didn't immediately give an answer. It seemed the headmaster knew some secrets. "Then, should we open it and take a look?" Elias asked with a frown. This was really not a good suggestion, to disturb someone's sleeping coffin. "That won't be necessary," Dumbledore said with a smile. "It's just that records show Slytherin had a deep understanding of death, and historically, no one has ever found Slytherin's body. Such a great wizard, yet no one knows when he died, or even if he died at all. That's why I suddenly had some doubts. Let's go. I'm going to seal this place." A week had passed since the diary escaped, and only a few students had provided the professors with any information about it. However, upon investigation, they found that these were just normal diaries used by their roommates. Tom Riddle's diary seemed to have vanished into thin air. Elias was worried the diary might fall back into Ginny's hands, so he specifically sought her out again and told her that the monster released by the diary had been dealt with and she no longer needed to worry. Tom had told him many of Ginny's little secrets. For example, because she was often mocked by her brothers, she had to wear old robes and use old books, which made her a bit insecure and hesitant to interact with other classmates. But in actual interaction, Elias found this little girl to be quite cheerful, or rather, when you actually interact with them, no one from the Weasley family is not cheerful. This indirectly shows that although the Weasley family is not wealthy, they must have given their children a lot of love. Elias was no longer worried that Ginny would be affected by Voldemort and suffer any psychological issues. As for why Tom told him all this, it was entirely because he was using the name Harry Potter. And Ginny had happened to tell Tom, "I think the famous, kind, and great Harry Potter would never like me." Ah, young people, they really are. It was the same with Harry. Elias told him that the monster in the Chamber of Secrets was a basilisk and proposed the idea of learning Parseltongue from Harry. He didn't know why Harry, who hadn't learned it, could speak Parseltongue. Maybe it was talent. Perhaps the speculation that Harry might be a Slytherin heir wasn't so far-fetched after all. "But I don't know how to speak Parseltongue either," Harry scratched his head. "Those few times, I just suddenly spoke it without realizing." "Is that so?" Elias thought for a moment. "Perhaps you could find a snake and try talking to it." "Huh, like that?" Harry swallowed. "Maybe not, it's a bit scary. I'll try to recall it more. I'll tell you when I remember." Alright, Elias wrote down a few words he needed to learn the most on a piece of paper and handed it to Harry. The words on it were crucial for controlling the basilisk. "There's no rush. Just teach me when you've translated the words on it." Harry nodded, put the note in his school robe pocket, and seeing Hermione walking over angrily with a book, he wisely left quickly. "A basilisk. Oh my goodness. Do you know how I felt when I looked up basilisk? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Going to face a basilisk alone? Didn't you tell me you wouldn't do dangerous things like that again?" Hermione tried her best to lower her voice, but you could still hear how angry she was. If they weren't in the library with Mrs. Pants watching, she would have definitely hit Elias on the head with the book in her hand to see if it made a crisp sound and if it was filled with water. "No, Hermione, listen to me, it really wasn't as dangerous as you think. I had a complete plan." Elias, who had anticipated Hermione's reaction, quickly explained in a low voice. Hermione narrowed her eyes, staring at him, as if trying to see if what Elias was saying was true or false. Finally, her anger subsided a bit when she heard that Dumbledore also knew about the plan. In reality, Dumbledore knew nothing. "Maybe. Then why didn't you tell me first? What's the use of telling me now that it's over? I might have been able to help you check for omissions before. See? Now the diary is gone. If you had told me in advance, I could have helped you keep an eye on it." Hermione argued self-righteously. Elias smiled slightly. That might not have worked. Tom was already very skilled with the Imperious Curse and Legilimency in his 5th year. He could control you without you feeling anything and know all the secrets in your mind. Hermione felt underestimated and said huffily, "I can learn Occlumency very quickly too." "I've never doubted that. You're the smartest young witch I've ever met." Elias nodded in agreement. "But just learning it isn't enough to resist the young Dark Lord. That takes time, and what we lack most is time. We have to deal with him in the shortest possible time to ensure no other attacks happen." "Humph." Hermione snorted lightly, turned around, and started reading her book. Although most of her anger had dissipated, she still decided not to talk to Elias for a week, for a day. "Here." Elias fumbled in his pocket and took out a silver necklace, handing it to Hermione. A gorgeous ruby was set at the top of the necklace. "A gift for you. It's the first advanced alchemy item I've made." The girl was only reserved for a second before her eyes lit up, and she immediately took the necklace, exclaiming in surprise, "This is too beautiful." "It's beautiful, isn't it? Let me help you put it on," Elias said with a smile. Hermione glanced around, noticing that some people seemed to be watching them. She shook her head shyly, put away her book, and eagerly pulled Elias's hand, running outside. "Let's go to the room of requirement. I want to look in a mirror." In the room of requirement, Elias put the necklace on the girl while explaining the function of the alchemy item. "This magical gem itself can store magic. I've engraved a shield charm rune on it, which can automatically cast a shield charm to protect you when you are attacked. 2 runes for automatically drawing magic have been added to ensure it can last a long time if the shield charm is not directly broken." This was also why Elias was so excited when he saw this pile of magical gems. For an alchemist, he could turn all the magical gems into offensive or defensive items. Whether it was a sneak attack or a prolonged battle, his combat power could be multiplied several times. Even Nicholas Flamel didn't have many magical gems. He didn't know where Slytherin had accumulated them from. "I also borrowed the technology of the safety bell and engraved my own hair on the gem, planning to make 2 matching necklaces. As long as we are both wearing the necklaces, I will be able to sense if you are in danger and come to save you. Remember not to take off the necklace casually at other times." In December, Elias's research on werewolf restorative potion type I finally made progress. When he had the sudden idea to conduct research using werewolf blood and basilisk blood, he suddenly discovered that a peculiar reaction occurred between the two. Elias named this the biological blood potency reaction. Just like in nature, where herbivores instinctively fear carnivores, magical creatures have an even more pronounced reaction to this sensation. Compared to the basilisk, an extremely dangerous top-tier magical creature, werewolves are more like food on a basilisk's menu. The reaction manifested in the blood between the two was, after werewolf blood and basilisk blood combined, the werewolf blood would rapidly lose activity and enter a dormant state. Elias utilized this characteristic of basilisk blood, combined it with various potion ingredients that have a calming effect, and drastically reduced costs to create the type I potion. Experiments haven't been conducted on werewolves yet, but theoretically, a single injection into a transformed werewolf would immediately revert them back to their human state. While it only suppresses the werewolf form rather than restoring them to human from the root cause, this effect is considered groundbreaking in the wizarding world. Elias decided to go to Kaki-Yunbalai Valley this Christmas to acquire his experimental materials and complete his academic paper, hoping to attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic. He wasn't very optimistic about the income this potion would bring him if sold individually. Excluding the basilisk blood, one batch of potion cost 40 galleons and yielded about 20 ounces. One dose was roughly 2 ounces. If he wanted to sell it without losing money, one dose would have to sell for at least 4 galleons, and that didn't even include his labor costs. However, werewolves were largely ostracized by wizarding society and were mostly impoverished. Whether they could even produce 2 galleons from their pockets was questionable. Very few werewolves could afford it. Therefore, Elias could only hope that a Ministry of Magic in some country had plans to address the werewolf problem, and then the government would come to him with money to discuss cooperation. In that case, he could justifiably inflate his costs and recoup the cost of the basilisk blood, charging a Merlin knows how much 10 galleons per ounce without worrying about it not selling. Putting away the werewolf restorative potion he had painstakingly researched, Elias walked out of the room of requirement in a good mood and returned to his dormitory to sleep. Ever since he overslept in the room of requirement one time and was late for transfiguration class, Elias made sure to return to his dormitory to sleep whenever he had class early the next morning. This way, the noise from others waking up could rouse him, as he was a light sleeper. But just as Elias was leisurely wandering on the 4th floor at night, he suddenly heard a scream approaching from a distance. "Who's so bold as to lead trouble my way again?" Elias muttered speechlessly, turning to slip into a secret passage and escape. He had conveniently left the Marauder's map in the room of requirement. But then Elias thought about it again and felt something was wrong. If the student had any sense, they wouldn't be screaming while running away, especially in the middle of the night. Were they afraid Filch wouldn't catch them? Something was wrong. Elias quickly ran towards the source of the scream. "Help!" Sure enough, as he got closer, Elias clearly heard the terrified plea for help. It was a male voice, and it sounded somewhat familiar to him. At the same time, a sound like a beast's low growl followed closely behind. Before he could speak to ask what was happening, he saw a figure suddenly fly out from around the corner of the corridor, hit the wall with a bang, then slide to the floor, groaning in pain. Darkly lightning. Elias cast a dark bolt of lightning directly towards the corner of the corridor from a distance. The lightning bounced off the wall and quickly turned into another corridor. He had now confirmed that an unknown monster was chasing the student, so he naturally wouldn't hold back. There was another blast. The unseen monster let out a roar, followed by a loud thud as it hit the ground, and then there was silence. Elias quickly rushed to the student's side. Looking around, he saw only a few signs of spell damage in the corridor. The monster had disappeared. "Are you all right?" He's already fainted." Elias paused, seeing his face clearly. He finally remembered why the student's voice sounded familiar. It turned out the student was Lee Jordan, the commentator for the Hogwarts Quidditch matches. "Oh my goodness, what's going on?" Professor McGonagall, dressed in her pajamas, hurried over. Soon after, Lockhart and Snape also came up together. Only Snape was still wearing his black robes, as it happened to be his duty night. "I'll take Lee Jordan to the hospital wing first, and then I want you to explain what happened and why you're here instead of sleeping at night," Professor McGonagall said quickly. With a flick of her wand, Lee Jordan's body quickly flew forward, following behind her. The hospital wing was on the 2nd floor, just around the corner after going down the stairs. Snape and Lockhart hadn't spoken since coming up, and now they went back down together. Just then, Filch came climbing up, panting, his forehead covered in sweat. He met them and said in a terrified voice, "First floor corridor, by the Great Hall entrance, there's another message." "How is that possible?" Elias asked subconsciously. Professor McGonagall and Snape also frowned. Only Lockhart said excitedly, hands on his hips, "What, the heir has appeared again? Aha, he's got some nerve, daring to commit a crime right under my nose. Let's see if I don't catch him this time." No one paid him any attention. They took Lee Jordan to the hospital wing, and after confirming he wasn't seriously injured, they hurried to the first floor corridor led by Filch. As they walked, Elias recounted what he knew had just happened. As for why he wasn't in his dormitory in the middle of the night, Elias just told the truth. After all, he really was researching potions. You still need to get enough rest, Elias, Professor McGonagall said, as expected, without scolding him. Yes, Professor McGonagall. This was just an exception. The potion brewing had reached a critical stage, Elias said obediently. The sudden inspection by the heads of houses caught all the students off guard. It is said that over 30 students were caught wandering around at night. More than half of them were Gryffindor students. The energetic little lions loved running around the castle late at night. Next were the seemingly most well-behaved Hufflepuffs. The little badgers were caught red-handed by a professor sneaking into the Hogwarts kitchens late at night to steal food. Slytherin had the fewest students caught, only one person not including Elias. This was likely because Snape's office was right by the common room entrance, and the invisible pressure kept the little snakes from going out to roam. Late that night, almost all the professors and prefects from each house divided up the work and searched every floor of the castle twice, but they never found a trace of the monster. In the end, they could only give up and go back to sleep. The next day, all the students learned why there had been a sudden big search the previous night. It turned out that an attack had occurred again, and this time the victim was a student. Madame Pomfrey's medical skills were excellent. Lee Jordan's physical injuries were completely healed after just one night in the hospital wing, and he then strongly demanded to be discharged. For no other reason than to immediately tell everyone the story he had been thinking about all night. In the story, Lee Jordan took on the role of Elias's assistant and fought the terrifying monster for 300 rounds. In the end, he voluntarily acted as bait, attracting the monster's attention and getting severely injured by it, and then Elias took the opportunity to drive the monster away, as if the person who had been scared and screaming and running away the previous day wasn't him but someone else. One could only say there was a reason he was chosen as the Quidditch commentator. His eloquence was indeed excellent, captivating the audience gathered around him. Ron listened, beating his chest and stamping his foot, regretting that he hadn't been the one to encounter the monster during his late-night wandering the previous day. Otherwise, he could have shown off his skills instead of being punished by Professor McGonagall to write a detention. The Weasley brothers, as Lee Jordan's roommates and friends, didn't believe a word he said and secretly went to ask Elias for clarification. Elias didn't know Lee Jordan was bragging in the Great Hall, so he casually told the two brothers the truth. As a result, when he arrived at the Great Hall to eat, he saw Lee Jordan chasing the Weasley brothers with his shoes off, while everyone else was laughing heartily nearby. Of course, Lee Jordan's bragging skills were nothing compared to Lockhart's. In defense against the dark arts class, Lockhart, who was clearly completely unrelated to the incident, somehow managed to brag himself into the role of the protagonist, simply treating the students like gullible little pigs. Furthermore, Lockhart insisted that the monster in the Chamber of Secrets was the hairy horror he had written about in his book, which made Lockhart's books popular again in the school. Whether it was true or false, everyone hoped to learn some methods to protect themselves from them. Driven by this atmosphere, a week later, as Elias was preparing to go to the Great Hall for dinner, he saw a crowd of people gathered in front of the notice board, reading a piece of parchment that had just been pinned up. The school was holding a dueling club in the Great Hall. "Ha, the school actually thinks the monster will duel us," Malfoy scoffed. "Should I bow to it first, and then get blasted away? I heard that Professor Snape is one of the professors teaching us this time," Elias reminded him. Malfoy immediately fell silent. "Are there more than one professor teaching us?" a small blonde girl asked, staring at Elias and raising her right hand. Elias didn't recognize her. She must have been a first-year student. "Another professor is Lockhart. He's had this idea for a while." Lockhart had long planned to do something to salvage his tarnished reputation at school, and this recent school attack incident happened to fuel this idea. The students watching were very disappointed to hear this answer. Based on Lockhart's usual performance, they had no expectations for him at all. If they hadn't known Snape would also be there tonight, the Slytherin students might not have even attended the dueling club. At 8 o'clock that evening, large numbers of students flooded into the Great Hall. The 4 long tables in the hall had disappeared, and a gilded stage had appeared along one wall, illuminated by hundreds of candles floating above. The ceiling had once again become velvety black. Almost all the students had come, each holding their wand, looking excited. Several students had already started dueling on the stage. Beams of colored light whooshed out of their wands, and it looked like an intense fight. However, most of the spells were inaccurate, and many people watching below the stage were accidentally hit by spells flying down from the stage. Immediately, the students below the stage, annoyed, pulled out their wands and ambushed the wizards on the stage, and the scene instantly became chaotic. "Hold on, hold on." Lockhart hurried onto the stage to stop them. "That's not how you duel." Snape followed behind Lockhart, wearing his usual black robes and a sneer on his face. He had wanted to teach Lockhart a lesson for a long time but had never found a reason. Today was the perfect opportunity. Lockhart brought the situation under control and then shouted loudly, "Gather round, gather round. Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me? Excellent. Alright, Professor Dumbledore has allowed me to start a dueling club to give you all ample training, so that if you ever find yourselves in danger, you'll need to use the methods I've used countless times to protect yourselves. For details, please refer to my published works. Let me introduce my little assistant, Professor Snape, Lockhart said, grinning. He told me he knows a thing or two about dueling himself and has agreed to assist me with a small demonstration before the lesson. Snape revealed a cruel smile and pulled out his wand, holding it upright in front of him. Alright, it seems your Professor Snape can't wait. Lockhart twirled his wand around with many flourishes, and when he was finally ready to begin, he nearly held the wand backwards. I'll go easy on him. I'll return your potions, Professor, to you in one piece. As soon as he finished speaking, a red light flashed, and Lockhart's body flew violently backwards off the stage, hit the wall, and slowly slid to the floor. Cool, exactly like when the monster blasted me away the other day. So Lockhart really did deal with that monster, Lee Jordan said. A burst of laughter erupted from the people around him. Lockhart must have actually felt the pain, as he lay on the ground for a while before shakily getting back on his feet. His hat was gone, and his wavy curls stood on end. This stage is too slippery. Lockhart made a casual excuse, picked up his wand, and stumbled back onto the stage. He said, "Alright, as you can see, that was a disarming charm. As you saw, my wand flew out. However, Professor Snape, I must be honest, your intention just now was quite obvious. If I had wanted to stop you, it would have been effortless. I thought it would be beneficial for the students to see it." Snape looked murderous, raising his wand again as if to hit Lockhart with another spell. Lockhart noticed this and quickly said, "Alright, the demonstration is over. After all, this is a teaching session, not a real duel. Otherwise, I would certainly go the distance. Now I'll come among you and divide you into pairs, Professor Snape, if you don't mind." "Wait," Snape said nonchalantly. "I think the students probably don't even know what a duel is. How about we have two students come up and demonstrate first?" "Oh, yes, good idea," Lockhart said. "So, who should we choose? How about Harry Potter and Mr. Elias?" Snape wore a malicious smile. Malfoy seemed to find this quite a funny joke, bursting into laughter with his two cronies. "Excellent." Lockhart, however, thought it was a rather good suggestion. He took Harry by the shoulder and pulled the bitter-faced Harry directly onto the stage. He whispered in his ear, "Alright, kid, don't be nervous. I'll teach you a few tricks." As he spoke, Lockhart brandished his wand left and right, seemingly trying to perform some flourish, but accidentally dropped it. He had already decided to add the content of having instructed the boy who lived to defeat potions Master Snape's favorite student to his new book. Elias walked onto the stage with a calm expression. This duel was just a game for Snape to tease Harry. He could only try his best to not look like a bullying villain. Snape was clearly very confident in Elias's ability and didn't say another word, just stood to the side, watching Harry Potter with a sinister smile. "Alright, just do as I said, Harry." Lockhart intentionally raised his voice to ensure everyone could hear. "What? Drop my wand?" Harry looked bewildered. "Did that mean if you actively dropped your wand, the disarming charm wouldn't work? But wasn't that a bit too embarrassing?" Harry felt that even though he barely knew any spells, he shouldn't give up before he even started. 3, 2, 1, begin. As Lockhart gave the command, Harry racked his brain and thought of a spell he knew. Seeing that Elias wasn't moving, he took the initiative and shouted, "Rictus Sempra, Prota go." Elias quickly flicked his wand, and an iron shield charm appeared in front of him, deflecting the incoming silver light back the way it came. Harry was hit by his own spell, panting and shaking with laughter, completely unable to move. His wand slid to the side, and the duel was clearly over in a rather hasty manner. Snape, however, was not satisfied with Elias's letting him off easy. At the very least, Harry should have been sent flying like Lockhart. "It seems the title of savior hasn't done you much good," Snape sneered, removing the spell from Harry and taking his place. "Let me teach you about real dueling, Elias. You be my opponent." Snape became nonchalant again. "What? You and a student?" Lockhart was about to object, but seeing the cold glint in Snape's eyes, he quickly shut his mouth. "Alright then, I suppose a demonstration is in order. I'll be the referee." Elias was naturally very willing. He had hoped to learn some useful things, and it was excellent that Snape was willing to teach personally. The students watching were also excited. One was a talented Hogwarts student, the other was the head of Slytherin House. Watching these two duel was much more interesting than watching Lockhart. "Now, bow to each other. 3, 2, 1, begin." Expelliarmus. Elias attacked first. His proficiency with the disarming charm wasn't high enough to cast it non-verbally. Snape didn't even utter a spell. With just a flick of his wand, the incoming red light was deflected and exploded at Lockhart's feet, startling Lockhart into quickly retreating off the stage. In professional dueling matches, wizards do not choose to speak their spells. This not only lets the opponent know what spell is being cast, allowing them to prepare, but it also gives the opponent reaction time, making it easy to counter or dodge. Of course, it's normal that you can't do this at your current level. As Snape lazily explained, he silently cast a disarming charm. Elias didn't follow Snape's method of deflecting the wand. Instead, he quickly moved a few steps to the side, and a silent stunning spell flew towards Snape. Such a high level of spellcasting. Snape's eyes widened in surprise, but he easily dodged the spell with just a step to the side. Footwork is also quite important in dueling. Don't take 2 steps if one will do, and don't take large steps if small ones suffice. Accurate judgment and quick dodging are key to launching a counterattack. Saying this, Snape sent out 2 more silent disarming charms in quick succession. Elias dodged the first one but couldn't dodge the second because he chose the wrong direction when dodging. He was now at the edge of the stage and could only cast an iron shield charm to block. Snape suddenly sped up his movements, continuously blasting the shield created by the iron shield charm with a barrage of disarming charms. There are no obstacles on a dueling stage. When you are forced to cast an iron shield charm to block an attack, it means you will face continuous attacks from your opponent, making it difficult to organize another counterattack. Elias didn't dare to drop his iron shield charm at this moment. Hearing Snape mention obstacles, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and rolled to the side on the spot, dodging the incoming spell. As he rolled, he transfigured the candles hanging from the ceiling into sparrows and shot them at Snape. This not only cancelled out the spells Snape was sending but also turned the defense into an offense. Snape finally became somewhat serious. With a wave of his wand, he transfigured another set of candles into small snakes to fight the sparrows, and with a turn, he dodged another stunning spell. The stage suddenly became dim, with only the light of spells flashing occasionally. Elias's offensive didn't lessen. The dark environment would greatly weaken a person's observation skills, and choosing to defend would likely lead to defeat. He twirled his wand, casting a blasting curse that shattered the wrestling snakes and sparrows, then immediately used secondary transfiguration to create a group of tigers and leopards that rushed towards Snape. Snape retreated 2 steps to create distance, shaking his wand and casting a spell that created fireballs which exploded across the area, sending flying. The watching students gasped and backed away. Elias seized this opportunity, muttering a spell under his breath. Streams of water transformed into a giant python that opened its mouth and attacked. Snape drew a circle with his wand, and the gushing flames turned into a firebird that collided with the giant python. A small explosion occurred in the center of the stage, and thick steam blocked the view in the middle of the area. Elias, relying on memory, sent a stunning spell through the smoke and then immediately instinctively moved 2 steps to the right. Unexpectedly, these 2 steps he took were as if he had actively run into the incoming disarming charm. He immediately lost control and released his grip, watching helplessly as his wand spun through the air and landed in Snape's hand as he emerged from the smoke. During a duel, if your opponent catches onto your habitual movements, they will become the key factor in your defeat. Your instinctive direction of movement is always to your right. Snape struggled to suppress the shock in his heart, speaking in a calm tone. He really hadn't expected a second-year student to have such learning ability and such dueling talent. Elias stepped down from the stage, and Lockhart immediately put a friendly arm around his shoulder. Anyone who didn't know them would have thought they had known each other for a long time. They had indeed known each other for a long time, almost a semester. But this was the first time Lockhart had clearly remembered Elias's name. He planned to write about this later when he got back because my strength far surpassed Snape's, and I was worried I wouldn't be able to control my power and accidentally injure him. I didn't retaliate during the demonstration duel with Snape, but Snape thought I was weak. My student Sorensen couldn't stand it and voluntarily went up to duel Snape, resulting in a draw. From then on, Snape was completely convinced of my abilities. Lockhart was grinning widely, and Elias somewhat disdainfully pulled away from his hand. Ah, right, I need to group the students. Lockhart realized this, moved through the crowd, and paired them up 2 by 2. Elias was naturally paired with Hermione. They had been practicing together for a long time. Ginny and Luna were paired together and came over to them. Hey Elias, didn't you say the monster in the Chamber of Secrets was already dealt with? Ginny asked quietly, her face showing some worry. She was a little worried that the monster she had let out had attacked students again. This one is new, it's not the previous one, Elias explained. Maybe there's a second chamber or something. That's also possible. I've heard about that too, Luna discussed quietly. It was apparently mentioned by a Ravenclaw ghost. Lady Ravenclaw also left a mysterious room in the school. Really? Hermione thought for a moment. How come Gryffindor never has legends like that? Yeah, it seems not. My whole family is Gryffindor. Ginny sighed in relief. Could the new monster be one from Ravenclaw? Luna's eyes widened. Then I must go say hello to Mr. Monster. The other 3 looked at her with strange expressions. Luna shrank her neck and said, Lady Ravenclaw wouldn't harm us, would she? Honestly, considering the historical reputation comparison between Ravenclaw and Slytherin, what Luna said actually made a lot of sense. Don't do anything so foolish, Elias warned. This monster definitely wasn't left by Lady Ravenclaw. If you encounter it, run immediately and tell a professor, or you can tell me. Luna tilted her head and agreed, but she looked spaced out, and it was unclear if she had really listened. Elias suddenly regretted mentioning another chamber of secrets. After the dueling club ended, Elias went to the room of requirement. The duel with Snape tonight made him more aware of his current shortcomings. It was still an age issue. He was too young right now, his magic was still in its growth phase, and his total amount and quality of magic weren't quite sufficient. The specific manifestation was that his stun spell, which he had practiced to the 5th level, could be directly deflected by Snape with his wand. It meant his understanding of the spell was there, but the power was insufficient. Coincidentally, while studying the notes left by Slytherin, Elias discovered a method that could solve his greatest difficulty at this stage. One method was to take a potion to stimulate the power within his bloodline. The recipe for this potion had been lost, and he hadn't expected to find it among Slytherin's legacy. This potion was previously used to help squibs awaken their magic. Later, it was discovered that this potion could also make a young wizard's magic grow to the level of an adult wizard in a very short time. Back in the Middle Ages, the relationship between wizards and muggles was like fire and water. Wizards hadn't yet formed a government, and the entire wizarding society was just a scattered mess. So, wizards at that time lived in the shadows every day, fearing that if muggles discovered them as outsiders, they would be burned at the stake. Young wizards had an even harder time surviving, they had little ability to resist when facing adult muggles. Therefore, at that time, many young wizards from non-pure blood families would choose to drink this potion for self-preservation. However, after wizards established their own government, research found that this potion would shorten a wizard's lifespan. It essentially used up the wizard's life force prematurely to stimulate potential. So this potion was gradually abandoned by wizards. Of course, Elias would never use this method to improve himself. He merely gained inspiration from this potion. Before, he had been wondering, what exactly are the 7 deadly sins? Where does their power come from, and how should they be used? The patroness of bliss, the compatibility between different spells and different sins, and the information he had gathered all seemed to tell him that the 7 deadly sins were a type of emotion, and under the amplification of strongly fluctuating emotions, the power of spells could be increased. But this ancient potion reminded him that there was a connection between magic and bloodline. He remembered the message that popped up before his eyes the day he received his Hogwarts acceptance letter. Demon King Bloodline Awakening. Perhaps he had been wrong all along. What he possessed was the Demon King bloodline. If the power of the 7 deadly sins wasn't in the bloodline, where else could it be? He also figured out why the Philosopher's Stone could collect the 7 deadly sins. Because the Philosopher's Stone was indispensable for brewing the elixir of life and was filled with life force. The reason his patroness of bliss was so miraculous was also because the power of bliss contained his own life force. Therefore, when he cast spells using the Philosopher's Stone before, what was consumed was also his magic imbued with life force. This was also why he felt extremely tired after using the power of the 7 deadly sins to cast spells for a prolonged period. It was because he had consumed too much life force in a short time. Elias had an epiphany. Due to the special nature of the Demon King bloodline, his life force could recover along with his magic. He didn't need to worry at all that using life force to cast spells would shorten his lifespan. Elias thought his idea was quite feasible. The awakening of 3 aspects of the Demon King's bloodline would lead to world destruction, but based on his current situation, awakening 3 aspects is an impossible task. He is at least a 5 good youth. With an idea in mind, Elias opened his data panel after a long time. Demon King, Elias Sorensen Pride, 107 Wrath, 79 Sloth, 82 Greed, 86 Envy, 35 Gluttony, 50 Bliss, 95 Abilities, Transfiguration LV.5, 361/3000, Potions LV.5, 423/2500, Alchemy LV.3, 655/2000, Patroness Charm LV.6, 756/2000, Occlumency LV.5, 128/1500, Stunning Spell LV.5, 668/1000, Darkly Lightning LV.5, 5/1200. Because of his increase in strength, his pride index was getting higher and higher. Elias couldn't deny this, just like how he was currently pondering how to improve his strength simply because he lost a duel to Snape in his 2nd year. The significant decrease in the sloth index was certain. He had too much to study and research every day now and no time to be lazy at all. The rise in greed was because he constantly craved learning more things. The bliss index was something he had deliberately maintained. Aside from bliss and pride, the values of the other deadly sins looked quite reassuring. So Elias wasn't really worried that 3 deadly sins would successfully awaken in the end. The issue now was which deadly sin he should choose to awaken. The awakening of a deadly sin would likely bring him improvement, but whether different deadly sins would bring different improvements was unknown, and whether the awakening of a deadly sin would bring negative effects was also unknown. In his previous experiments fusing deadly sins and spells, pride could not be fused with other spells, but bliss could. On this point, it seemed better to awaken bliss. However, according to legend, the representative of pride was Satan, who is the ruler of this world, and pride is also considered the most original and serious sin. Conversely, bliss could only be compared to lust, which was much lower in status. After careful consideration, Elias decided to first try to awaken pride. So, how to increase his pride? Judging by the speed at which his pride index was rising, it seemed like he just needed to let nature take its course. Another peaceful week passed, and Christmas was approaching. But the Christmas atmosphere in the school wasn't very strong. News spread from who knows where, saying that the 4 founders of Hogwarts had each left a chamber of secrets in the school. These young wizards, who had only taken one dueling class, somehow found the courage to suddenly stop being afraid of the monster coming out of the chamber of secrets. They all wanted to find the chamber of secrets left by their own house founder. Every young wizard had a dream of becoming the heir of their house. Elias was dumbfounded when he heard this rumor. It seemed like this rumor actually had something to do with him. Moreover, in order to deal with that monster at night, the young wizards were all exploring the castle in groups at night. It was estimated that even the heads of houses didn't expect that after a night raid inspection, the number of students out after hours would increase instead of decrease. Actually, upon closer thought, this wasn't hard to understand. Neither the first basilisk attack nor the second monster attack resulted in any terrible consequences, so the young wizards had no concept of the danger they might encounter. In this situation, tragedy still occurred. One morning, when students were going to the Great Hall for breakfast, they found 5 injured students lying in the corridor, each with several broken bones. Although not fatal, it was very frightening. The young wizards finally understood how lucky they were to have been unharmed before. Professor McGonagall was almost furious when she heard about it. Even though the 5 students were victims, they were still given a month of detention. So, the reason you went looking for the Chamber of Secrets was just because you made a betting on who could find their house's chamber first? Elias asked speechlessly. He had come to the hospital wing to get some information, but he didn't expect the people lying in the beds to all be acquaintances. Harry, Ron, Malfoy, Goyle, Crabbe. Yesterday afternoon, these 2 groups had an argument in the Great Hall and finally decided to go out that night to compete in finding the Chamber of Secrets. Whoever found the chamber first would win, and the loser would have to wash the winner's socks for a month. Now, they were all getting a month of detention. Tell me, where did you encounter the monster last night, and did you see what it looked like? Elias asked. It wasn't us who encountered it. Malfoy deliberately lured it over to attack us. It's all his fault. Ron shouted angrily. You're talking nonsense. Malfoy's face turned green with anger. I could have killed that monster, but it was all because of your broken wand. The spell you shot curved and hit me, otherwise how could I be lying here? You must be the monster's helper. Both of them were yelling and arguing loudly. Elias was worried that Madame Pomfrey would kick him out, so he quickly stopped them. All right, Harry, you tell me. Harry seemed to be thinking about something and only snapped back to attention when Elias called him. What? Oh, okay. Harry thought for a moment. Ron and I were exploring a disused classroom on the 5th floor, and then suddenly we heard screaming from the corridor. Malfoy and they were being chased by a tall humanoid monster covered in black fur, and then Ron and I went up to help. What happened next was pretty much the same as what Malfoy and Ron were arguing about. That monster was also the one that attacked Lee Jordan last time. The only thing that wasn't right was, you said all 5 of you were attacked and fell down on the 5th floor? Then where were you found? Most of the 5th floor of the castle are disused classrooms. Why would anyone be there early in the morning? Elias asked. The people in bed looked at each other for a while, and Ron said uncertainly, we think we were found on the 1st floor. First floor? Goyle asked doubtfully, could it be that the monster took us to the 1st floor? Idiot. That monster definitely wanted to drag us into the Chamber of Secrets to eat us. But for some reason, it dropped us halfway, Malfoy said angrily. Soon, the Christmas holidays arrived, and students once again boarded the Hogwarts Express train home. Due to the occurrence of several attacks, many students were hesitant to stay at school alone, so very few people remained at school during the Christmas break. Elias had also decided long ago to leave school. Nicholas had returned to Devon, England, from France, and invited him to spend the Christmas holiday there. Naturally, there was no reason for Elias to refuse. He could also ask Nicholas to take him to France to help him complete the human trial data collection for his Type I werewolf recovery potion. Are you going home on Christmas Day? Hermione asked with a pout. Of course, I'll be back. I'm spending the holiday with you, Elias said, smiling and ruffling the girl's hair. Who wants you to accompany them? Hermione hummed, a smile blossoming on her face. The two parted ways at the station. After seeing Hermione onto the train, Elias returned to Hogwarts Castle. Nicholas's residence in Devon was protected by the Fidelius charm, and it couldn't be found by anyone who wasn't the secret keeper. So Elias had to ask Dumbledore to take him there. Cockroach cluster. Elias spoke the password to the headmaster's office, and the stone gargoyle jumped aside, revealing the spiral staircase behind it. Just as Elias was about to knock, the door was yanked open, and Snape stormed out, seemingly having just had an argument with Dumbledore. Seeing Elias, Snape paused, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he closed his mouth and left. Elias had been ready to greet him, but Snape had already swept his black cloak around him and departed. He knocked on the door and entered the office. Dumbledore was sitting in a chair leisurely sipping tea, showing no sign of having just been in a dispute. "Ah, it's Elias." Dumbledore put down his cup, stood up, and said with a smile, "Let's go. Nicholas is very much looking forward to seeing his student." Elias nodded. He was curious about what they had been arguing about, but Dumbledore didn't seem to want to discuss it. Elias stood beside Dumbledore, holding onto his arm. Fawkes landed on Dumbledore's shoulder. With a flash of fire and a sense of distortion, the two appeared on a remote plane. In Elias's eyes, there had been nothing ahead at first, but after walking straight forward for a while with Dumbledore, a manor suddenly appeared in front of them. The gates of the manor were wide open, and two house elves dressed in smart suits greeted them at the entrance, leading them towards the grand mansion. The path along the way was paved with granite, and clusters of flowers bloomed on both sides, with professional house elves tending to them. In the courtyard stood a stone fountain 3 people high, with several beautiful, unknown magical birds perched on the sculpture, curiously observing the unfamiliar faces. Entering the mansion, they were greeted by a circular hall with a dome approximately 10 meters high, and a winding wooden staircase suspended in the center. They went up to the second floor, passed through a magnificent corridor, and arrived at a large room. The first thing Elias noticed were the 6 portraits hanging on the walls of the room. The subject of the paintings was the same person, Nicholas Flamel, at different ages. As soon as they entered, they were stared at by 6 pairs of eyes. Soon, several Nicholas Flamels moved between the portraits, muttering to themselves. This room was either a study or a laboratory. Bookshelves lined the walls, reaching all the way up to the ceiling, filled with densely packed books. Nicholas was sitting in a rocking chair, dozing. Alchemy items were arranged all around him. Hearing the movement, Nicholas opened his eyes, saw the newcomers, and smiled. "Haha, Hogwarts is on holiday again. How time flies." He called for a house elf to brew tea for the 2 of them. "Try this. It's a new kind of tea I got." Elias greeted him and sat down nearby. Dumbledore seemed to have other matters to attend to and only stayed to say hello before taking his leave. "How is your study of alchemy progressing?" Nicholas asked. "It's going very smoothly," Elias replied. Nicholas nodded, not doubting Elias's initiative in his studies, and casually asked a few questions to test him. Elias answered them all with ease. "Good, you haven't neglected your alchemy studies." Nicholas smiled, wanting to stand up. Elias quickly stepped forward to help him. He noticed that after only 4 months, Nicholas's physical condition had deteriorated significantly compared to before. "Haha, my body is getting worse and worse," Nicholas said with a smile, seemingly unconcerned. "I'll show you around the manor so you can get familiar with the environment here. How about you sit in a wheelchair and I push you?" Elias asked with concern. No need, child. While I can still walk, I might as well experience the feeling of walking more," Nicholas refused with a smile. Thus, Elias helped Nicholas begin a slow stroll around the manor, listening to the old man tell him stories from his younger days. If it had been the Nicholas of 4 months ago, their conversation would have undoubtedly been about interesting anecdotes encountered while traveling, or they would have discussed the future. The current Nicholas seemed less youthful at heart than before. Perhaps he had already sensed his impending death. Elias looked at the aging man, and a wave of sadness suddenly washed over him. He couldn't help but ask, "Nicholas, why not refine another philosopher's stone? Or I can refine one for you when I achieve something in alchemy." If time is short, Dumbledore also has the ability to refine one, doesn't he? No, I can't. I'm too old, my body won't allow it," Nicholas said, shaking his head with a smile. "Death is but the next great adventure." Dumbledore said that, and I find it very inspiring. Having lived so long, I know almost everything. I just don't know what the world after death is like. Deep within the Forbidden Forest, inside a small cave, a withered corpse crawled out of a small pool of water. The mud and water clinging to him sloshed back into the pool, echoing in the confined space. He extended his stick-like arms, wiped away the mud, revealing a face that was already unrecognizable. Not only that, but on that face, which no longer resembled a human's, another person's features could vaguely be seen, making it incredibly eerie. "They shouldn't be chasing me anymore, right?" Voldemort thought to himself, not daring to make a sound. He carefully fumbled his way to the cave entrance, poking his head out to check the situation outside. Seeing that the thing he had been avoiding was not outside, he quickly scrambled out of the cave and, guided by instinct, hurried towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Counting the days, Hogwarts should be on holiday today. A cruel smile appeared on Voldemort's ethereal face. He had endured for so long, waiting for this day. Within the castle, there was a place Dumbledore would never know about, the Chamber of Secrets of Slytherin. He would sneak in and use the things left behind by his ancestor, Slytherin, to help him resurrect. Now, since his formerly loyal servants couldn't return to his side, he had to resort to this last-ditch method. Just as Voldemort was calculating how his plan should proceed, the sound of an iron chain dragging on the ground came from behind him again. Damn it! Whose dog is this, not even properly leashed? Voldemort cursed angrily. It must be that giant oaf Hagrid. He didn't know why, but not long after he left controlling Quirrell's body, a giant three-headed dog appeared in the Forbidden Forest, chasing him every day. To avoid this three-headed dog, Voldemort had crawled through mud. The sky was just beginning to lighten. The kitchen of the Sorensen house was already filled with fragrant smells, punctuated by the rhythmic thudding of chopping. To avoid eating grass first thing on Christmas morning, Elias had gotten out of bed early to make breakfast and prepare the ingredients needed for the entire day. Creak! The front door opened, and Hermione, as usual, came running towards Elias, clutching her Christmas presents. After piling the various sized boxes onto the table, Hermione saw that Elias in the kitchen didn't seem to notice her, so she quietly slipped back out. A moment later, Hermione re-entered the house, a ball of snow clutched in her small hand, and crept silently behind Elias. Elias had already noticed Hermione come in, and seeing her sneaking around out of the corner of his eye, he didn't say anything, wanting to see what she was up to. He pretended to reach for something on the nearby counter, deliberately leaving his back completely exposed. He silently counted down a few numbers, then suddenly spun around with a soft shout, "Hey! Ah!" Hermione's scream followed, and the snowball she was preparing to shove down Elias's collar was crushed in her grip and fell to the floor. Elias laughed, turned back to making breakfast, and teased, "Little rascal," still trying to sneak his. Behind him, Hermione giggled, and her two hands, which had just held the snowball, were shoved inside Elias's clothes. Bone-chillingly cold, spirit soaring. Elias's remaining bit of sleepiness vanished in that bone-chilling cold. "I surrender, surrender, surrender." "Humph, little rascal." Hermione tilted her head like a victorious swan. Seeing Elias was already washing his hands with cold water, she quickly ran out of the kitchen. "I'm not playing this with you anymore." After they finished breakfast, it was time for the enjoyable gift-opening session. Hermione had a few more presents this year than last. Ginny gave her a book, Luna gave her a set of the Quibbler magazines, and her roommates all gave her books too. Hermione was quite satisfied with these gifts. She rummaged through the presents, then looked up and asked doubtfully, "Elias, where's the present you gave me?" Elias smiled and pointed to the necklace hanging around Hermione's neck. "Here it is. Didn't I give it to you early?" "Ha! How can something from a month ago count?" Hermione immediately stared at Elias with eyes full of grievance, sadness, and a hint of tears. Here, it's here." Elias couldn't hold out for even a second and quickly pulled a small box from under the bed. In just an instant, the girl's expression immediately changed back to a smiling face. She opened it to find a sky-blue feather-shaped bookmark inside the box. As long as you insert this bookmark into a book, it can quickly scan the entire book. Then, whatever content you want to find, you can directly use this bookmark to search for it, Elias introduced. Hermione immediately tried it out eagerly, then carefully placed it in her shirt pocket. Next, it was time for Elias to open his presents. "Why do you have so many presents this year?" Hermione asked curiously, pulling out a gift box from the small mountain of gifts. "Daphne Greengrass?" Hermione's eyes narrowed slightly. "Isn't she a girl in your year in Slytherin?" "I don't really remember, maybe?" Elias shook his head. He hadn't made an effort to remember other people's names at all. Hermione rummaged through the presents and soon found several gifts from girls. Inside them were either dark chocolate or white chocolate. "You have so many girl friends at school?" Hermione stared at Elias suspiciously, her gaze becoming a little dangerous. "Of course not, I don't know them at all." Elias quickly shook his head. "Maybe it's just because I'm too handsome." Hermione puffed out her cheeks and asked, "What about these chocolates? Are you going to accept them?" "Of course you can't eat things given to you by people you don't know. Isn't that something they teach you since kindergarten?" Elias said, shaking his head. Hermione nodded and stopped talking, just silently continuing to open presents. She didn't know why she suddenly felt a little unhappy. All right, I really don't know them, and I don't know how they got my home address." Elias saw through her, stepped forward, gently rubbed Hermione's little head, and said softly, "Don't worry about them, I definitely only like our little Hermione." A blush slowly spread across Hermione's face. She lowered her head and asked softly, "Then can I take all these girls' presents?" You can even throw them away," Elias said indifferently. "Never mind, maybe not, after all, it's their intention." A smile returned to Hermione's face, and her enthusiasm for opening presents picked up again. Elias quietly let out a sigh of relief, having averted a crisis. Besides being famous at school, which led many people to send him gifts out of admiration this year, he also gained some pen pals he had never met because of his published papers, and they sent him gifts too, resulting in many more presents. He specifically looked for gifts from people he knew in the pile to open first. Dumbledore sent him a book on alchemy this year, which was neither particularly needed nor unwanted. Elias thought this might be because he had also given the headmaster a book, and Dumbledore didn't know what else to send. Professor McGonagall sent him another set of Transfiguration journals this year, though the content was more advanced than the last time. He gave Professor McGonagall a white pointed hat. Snape also sent him an advanced potions book. This time, Elias gave Snape a black bowler hat. The snow outside the window had been falling all morning with no sign of stopping, and was even getting heavier. Elias put down his book, got up to wipe the window, and stretched his body in place. He planned to finish reading all the books people had given him during this Christmas holiday. Seeing Hermione hunched over the desk writing furiously, Elias casually asked, "What are you writing?" A reply to Ginny, Hermione answered weakly. She had wanted to go out and play in the snow. Ginny's brothers and Harry are planning to find that monster in the remaining days of the Christmas holiday, but they don't want to take their sister with them. Ginny keeps feeling that these attacks happened because of her, and she feels very guilty that Harry got hurt because of her, so she wants to go find the monster by herself. I'm trying to persuade her to give up this idea, it's too dangerous. Elias leaned closer to look. Hermione's reply was all about the school rules that would be broken by sneaking out at night, and the dangers of exploring alone. Writing like that won't make her listen to you. Gryffindors are never short on the courage to break school rules, Elias said with a smile. Then how should I write it? Hermione looked up and asked. If you say you're willing to go with her and ask her to wait until you're back at school to act together, Ginny will definitely agree, Elias suggested. Besides, the monster isn't that dangerous. As long as you don't just think about running away when you see it, I think you'll have no problem dealing with it. Ha! Me? I can deal with that monster? Hermione looked suspicious. Of course, I've fought that monster, Elias confirmed. If you can catch it, Dumbledore might give you another 100 points, just like last term. Hermione became interested. Then do you want to join us? I'll pass. That monster isn't even enough for me to handle with one hand. Elias shook his head and refused. Okay, then this year's House Cup will be ours, Gryffindors, Hermione said confidently, taking out a new sheet of parchment and starting to rewrite her reply. Elias smiled and shook his head, lying back down on the bed. What a joke. With him around, the House Cup would definitely belong to their Slytherin. He wasn't very interested in the newly appeared monster anymore. It had been proven that the monster was much less harmful compared to the basilisk. Besides being a bit elusive, it wasn't worthy of being his opponent at all. Furthermore, based on its actions, the probability of this monster being controlled by Tom was extremely low. He didn't believe that young Tom would suddenly become so merciful. Not only did he not let the monster kill the students after attacking them at night, he even sent them to the first floor, as if afraid that other students wouldn't take them to the infirmary. Perhaps it was just as he had casually said last time, there were other secret chambers left by the founders in Hogwarts, and this monster was a test left by a founder for future students. Dumbledore was most fond of doing this kind of thing. Elias didn't believe that the headmaster hadn't found any trace of the monster until now. He already had some reliable conjectures, let alone Dumbledore, who had a view of the entire castle. No matter how elusive the monster was, the portraits all over the castle could see a lot of information, like surveillance cameras, and could quickly report to Dumbledore. Why wasn't the headmaster solving it quickly? He probably intended to train the students, just like the forbidden section. Whoever could finally catch or defeat that monster could earn points for their house. Knowing that things were under Dumbledore's control, Elias couldn't be bothered to waste time sneaking out at night to look for some monster. It was good to let Hermione get some training. Protected by her magical items and with her mastery and knowledge of various spells far exceeding other young wizards her age, Hermione would definitely not get hurt. What he needed to guard against now was the diary that had disappeared from view for a long time. Although the diary only had the ability to manipulate people, which was insignificant to Elias. But the young Dark Lord really didn't care about the students' lives. If the basilisk was hungry, he would directly order it to eat people. Relaxing vigilance against this diary could very likely lead to disaster. In the afternoon, the heavy snow outside finally stopped. The withered flower branches in the flower bed were buried under the thick snow. Just after lunch, Hermione eagerly pulled Elias's hand and rushed into the yard. They started from the yard gate, one on each side, competing to see who could roll out a bigger snowball. When rolling snowballs became boring, they started building a snowman. Elias rolled 2 large snowballs and built a large Doraemon on the snow. Hermione built an animal with wings on the snow. Elias leaned over to examine it carefully and guessed, "Is this a long-necked pheasant? It's a dragon. A dragon. A Norwegian ridgeback." Hermione, annoyed, grabbed a handful of snow from the ground, rolled it into a snowball, and threw it at Elias. Elias bent down to dodge, then took the opportunity to pick up snow and counterattack. The two went back and forth, starting a snowball fight. The temperature outside was below freezing, but both of them were sweating from playing. Hermione happily went back to her house for a bath, then came running back to help Elias, who was making dinner. Although every time Hermione came to help, it would slow down Elias and prolong the cooking time, essentially being a hindrance. But seeing the girl always so happy and enthusiastic, Elias let her be. It seemed that since the year Elias started taking charge of the kitchen, their two families began to enjoy Christmas dinner together on Christmas Eve. The four adults sat on the sofa in the living room chatting, looking at the two children having fun in the kitchen, and couldn't help but show a fond smile. "Their relationship is really good," Mrs. Granger said with a smile. "I remember when they were just born, we seemed to joke about whether or not to arrange a child engagement for them. It doesn't seem too late to arrange it now. Our William definitely won't refuse," Mrs. Sorensen also said with a chuckle. "Let's just let nature take its course. How can we put pressure on the children?" Mr. Granger's expression was a little stiff. "What a joke. How can my little darling's lifelong happiness be decided when she's so young?" Unexpectedly, the two mothers didn't hear Mr. Granger's comment at all and continued to chat about the topic with great interest. Mr. Sorensen patted Mr. Granger's shoulder and said with a mischievous smile, "I'm very willing to have such a well-behaved daughter." Mr. Granger rolled up his sleeves, deciding to have a little exercise with the person who wanted to snatch his daughter. "Dinner's ready." Hermione placed the last dish on the table and called out loudly, "Come on, come on." On the last day of the Christmas holiday, Elias and Hermione took the train back to Hogwarts. Hermione was already impatient to uncover the monster's true identity and win the house cup for Gryffindor. Elias's studies were back on track. Cahalman had sent over all the experimental data for the potion. As he expected, the potion he had developed was successful. The only problem was that werewolves lost their minds when they transformed, and the potion he had made could only be used after transformation. Therefore, werewolves needed help from others to change back from their werewolf form to human form. The potion had to be injected into the werewolf's body in the early stages of transformation, before they completely lost their minds. After getting the experimental data, Elias meticulously organized the paper he had written, then found Snape to ask the professor to give it a final review. "Basilisk blood?" Snape exclaimed in surprise. "Where did you get this blood? From the chamber? You went to the chamber? You went with Dumbledore to get it?" Snape quickly figured it out, a gleam appearing in his eyes. Elias became wary. He suddenly recalled what Dumbledore had said in the chamber last time, that Snape would be very excited if he saw the basilisk. Sure enough, Snape slowly put down the paper in his hand, clasped his hands together under his chin, and said slowly, "Elias, tell me, how have I treated you normally?" "Diligently and responsibly," Elias replied truthfully. Elias, do you know what's most important in the study of potions?" Snape continued to ask slowly. "Is it innovation?" "That's also important, but the most important thing, actually, is communication," Snape continued. "Communication of experience, communication of materials." Stop. Elias interrupted. "Professor, I only have 2 bottles of basilisk blood left." Snape frowned and asked, "How big are the bottles?" Elias took out a bottle of basilisk blood, about 500 ml, from his spatial pouch. 2 bottles. Snape immediately demanded a steep price. "Professor, you don't want to leave me any at all," Elias said speechlessly. "Half a bottle. Haven't you already finished your research? What use do you have for this?" Snape argued reasonably. "I'll leave you half a bottle. This is just the first version, the effect hasn't reached my final expectation yet." Elias didn't want to haggle anymore. "One price, I'll give you this 1 bottle, no more." Snape accepted the snake blood from the table. "All right, so be it." Elias activated a clemency and secretly smiled to himself. This bottle would be Snape's compensation for his trouble. He had actually only used 2 bottles for this research, and he still had 5 bottles in his pouch. Next, Snape helped him correct a few errors in the paper before finalizing the ultimate version and sending it to Potions Weekly. Time gradually moved towards night. Despite the 2 attacks that had occurred at night, Dumbledore still hadn't arranged for more professors to patrol at night. It was still just the non-magical Filch wandering around the dimly lit castle alone. Gryffindor Common Room, a light suddenly flickered on in a dark corner. Ginny waited behind the sofa for a while before Hermione, dressed in a dark outfit, came down the stairs. "So professional?" Ginny whispered in admiration. She was still wearing her pajamas. Let's go, let's meet up with Luna first," Hermione said somewhat nervously. It was her first time going out for a nighttime stroll on her own initiative. "Oh, right," Hermione took out a scarf from her pocket. "I'll help you cover your face. We can't let Filch see our faces. That way, even if he sees us, he won't know who we are and we can run away." She also pulled up the collar of her sweater to cover her face. The 2 of them extinguished the light and quietly slipped out of the portrait hole. The fat lady grumbled discontentedly, "Why are there so many little wizards coming out for nighttime strolls late at night recently?" The 2 of them left the common room and headed towards the 5th floor. They decided to meet on the 5th floor, which had the most abandoned classrooms, as the probability of being discovered would be lowest there. The quiet castle at night was completely different from the lively castle during the day, at least that's what Hermione and Ginny thought. The two young girls had previously taken it for granted that nighttime strolls were as free as birds in the sky as long as they avoided Filch. Now, however, they realized that nighttime strolls were actually such a terrifying thing. Whether it was the black shadows of bats occasionally flashing past the windows or the sudden sound of dripping water from the bathroom, both girls' hearts pounded faster. "I should have dragged Elias along. Maybe we can go find him now," Hermione said, remembering that Elias went to the room of requirement every night and could be found there. "Never mind." Before Ginny could speak, she shook her head to herself. "I'm a witch, how can I be afraid of the dark?" Hermione held her wand in her hand and took out the gemstone necklace from her chest, placing it outside her clothes, finally feeling a sense of security. Ginny also took out her wand from her pocket. Arriving on the 5th floor, after confirming that Filch was not around, the two of them called out softly, "Luna, where are you?" "I'm here." An ethereal and distant voice suddenly came from behind the two of them, making their hair stand on end. Turning back sharply, Luna stood behind them with an innocent look on her face, her hands cupped around her mouth like a megaphone. "Wow, Luna, you really are something," Ginny swallowed. "Okay, Ginny, now that we're all here, what should we do? Where should we start?" Hermione asked. With 3 people present, the dark environment wasn't so scary anymore. Ginny shook her head blankly. "I don't know." Luna also shook her head. Alright, none of the 3 had a plan. Hermione suddenly realized that among the 3 of them, she was the only one who was the main pillar. She was no longer the little girl who always followed behind Elias. "Okay, let me think," Hermione composed herself. "That monster is very big, so there aren't many places it can hide." Before their night stroll, Hermione had never realized that Hogwarts Castle had so many abandoned classrooms. But thinking about it, it seemed normal. There were already few students in each year at Hogwarts, but Hogwarts Castle was quite large with many rooms, so it was normal for a large number of classrooms to be unused. The 3 girls fumbled around in the dark on the 5th floor of the castle for a while, carefully checking every abandoned classroom, but in the end, they found nothing. Just as they thought they would return empty-handed tonight, Hermione suddenly heard the sound of heavy objects repeatedly hitting the floor from the upstairs. It was the sound of that big monster's footsteps. She exchanged a glance with Ginny and Luna. They had heard it too. Without speaking, the 3 of them instinctively began to sprint towards the stairwell. "Is it on the 6th floor this time?" A thought suddenly flashed through Hermione's mind. Why did this monster appear on the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors, but dare not appear on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors? Was it because the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors had professors' offices? But why would this monster know where the professors' offices were? So, someone must still be controlling this monster. Thinking this, Hermione's steps didn't slow down. The 3 of them ran up the stairs, rounded a corridor, and went to the area where they had heard the footsteps just now. The monster moved very quickly. By then, they could no longer hear its footsteps, only smell an indescribable stench in the corridor. "Did that monster fall into a cesspit?" Ginny complained, covering her nose. The 3 girls cautiously approached the nearest corridor corner, peeked out, and saw a faint light next to a suit of armor. "That's Filch's oil lamp, isn't it?" Ginny said uncertainly. "I saw Filch carrying one exactly like it, but where did Filch go?" Luna asked. "If a monster passed by here just now, Filch must have encountered it, right? Could he have been eaten by the monster?" "That monster probably doesn't eat people," Hermione said, leading the way to the middle of the corridor, picking up the oil lamp, raising her wand, and casting a spell on it to extinguish it. "Okay, with Filch's oil lamp extinguished, it'll be even less likely for him to catch us." Ginny chuckled secretly and asked, "Should we chase after it?" "No, if Filch just temporarily put the oil lamp here, he'll definitely come back for it later, and it would be bad if we ran into him." Hermione shook her head. "Let's take another corridor." Hermione put the oil lamp back in its original spot, and the 3 of them started jogging slowly along the wall again. They had already covered a lot of ground tonight and were starting to get a little out of breath. Fortunately, perseverance paid off. When they jogged to another corridor corner, they finally heard the sound of the large creature running again, along with the excited shouts of the 2 students being chased. "That's Fred and George's voices," Ginny exclaimed in surprise. The 3 of them immediately hid in an empty classroom and peeked out through the crack in the door. Before long, the twin brothers dashed past the door. "Quick, George, let's do another lap." "I refuse to believe this monster can still avoid the traps we've set," Fred said excitedly. "Valentine's Day is coming soon, and once we deal with this monster, I can't even imagine how many girls will actively ask me out," George said with a laugh, and while running, he didn't forget to throw the dung bomb in his hand at the monster's head. "So that's where the smell came from," Ginny realized suddenly. "They're trying to provoke this monster, aren't they?" The monster was indeed provoked. Its 2 huge arms swung wildly, constantly increasing its speed, looking as if it wanted to cover the distance in 2 steps and punch the 2 brothers down. But Hermione noticed something very strange. Even in such a state of anger, this monster still didn't roar loudly, only emitting low growls. It seemed to be wary of something, constantly suppressing its voice. When the monster passed by like a gust of wind, Luna suddenly spoke up, "Blibbering humdingers. There are so many blibbering humdingers around that monster's head." Luna seemed to be seeing this for the first time and asked in surprise, "But only people are bothered by blibbering humdingers, right? Could this monster be a wizard who transformed?" Hermione and Ginny were startled by Luna's idea. A wizard turning into a monster over 3 meters tall? How was that possible? As for blibbering humdingers, they had heard Luna mention them before, but they were still half believing whether such creatures actually existed. Hermione was about to retort when a rather unbelievable guess suddenly arose in her mind. "Filch!" Hermione gasped, drawing a cold breath. Could this monster be Filch? Filch's oil lamp is here, so Filch should be here too, but with such a big commotion, why hasn't Filch appeared? Even if he didn't hear it, the smell here should prove that there are students out at night, right? Last time Harry was attacked, he was found by other students on the first floor in the morning. Ginny also found a suspicious point and said in disbelief. But Filch's office is clearly on the first floor, so how could he not hear the monster's sound at night and not notice Harry and the other 5 in the morning? Isn't he the caretaker? The more they thought about it, the more the 3 of them felt that the guess that the monster was Filch was highly possible. To verify this conjecture, the 3 of them waited in this empty classroom, waiting to see if Filch would appear, chasing after this monster. If Filch had just run to wake up a professor and come up with them because he was scared, that would be fine. But if this monster really was Filch, then they wouldn't know what to do. Before catching this monster, even if they went to tell a professor, would any professor believe their story? They'd probably be dismissed as joking and get scolded, right? However, they didn't wait for Filch. Instead, they waited for the already out-of-breath George and Fred. "No, what's going on with this monster?" George said in confusion. "How can he always perfectly avoid the traps we've set?" Before Fred could even reply, the sudden female voice made his heart skip a beat. George was also startled, nearly setting off the fireworks in his hand. "No, we'll get caught by a professor and lose points." Hermione ran out of the room to stop them. She had come out for a nighttime stroll to help her friends and earn points for her house. If she ended up losing points instead, she didn't know how long she'd be upset and blame herself. Hermione? Ginny? And Luna? Fred looked surprised at the 3 younger girls who suddenly rushed out of the classroom and were running with him. "How did you guys get here?" "None of your business," Ginny said curtly. "We found our own way here, since you didn't take me." "Truly our sister," George said with an unconcerned laugh. "But if we don't call a professor, we might not get away. But as long as this monster doesn't chase us, it's easy for us to get away without being discovered by a professor," Fred said confidently. "We haven't been caught on a nighttime stroll since our 2nd year." Hermione didn't know where their confidence came from, but they hadn't come looking for this monster just to be chased by it. "We have to catch this monster," she said. "We can't let it attack students anymore." Right, we have to get revenge for Harry," Ginny agreed, nodding repeatedly. "With so many of us, this monster is definitely no match for us." George said helplessly, "You're only in 1st year, how many spells do you know?" "Of course I do," Ginny said indignantly, almost blurting out that the diary had taught her a few spells before, but luckily she stopped herself in time. "Have you guys done anything to that monster yet?" Hermione interrupted the pointless argument in time. "Of course not, miss, this monster is clearly not something we can handle," Fred said. "But we set a trap in another corridor, hoping to catch the monster, but it failed. That monster is very smart, it avoided all the traps." The girls exchanged glances. "Maybe the monster can understand us," Hermione lowered her voice. "Elias said that monster isn't actually strong. Let's all turn around and attack it together later, fighting and running until we get into the corridor where we set the trap, and see if we can catch it." "I know the body-binding curse," Luna said. "I know the blasting. I know the body-binding curse too," Ginny added. "Alright, then let's all use the body-binding curse," Hermione decided. "Ready." George and Fred exchanged slightly confused glances, and quickly followed suit, gripping their wands. 3, 2, 1, Petrificus Totalis. 5 gray lights of varying sizes and brightness flew out together. The monster was running forward rapidly and had no way to avoid the spells that suddenly flew towards it, running straight into them. Under the continuous attacks of the body-binding curse, the monster's body stiffened for a second, and its massive frame uncontrollably stumbled forward. Everyone stopped, looking at their wands with some surprise, seemingly not expecting themselves to be so powerful. "We did it!" Ginny let out a small cheer, unable to contain her excitement, and hugged Hermione and Luna. "Cool!" George and Fred also high-fived excitedly, immediately regretting their earlier action of just running away. Roar the monster let out an angry low growl and quickly got back on its feet, having completely shaken off the effects of the body-binding curse. "Keep running," George reminded them. Having knocked the monster down once filled them with confidence about catching it with the trap later, so their steps weren't as panicked as before. After the group led the monster away, 2 figures suddenly appeared from behind a statue. Elias held the newly made Dragonhide Marauders map in his hand, and he could clearly see the name Argus Filch moving rapidly behind the 5 people. Truly a brilliant idea. Dumbledore glanced at the map and couldn't help but praise. Elias had no intention of hiding it from Dumbledore. The headmaster already knew he had made this map. He had originally just wanted to use the Marauders map to see if Hermione was in danger, but then he saw Dumbledore's name appear nearby, so he simply came straight over. "Professor, what exactly is going on? Filch's condition seems a bit like a werewolf's," Elias asked, puzzled. Unexpectedly, Dumbledore also shook his head and said, "I'm not entirely sure myself, but from my observations, Argus might have been possessed by something." "Professor, you haven't seen this kind of creature either?" Elias asked in surprise. He had thought it was just his lack of knowledge that he didn't recognize what kind of creature it was. "The world is vast, it's normal for there to be things I don't know," Dumbledore said with a smile, shaking his head. "Perhaps I should take some time to sort through my memories, maybe I'll find something in a corner." Elias nodded, his gaze returning to the map. Analyzing from the map, the monster that Filch turned into was indeed not strong, completely unable to harm Hermione and the other 4. The sky was just beginning to lighten. The kitchen of the headmaster's meaning was already very clear. Voldemort was not dead, and it was even very likely that he would truly resurrect one day in the future. When that time came, Voldemort would be even more powerful than before. Although Dumbledore was confident that even if Voldemort was stronger than before, he could still handle him, but who could guarantee that Voldemort wouldn't resurrect again? If things continued like this, sooner or later, when he reached the end of his life, Voldemort would turn the wizarding world, and even the Muggle world, upside down. Therefore, Dumbledore hoped that while things were still under his control, he could discover more excellent young wizards to deal with the future Voldemort. The consistently poor defense against the dark arts professor was not something Dumbledore wanted to see either. However, Tom Riddle once wanted to be the professor for this course, but Dumbledore refused him. From that day on, this course was cursed by Voldemort, and almost no one could hold the position for more than 1 academic year. Every wizard who attempted to break this curse met with some accident and had to leave the position. Dumbledore naturally did not want those excellent wizards to lose their lives because of this curse, so he could only recruit some problematic wizards to teach, hoping to dilute the curse a little. However, Voldemort seemed to be getting more active recently, making Dumbledore sense that the time for Voldemort's resurrection was getting closer. Therefore, Dumbledore decided that next semester, he would continue to defy the curse and recruit excellent wizards to serve as professors for the students. Lockhart this semester was the last sacrifice. Elias naturally supported having a good defense against the dark arts professor with both hands, but this semester, he didn't want the class to just consist of Lockhart telling stories. He had to find a substitute. Right. The dueling club. When Elias thought of this club, which had only been held once, he had some ideas. Previously, with Lockhart and Snape as instructors, students were naturally willing to go to the club. But Snape, or rather, every head of house, was usually very busy and didn't have time to constantly guide the dueling club. This led to the second club activity having only Professor Lockhart remaining. By now, all the students knew that Lockhart knew nothing, so naturally, no students were willing to go, and the dueling club was disbanded as it should have been. Perhaps he could re-establish the dueling club, with himself as the president. He could invite all the professors who were willing to come, such as Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Professor Snape, and so on, to be the instructors. The club's activity time each week would not be fixed, they would hold activities whenever a professor was free. This way, students could receive professional guidance without making the professors too tired. Furthermore, the dueling club is different from other courses. The dueling club mainly teaches combat techniques, and everyone learns the same things, so activities can be held without dividing by year, which is very suitable for starting a club. In addition to this, becoming the head of the dueling club could also bring Elias another benefit: he could apply for individual guidance from the professors. He heard that Professor Flitwick was once the champion of the Wizard Dueling Championship when he was young. Once he had learned most of Professor Flitwick's techniques, why couldn't he be the instructor for this dueling club himself? It would be a good opportunity to accumulate experience in guiding students beforehand, laying a solid foundation for him to become headmaster in the future. While thinking, Elias gradually fell into a dream. The next day, Dumbledore quickly agreed to his proposal. Elias also managed to get several heads of house to join his dueling club with almost no effort. Except for Professor Sprout, the amiable head of Hufflepuff was not as skilled in wizard dueling. By lunchtime, the students were surprised to find that the dueling club had reopened and was recruiting members. When the students saw that the head of the club had changed from Lockhart to Elias, they all cheered. And upon seeing that there were 3 heads of house among the club's instructors, the students' enthusiasm for signing up surged again, and many who had only intended to watch the fun began to waver. In the crowd, Harry tugged at Ron's sleeve and asked loudly, "Ron, are you going to sign up?" Of course, Ron said longingly, "That's wizard dueling. If I can learn a few moves, I'll be able to beat Malfoy easily in the future." "Ha ha," Malfoy scoffed from not far away. with that troll's brain, want to take me on as an opponent? You probably can't even pass the club's assessment. Although the club was newly established, Elias had set some simple rules for it. The assessment to join the club was not difficult. One of the conditions was that young wizards must be proficient in at least 3 offensive spells. Minor jinxes that could incapacitate an opponent also counted. If they came to learn combat techniques without even knowing a few spells, wouldn't that be too laughable? Malfoy probably didn't expect that a casual remark of his would be so impactful. Many first-year students around shook their heads and left with sighs. Ron's cheeks immediately flushed red upon hearing this. He held his breath and tried hard to think of 3 offensive spells he was proficient in. Finally, he came to a conclusion. It seemed there weren't any. Of course I can, Ron said, sticking out his neck. Of course, he wouldn't show fear in front of Malfoy. As for you, I think you won't have any hangers-on after you join the club. Then I can still knock both of you down, Malfoy said nonchalantly, releasing a harsh remark. Humph, let's go, Harry, Ron said hastily, no longer talking to Malfoy, and started pulling Harry towards the edge of the crowd. Harry, you must know them, right? 3 proficient offensive spells. Harry thought for a moment and nodded. 3 is no problem. That's great. Ron breathed a huge sigh of relief. You have to teach me, my good friend. I have to prove to Malfoy that I can also join the dueling club. Of course, Harry naturally wouldn't refuse his good friend's simple request. But the club officially starts recruiting on Saturday. Is there still time? Since the dueling club was to become a long-term gathering, it obviously couldn't continue to be held in the Great Hall. So Elias specifically applied for an empty classroom, and then cast the undetectable extension charm in it until it was large enough to accommodate all the students in the school. The empty classroom was located on the 5th floor. Elias moved the suits of armor he had previously used for spell experiments in the room of requirement over to serve as targets for training accuracy and rapid casting. He had modified these armors so that they could automatically reassemble after being broken apart. He also quickly made many targets that could move freely up, down, left, and right, and added protective magical patterns to them, so there was no need to worry about them being easily damaged. The stage that Lockhart had brought in earlier had also been reinforced by him using alchemy and put back into use. With the facilities adjusted into place, the classroom finally looked like the dueling club. Hermione was repeatedly checking if there were any loopholes in the club's rules and if any new rules could be added. Ginny and Luna were painting and drawing on a wooden sign, designing the dueling club's plaque. Elias had originally only asked Hermione to help, but after their shared adventure that night, the 3 girls' relationship was clearly better, so Hermione also dragged Ginny and Luna over to be laborers. All 3 girls met the club's assessment requirements and naturally became the first core members of the club, and could help him record the assessment results later. Time slowly passed. Ginny and Luna had finished making the plaque. When they opened the door and were about to go out to hang it up, they were slightly surprised. Oh, there are so many people, Elias heard and walked out to take a look. Good heavens, the entire corridor was packed with students, and he couldn't see the end of it at a glance. He checked the time, it was almost 10 o'clock. He hadn't expected everyone to be so enthusiastic. Then let's start early, he said, opening the door completely and announcing loudly, we will do the assessment 4 at a time. Others can practice in the empty spaces nearby. State your name. After hitting the target with 3 different offensive spells, you will have passed the assessment and officially joined the dueling club. You will have 3 chances to make a mistake with each spell. Each suit of armor was 2 meters tall, and the caster stood only 5 meters away from the armor. As long as your spells were somewhat proficient, it would be very easy to pass. Considering that students crowding into the classroom all at once could easily cause chaos, so Elias grabbed 2 more strong men from the crowd, George and Fred. They were responsible for controlling the number of people entering the room and maintaining order. So we too passed directly, George asked with a smile. Of course, I believe you have that level of ability, Elias said. After all, they were already 4th-year students, and this assessment was really just to test the 1st and 2nd-year students. Oh, right. Elias took out the Marauders map that the 2 had lent him from his pouch and returned it. Thanks, I'd made a new Marauders map, so I don't need this one. Really? That's amazing. George and Fred exchanged glances, their eyes full of surprise. They had been studying the Marauders map for a long time and still hadn't fully figured out its secrets. I'll lend it to you to see after the assessment is over, Elias said. All right, let them in. The assessment has begun. There were a total of 20 suits of armor in the classroom, which meant 20 students could be admitted at the same time. George and Fred counted the heads. All right, you go in first. The others wait. The first students to enter curiously looked around the classroom, somewhat surprised at how large it was. After Elias told them what the waiting people could do, he looked at the first student to be assessed. All right, what's your name? My name is Evelyn Gallia, from Ravenclaw. This was a 2nd-year Ravenclaw girl. We don't need to know which house you're from. Here, you just need to remember that you are a student of Hogwarts, Elias said. He wasn't planning on having any factions in the dueling club. There should be a place in the school that can promote relations between different houses, not always make it seem like they are divided. Slytherins can also become good friends with Gryffindors, just like the four founders, instead of always wanting to beat each other up. See the armor in front? Hit it with your spell, Elias said, leading the person to the spot and pointing at the armor in front. Okay, Evelyn replied, raising her wand. Expelliarmus, a red light flashed, knocking the armor back. In a moment, the armor automatically reassembled. Evelyn, with a look of surprise, used her second spell. Stupefy, it hit accurately again. Petrificus totalis, this time it was slightly off, and the spell flew past the armor's helmet. Evelyn took a deep breath. Petrificus totalis, bang, it hit again. Evelyn jumped up and down excitedly. Congratulations, you've passed the assessment. You are now a member of our dueling club, Elias said, taking out a pure silver circular badge and handing it to her. This is the club badge. When the club is holding an event soon, the time will be announced on the badge. The girl ran out happily with the badge, and from a distance, you could still hear her whispering and squealing to her best friend, "He's so handsome." Elias calmly watched the self-inking quill write down Evelyn Gallia's name. He never had any emotional fluctuations because of facts stated by others. Next, the assessments on Hermione's side were also proceeding normally. Except for a half-hour break for lunch, their assessment time continued until 5 o'clock in the afternoon before finally ending. Except for some first-year students who didn't pass the assessment, fifth-year students who were busy with exams, and seventh-year students who were busy with exams and looking for jobs, almost all students from other grades came to participate in the dueling club. Elias almost didn't have enough club badges prepared. During the assessment, the three heads of house all came to the classroom to visit. Professor Flitwick stood 10 meters away from the moving targets and demonstrated hitting moving targets with spells for everyone. Ever since Elias took over the dueling club, he had been waiting for Lockhart to come and make trouble for him, or rather, to demand to be one of the club's instructors. Unexpectedly, Lockhart seemed completely unconcerned that the dueling club he had originally founded had completely excluded him. He hadn't mentioned it again, nor had he shown any interest. Every day he was still laughing and joking, proving to everyone that the person who had won the Most Charming Smile award from Witch Weekly 5 times was definitely not just a pretty face. He wondered who had given Lockhart such confidence. A new week began. Elias was somewhat bored waiting in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom for Lockhart to perform a new show. Going through one book after another, he would finish them all by the end of the term. It was truly amazing that all 7 books Lockhart had required them to buy would actually be used. But today, Lockhart seemed to have something different in store for them. He walked into the classroom carrying a large iron cage covered with a black cloth. "All right everyone, let's begin the lesson." Lockhart smiled his characteristic smile, clapped his hands, and motioned for everyone to quiet down. Only when the classroom was completely silent did Lockhart ask smugly, "Does anyone remember what I said to you during our first lesson?" The students exchanged glances, unsure of what Lockhart was up to. Lockhart didn't seem to expect anyone to be able to answer and quickly continued on his own. "My job is to teach you to defend yourselves against the darkest creatures known to the magical world. You will face the most terrifying things in this classroom. But remember, as long as I am here, you will not be harmed at all. All I ask is that you remain calm." The smile on his face faded, replaced by a serious expression. "After studying last term, I have taught you all of my experiences through performances, hoping that you will be deeply impressed and be able to use them when you encounter danger one day. Now, yes, now is the time to test your learning." Everyone sensed something was about to happen and held their breath, staring at the large iron cage. "Yes, this is what you will be learning to deal with today," Lockhart said, lifting the black cloth. "Look closely, a cage full of Cornish pixies." The classroom remained silent, everyone still remembering the accident that had occurred during Lockhart's class last term. Now Lockhart seemed to want to try it again, and everyone was waiting to witness him make a fool of himself. Having just gone through the dueling club's assessment, many people now knew clearly what offensive spells they could cast. Even if Lockhart ran away later, they wouldn't be flustered and not know what to do. Thinking this, many people started to become eager to try, urging him on. "Open the cage quickly, Professor." Lockhart's hands stiffened. This wasn't quite the scene he had imagined. Shouldn't the students be retreating in terror, and then he would appear out of nowhere, catch these pixies, and then receive the students' adoration again? "Ha, ha, all right, since you are all so eager to see me display my power." Lockhart quickly opened the iron cage and rapidly retreated a few steps himself. Seeing the iron cage that had trapped them opened, the pixies shrieked and flew out of the cage together, darting around the classroom. "All right, don't be afraid, they are just some pixies, watch me." Lockhart said words that no one was listening to. The young wizards had already drawn their wands on their own and started attacking the flying pixies. For a time, the colorful lights of spells flew wildly in the classroom. Everyone was having a great time, and fortunately, everyone's targets were in the air, so there were no friendly fire incidents. No, wait, stop. Lockhart's pale and weak voice was once again ignored by everyone. The Cornish pixies' flying speed was quite good, and if the students cast their spells a little slowly, their spells would just graze past their targets. But this couldn't withstand the sheer number of students. As soon as a Cornish pixie dodged one spell, it was hit by another spell that had originally gone astray. Soon, all the pixies flying around the classroom were put back into the cage by the students. Elias hadn't even had to lift a finger. Very good. Lockhart's tone sounded a little gritted. It seems you have been listening carefully in class and have learned a little something from me. However, I must say, you are not fighting correctly like this. Lockhart had decided to show the students his strength. For the next 2 lessons, Lockhart repeatedly took the Cornish pixies out of the cage to show the students the correct way to deal with them. Elias didn't know how the Cornish pixies felt, but he was certainly hoping that Lockhart would continue telling stories. However, this was the first time Elias had seen Lockhart cast spells. Although they were just simple spells like freezing charms, petrificus totalis, and stunning spells, it could be considered breaking his preconceived notions about him. He had originally thought that Lockhart couldn't do magic at all. After class, Elias put away his things and went to the Great Hall to eat. He heard many people discussing the topic of Lockhart actually being able to cast magic. It seemed that many students, like him before, had thought that Lockhart couldn't cast magic at all. A topic that had been forgotten was brought up again. Was Lockhart truly incompetent, or was he hiding his abilities? Most people still believed that Lockhart was truly incompetent. But a small group of Lockhart's true fans, who had been afraid to speak out before because of Lockhart's downfall, chose to strongly support Lockhart this time, believing that he had been hiding his abilities before. Lockhart, who had just entered the Great Hall, almost twisted his face with laughter when he heard the students' comments about him. As soon as he sat down, he quickly downed 2 glasses of wine. Taking advantage of the fact that almost everyone had come to the Great Hall, Lockhart stood up with a flushed face and announced loudly, "I have some good news for everyone. I have found a clue. The attacker who has repeatedly attacked students, the heir of Slydrin, will finally be completely dealt with by me, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Forces Defense League. Before I even started, the criminal has already stopped. There haven't been any attacks for a long time, which is wise, but he still can't escape." Whether Lockhart had truly found a clue was unknown, but soon, everyone knew what Lockhart was going to do. February 12th, when Elias woke up for breakfast, he almost thought he had entered the wrong door. The 4 walls of the Great Hall were covered with large, bright pink flowers. Worse still, many heart-shaped confetti pieces kept floating down from the light blue ceiling. Elias watched as many confetti pieces fell into the containers filled with milk. He quickly picked up a plate and put the uncontaminated food onto it for protection. What is going on? Hermione skillfully dodged the falling paper pieces and plucked a petal from Elias's head. What else could it be? Elias pointed to the staff table. The professors all had stern faces. Professor McGonagall seemed to have a toothache, her cheeks puffed out high. Her gaze lingered on the Gryffindor table. Never before had she wished to see those mischievous rascals causing trouble as much as she did now. Snape's hand was constantly fumbling in his clothes pocket, seemingly contemplating which potion to give Lockhart to vent his anger. Lockhart, sitting opposite the professors, was adorned with decorations and wore an extremely gaudy pink robe, which reminded Elias of the one he had given Snape for Christmas in his first year. No wonder Snape had never worn it. Is he mad? Hermione was quite bewildered. She scanned the table and decisively chose to take breakfast from Elias's plate. Seeing the amount on the plate, she knew Elias had prepared it specifically for her. Maybe, Elias replied casually, putting the food he had protected onto Hermione's plate. "Everyone, happy Valentine's Day," Lockhart suddenly announced loudly. "Now, you can start giving me cards. The first few will even have a chance to get my autograph." A few of Lockhart's fans seemed tempted, but considering they would be at school for a long time, if they didn't want to be mocked for the next few years, it was best not to ask for an autograph in front of so many people. Seeing that the scene was different from the fervent one he had imagined, Lockhart didn't mind and continued brazenly, "Of course, the surprises I've prepared for you don't stop there." Lockhart clapped his hands, and from the doors leading to the entrance hall, 12 gloomy-faced dwarves strode in. The dwarves were all short and stout, with golden wings sticking out from their backs and carrying harps. The scene looked twisted and ugly. "My friendly, card-carrying cupids," Lockhart announced gleefully. "They'll be wandering around the school today, delivering Valentine's cards to you. Of course, I must remind you not to give all the cards to me, or the other professors will want to kill me out of sadness and jealousy. I'm sure the other professors, my colleagues, will be willing to share some Valentine's Day experiences with you after receiving cards." Lockhart began searching for targets among the staff table. Except for Snape, who remained sitting straight, the other professors all lowered their heads, avoiding Lockhart's gaze. "Ah, Professor Snape, he's an expert at brewing love potions. Don't let his current slovenly appearance fool you. He never failed when he used love potions back in the day." A strange light flickered in Snape's eyes as he looked at Lockhart. He had already decided what kind of poison to give Lockhart. Professor Flitwick, whose self-control wasn't strong enough, accidentally let out a laugh. Lockhart immediately shifted his target. "Oh, by the way, if you're interested, Professor Flitwick is better at confuse charms than any wizard I've ever seen. This allows the little fellow to thrive in the wizarding dating scene." "Hey, you sly old dog." Professor Flitwick buried his face in his hands, his body starting to tremble. Seeing that things were going south, Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout quickly made their escape. "He's finished," Elias concluded regarding Lockhart's reckless behavior. "Snape will definitely kill him," Hermione agreed, her eyes constantly darting between the Cupids and Elias. Elias noticed this and his mouth twitched. "If anyone dares to use these things to send me a card, I'll also feel like killing them." Being handed a card by one of these dwarves in any public place was a public execution. "Ha ha," Hermione chuckled quietly. The first class of the morning had just begun when the thing Elias least wanted to see happened. The 12 dwarves took turns barging into the classroom to deliver love letters to him, completely ignoring whether class was in session. Elias simply burned all the love letters in front of everyone, but the effect was minimal. By the afternoon, some genius student had discovered that the dwarves could also read the cards while providing musical accompaniment. Now, even closing the classroom door was useless. The dwarves would stand outside the classroom, providing grating music and loudly reading the contents of the letters in their high-pitched voices. Never before had Elias regretted being famous at school as much as he did today. Just today, his wrath increased from 79 to 119. His pride had only just barely reached 111. To express his gratitude to Lockhart for his impending awakening, during dinner, while Lockhart was standing up to listen to the dwarves read the card contents to him, Elias secretly poured a potion into Lockhart's plate that would cause pustules to appear all over his body half an hour after consumption, and then quickly left the Great Hall. He was worried that if he was too slow, he would be caught by the dwarves, and then he wouldn't be able to control himself and would blow them up. Because of the morning's events, none of the professors dared to eat in the Great Hall, so Elias's poisoning went very smoothly. Not long after he left, Snape also entered the Great Hall. With a strange smile on his face, while Lockhart was showing off to the students how many cards he had received, Snape added a potion to Lockhart's plate that would cause severe leg weakness and intense diarrhea half an hour after consumption. The two colorless and odorless potions mixed together seemed to produce some reaction, slightly changing color. Snape noticed this but paid no attention, and quickly left the Great Hall as well. When Lockhart finally started eating, he noticed something was wrong with just one bite. Why does it taste like something extra is in it? Does it taste better after it's cooled down? Lockhart didn't understand, but simply felt very hungry today and finished everything on his plate in one go. Being handsome is just unavoidable. Time to write back to my fans. Lockhart hummed a tune he didn't know cheerfully and returned to his office. What a fulfilling day. The next day, in the defense against the dark arts class, the students waited and waited but Lockhart never came to teach. One student volunteered to go to Lockhart's office to call him. The professors didn't stop the students from coming to watch, or perhaps they had forgotten to stop them. Even though everyone disliked their colleague Lockhart, seeing his body laid out before them still brought feelings of sadness and anger. Someone actually dared to kill a professor at Hogwarts. How dare they, how dare they? Professor McGonagall's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, too angry to speak. Professor Flitwick secretly wiped away a tear, while Professor Sprout covered her mouth in surprise. The surrounding young wizards huddled together, whispering, a mixture of fear and curiosity on their faces. A few of Lockhart's true fans were already crying uncontrollably. When Elias arrived, he saw Snape pushing through the crowd with a dark expression and leaving. He took advantage of the path Snape had cleared and moved forward. Lockhart's death occurred in the bathroom of his office. His body was leaning against the toilet, the lid still down. He was still wearing yesterday's pink robe, but it was no longer neat, even one button was fastened incorrectly. His face bore an expression of indescribable terror, as if he had been struck by some evil dark magic. His previously well-maintained, shiny skin had withered and lost its luster, and his light blonde hair had become dry like wild grass. He looked like an old man on the verge of death. Elias couldn't quite describe how he felt when he saw that Lockhart's face wasn't covered in boils. Possibility 1: Lockhart hadn't eaten the doctored food yesterday. In that case, Lockhart's death had nothing to do with him. Possibility 2: there was a major error in the potion he brewed, turning it into a fast-acting poison, and Lockhart was poisoned by his potion. Of course, Elias hoped it was the first possibility. He didn't step forward to look. Moving forward rashly might make him a suspect. Dumbledore was currently examining Lockhart's body carefully, his hooked nose almost touching Lockhart's face, shaking his head and muttering strange under his breath. So Elias began to carefully examine Lockhart's office. It was no different from the first time he had visited, except for some decorative ribbons added because yesterday was Valentine's Day. Lockhart's desk was also piled high with fan mail he had received. Lockhart must have been writing replies to his readers before he died last night. The open letters on the desk and the quill placed nearby proved this point. Although the state of Lockhart's death looked like he had been attacked by dark magic, there was no sign of a struggle anywhere in the room. Seeing this, Elias's heart sank a little more. He wanted to explain the scene by reasoning that Lockhart barely knew any magic and couldn't resist at all. But when he shifted his position slightly and took a rough look around the bathroom, he didn't see Lockhart holding his wand at all. This just happened to suggest that Lockhart was about to go to the toilet when the potion took effect. The office door was also intact. Unless someone happened to use an unlocking spell to open the door the moment Lockhart went to the toilet and then attacked Lockhart in the bathroom. Was this possible? And who in the school hated Lockhart so much that they absolutely had to kill him? Elias couldn't even make such a hypothesis. It was highly likely that he really killed a professor. Lockhart was different from Quirrell last semester. Quirrell was a wanted dark wizard who had attacked Gringotts and had Voldemort parasitizing the back of his head. It was fine if he died by Elias's hand. Lockhart was just a bit incompetent, had a foul mouth, and was narcissistic, but essentially he was still a normal well-known author and a professor. What should he do? Turn himself in? The Wizarding World's laws probably didn't have anything like a Juvenile Protection Act, right? He would likely have to spend a few years in Azkaban, or be expelled from school and become a wanted dark wizard. Elias was unwilling to accept this outcome. As long as he didn't say anything, no one would know anyway. If someone happened to see, Elias shook his head abruptly. How could he have such a thought? He felt extremely irrational now. This must be the effect of his rising rage value. It was terrifying. He actually wanted to kill to silence someone just because things weren't going his way. He lowered his head, wanting to leave the scene, but the crowd behind him was so dense that it was a bit troublesome to leave. Just then, Snape hurried back, and the crowd parted again, creating a path. Elias was about to take this opportunity to leave when he heard Snape say to Dumbledore in a voice he could barely control, "My storeroom has been robbed." His storeroom was robbed? Elias didn't understand why Snape would say this. He felt like his head was a mess right now. Leaving the crowd, Elias wandered aimlessly through the castle. As he walked, he found himself beside the Black Lake. A slightly damp wind blew across his face, slowly calming his emotions and allowing him to think normally again. Snape rushed to check his storeroom, which meant Snape also believed Lockhart died from a potion. But his potion, from the ingredients to the brewing, was all done by his own hands. So, could the real killer be someone else? That person stole poison from Snape's storeroom and then poisoned Lockhart. Elias realized things seemed to be taking a turn for the better. He didn't have to go to Azkaban. He knew something was off about his potion failing so coincidentally. One batch of potion would certainly yield more than one bottle. He had only poured one bottle in yesterday when he administered the dose. He just needed to verify it with the other finished products to know the result. When Elias decided to return to the scene to gather clues, he found that the door to Lockhart's office had been sealed off, and the surrounding students who had been watching had dispersed. He reluctantly gave up. If he forced the door open and was caught red-handed by any professor, it would be impossible to explain. Fortunately, his memory had always been excellent, and he could still recall the scene he had just witnessed in his mind. After calming down, Elias finally noticed two very incongruous details. One was the buttons on Lockhart's clothes. Would a man so concerned with his image really misbutton his clothes after using the toilet and not check? Was it because the potion took effect precisely at that moment? The second incongruity was, since Lockhart didn't even have time to button his clothes properly, and given his terrified expression, he must have realized something was wrong with his body. If that was the case, why would he stay in the toilet? And in a sitting position? When a normal person discovers something is wrong with their body, wouldn't their first instinct be to rush out and call for help? Especially since no blood was found at the scene, Lockhart's clothes were disheveled, and he hadn't coughed up blood. Doesn't this suggest that Lockhart must have struggled, and the poison he took didn't have an instantaneous effect? He should have had time to call for help. But the reality was that Lockhart had died in the toilet in such a mysterious manner. The entire scene looked as if it had been staged. Elias had a suspicion, but it offered no help with the current situation. Hogwarts Castle was so vast, where could he find the actual scene of death? While lost in thought, Elias arrived at the Great Hall. Although he didn't really have much appetite at the moment, his body needed energy. The Great Hall was almost full, all the professors were there, but no food had appeared on the long tables yet. Elias belatedly realized that the professors must have given an order for all students to gather in the Great Hall. He casually found a seat at the Slytherin table and sat down. Fortunately, not many people noticed him. After waiting a while longer, a few more students walked in, followed by the prefects from each house. Seeing that everyone had finally arrived, Dumbledore clapped his hands, and all the food appeared. Were they worried about someone poisoning the food? Elias had this thought. Having witnessed a professor's death firsthand, many students felt they had lost their appetite, but this didn't stop them from quickly stuffing food into their mouths, as if doing so would prevent anyone from poisoning their food. Due to the comfort of the food, the atmosphere in the Great Hall gradually improved. Just then, the main doors were suddenly pushed open. Filch stumbled in, shouting, "Horrors! We're surrounded by horrors, headmaster." The students in the Great Hall began to stir. Many felt a sense of relief, thinking surely no one would dare to poison anything while surrounded by horrors. Elias clearly saw a look of surprise on Dumbledore's face. It seemed the horrors had not been summoned by Dumbledore. Before Dumbledore could react, the doors of the Great Hall were pushed wide open. Walking at the front was a short, stout man wearing a suit, a black tie, and a black bowler hat. Cornelius Fudge. Elias had seen his picture in the Daily Prophet before, but he hadn't expected this matter to alarm the Minister for Magic. Behind Fudge were 4 Aurors. One was Kingsley, whom he had seen before, and the other 3 were unknown. Fudge stopped in front of Dumbledore. His face showed none of the dignity expected of a Minister for Magic. Instead, he looked at the seated Dumbledore with a fawning expression. The Aurors behind him lined up, ready for action. "I wasn't aware I had informed you," Dumbledore said calmly. Fudge took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "That's true, but this is our job as Aurors, isn't it? I couldn't help it." Dumbledore didn't speak, merely looked at Fudge through his half-moon spectacles. Fudge swallowed, suddenly feeling nervous, but then he felt somewhat embarrassed and straightened his posture, saying, "Dumbledore, I've been under a lot of pressure. For months now, I've been receiving letters of complaint from students' parents every day, claiming their children are constantly in danger at school." "Hogwarts is safe," Dumbledore said calmly as before. Fudge chuckled awkwardly, thinking, "How dare you say such a thing?" But he still didn't dare to be too blunt and continued to explain, "Yes, Hogwarts is safe. I suppressed the attacks last term, and you said they wouldn't happen again. But today, a professor died. The Ministry of Magic needs to give those students' parents an explanation, otherwise, they'll write several letters to the Ministry every day." Fudge felt bitter. Even though these things happened at Hogwarts, those parents wouldn't write letters complaining about Dumbledore, the headmaster. Instead, they'd complain about him, the Minister for Magic, who knew very little about the situation, calling him incompetent, a fool. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, deciding to give the current Minister for Magic some face, and asked, "But what good does your coming here do now? I haven't found any clues yet." Seeing that Dumbledore had finally relented, Fudge straightened his back confidently and said, "This is a matter for the Ministry of Magic. I came prepared." Their conversation was quite loud, and everyone watched Fudge with curious eyes. Fudge seemed to greatly enjoy this attention. His voice unconsciously grew louder as he announced, "Severus Snape, we have received a report that, due to defamation by your colleague Gilderoy Lockhart, you poisoned his food during dinner yesterday, resulting in Gilderoy Lockhart's death. Please come with us." The Great Hall fell silent for a moment, then erupted in a roar. Everyone looked at Snape with disbelief. Snape himself stood up abruptly, looking incredulous, his fierce gaze sweeping across the hall as if searching for who had written that report against him. The 4 Aurors quickly surrounded him, as if afraid he would escape. Severus could not be the murderer. Dumbledore's tone turned icy, clearly displeased that Fudge had targeted Snape based on a groundless report without even investigating. "Of course I will investigate, Dumbledore, but I need to provide an explanation, and the public needs one too. Right now, Snape is the only suspect." Fudge, provoked by Dumbledore's tone, said without backing down. "Even so, you cannot just make Severus a scapegoat," Dumbledore continued, his eyes flashing with anger. Sensing Dumbledore's anger, the minister's courage suddenly vanished again. He chuckled awkwardly, "Not a scapegoat, it's not that serious. If the truth comes out during the investigation, we'll release him soon. Take him away." Seemingly unwilling to stay any longer, Fudge quickly gave the order to the Aurors after speaking. Snape remained sullen-faced throughout, not saying a single word. What could he say? That he had only given Lockhart a laxative? Even a troll brain could figure out that saying that would only confirm the fact that he had administered something. What he felt more inside was actually doubt. Had the Aurors arrived a little too quickly? Elias thought the same thing. He stared blankly at the retreating figure of Snape being led away by the Aurors. He didn't know if Snape had given Lockhart a potion, but even if he had, it couldn't have been poison. Snape wasn't that petty. If the person behind the scenes hadn't made this unnecessary move, Elias would have been troubled by this matter for a long time. Now that Snape has been arrested, Dumbledore certainly won't stand idly by and will definitely find a way to get Snape out. Elias had to find the real killer before the matter spread to him. Although it was obvious to anyone with a discerning eye that Snape's being reported was a slander, if Snape had indeed poisoned Lockhart, how could the other party have predicted it so accurately? Elias suddenly remembered that when Lockhart's body was first discovered, Snape had rushed back and told Dumbledore something. His potion storeroom had been broken into. This meant that the person behind the scenes had already planned this frame-up when they stole from Snape's potion storeroom. Who could it be? The first person Elias thought of was, of course, Tom Riddle. He still hadn't found a trace of him. Was Filch's condition really not the diary's doing? He had to verify this question first. As night fell, Elias walked out of the room of requirement, the Marauder's map in his hand. When he noticed that there was no one on the 5th floor where Filch patrolled, he knew his chance had come. He cast a disillusionment charm on himself. Elias quickly located Filch. Now that Filch didn't have Mrs. Norris to help him, there was no possibility of him discovering Elias, who was invisible. He drew his wand and pointed it at Filch's back. Imperio. He couldn't worry about whether the Imperious Curse was one of the 3 unforgivable curses right now. Filch, who was walking forward, suddenly felt his mind go blank, and he stopped in place blankly, waiting for instructions. Tell me, have you seen a diary with nothing written on it? Elias stood behind Filch and commanded him. Filch paused blankly, seemingly thinking, I picked up a diary one day when I was chasing a prankster who wasn't paying attention to castle hygiene. Elias hadn't expected to actually get something out of him and was a little excited. Where is that diary now? Filch thought for a while again. I saw words suddenly appear on that diary, and I thought it was a prank item made by another one of those guys who only know how to cause trouble, so I locked it in the drawer of my desk in my room. Elias got his answer, quietly retreated a few steps, hid around the corner, and then lifted the Imperious Curse he had cast. Filch stood blankly for a moment, his eyes suddenly clearing. He scratched his head, confused. That's strange, why am I standing here? After lifting the Imperious Curse, Elias didn't bother with Filch, moving quickly through a secret passage directly down to the 1st floor. The door to Filch's office was open. He probably didn't expect a young wizard to be so bold as to enter his office late at night. Elias confirmed on the Marauder's map that there was no one else on the 1st floor. He sneaked into the office and even locked the door behind him, just in case someone suddenly came in while he was rummaging. The first impression of this office was that it was cramped and dirty. There were no windows in the room, an oil lamp hung from the ceiling, and there was a faint smell of fish in the air. Many wooden filing cabinets lined the walls, piled high with documents. One wall also had brand new hinges, handcuffs, and leg irons hanging on it. Elias highly doubted whether the castle caretaker, who so resented students, could control himself from harming them. There was only one desk in the room, and the drawers were locked, though that was just a matter of an unlocking charm. He pulled open the drawer, and what greeted him was a variety of prank items, dung bombs, ever-bashing boomerangs, rubber chickens, mystery box clowns, but there was no trace of the diary. Filch had been under the Imperious Curse. It was impossible for him to lie. So someone else must have come in and taken the diary. Elias felt like his head was about to explode. He should have dealt with Filch earlier, and then this wouldn't have happened. But thinking about it now was useless. Besides himself, probably not many students dared to come to Filch's office and rummage around on their own. So who would come to Filch's office? A light bulb went off in Elias's head. Students serving detention. Only when serving detention would students be willing to stay in Filch's office. There were 5 students serving detention during this period. Harry and Ron were in Gryffindor, so he couldn't look for them. He could only look for his 3 roommates now. However, it was quite late now, and the 3 of them were probably already asleep. Elias hesitated for only a second. Never mind, he'd wake them up and they could go back to sleep. Malfoy, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly felt as if someone was shaking him. He opened his eyes groggily, and a gloomy face appeared right before him. Ah! Malfoy was startled and cried out, nearly hitting the glass behind him. It's me! Elias quickly stopped his screaming, lest he wake up the people in the other dormitories. Goyle and Crabbe were sleeping like logs and definitely couldn't be woken up. What is it? Malfoy asked tremblingly. Did you go to Filch's office when you were serving detention? Elias asked directly without any preamble. Malfoy nodded shakily. Then did you see a diary in Filch's office? A diary? Malfoy was instantly wide awake, thinking Elias suspected him of being the attacker, and quickly said, I've already given it to a professor. What happened has nothing to do with me. Given it to a professor? Elias asked in surprise. He hadn't heard that the diary had been confiscated. When? Which professor did you give it to? Probably after the dueling club. I gave it to Lockhart. Malfoy looked innocent. The diary was only with me for less than a day. It actually said it was the heir of Slytherin. What a joke. Even I wouldn't dare say that, so I threw it at Lockhart. Elias didn't detect any signs of Malfoy lying, and his mind immediately recalled Lockhart's behavior these past few days. He knew it. That's why Lockhart suddenly turned his performance class into a practical class. It turned out that after getting the diary, he thought his golden finger had arrived and wanted to forcefully put on a show. After a group of Aurors rushed into the school, besides taking Snape away, they didn't even search Lockhart's office. When Elias snuck in, he saw the wide-eyed Lockhart still sitting on the toilet seat. The Ministry of Magic probably intended to extract all those groundless accusations directly from Snape's mouth, regardless of whether Snape was the real murderer. As Fudge said, with so many things happening at the school, someone had to take the blame, otherwise neither the school nor the Ministry of Magic could give the public an explanation. With the students having gone home for Christmas, few little wizards in the wizarding world could resist telling their parents what had happened at school, so it was no longer a secret. Perhaps Snape had some prior offenses, which was why the Ministry of Magic so easily chose him as a scapegoat. He was a professor who had worked at Hogwarts for over a decade, and surely some of the students he taught had some ability and influence. The Ministry of Magic didn't seem to give it much thought before taking action against him. Putting these thoughts aside, after Elias used his map search function to confirm that all the professors were asleep, he began a detailed search of Lockhart's office, mainly looking for traces of the diary. Filch had locked it with an ordinary lock, which proved that even if the diary had legs, it probably couldn't run far. Perhaps Lockhart had hidden it somewhere or was carrying it with him. Lockhart's office had far more things than Filch's office. There were 3 or 4 cabinets alone where things could be hidden. Elias searched around and finally found only one cabinet with several locks. There were too many locks to open easily, and there was a faint magical aura on them. It was probably a magical lock with a warning spell and an anti-unlocking charm. Of course, this didn't faze him at all. If the lock couldn't be opened, he would just remove the cabinet door directly. Elias rummaged through this hidden cabinet and didn't see any trace of the diary. Instead, he saw a pile of documents that Lockhart had marked as top secret. Lockhart is already dead anyway, so it should be fine to take a look, right? Elias was very curious about what Lockhart would consider top secret. He casually picked up the top 3 documents. Their covers read: Serge Simpson, eliminating the Voldemort bats and saving an entire Muggle village; Ricard K., adventures with wild dragons; Leonard Bones, my engagement to the mermaid tribe chief's daughter. Mermaid? What a heavy taste. Elias was a little surprised. Mermaids didn't look anything like the mermaids in the movies. They looked a bit like Cornish pixies. These seemed to be materials Lockhart prepared for future books. Elias marveled at how imaginative a writer like Lockhart was. He pulled out the mermaid draft and looked at it, but the more he read, the more he felt something was wrong. Why was everything recorded on the paper dialogue? He took out the other documents to look at. The format was exactly the same, and they all recorded conversations between 2 people, which should have been automatically recorded by a quick-quotes quill. Judging from the tone and speaking habits, the person who was always asking questions should be Lockhart, and the person telling the story should be the name marked on the document. So, this is why Lockhart in the stories is so capable, but the real Lockhart can't do anything. Elias suddenly understood. It turned out he had replaced the protagonists in other people's stories with himself. When he noticed that each document ended with obliviate, Elias understood why no one had bothered Lockhart. It was because they had all forgotten. But knowing this didn't seem to be of much use now that Lockhart was dead. Elias restored the office to how it was before he entered, and finally went into the bathroom and rummaged through the pocket of Lockhart's robe. It was still a little unsettling, but conditions were limited, and he couldn't worry about it too much. Strange, why isn't it here? Elias frowned in confusion. It was expected that the diary had escaped again, but why was Lockhart's wand also missing? Was it taken by Dumbledore? But why would Dumbledore take Lockhart's wand? Shaking his head, he would know tomorrow after asking Dumbledore when he returned. Since he was quite certain that the young Voldemort was behind it and he wasn't the murderer, he could go to Dumbledore again. The sequence of events was probably that the diary controlled Lockhart to break into Snape's potion storage room, steal some things, and then, to frame Snape, it controlled Lockhart to drink a potion and kill himself. It was far-fetched, but plausible. Only this could explain why Lockhart didn't ask for help from outsiders even though the potion's toxicity wasn't that strong. The next day, Elias saw Dumbledore finally return to school and immediately went to the headmaster to elaborate on his theories and evidence. His reason for caring about this matter was, of course, that he didn't believe Snape would do such a thing, and he wanted to find the truth for his head of house. Dumbledore sat in his chair and quietly listened to Elias's theories, then spoke with a tired smile. Severus would be very happy to know he has a student like you. However, a flicker of doubt crossed Dumbledore's eyes. According to my observations, although Lockhart drank a potion, his cause of death should have been a very evil dark magic. As for the wand, I didn't find Lockhart's wand anywhere. Elias couldn't figure it out for a moment. Controlling Lockhart to use dark magic to kill himself? Then where was Lockhart's wand? Was it taken by the diary? Lockhart's death must have been planned in advance, but what was the purpose? Was it just to frame Snape? If it wasn't suicide by potion, why go to the extra trouble of stealing potions? Wait, Professor, did you not find the missing potion ingredients in Lockhart's office? Elias asked. The methods displayed by the Tom Riddle's diary were simply too numerous, making it difficult for Elias to still believe it was merely an alchemical object infused with Voldemort's consciousness. And having acquired the knowledge left behind by Slytherin, he happened to have read about something like this: Horcruxes. A wizard creates a Horcrux by splitting their soul and lodging it in an object. As long as the Horcrux is not destroyed, the wizard's soul will exist in the world forever, immortal and indestructible. Voldemort's inability to be killed was likely due to the creation of Horcruxes. The process of making a Horcrux requires the sacrifice of another's life. 50 years ago, Voldemort released the basilisk, leading to Myrtle's death, and the Tom Riddle in that diary only had memories up to his 5th year. It all matches up. Therefore, 50 years ago, Voldemort used a diary to create a Horcrux, and now the young soul within the diary is attempting to achieve resurrection at Hogwarts. Professor, do you know about Horcruxes? Elias asked urgently. Horcruxes. Dumbledore's tone lifted, and he smiled slightly. So you've even found out about Horcruxes. He didn't ask Elias where he learned about Horcruxes. Putting away his smile, he said gravely, because Voldemort has always been unable to be killed, I have indeed suspected that he made Horcruxes. This is the most evil and terrifying dark magic object. Wizards whose souls have been split often undergo significant changes in temperament. Elias certainly understood that Dumbledore was warning him, but why would he make a Horcrux? Professor, if I'm not mistaken, that diary should be the Horcrux Voldemort created in his 5th year. He might have found a way to restore his physical body. A very interesting hypothesis. Dumbledore nodded, stood up, and walked to the window, looking towards the Forbidden Forest. He said with some doubt, however, can a split soul resurrect itself? Elias also found this point difficult to understand. He quickly scanned Slytherin's research on Horcruxes in his mind and said, normally, a split soul should fall into a dormant state, waiting for the main soul to die naturally before regaining control of the split soul. This is why I hadn't considered the diary a Horcrux before. However, the diary's high level of autonomy is already quite abnormal, so it's not impossible for it to resurrect itself, is it? Before a Horcrux is destroyed, does one just have to wait for him to die naturally? Dumbledore murmured. That's really not good news. A soul's lifespan is much, much longer than a physical body's. In that case, if the soul Voldemort split off can also resurrect itself, that would actually be a good thing. Wouldn't that mean having to face 2 Voldemorts at once? Elias was confused. Dumbledore shook his head and said, let's not even consider whether Voldemort's main body would have anticipated such a thing. For a long time, I have been searching for the secret behind Voldemort's inability to be killed, and I suspected that he had made Horcruxes, and possibly more than one. As long as the Horcruxes are not destroyed, Voldemort cannot be killed. This is why I haven't acted against him, even in such a weakened state. If each of Voldemort's Horcruxes can resurrect itself, then it would be convenient for me to find and eliminate them all within my lifetime. A living person is always easier to find than a diary or something else. Elias gasped. Making one Horcrux requires splitting one's soul once. Even Slytherin had never heard of someone making multiple Horcruxes. One could only say that Voldemort was truly ruthless. However, after learning that Voldemort had made many Horcruxes, Elias also understood why Dumbledore would rather let Voldemort linger under his nose than take action. After Quirrell died last semester, Voldemort's fragmented main soul should have still been attached to Quirrell's body, which is why Quirrell's body mysteriously disappeared later. Not dealing with Quirrell's body afterwards was to make Voldemort think he had pulled off a deception, but it was all within the headmaster's plan. If he couldn't be killed, then he would never be able to regain his strength. Elias couldn't help but marvel at Dumbledore's foresight. However, if the soul in the diary couldn't resurrect itself, why suddenly cause so much trouble? Could it be? So, Professor, you think that the diary is doing this to resurrect its main body? Or rather, not resurrection, but recreating a physical body for the main body. Elias understood this point. How would it do that? I don't know about that. Dumbledore smiled and shook his head, skipping over the topic. I hope you can do me a favor, Elias. Of course, Professor, just say it. Elias agreed with little hesitation. The school is temporarily short 2 professors, and the second term has only just begun. The other professors are quite busy and can't keep covering classes. Dumbledore explained first before stating his purpose. So I hope you can help cover some classes. Elias's eyes widened in surprise. He pointed to himself with his finger. Me? Both classes. He had only been at school for less than 2 years, and 2 defense against the dark arts teachers had already died. Is this old man trying to harm me? Of course, Dumbledore paused, of course not. I hope you can temporarily take over the position of potions professor. How about it? Elias breathed a sigh of relief and agreed. He certainly had no problem with potions class. With his current level of potions expertise, teaching students the textbook material was more than sufficient. Snape had even set up an assessment for him before, saying that if he passed, he could be admitted to his advanced potions club exceptionally. However, Elias's progress later became a bit too fast, far exceeding the learning pace of ordinary students, and the matter was eventually dropped, turning into Snape giving him individual lessons. Oh, by the way, Professor, do I get paid for teaching? Elias suddenly thought. Snape might not return for a while, and there were still several months left in the semester. He couldn't work for the school for free, could he? Moreover, he was replacing Snape. Snape was not only the potions professor but also the head of Slytherin, so it was okay for him to say he was the acting head of Slytherin now, and it was normal to get the head salary, right? Snape's departure from the Ministry of Magic was so sudden that it wasn't until the students realized he hadn't returned the next day that they understood it was all real. The little lions were instantly as excited as if it were a holiday, and they held a small party in their common room that very day. Aside from Slytherin, who had lost their Snake King, the other houses were just as overjoyed, everyone looking absolutely thrilled. It could only be said that Snape's usual attitude towards students from other houses was simply too poor, so much so that the joy brought by his arrest made them forget the reason he was taken away. It wasn't until the third day that everyone finally realized, the instigator of the attack, the heir of the Chamber of Secrets, turned out to be the head of Slytherin. Well, that makes perfect sense. Even the Slytherin students thought it made perfect sense. Hardly anyone doubted Snape's innocence. Who could blame them when Snape was always threatening to poison the food of those with poor grades during class, and even declared he'd make them test the effectiveness of their own antidote potions? On this matter, Neville from Gryffindor had the most to say. Because of Snape's threats, he didn't dare to eat in the Great Hall on the day after every potions class and was practically starving. Meanwhile, Lockhart's death also led to widespread discussion among students about the curse on the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, with everyone believing that the reason professors for the subject lived shorter and shorter lives was because the curse was getting stronger. Many speculated that the next professor to take up the Defense Against the Dark Arts position might not survive even a semester. We've lost 2 professors at once. What about my final exams? Hermione lay slumped on her bed, looking dejected. She had been hoping to get full marks in all subjects this year. It wasn't that she lacked confidence in her studies, but rather in the questions the professors would set. Last time, if the Defense Against the Dark Arts questions hadn't been so bizarre, she definitely would have gotten full marks. In potions, she had specifically learned some little tricks from Elias that could earn her full marks under Snape, and she had originally had a chance for full marks this year too. By the way, Elias, do you know which professor will be substituting for our Defense Against the Dark Arts and Potions classes? Hermione asked from under her covers. For Defense Against the Dark Arts, the lower years probably won't have it for now. The upper years need to prepare for O.W.L.S. and N.E.W.T.S, so a professor will guide their revision. There's too much time left in this semester. Snape has been arrested, and other professors can't substitute, nor can they cover it, since Lockhart didn't teach anything useful at all. There's no progress to speak of. Dumbledore is also considering whether or not to cancel the exam for this subject this year. As for potions, I don't know, Elias said, while preparing the lesson plans for the classes he would be teaching for each year. Oh dear, Hermione said regretfully, what a shame, I've memorized all 7 textbooks Lockhart chose this year. And he always liked to ask a ton of questions in class. I could earn so many points in his lessons. Canceling Defense Against the Dark Arts is worse than letting Lockhart continue to tell us stories, like Professor Binns, becoming a ghost. Elias chuckled. It seemed the girl really wanted to win a trophy for Gryffindor this year. He comforted her, it's okay, now that Professor Snape isn't teaching potions, you can earn points in potions class too. That's right. Hermione sat up abruptly, staring intently at Elias, her eyes shining. Snape isn't here, so he won't keep calling on you to answer questions. So, Elias didn't understand why the girl was suddenly staring at him with such excitement. So, let's have a competition. Let's see who gets more points in potions class, Hermione said excitedly. It was clear she had wanted to do this for a long time, but the second-year Gryffindors and Slytherins only had potions class together, and Snape only favored Elias and Harry. Hermione had never had the chance to answer questions in potions class and had been stifled. Are you sure? Elias looked at Hermione's confident expression and deliberately provoked her. Don't you believe I'll definitely win? Snape isn't here now, it's fair competition between us. Hermione puffed out her chest, completely unafraid. Then, how about a bet? Elias asked with a smile. She really didn't know where the girl's confidence came from. Okay, a bet it is. I'll set the terms. Hermione also smiled. She had just finished her first round of final exam revision, but Elias had been researching advanced potions. In her opinion, this time she was bound to win. I have no problem, you set the terms then. Elias secretly put away the lesson plan he had finished writing, to prevent Hermione from seeing it. Hermione's eyes darted around, and she said, whoever loses has to agree to one thing the other person asks, no backing out allowed. Alright, just make sure you don't back out when the time comes. I wouldn't dare. The potions class for Gryffindor and Slytherin was scheduled for the first 2 periods on Thursday morning. Elias and Hermione finished breakfast and walked towards the potions classroom together. Hermione didn't forget to open her textbook and mutter to herself as she walked, fully prepared for this competition. Elias, however, didn't even bring a book. He was thinking at the moment, since he was the potions professor, why not change the location of the class? There was no need to continue being confined to a gloomy dungeon, but then he thought again and realized it probably wouldn't work. The dark environment of the dungeon was actually more conducive to preserving potion ingredients. Upon arriving at the classroom, Elias even pretended to sit in the front row with Hermione. During this time, Hermione was engrossed in her book and completely ignored him. Elias had no choice but to stare at the door, wondering if anyone would be late on his first day of teaching. The already quiet classroom became deathly silent, and the students gaped, staring at Elias in disbelief. "What kind of joke is this?" Malfoy blurted out without thinking. "I wish it were a joke, Mr. Malfoy. I wish Professor Snape would come back to class right away more than anyone," Elias said with a smile, looking at Malfoy. There had always been a rumor circulating in the school that Elias was Snape's favorite student, so Elias said this sincerely. "Just kidding. It wouldn't hurt if he came back a little later." Malfoy, shut up. Harry and Ron excitedly grabbed each other's arms and shook them. Seamus excitedly pounded on the table. Neville stood up in excitement, nearly knocking over his cauldron. The Gryffindor students were like slaves who had escaped oppression, cheering excitedly on the spot. The Slytherin students exchanged glances, but no one seemed unhappy. After all, Elias was one of them. Watching the classroom gradually become noisy, Elias waited for a moment. Seeing that no one questioned his qualifications to be the substitute potions teacher, he shook his head, feeling a bit disappointed. That's strange. There wasn't even a chance to show off and slap faces. His recently published new potion had just received widespread attention from the outside world. He was waiting for someone to question him so he could passively show off and enhance his prestige in front of these future mainstays of the wizarding world. "Quiet down," sparks shot out from the wand in Elias's hand. After the classroom quieted down, he deliberately ignored Hermione's gaze that seemed to want to cast a jinx on him and began teaching. "Turn your textbooks to." Elias was also a second-year student, so he fully understood Snape's teaching progress and could pick up almost seamlessly. He taught very meticulously, explaining the brewing principles, procedures, and material properties of a potion clearly, like peeling silk from a cocoon. He was also willing to share his small tips for handling potion ingredients. Many people only realize today that brewing potions wasn't that difficult after all. Moreover, Elias wasn't like Snape, who always had a gloomy face and liked to look at students as if they were trolls. From time to time, he would even tell a French-style cold joke to make everyone laugh. Many people who had lost their passion for potions before found it again. Of course, throughout more than half of the theoretical class, Elias never asked a single question that required someone to answer. There was nothing he could do about it. If he asked a question and other students raised their hands, that would be fine, he could call on others. But if only Hermione raised her hand, it would be awkward. If he called on her, he would have to find a baseless reason later to deduct the points he added for Hermione, or simply not add points in the first place. Hermione cared a lot about house points, especially this semester. He was worried that little Hermione might cry directly, which would be disastrous. If he didn't call on her, Hermione would always try her best to raise her hand high when answering questions, and not calling on her always made her look quite wronged. So, every time Elias asked a question, he would directly replace it with, "Let's all say it together." He managed the atmosphere of the theoretical part of the class very well, making Elias so inflated that he thought he was born for this job. It wasn't until the course entered the practical part that Elias finally felt the malice that the teaching profession brought him, and it also made the young wizards who had just thought brewing potions was easy face reality. "Crab, if you don't grind the beetle eyes, do you plan to keep them to eat yourself?" Elias smiled. "Pansy, I think a dried caterpillar has lost its value for being feared, don't you?" Elias was speechless. "Harry, are you putting so much ginger root in because you want to make soup? Can't you even tell the difference between ginger root and black root grass?" Elias frowned. "Ron, I've never seen anyone brew a potion without lighting the fire. Are you waiting for it to turn into a pot of potion by itself?" Elias was angry. "Seamus, didn't I specifically emphasize that these two ingredients cannot be put together? Are you trying to make a bomb so you don't have to come to class tomorrow?" Elias gritted his teeth. "Neville, you should probably review what I just taught from the book a few times before starting again." Elias gave up hope. Unexpected, truly unexpected. Elias scratched his head, unable to figure it out. When he was lecturing, they were all so enthusiastic in answering questions, and when he asked if anyone didn't understand, no one spoke up. But when it came to the practical part, they were all doing who knows what, as if their brains had detached from their bodies. He genuinely wanted to write to the Aurors and have all these people who were trying to harm the professor arrested and sent to Azkaban. Elias walked over to Hermione with a look of despair, observed Hermione brewing her potion, and finally felt that the world had regained its light. Skilled movements, clear thinking, attention to detail. He could finally understand now why Snape always added points generously for himself after strolling around the classroom and coming over to his side. Who could resist that? "I really suggest you all learn from Miss Granger in your spare time. You had the same class, so why can she do it so well? Because of her, Gryffindor gets 10 points. Hermione turned around in surprise and glanced at Elias, then continued to stare at her cauldron. She had thought this class would be like before, and she wouldn't get any points. "Are you admitting defeat?" Hermione asked quietly. How could I possibly? Elias said in a low voice with his back to the others. Elias painstakingly guided his classmates in potions knowledge and techniques. Slytherin gets 11 points. You can do that? That's cheating. Hermione was a little exasperated. Elias quickly moved away from his spot, worried that Hermione might lose control and pull out her wand for a real-life duel with him. He calmed himself down. Elias silently repeated several times in his mind, I'll get paid, I'll get paid, I'll get paid. Potions is difficult to begin with, and it's normal not to know how to brew it the first time. It's very normal. On his exposed hands and neck, veins could be clearly seen pulsing occasionally. The suddenly surging violent magic felt like it was trying to burst through his skin, causing a constant stinging sensation from within. Because things happened so suddenly, after class, Elias ran all the way into the room of requirement, and his bloodline happened to start awakening. Since he had no experience with awakening, he naturally couldn't do any preliminary preparations. He just hadn't expected awakening a bloodline could be this painful. Even using occlumency to divert his attention had little effect. Moreover, the bloodline awakening process was very long. Elias sat from a state of unbearable stinging until his whole body felt somewhat numb, and the awakening was still not complete. Is this trying to unblock all my meridians? This isn't a Wuxia world. Fortunately, he didn't have any classes this afternoon and didn't need to teach other grades. He only had a history of magic class in the evening, giving him enough time to stay in the room of requirement. Just when Elias felt his body was about to lose consciousness, a prompt finally appeared before his eyes. Original sin status updated. Sin of Wrath awakened Demon King Elias Sorensen Pride 112 Wrath, the source of world destruction, the Demon King's most proud violent power sloth 80 Greed 87 Envy 32 Gluttony 49 Bliss 89 Elias finally opened his eyes, somewhat exhausted, and slumped to the side, gasping for air. After lying down for a while, the numbness disappeared, replaced by a sticky feeling on his body. The recent awakening had caused him to sweat profusely. Struggling to get up and take a bath, Elias finally felt his soul truly return to his body. What effect will this awakening have on me? After suffering for so long, there should be a significant improvement. Elias prayed silently, walking out of the room of requirement and heading to the dueling club grounds. This area was only open when the dueling club held activities, so he wasn't worried about being disturbed. He activated all the flying targets and moving targets. Elias stood 10 meters away, gripping his wand. He wasn't sure if it was due to the Demon King bloodline awakening, but he found that his wand seemed to have a sense of rejection towards him. It didn't feel as smooth to use. Expelliarmus. He first tried the disarming charm, which had little lethality. Chanting the spell, a deep red spell flew out and directly shattered a flying target. Elias waited for a long time but didn't see the flying target restore itself. It seemed this flying target had been rendered scrap by his single disarming charm. Well, Expelliarmus has completely become get rid of your weapon, hasn't it? As long as the wand is broken, the enemy can't cast spells, Elias said with some astonishment. Furthermore, he found that the spell's flight speed for this disarming charm had at least doubled compared to the one he cast before. This meant it would be very difficult for his opponent to block his spell. Confringo. Another blasting curse was cast, this time targeting the iron armors. Only a loud bang was heard, like a tank firing a shell. The armor's iron plates were blown everywhere, clanging against the walls. Needless to say, this armor was also successfully written off for the season. The power has at least tripled or quadrupled, Elias gasped. Fortunately, his targets were these iron armors. If he had chosen the wooden flying targets, a blasting curse of this power would likely have blasted through the walls enchanted with the undetectable extension charm, destroying the room. He tried to actively use the repairing charm to fix the armor, but actively using the repairing charm had no effect either. Next, he experimented with other spells and summarized the benefits this Demon King bloodline awakening brought him. First, the total amount of magic in his body surged significantly. He would finally no longer progress slowly due to insufficient magic. Secondly, the quality of his magic was very high. This was reflected in the fact that when he cast any spell, the speed at which the spell was launched would be faster than before. Furthermore, his magic contained the power of wrath. The aggressiveness of all spells increased exponentially, including the stunning spell and even the scouring charm. The stunning spell could directly blow a person's head off, regardless of whether the opponent would be stunned. Elias didn't want the spells he cast in the future to only be usable for life or death battles with enemies. This would greatly affect his magical diversity, and both daily convenience and combat power would be compromised. For example, he now didn't dare cast a disillusionment charm on himself, and in the future, the Imperious Curse could no longer be used on people. Even transfiguration was affected. Objects he used for transfiguration would explode unexpectedly. Only the Patroness charm, which used the power of bliss, was unaffected. Fortunately, before Elias shattered all the flying targets in the room, he still found the reason why this situation was occurring. His current situation was somewhat similar to the magic bursts that happened before young wizards enter school. As long as he could completely control the magic he now possessed, these issues should all be resolved. It seems I'd better not use magic in front of others for the time being. If I lose control, it'll be another school tragedy, and I won't be able to clear my name, Elias thought. Elias directly put his wand into the pocket inside his robes. Just in case, he still put his wand in right side up to prevent himself from using it casually as soon as he grabbed it. However, as he practiced spells multiple times, he noticed that the wand's rejection effect towards him seemed to be getting more obvious. Do I need to get a new wand? Elias wasn't sure if a wizard could have two wands at the same time. He had used this wand for almost 2 years and was a bit reluctant to change it suddenly. He should treasure it. Now that the most urgent issue of his bloodline awakening was resolved, Elias did a quick calculation. How did it seem like he had even more things to do than before? The dueling club's practice equipment was definitely unusable now. He had to quickly replace the flying targets and iron armors he had destroyed, which would take a lot of time to rush. He was currently the substitute potions teacher. Until Snape returned, he didn't need to attend other classes, but this didn't mean he would have more time. He needed to teach over 20 classes per week, which was about the same amount of time he spent in classrooms when he was a student. What was worse, he also needed to grade homework for students from 7 grades, which meant a large chunk of his free time would be cut off again. Just as a famished Elias sat down at the long table, Hermione laboriously lifted a thick book with both hands and shoved it into his face. With a triumphant smile on her face, the girl said, "The book says that prefects and professors both have the power to award and deduct points for their houses. Prefects need to explain the reason to a professor after adding or deducting points. When professors add or deduct points for a house, they need to provide a reasonable explanation and reason for the points to take effect. So professors can't just add or deduct points randomly. I'm sure the points you gave yourself didn't take effect either." Elias took the book from Hermione's hands, glanced at the title, Hogwarts Teacher's Code and Guide, and retorted, "You really can find any book, can't you? I bet Snape definitely studied this book. All the points he adds and deducts in class actually take effect." Closing the book, Elias didn't bother to verify if he could give himself points. If Hermione wanted to win so badly, what did it matter if he let her? "All right, Hermione, you win. Tell me, what do you want me to agree to do?" Elias asked with interest. He was indeed quite curious about what the girl wanted him to do. Hermione rested her chin on her hand, a smile on her face, her eyes darting around. She said briskly, "Let's eat first. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I've decided." Elias shrugged and quickly piled food onto his plate, starting to eat heartily. In the 2 months since Snape was arrested, there had been no more attacks at Hogwarts. Elias had specifically chosen his office on the 4th floor. He still didn't trust Filch much. If he heard Filch transform and attack students again, he could go and assess the situation. However, whether it was because of him or not, Filch hadn't transformed and attacked students since Snape was caught. Even the twins, who had the Marauders map and were dedicated to taking photos of Filch transforming, hadn't succeeded. Precisely because of this, the 2 months of peace and quiet at Hogwarts convinced the Ministry of Magic that they hadn't arrested the wrong person. There wasn't even a whisper about Snape being released. Logically, with Dumbledore's influence, let alone the fact that Lockhart wasn't killed by Snape, even if Lockhart had been killed by Snape, it shouldn't have taken this long to get Snape out. Perhaps Dumbledore had other plans and didn't want Snape to return to Hogwarts so quickly, so Snape would have to remain in the Ministry's temporary prison for a while longer. Elias also gradually adapted to his temporary teaching career. The courses for 1st to 4th years were relatively simple for him, requiring little effort, just maintaining a good attitude. 5th year was an exam year, which was even simpler for him. First, collect past exam papers. Do practice questions, explain questions, do more practice questions, explain more questions. Give out a few test papers to do each week, organize a small test every 2 weeks, and a major test every month. Amidst the wails and cries of the 5th year students, comfort them by saying it would be easier in the 6th year, and then hand out 2 more test papers. As a result, whenever 5th year students saw potions class, they intensely missed their former professor, Snape. They would gather in the campus, holding banners proclaiming Snape's innocence, loudly criticizing the Ministry of Magic's inaction and wrongful accusations. I'm sure Snape would be very happy if he knew that so many supporters had suddenly appeared at the school. Elias was also quite pleased about this. He had initially reflected on whether what he was doing was a bit too much, but seeing that they still had time to criticize the Ministry of Magic, it seemed the 5th year students still had plenty of free time, so there was no need to reduce their workload. He was confident that with this unprecedented study intensity at Hogwarts, the 5th year students would definitely achieve excellent results in potions. 6th and 7th years were not so easy. Snape was very strict in selecting students. Only students who received an O in their OWL exams could continue taking his class, so the students still studying potions in 6th and 7th year were considered top students. Although teaching them was much easier for Elias, as he didn't have to worry about them not understanding what he was teaching, he also needed a greater breadth of knowledge. Especially since 7th years needed to take the NEWT exams, he had to do the test papers for the 7th years himself first, identify the key and difficult points, and also expand on individual knowledge points. There were some things he was learning as he taught. Fortunately, he had pulled Hermione in as an assistant. He directly handed over the assignments for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd years to Hermione to grade. Hermione had been studying with him all along, and her progress even surpassed that of a typical 5th-year student. With the answer key as a reference, grading assignments for 1st to 3rd years was effortless, and she could also legitimately earn house points from Elias. Moreover, Hermione could imitate his handwriting about 80% accurately, so other students couldn't tell if he had graded it himself. It is worth mentioning that Minister of Magic Fudge had written to him, stating that because his newly developed potion would make a huge contribution to the wizarding world's efforts to deal with the werewolf problem, he was willing to recommend Elias as a candidate for the 3rd class Order of Merlin. This was purely taking advantage of the fact that Elias was still a student and might not understand things. After discussing it with Dumbledore, Dumbledore believed that the werewolf problem had plagued ministries of magic in various countries for hundreds of years. If the werewolf problem could be completely solved, it would be a great achievement for any minister of magic. As the fundamental person who solved this problem, if Elias researched a potion that could completely restore werewolves to humans, a 1st class Order of Merlin would be guaranteed. However, the current potion's effect was not that strong, so Dumbledore would act as his recommender and apply for the Order of Merlin to award him a 2nd class Order of Merlin. The Daily Prophet reported that he might become the youngest recipient of a 2nd class Order of Merlin. The young wizards who learned about this looked at him with eyes of worshipping a great deity every day at school. They became even more respectful of him as their temporary professor, calling him Professor Sorensen every time they saw him. This caused his arrogance value to rise significantly, almost awakening again. After this incident, Elias's impression of the Minister of Magic worsened. So, when negotiating cooperation with the Ministry of Magic, Elias extorted an extra sum of galleons from the ministry before agreeing to hand over the finished potion for the ministry to arrange. The Ministry of Magic did not have basilisk blood and could not brew this potion themselves. As long as his potion started to have an effect under the promotion of the British Ministry of Magic, allowing other countries' ministries of magic to see the results and seek cooperation with him, he would soon accumulate a large fortune. However, this also meant that the consumption of basilisk blood would increase sharply. He would have to properly raise the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets and turn it into a tool snake. During the Easter holidays, the 2nd-year students had something new to consider, choosing their subjects for their 3rd year. "I need to think very carefully about what subjects I should choose," Hermione said to Elias with a serious expression. Elias leaned over to look and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "You've checked every single subject. What kind of careful consideration is that?" "I think every subject is very important." Hermione tilted her head back and also leaned in to see what subjects Elias had chosen, saying incredulously, "How could you only choose ancient runes and care of magical creatures? That's enough. The other subjects are completely useless to me." Elias shook his head and reminded her, "I should tell you what I've been hearing in the staff room these past few days. Then you can think about whether you still want to choose so many subjects." "What is it?" Hermione tried hard to look interested, though in reality, she had already decided she would choose all the subjects. "First is Muggle Studies. The professor for that subject discussed Muggle nuclear bombs with me before. He thinks they're just a type of fireworks in the Muggle world and said if he ever had the chance, he'd definitely buy one to set off at Hogwarts. Then I suggested he might want to buy a few missiles first to try setting off." Hermione listened, wide-eyed. After a moment's hesitation, she still kept the subject. She wanted to understand more deeply what Muggles were like in the eyes of wizards. "Then there's divination. Professor Trelawney told me that Professor McGonagall has absolutely no talent for divination and once only got a fail in the subject. Then Professor McGonagall reminded me that the divination professor is an old fraud and I'd best not take her class, or I might also get a fail." Hermione thought back and didn't seem to find any talent for divination in herself. She simply couldn't imagine getting anything less than an O in a subject, she would go mad. So she decisively crossed off divination. As for the others, Elias thought for a moment, the other subjects are fine, except for care of magical creatures. Professor Ketleben is retiring next year, and the new professor, I suspect it's Hagrid. When I asked him, he got all shifty and wouldn't answer, just told me I absolutely had to take the class. He's probably planning some kind of surprise for us. Alright, then I'll choose 4 subjects, Hermione decided. Elias shook his head and didn't try to persuade her further. Most people who impulsively chose so many subjects would give up when they found they couldn't keep up once classes started, but he knew Hermione wouldn't. She would just be much more tired. Having sorted out the new Ministry of Magic order, Elias left his office. His basilisk blood had run out. He needed to talk to Dumbledore about opening the Chamber of Secret Seal so he could get more basilisk blood. He wondered if he should bring a couple of chickens to supplement the basilisk's nutrition, just in case drawing blood dried it out. As Elias was thinking, he suddenly noticed a group of students gathered in the corridor. "What's going on?" He walked over and asked. The panicked students heard Elias's voice, saw that a professor had arrived, and quickly made way for him. Elias walked to the front and looked, his pupils constricting. His expression immediately became serious. On the corridor wall, a sentence was written in large, blood-red letters: "The enemy of the air, beware." Below the sentence lay two girls, both of whom he happened to know. It was Ginny and Luna. The two girls lay flat on the ground, both in their pajamas, their heads resting together. Elias quickly knelt down to examine them. After a moment, he let out a sigh of relief. Both had only been hit by a stunning spell and were not in any danger. "Who found them first?" Elias asked casually, using a levitation charm to lift the two girls. "It was me," a Gryffindor girl cautiously raised her hand. "But I was just exploring the restricted area for a bit of adventure. I didn't do this. I've already sent my friend to get Professor McGonagall." Elias nodded. Professor McGonagall hadn't arrived yet, so it seemed they had only just been discovered. Looking at the sun outside the window, it was still daytime. Voldemort dared to come out and cause trouble in broad daylight? Wasn't he worried about being discovered? Or had his strength recovered to the point where he could act with impunity during the day? This was not good news at all. "Ginny! Ginny!" While Elias was thinking, the sound of several people shouting came from outside the crowd. Soon, Fred and George, Percy, Ron, Ginny's four older brothers, and Harry all squeezed into the crowd behind Professor McGonagall. "No, no, no." Seeing Ginny floating quietly in midair, Percy cried out in despair, "No! Ginny!" Fred and George's eyes were vacant, unable to speak. Ron simply fell to his knees beside them. Professor McGonagall also asked tremblingly, "How are they?" "Fortunately, they were just hit by a stunning spell. They should wake up after a sleep," Elias quickly replied. He had never seen the Weasleys so distressed before. "They're okay." "That's wonderful, thank Merlin." Professor McGonagall let out a huge sigh of relief. "Quickly, take them to the hospital wing. The poor girls. Everyone else, go to the Great Hall immediately. Please inform anyone you meet. Percy, you go inform the other prefects and professors." Percy, hearing that Ginny was unharmed, seemed a little embarrassed by his earlier outburst, but no one would laugh at him. Hearing Professor McGonagall's order, he quickly agreed and left immediately. Fred and George's eyes regained their light. Harry helped up Ron, whose legs were still a bit shaky, and followed Elias towards the hospital wing. Professor McGonagall didn't send them away. "Professor McGonagall, is Headmaster Dumbledore at school?" Elias asked. "No, the headmaster went out today and isn't here right now." Professor McGonagall shook her head. "And it's the holidays, so many older students are visiting Hogsmeade Village. We can only hope the attacker doesn't dare to launch another attack, or we won't be able to protect so many scattered students." The group took the two girls into the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey examined them and reached the same conclusion. "They're fine, just asleep. They'll wake up soon." Hearing that they were indeed unharmed, Professor McGonagall left. She still needed to maintain order. Elias and the others chose to stay in the infirmary, in case the unknown attacker struck again. After waiting for about 15 minutes, Ginny was the first to wake up. She was a little dazed when she saw a circle of people around her bed, but when she saw Harry was there too, her cheeks instantly turned bright red. George and Fred both stared at Harry with teasing looks. Ron, in turn, put his arm around Harry's shoulders, making Harry stand there feeling awkward. All right, Elias directly pulled Harry behind him, blocking him from view, to prevent Ginny from getting more flustered. "Ginny, did you see who attacked you?" he asked directly, getting to the point. Unable to see Harry, the blush on Ginny's face faded slightly. She gradually recalled some scenes from before she fainted, her body trembling. She said with some fear, "I saw him. The person had light blonde hair, very messy, and his face was covered in boils. I couldn't see his eyes at all. He looked terrifying and disgusting." After Luna woke up, Elias asked her the same questions, and the answers were basically the same. The attacker had a toad-like face. After knocking out the two girls with a stunning spell, they took off their school robes and also took their wands. Originally, seeing Ginny among the victims, Elias thought Voldemort was planning to put the diary back in Ginny's hands, but now it seemed that wasn't the attacker's goal. Was it just to create chaos? The first message on the wall was Tom Riddle's fearless declaration of attacks because he believed no one could find the Chamber of Secrets. The second message on the wall was a fake message created by Filch to scare students, likely unrelated to Voldemort. And after Snape was arrested, Filch stopped his actions. It's unclear if Dumbledore had already spoken to Filch. This time the message on the wall looked almost like Voldemort's declaration of war. Attacking students so brazenly in broad daylight, and Dumbledore just happened to be away from school. Could it be a coincidence? Elias felt he had grasped something. It seemed everything Tom Riddle did at school had a common goal: to drive Dumbledore out of the school. If he hadn't gotten the diary into his hands beforehand, found the Chamber of Secrets, put the Basilisk to sleep, and then sealed the Basilisk's entrance and exit with Dumbledore, Tom Riddle would probably have let the basilisk attack students over and over again until Dumbledore was removed from his post due to incompetence, and only then would he begin his real plan. So, Voldemort's attack this time, could it be that he thought Dumbledore wouldn't return? Or rather, that Dumbledore wouldn't be able to arrive on time before he carried out his plan? Elias had a vague feeling that something was wrong. He felt he might have guessed part of the truth. The occurrence of another attack, coupled with Dumbledore's absence from school, caused unspeakable panic among the students. They felt completely unsafe. Only then did many young wizards realize that Snape was truly innocent and that the Ministry of Magic had indeed arrested the wrong person. Everyone gathered in the Great Hall, vehemently criticizing the Ministry of Magic's foolishness and hoping the Ministry would quickly release Snape and Dumbledore. But things didn't go as hoped. 2 days after the incident, Dumbledore still hadn't appeared at school. During this time, Professor McGonagall issued new regulations. No one was allowed to go to Hogsmeade Village, loitering in the castle was forbidden outside of mealtimes, and when going to the Great Hall for meals, everyone must go in groups. If it weren't for the fact that this attack, like the previous ones, didn't cause much harm to the students, Professor McGonagall would have planned to keep students confined to their common rooms and not allowed out. On the last day of the Easter holiday, the professors gathered in the staff room to discuss whether classes should proceed as normal the next day. Professor McGonagall finally made a decision. Even with 2 professors gone, Dumbledore didn't close the school. His goal is for the students to receive a proper education, so we must let them attend classes as usual. Considering the hidden dangers in the castle, Professor McGonagall decided that starting tomorrow, every professor teaching a class would need to escort the students to their next classroom before leaving, and Elias was no exception. Although his true identity was just a second-year student, under the name of the Dueling Club, he had been training in dueling with Professor Flitwick for a long time. Coupled with his recent awakening, his combat power had long surpassed that of many adult wizards. Therefore, given the shortage of staff, Professor McGonagall no longer treated him as just a young wizard. While the discussion in the staff room was heated, the students in the Great Hall, who still hadn't seen Dumbledore, were quite subdued, having lost the passion they usually had while eating and chatting. At the Gryffindor table, Harry was quietly discussing the sudden pain in his scar that morning with Ron. "I was still asleep then, and suddenly the scar on my forehead started hurting non-stop. It just heard me awake." Harry rubbed his forehead, which was still throbbing slightly, attributing it to a lingering effect from the morning. "And right after that, I saw a cauldron of potion, and it seemed like it felt happy." Someone was saying something. "Just a little bit more, the final step." Harry's face showed confusion and bewilderment. "I feel like this is trying to tell me something, but I don't quite understand it." "Hey mate," Ron said nonchalantly. Ron took a bite of the chicken leg in his hand, turned his head at the sound, and almost bit his tongue. Ginny, didn't you just leave?" "Where's Harry?" Ginny looked at him confusedly. "What are you talking about?" "I've been eating at the Ravenclaw table." "Didn't Harry just leave with that girl?" "Who was that?" Ron also looked bewildered. He stood up and glanced towards the Ravenclaw table, his gaze meeting Luna's and Hermione's, who were looking in their direction. There was a plate of food on the empty seat between them. "You're not kidding me, are you?" "I clearly saw you call Harry out," Ron said in disbelief. After saying it, he also realized something was wrong. "Yeah, how could you dare?" Ron dropped the chicken leg in his hand and sprinted out of the Great Hall. "Ginny, go find a professor." Ginny stood still and processed Ron's words. Harry had gone out with another version of herself. But where was another version of herself? Anxiety rose in her heart. She quickly returned to her seat and told her 2 friends what had happened, her voice tinged with tears. "Let's go find a professor," Hermione said decisively. "What help can Ron be on his own?" The 3 girls also rushed out of the Great Hall through another door. The staff room was on the first floor and very close to the Great Hall, just a couple of steps away. They also believed that the attacker wouldn't dare show up in front of so many people at once, which was why no professors were left in the Great Hall to protect the students. So, when Professor McGonagall heard that Harry had been tricked into leaving the Great Hall with someone, her eyes went black and she almost fainted. "Is he an idiot? How many times have I emphasized that they must walk together in a group? How dare he?" "Merlin!" Professor McGonagall was both angry and helpless. But they still had to find him, and soon the professors scattered. Elias led the 3 girls to a corner and stopped. He guessed that Professor McGonagall was too flustered to even tell them to go back. Seeing that there were no other professors around, Elias took out his Marauder's map and searched for Harry Potter's name. But strangely, after a while, Harry's name did not appear on the Marauder's map. Elias enlarged his search area, but Harry Potter's name still did not appear in any of the places he had recorded on the map. Is the place where he is located under an unplottable charm? Or has Harry already been taken out of the school? Elias stroked his chin. He had only found one place in the school that was under an unplottable charm, the Room of Requirement. But he spent time in the Room of Requirement almost every day, so Voldemort couldn't be hiding there. This was very strange. Could it be that the Chamber of Secrets left by Slytherin is unplottable? Hermione suddenly reminded him. Elias was stunned for a moment, and suddenly a thought exploded in his mind. Neither he nor Dumbledore had entered the Chamber of Secrets again after sealing the basilisk, and they hadn't considered that someone could be hiding in the one-way Chamber of Secrets. After all, there was only one way in and out of the Chamber of Secrets. If Voldemort entered the Chamber of Secrets and was discovered, he wouldn't even be able to escape. Was this the blind spot? Stuffing the Marauder's map into Hermione's hand, Elias said quickly, "The password to the headmaster's office is Cockroach Cluster. You watch the Marauder's map. Dumbledore will be back soon. When you see him, tell the headmaster to come to the Chamber of Secrets immediately." After saying that, Elias ran towards the second floor. His words were purely to get rid of the three of them. He had no idea what Dumbledore was doing. Now was not the time to inform the professors, they had to race against time. Although he didn't know why Voldemort had captured Harry, it was very likely for his own resurrection. Elias could only rush over as quickly as possible and see if he could interrupt Voldemort's resurrection ritual. As expected, Hermione, who was originally going to catch up, stamped her foot when she heard Elias's arrangement and took Ginny and Luna to block the door of the headmaster's office. Running into the abandoned bathroom on the second floor, he stood in front of the faucet. Elias took a breath, loosened his jaw, and spoke in Parseltongue, "Open." He slid into the pipe and arrived at the passage before entering the Chamber of Secrets. Elias directly summoned his patroness, mounted it, and charged inside, the bright white light forming a straight line behind him. Rounding the stone pillars wrapped with giant snakes, he finally saw the familiar statue of Slytherin. Between the statue's large feet, a huge copper cauldron was placed, and a dark gray liquid was boiling in the cauldron, as if a head was immersed in the liquid. A person was lying next to the copper cauldron, whether alive or dead was unknown. Outwardly, the person lying there was Ginny, but he knew it was a fake polyjuice potion. Elias finally understood why Voldemort had attacked Ginny, to get her hair. Avada Kedavra. Suddenly, Harry's voice sounded in the spacious area. An alarm blared in Elias's mind. With a quick roll and spin, he narrowly dodged the killing curse while riding his patroness. His gaze quickly swept towards the figure walking out from behind a stone pillar, and he retaliated with a spell without hesitation, Bombarda Maxima. The blasting curse, enhanced with the power of fury and modified by him, shot directly towards the figure. Tom Riddle, who was controlling Harry, was startled and didn't resist directly, hiding behind the thick stone pillar. With a loud boom, the stone pillar, as thick as two people embracing, was directly shattered by more than half, and noticeable cracks appeared all over the pillar. Wait. Tom Riddle's voice was a little hurried. This is Harry Potter's body. Aren't you afraid of killing him with a spell? Elias ignored him and blasted another deep red spell towards the cauldron. With a thud, a transparent protective shield suddenly rose around the cauldron. The incredibly powerful blasting curse only caused a slight ripple when it hit it. Don't even think about it. Tom Riddle walked out from behind the stone pillar again, raising his hands to show that he was harmless. He said proudly, "This is the power left by the great Slytherin. You can only watch as my future self is resurrected." Seeing that his attack indeed had no effect on the protective shield, and Tom Riddle was currently controlling Harry's body, Elias, having no other choice, stopped his actions and said mockingly, "You want me to cooperate with you to fight against yourself? Don't you think that's a ridiculous idea?" Tom shook his head and denied, "No, actually, if you just recognize the current situation, you'll find that we're on the same side." Elias chuckled softly, landed back on the ground, turned the fallen rubble into a chair, and sat down, ready to hear what the other party was really up to. Tom played with the wand in his hand, also repeated Elias's action, sat down, and then began to speak slowly. "You took all of Slytherin's inheritance from the Chamber of Secrets, so you should know about Horcruxes, right?" Elias didn't speak, implicitly acknowledging this point. "I am the Horcrux that Voldemort made when he was in his 5th year, and I am the first Horcrux. As for how many other Horcruxes Voldemort made, I'm not sure, but as the first Horcrux, my soul fragment is the largest, even bigger than the main, fragmented soul of Voldemort. When I saw my main body and discovered this, I was unwilling to just be a Horcrux. I, with a more complete soul, should be the main body." Tom Riddle said passionately, "So, our goal is actually the same, to kill this resurrected Voldemort." Elias looked at him with a look that said he was an idiot. "You mean, we team up to kill the Voldemort with the fragmented soul so that you, the Voldemort with the more complete soul, can be resurrected? Kill a weaker one to resurrect a stronger one? Is that something a person would say?" "That's right." Tom Riddle had a confident smile on his face. "Voldemort made many Horcruxes, you can't kill him, but I have a way to kill myself. Also, you seem to have misunderstood something. Although my soul is more complete, when I resurrect, I will only have the strength I had in my 5th year, which is a world of difference compared to the current Dark Lord. You can't beat the current Dark Lord, but you might not be able to beat the future Dark Lord, right? You are the most talented young wizard I have ever seen." Ignoring the flattery, Elias took a deep breath and analyzed carefully. Although he didn't know how much of Tom Riddle's words were true, given that Voldemort's resurrection was already a certainty, if Tom Riddle could really kill this Voldemort, it would indeed be a way to buy time. He glanced at the copper cauldron where Voldemort was. The liquid in the cauldron had started to glow, but Voldemort didn't react to Tom Riddle's loud plotting, likely because he couldn't hear what they were saying. Seeing this, Elias asked, "What are the preconditions for you to be able to kill him?" Seeing that Elias seemed to be considering a compromise, Tom Riddle unconsciously curved the corner of his mouth. "The precondition is that after Voldemort is resurrected, you destroy his physical body, and then I will destroy his soul." Elias, "If I can destroy Voldemort's physical body, then it doesn't matter how many times Voldemort can resurrect. Of course, I definitely made some minor adjustments to Voldemort's resurrection ritual," Tom Riddle added. "Voldemort's strength will definitely be affected because of this." "Meaning, your role is gone?" Elias thought this to himself but didn't say it out loud. Since Voldemort's resurrection was tampered with by Voldemort himself, he couldn't beat him, but delaying time with a few professors until Dumbledore returned should be no problem, right? "How is Voldemort being resurrected?" Elias changed the subject, now more eager to clear up his confusion. "I had collected over a dozen resurrection methods even before I made any Horcruxes, but this resurrection is actually because of you." Tom Riddle pointed a finger. "Me?" Elias was puzzled. "I discovered the secret of the Chamber of Secrets in my 5th year and became Slytherin's heir," Tom recounted calmly. "I greatly respected the great Salazar Slytherin, so I didn't take anything from his chamber. But you are different. You took everything from the chamber." Slytherin's 1,000-year-old chamber mechanism was activated, and the vast magic stored in Hogwarts Castle was drawn into the chamber and then borrowed by Voldemort to resurrect himself. Elias hadn't expected he was involved in this, but even if he had to do it again, he would still pack everything up and take it. "What about Harry? Why did you capture him? And who is that person lying on the ground?" "Harry Potter, he's not very useful, but as the one who once killed Voldemort, Voldemort just needs a bit of his blood to announce his return," Tom Riddle said flatly. "To be killed by a baby who was barely born, it's truly a disgrace. As for the person lying on the ground..." Before he finished speaking, the polyjuice potion wore off, and Ginny's face began to change rapidly, finally turning into an adult with a face covered in boils. The tight school uniform made his body twist in an irregular shape, which was simply unbearable to look at. "That person calls himself a defense against the dark arts master, but I taught him the freezing charm for a week and he still didn't learn it. Now that Voldemort has absorbed a large amount of his life force, he probably won't live much longer." Tom's tone was full of mockery. "Dumbledore's judgment is really getting worse and worse, to find such a useless person to be the defense against the dark arts professor." "What? Lockhart isn't dead?" Elias was inwardly astonished, but upon hearing the latter part of the sentence, he couldn't help but retort, "Maybe, but I bet he certainly didn't misjudge you." Elias's words hit Tom's sore spot, and his face became contorted. "Yes, you're right, he never misjudged me. From the first moment he saw me at the orphanage, I knew he didn't like me. I learned all his interests and hobbies, all his past experiences. I dare say no one understands him better than me. Then I started to fawn over him, flatter him, act harmless in front of him, and I was so outstanding, but he never gave me a good look from beginning to end." Elias was forced to lean back by the resentment so thick it was almost tangible, and an unrealistic thought popped into his mind. Could young Voldemort have had a crush on Dumbledore? Was it because Dumbledore never reciprocated that Tom became the Dark Lord? "Old headmaster, you've committed quite the sin. Do you know why Dumbledore hasn't shown up yet?" Tom suddenly changed his tone and chuckled softly. "Why?" Elias raised an eyebrow. "I understand Dumbledore, and my future self also understands Dumbledore. We both know what Dumbledore desires most in his heart, and coincidentally, that item was obtained by my future self and embedded in a Horcrux ring that had been cursed. When Dumbledore learned of the existence of the Horcruxes, he would definitely be impatient to find them." Tom Riddle's smile gradually twisted, and his voice became increasingly frantic. "He was too confident that as long as I kept hiding in Hogwarts, I wouldn't be any threat to him, so he took advantage of this time to search for the Horcruxes. Yes, he did easily find the ring that my future self had carelessly discarded in the Gaunt family's old house, but Dumbledore couldn't control his desire, and the curse on the ring was triggered. Dumbledore is not dead now, but at the very least, his body is weak, and he no longer dares to appear in front of Voldemort." But given how confidently he threw the diary into Elias's hand, it seemed Tom was highly certain he could replace the current main soul and resurrect after Voldemort was destroyed. Now, Elias was faced with only two choices: either destroy the diary Horcrux first, then face Voldemort at his peak, or deal with the weakened Voldemort first, then figure out how to destroy the diary Horcrux or face a temporarily less powerful Voldemort. If it was true, as Tom claimed, that Dumbledore was now too weak to even return to Hogwarts, then it seemed only the second option was viable. Even though Elias was reluctant to believe it, Tom's assertion was so confident that he had to consider countermeasures should that situation arise. Seeing Elias pocket the diary, Tom Riddle smiled in satisfaction. Immediately, Harry's eyes closed, and his body slumped limply to the ground. Tom Riddle had released his control over Harry. Elias ignored Harry on the ground and turned his gaze towards the copper cauldron. The resurrection ritual was reaching its climax. The massive copper cauldron filled with liquid was now entirely ablaze, and a continuous stream of magic was being drawn into it like a vortex of wind, gradually turning black. A body as pale and curled as a newborn appeared suspended in mid-air. The burning cauldron transformed into swirling black smoke that revolved around it. With each rotation, the figure in the air became a little more solid. In just a few seconds, a figure with pale skin, a sunken nose, and a head as smooth as a snake's emerged from the black smoke. The swirling black smoke solidified into the wide black robes he wore and the billowing cloak behind him. An invisible wave of oppression washed over Elias, making it hard for him to breathe. The protective barrier vanished, but Elias still hadn't raised his wand. They hadn't even clashed yet, just facing Voldemort directly. He could clearly feel the immense gulf between himself and Voldemort. Absolutely no chance of winning. So why on earth am I only in my second year, and I have to face the final boss of the Harry Potter world? He couldn't help but inwardly complain. Elias took several deep breaths, carefully wiggled his hands, and finally felt the blood begin to flow again. Voldemort, however, completely ignored Elias's presence. He gazed at his hands with intoxicated obsession, then took a few steps, as if testing his legs, before his eyes fixed on Harry Potter, who lay sprawled on the ground. Harry Potter. Voldemort grinned maliciously. With a wave of his hand, a wand flew into his grasp. A flick of the wand and Harry's body flew directly to his side. The next second, Voldemort's body dissolved into a mass of black smoke, carrying Harry with him as he shot up towards the ceiling of the Chamber of Secrets, bursting out from deep underground. Hurry and follow, he thinks I'm controlling you now. Tom Riddle's voice suddenly rang out. Elias snapped back to reality, his heart seizing. He quickly summoned his patroness and rushed out after him. The other professors hadn't been alerted at all. It would be disastrous if Voldemort suddenly attacked Hogwarts. But Voldemort clearly disdained resorting to a sneak attack. Ignoring Elias flying out behind him, he spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the entire sky, closed his eyes, and inhaled deeply, murmuring, "Prepare to tremble, world." With that, a jet of green smoke shot from his wand, soared into the sky, and exploded, forming a giant skull flickering with green light. A large serpent emerged from the skull's mouth, like a tongue. The skull rose higher and higher, erupting in a brilliant glow within a swirling cloud of green smoke. Against the backdrop of the dark night sky, it resembled a new constellation. "What is that?" a student in the castle screamed. Everyone looked out the windows, followed by horrified screams. The dark mark. That's the dark mark. Have Death Eaters arrived? Why hasn't Dumbledore returned yet? No one answered them. The Great Hall instantly descended into chaos. A group of young wizards who hadn't experienced much felt an instinctive panic upon hearing the name Death Eaters. Amidst the chaotic crowd, the students who had hunted the chamber's monster and navigated forbidden areas appeared much calmer. At least they weren't screaming in terror like the others. On the second-floor corridor, Professor McGonagall's eyes narrowed. She quickly tapped her throat with her wand, and a resonant voice echoed through the castle. All students are to remain inside the castle. Having said that, she agilely flipped and leaped, jumping directly from the second-floor window. Just before hitting the ground, she transformed into a tabby cat, raced to the castle gates, and changed back into her witch form. Soon, Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout both arrived at the gate, standing beside Professor McGonagall. "Are those Death Eaters?" Professor Flitwick said uneasily. "Looks like two people, and one of them is carrying someone." Professor Sprout squinted. "Where is Elias?" Professor McGonagall asked. Before she could get an answer, Professor McGonagall suddenly heard two loud shouts coming from a third-floor window. "Harry! Elias!" She quickly glanced back, recognizing two students from her own house. "What's going on?" The anxious Hermione then spotted the professors standing by the gate and quickly shouted a warning. "Professor McGonagall, that's Voldemort. Harry and Elias have both been captured by him." "What?" Professor Flitwick exclaimed, greatly alarmed. The students in the Great Hall who had grown up in wizarding families began screaming again. They had all heard the names Hermione had just shouted. Only a few brave students dared to run to the first-floor corridor windows to look outside. "Greetings, professors." Voldemort's figure slowly emerged into view against the moonlight. "It seems my name has lost its power to intimidate. Such a young witch actually dares to shout my name. But it matters not. After tonight, I shall once again be your taboo. Stand still." Professor McGonagall shouted loudly, pointing her wand at Voldemort. Professor Flitwick shed his cloak and began casting defensive spells on Hogwarts Castle. Professor Sprout quickly retreated a few steps. In a wizarding duel of this level, someone like her, who wasn't skilled in combat, would only be a liability. Oh, he. Voldemort chuckled eerily. "I am very respectful of you professors. Today, I merely wish for you, the audience, to witness the moment I kill Harry Potter. Let us celebrate together the rebirth of the Dark Lord. 2 meters behind Voldemort, Elias lowered his head and whispered, "Are you awake?" Harry opened his eyes, not daring to breathe heavily. "You weren't controlled by him." "Nonsense. Can you move?" Harry nodded lightly. "When you see me make my move, you immediately stand up and run towards the castle, got it?" Elias said quickly. Harry's eyes widened. "You still dare to attack?" Elias didn't hesitate when he unleashed his spell for a surprise attack. As the lightning was about to strike Voldemort, seemingly without moving, suddenly transformed into a cloud of black mist and flashed backward, narrowly dodging the attack. The lightning directly hit the protective shield Professor Flitwick had set up, blasting an unhealable hole in it. In the blink of an eye, Voldemort's black mist had just taken form when 2 more bursts of light shot towards him. He was forced to transform into black mist again, dodging by leaping left and right. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick seized the opportunity while Voldemort was dodging, launching continuous attacks that temporarily suppressed him. Elias, meanwhile, took this chance to cast several blasting curses with a larger area of effect, but they had little impact. Voldemort's movement speed after turning into black mist was simply too fast, and Elias's spellcasting was nowhere near as precise as the 2 professors. Almost as soon as his spells were cast, Voldemort's form would appear in another location. If not for the professor's rapid attacks and suppression, facing Voldemort alone, Elias would likely have died several times over by now. Recognizing his weakness, Elias mounted his Patronus and soared into the sky. He pointed his wand towards the distant Black Lake, then flicked it upwards. An invisible hurricane suddenly whipped up around the Black Lake, causing the surrounding reeds to bend and sway wildly. A thick stream of water continuously rose from the Black Lake, spiraling above his head and gradually converging into an enormous sphere of water. Elias exerted himself to the utmost, increasing the size of the water sphere above him and pouring a massive amount of magic into it. If single target damage couldn't hit, then he'd go for something big. In just a few breaths, the situation on the battlefield began to change. Voldemort seemed to have suppressed the pain in his body, stopping his dodging and launching his counterattack. Killing curses, like regular attacks with almost no pause between them, collided with the incoming spells, producing loud blasts. He was actually shifting from a suppressed state to gaining the upper hand. Although Elias felt his control hadn't reached its limit yet, he couldn't wait any longer. Aqua erupto. His figure flew forward, and he swung his arm forward with effort. The massive water sphere above his head, carried by a large net woven from magic, arced towards Voldemort. Voldemort had been keeping an eye on that audacious boy in the sky who had dared to attack him, but he simply couldn't spare a hand to deal with him for the moment. He didn't know what had gone wrong with this resurrection. Not only was his whole body aching, but he could also feel his magic being blocked. Otherwise, did these two really think they could hold him back? That was simply wishful thinking. Taking a moment, he tapped his wand against his body a few times, finally managing to suppress the abnormal state he was in. Ha 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 ha. A cruel smile spread across Voldemort's face. Taking a breath, he swung his wand horizontally like drawing a sword, conjuring a dark crescent blade. With an unstoppable momentum, it consecutively blasted through several spells and flew straight towards the 2 professors. The lush green grass in its path was shredded to pieces by the crescent blade, flying up and down along with the soil. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick had to combine forces to cast an enhanced shield charm, just barely managing to block the spell. After unleashing the crescent blade, Voldemort paid it no further mind. Covering his face with his left hand, he opened his mouth and spewed out a ball of fire. The fire transformed into the shape of a giant fiery serpent in the air, shooting straight towards the massive water sphere. It actually managed to ignite the net of magic wrapped around the water sphere. Seeing this, Elias proactively detonated the water sphere. The immense force, carrying a vast amount of Black Lake water, extinguished the fiery serpent in the blink of an eye. From the water, numerous ice blades materialized, raining down upon Voldemort, who stood rooted to the spot. He refused to believe that even this could be dodged. A flicker of horror flashed in Voldemort's eyes. Such terrifying magical control, a Patronus he had never seen before, and the incredibly powerful spell just cast, none of this should belong to a young wizard. He finally remembered this young wizard who had also opposed him last year. But why? In less than a year, the boy's strength had increased so much. Even more terrifying was that the boy was only in his second year. A strange feeling of fear inexplicably arose in his heart, followed by uncontrollable rage and killing intent. First a baby, now a young wizard. Even Dumbledore had fallen victim to his schemes. He absolutely would not allow these two to tarnish his reputation. They all must die. Killing intent surged in Voldemort's eyes. He didn't choose to defend. Instead, he made a sweeping motion with his body and thrust his wand into the ground. An invisible force rippled outwards from Voldemort. The ice blades, just a hair's breadth from piercing his body, were all frozen in midair. Then, they all reversed direction, reflecting back towards Elias in a way that blocked all his possible escape routes. Immediately after, Voldemort, without hesitation, followed up behind the ice blades with a green light. Avada Kedavra, Annihilation Lightning. Could Elias dodge? Of course, he could. But in this battle, the only thing he possessed that might not be inferior to the two professors and Voldemort was the sheer power of his self-created spells. Before, when Voldemort was darting around, he couldn't hit him. Now that Voldemort was standing still, it was exactly what he wanted. So, running? Not happening. The crimson lightning struck the incoming ice blades. The arcs of electricity caused a chain reaction, instantly clearing all the ice blades in front of Elias. The two spells collided head-on. In just an instant, the killing curse pushed back the lightning with overwhelming force. Although he was at a disadvantage, Elias smiled. He wasn't alone. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, having blocked a wave of Voldemort's attack, immediately combined forces and shot out two more spells. Voldemort simply watched as the two spells rushed towards him. Freeing his right hand, he pushed his palm forward, as if catching the two spells with his bare hand. The clashing magic formed a field of energy that enveloped Voldemort, tearing his black robes into scraps. Wounds also began to appear on Voldemort's body, seemingly from the inside out. He looked as if he were overloaded and about to explode. No! Impossible! My body! Why? Voldemort let out an unwilling roar, his legs beginning to buckle uncontrollably. But he still didn't stop pouring out magic. Instead, like a cornered animal, he increased his magical output even further. A fragmented soul really does affect the brain, doesn't it? Why isn't he running? Why does he have to trade blows with me? Watching the killing curse get closer and closer, Elias felt like he had so much to complain about but nowhere to voice it. Gripping his wand with both hands, Elias also began desperately pouring magic into his spell. In Voldemort's current state, if Elias could just hold on a little longer, Voldemort would surely die. Elias's gaze was fixed on the point where the spells collided ahead, but he suddenly sensed something was wrong. He was horrified to discover that his wand, seemingly due to the prolonged channeling of magic, was developing fine cracks along its shaft. A flash of fire suddenly appeared before Elias, and Dumbledore's figure materialized out of thin air, blocking his path. Facing the killing curse released by Voldemort in a desperate struggle, the old headmaster had no time to cast a spell, so he simply extended his wand immediately, assimilating the magic at the tip of the killing curse, which then transformed into a blue light that rapidly shot back towards Voldemort. What? Dumbledore! How can you still be so alive and well? Voldemort exclaimed, his expression one of utter shock. According to his deductions, Dumbledore should be extremely weak, if not dead, by now, otherwise, how would he dare to attack Hogwarts alone? Feeling the obvious disparity in strength between them, Voldemort immediately lost all will to fight and began thinking about how to escape. He flicked his wand, causing the killing curse to collide with the spell shot by Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, resulting in an explosion. The resulting blast wave pushed him backward. Ignoring the pain, Voldemort immediately transformed his body into black mist, intending to escape. In midair, Dumbledore extended his hands forward, lifted them, and then brought them down. The entire surface level of the Black Lake instantly dropped significantly, and a colossal water prison abruptly encased Voldemort. When the black mist that Voldemort had become collided with the water prison, it was directly swept into the rapidly spinning currents. The creatures from the Black Lake, also swept up, collectively launched attacks at Voldemort, pointed pitchforks, octopus tentacles, teeth from unknown fish, making Voldemort suffer immensely. However, confined within the water prison, the only thing he could do was clench his wand tightly. Seeing Dumbledore return to the school and effortlessly subdue Voldemort, the students watching from within the castle erupted in loud cheers. Elias fell from mid-air, caught by Professor Sprout with a cushioning charm. He glanced at Dumbledore, who could float in the sky on his own, then at Voldemort, trapped upside down by Dumbledore's water prison, and finally let out a sigh of relief. He knew Dumbledore couldn't possibly be outsmarted by Voldemort so easily. Now that the old headmaster was back, this traitorous diary wouldn't be of much use. Elias quickly took the diary out of his pocket, fixed it in midair with wandless magic, and shouted at Professor Flitwick, "Use the Fiendfire curse on this diary." Hearing the shout, Professor Flitwick, with whom he had just forged a revolutionary friendship, didn't hesitate and immediately sent a Fiendfire curse towards the diary. Tom sensed the danger, and his soul solidified, trying to escape, but he was a step too late. The extremely fierce flames ignited both the diary and Tom's soul. The flames took the shape of a human head, letting out sharp screams. "No! I am the heir of Slytherin. I am the Dark Lord. I am Voldemort. That incompetent fool is not worthy. I want to be resurrected. Damn it! You are all damned." Ah! With the final piercing scream, fifth-year Tom Riddle and the Horcrux diary were burned to ashes together. The demise of a piece of his soul brought a violent pang of pain to Voldemort. He wanted to scream but was forced to swallow several mouthfuls of lake water. Dumbledore was as powerful as ever, which far exceeded his expectations. "I can't stay here," Voldemort thought furiously, his entire body swelling up. His physical form exploded into a ball of black mist, blasting a hole in the water prison as well. A small amount of black mist, carrying his soul, rushed out of the water prison and vanished into the dark night sky in the blink of an eye. Except for the professors present and Elias, no one else noticed Voldemort's escaping soul. They only saw his physical body explode in the water. Everyone cheered excitedly, celebrating Voldemort's death once again. Dumbledore slowly floated down from mid-air, landing on the ground, holding his wand in one hand and his other hand behind his back. "Albus, are you all right?" Professor McGonagall quickly came forward and asked with concern. Although she didn't believe Voldemort when he said he had defeated Dumbledore, she couldn't help but worry. "Of course, what could possibly be wrong with me?" Dumbledore said with a relaxed smile. "But I think the students must be quite frightened. I believe we should settle them down first." Professor McGonagall nodded and took Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout with her to calm the students' roller coaster of emotions from the night. "Elias, come with me. I'm very eager to know what exactly happened while I was away from school." Dumbledore continued with a smile, leading the way, his hand that had been behind his back now held in front of him. Elias was kneeling on the ground, picking up the shattered pieces of his broken wand, planning to go back and research what exactly caused it to break. Hearing Dumbledore's summons, he nodded and replied, "All right, headmaster." In the empty headmaster's office, the pensieve on the desk played back segments of personal movies unfolding from Elias's perspective. After an unknown amount of time, Elias and Dumbledore finally returned to the office from the pensieve. Elias, having relived the memory, and Dumbledore, having just received the information, both leaned back in their chairs with similar movements, closing their eyes and falling into thought. After a while, Elias was the first to break the silence, speaking up. "So, the body in Lockhart's office was actually Voldemort, controlling Quirrell's body, who then transformed after drinking Polyjuice potion containing Lockhart's hair. Polyjuice potion can't be used on dead people, but Voldemort's situation is very special, which is why I overlooked the possibility that the deceased person wasn't Lockhart. Stealing from Snape's storeroom was likely done by the diary controlling Lockhart, and reporting Snape was too. The purpose was to conceal what exactly he took from Snape's office. After all, none of us are Snape, and we wouldn't know what was missing from his storeroom. And with Lockhart's body and wand, Voldemort could do many things, just like he controlled Quirrell in the first year, such as planning his own resurrection." Dumbledore nodded in agreement with this speculation but also raised another question. "I noticed that Tom seemed to reveal that he knows quite a bit about the goings-on within the school." Elias thought for a moment and understood what Dumbledore was referring to. "Yes, that is indeed strange. Why would Tom, who had been hiding away in the Chamber of Secrets, know that I became a professor, and why would he be so certain that you hadn't returned to Hogwarts for several days? Could it be?" Elias's heart jumped. Could it be that there's still a Voldemort spy within Hogwarts? Dumbledore hadn't figured this out either, he just shook his head. "I trust the other teachers and students in the school very much, so the existence of a spy is rather questionable. Never mind, the matter is over." Dumbledore smiled and changed the subject, praising Elias. "You've done very well. I truly didn't expect to see both extraordinary talent and courage in a young wizard. You are truly suited for Gryffindor. Gryffindor's courage is witnessed by all, Slytherin's courage is silent." "I think I might be more suited for Slytherin," Elias said, smiling as he expressed his opinion. As it turned out, in terms of arrogance, ambition, and self-interest, he was definitely a standard Slytherin. "Hey lad, well said. Worthy of being my Slytherin student," shouted Phineas Nigellus Black, the only Slytherin headmaster, excitedly from his portrait on the wall. Dumbledore savored the phrase for a moment and chuckled. Yes, that is indeed Slytherin. "All right, go back to bed, child. You must be very tired. I think tomorrow we must hold a feast to celebrate." Elias's expression froze. "That's a good idea, headmaster, but I was wondering if participation in the feast could be optional."